Well, welcome along to one of the staples of the motorsports world as we head to the virtual Asia and to the Suzuka circuit for the 10 hours of racing ahead of us. Over the season so far, we've seen tight battles already, we've seen drama already, and a tussle at the top of the standings in both Pro and Silver, capturing the imagination of the entire field as they set their sights on victory. And with it being just a 5-round season, every single race is taken with the highest importance as the search for the crown continues in round 3 of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Series powered by Mobileye. I'm Lewis McGlade in the commentary booth. Alongside me for the opening few hours is Jesse Lee, and this is a big moment in the championship here as we head to the halfway point of the season, and this is going to be a grueling, a feisty, an unforgiving 10-hour race.
Hello, everybody. Yes, it is, Lewis. You could not be more right. The tensions are palpable today. You might see a team take this championship by the horns, but I don't think you will. I think we'll have further decisions made later on in this championship. This could be a make-or-break racetrack and a make-or-break round of the championship as well. I'm nervous. I'm not even in the car, Lewis. I can't wait to get going today.
Yeah, what a thrill ride of a circuit. We'll take a look around it as well in a few moments' time. We'll also take a look at the standings in a few moments' time. Before we get to that, let's take a look at the entries that we've got for the day. Of course, we know that this is some of the greatest drivers that we've got on the platform. BMW BS competition with their trio that they might well have stolen from G2 Esports. So that's fine. You've got Williams Esports, who are looking incredibly strong with a couple of cars out there. BMW G2 Esports, keep an eye on those with Robbie Stableford, Charlie Crossan and Isaac Price. Of course, the McLaren Veloce GT car, that is the one that is leading the championship at the moment. You've got the number 88, who we know how fast they are in the Mercedes. Nick Hoban was the one that was doing qualifying a bit earlier on. But that's obviously in the Pro category. We still have the Silver category as well to go through, where there is plenty of names. Rocket Synsports, FFS Racing, who have been super consistent so far over the season as of yet. You've got SOP, Race Anywhere Synsport, who are a team where they've got a couple of cars over different manufacturers, not just the Ferrari, but also they've got the Honda as well. It's kind of interesting to see how their dynamic works within their cars. Kramer Racing Esports, who have won plenty of things, as well as SMP, who are the kind of the outlier almost in the Silver category, is the one being, hang on, should they not be in Pro? They are very, very strong.
Yeah, it is very interesting seeing some of the teams where they've panned out over the first couple of rounds. And if you have all the momentum today, Lewis, you're going to try and continue doing exactly what got you into this position. If it's not gone quite as well, you're maybe a little bit on the back foot, maybe a little eager as well to get out there, get going, showing everyone what you can do. But clearly a who's who of ACC sim racing here today, as always.
It was a tight battle as well, last round out at Indy, where obviously it was only 10 seconds between McLaren Veloce and Triton Racing. A bit of drama throughout that race. I kind of suspect that tensions might be raised even more so. Obviously, as each round goes on, it just builds and builds.
Yeah, I was wondering how we were going to mention that, but yeah, you're absolutely right. And it could be a firecracker of a race in that. I know everyone has their own opinions of what happened at Indianapolis and all that, but it was absolutely epic to watch sitting as a complete neutral in the situation.
Let's take a look at the championship standings that we've got heading into the third round of the season. In the Silver category, FFS Racing said they've been super consistent with 2 third-place finishes. They are leading the standings, but only by a single point over Race Anywhere Synsport, who took victory last time out with those 34 points. Rolling through the rest of the Silver category, you've got a few teams further down that maybe would have expected a bit more. GTWR, I've brought up Kramer Racing Esports and how good they are. WPS, you've got Rem Welton back there, as well as STL Esports having a couple of cars back there, and Rocket Synsport, who arguably have been either the fastest or second fastest Honda NSX on the circuit, with 0 points. Their name obviously being at the height of some of the drama in the previous rounds. Well, they'll be looking to bounce back. In the Pro standings, though, it's a 5-point lead for McLaren Veloce after taking that victory at the Brickyard, just clear of another team that's been super consistent in BMW Team BS competition. Mobileye Lamborghini, they took victory in the first round of the season. A few of the ones down here that we can keep an eye on, the Mercedes AMG Esports team, both the HRT and the Unicorns of Love. Those two we'd kind of really expect to be a lot higher, as well as the Race Anywhere Synsport Pro car, HPD Yaz Pro, also 0 points onto the board. Kind of expected maybe a little bit more from them, but it's a comfortable is an easy thing to say at this stage, but a 5-point lead for McLaren Veloce, a strong mentality after that victory, and a very, very strong team.
It sure is. It's properly close in the silver class. Almost couldn't be closer, you could argue, but in pro, there's a tiny bit of daylight, but I'm not so certain it's going to stay like that, Lewis, especially at this fantastic racing circuit. There's a whole new mix of players at the front, and I think you're going to see a lopsided result here today that's going to change everything for the final 2 rounds.
It's a tough track. It's a relentless track. It's one that's completely unforgiving. If you have an off here, it's going to be a very, very big crash. And we're going to show you around the circuit courtesy of Mobileye.
Welcome to a Mobileye track overview here at the Suzuka International Racing Course. Let's jump on board with Luca Lossio for a lap in the BMW M4 GT3. Heading across the start-finish line, you'll want your car on the left-hand side of the track, brake at the escape road at the 50-metre board and coast through turn 1 before sharply finding the apex of turn 2. Get the power down as early as possible using the curb on the exit. Next, you want to work your way through the tricky S-curves of Sector 1, keeping the car in 3rd gear as you navigate each corner carefully. Ride the curves on the inside and then put the throttle down as early as possible so that you can take the Dunlop curve completely flat. Hug the left-hand side of the circuit and brake just before the 50-metre board for the first of 2 Degners. You want to cut the inside curve as much as you can and then brake on the exit curb for the 2nd Degner. Exit with as much speed as you can without voiding track limits, and then you'll look for a striped curb on the right-hand side of the circuit just after the kink. Brake at the end of it for the hairpin. You'll want to take a nice wide line through here as you go through in 1st gear before powering the throttle down and going flat up 200R. Then you'll want to move to the right-hand side of the circuit for the tricky spoon curve. You'll be wanting to brake on an escape lane just before the green Astro and coast through the first apex before going wide on the curb and cutting back sharply to accelerate through the apex of the 2nd exit. Then you want to move to the right-hand side of the circuit and you'll be lifting slightly at the 50-metre board for 130R. It's one of the most complicated corners on the circuit and one of the easiest to get wrong as well. Through the car through and use the exit curb on the right before moving over to the left, brake at the 100-metre board and then cut as much of the inside the Casio triangle as you can before you power your way out of the corner and flat through the last curve and up towards the start-finish line for another lap at Suzuka.
A super look around a super circuit. It's such a fantastic venue every time we see somewhere like this on a calendar. It's not the easiest to race, it's not the easiest to make overtakes, but it's exciting, it's thrilling, and as we said before, it's relentless.
Yeah, 100% the case. That was just an example of an almost perfect lap there, and it shows you just how many different corners, how many different skills that you gain through racing that you have to apply here. It is incredible the amount of different turns this track has.
Well, we can see the grid. Daire McCormack taking a pole position in the final few minutes of that qualifying session. Nils Naujoks will start alongside in the BMW BS competition car. You've got Bastian Richter in the Haupt Racing team, one of the teams that we were talking about as being a lot lower in the championship than even they were expecting, starting from 3rd. James Baldwin, though, the championship leaders, will roll off from 4th place in that McLaren before we get Nick Hoban, who improved late on in the session for the R8G squad, nearly grabbed himself pole position. He'll be alongside Dylan Tan and Luca Lossio before we get on the right-hand side to Osterman, who took pole position in the silver category. He'll be starting just ahead of Isaac Price and Dennis Juniger, just down the back end of the top 10. Fabio Pifet in the Race Anywhere Sim Sport car will be starting from 11th position with FFS Racing alongside in that grid as we roll our way down the rest of the contenders. You can see a few of the ones being a bit lower down than we'd expect. The Yazheat car, Mikhail Stetsenko, just 15th on the grid. Wow, look at that from Kamil Pawlowski, down in 18th on the right-hand side, just ahead of the second of the Williams Esports cars, driven by Tinko van der Velde. I mean, it's a crazy grid where even when you get to the back of it, we see incredible talent and massive, massive names and massive, massive teams as well.
It absolutely is. You got Darren King back there as well, like you say, and it's just a who's who of ACC racing. It is the stars coming out, of course. Let's talk about the track. Let's talk about the weather a little bit as well. Pretty much ideal, if we're completely honest. 27 degrees C on the track, 22 ambient, and of course, looking very dry right there. Of course, there was always the possibility of Mother Nature rearing its ugly head, but it certainly has not. And an absolute treat, the weather today. It's looking like no wind to speak of, only the rare partly cloudy cloud in the sky. Looking pretty darn good, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a day like this. Absolutely delightful. Like I say, 22 degrees air temperature. That's just about comfortable enough. It's t-shirt weather. But for a racetrack, like you're saying, 27 degrees, if it's just below that 30 mark, you're talking of almost perfect temperatures to go racing. Nice and open. And with the long run down, obviously they'll get out, they'll do their formation up. It's a long run, even from a rolling start. It's an incredibly long run down towards that first and second corner. That's where we're expecting to see some drama early on before they would hopefully, in a sense, for the drivers further down the order, get more into a single file formation rolling through the S's.
It has been a pretty fantastic start for the first couple of races in this championship, and it's been relatively clean, I would say, all things considered. But today, that double apex in the first and second turn, aptly named that, in fact, and you just don't know what you're going to get. The outside here often prevails down into turn one. Look for that BMW to do some damage here, along with some of the other cars around the outside.
Now, let's kind of talk about some of the teams that are out of position, maybe. Of course, speaking of the first round of the season at Bathurst, when it was the number 63 that took the victory from a fairly dominant position, really. Simonini, 17th position in 63, just ahead of Kamil Pawlowski, who we pointed out when we were doing the grid walk there. Those are two that are massively out of position in my books. Of course, the 51, well, they had a great year last year, winning the championship and such. They're not so much having the greatest 2022. I kind of wonder what the mentality is like behind the scenes there.
Well, you just got to keep plugging away. If it's not gone your way and it's still continuing into today, you just got to do as good as you possibly can do. Of course, I was expecting a little bit of a shakeup. Of course, we have the 55 Mercedes on the pole position. Let's talk about the 4 of the Mercedes-AMG Esports team, HRT. They're down just about 12th in the championship, and look where they qualified, second row of the grid. You want to talk about out of position? That's out of position in a good way, looking to get back in this championship.
I mean, it's an incredible lineup, obviously, in that HRT squad. Of course, they're partnered closely in this with Unicorns of Love and with Mercedes, obviously. So much so that the Haupt Racing team, they had a show car. It was obviously a Merc, a GT3, a real one, where they had Haupt Racing Team and Unicorns of Love logos on it, and then some of the driver names, like Tobias Pfeffer, and I think Bastian Richter's name was on it as well. I mean, those kind of things that being a sim racer, and then you see your name on a real car, that is so cool. And those are the kind of things that maybe give you a little bit of a boost coming into the round.
It absolutely does. I mean, it's a shot in the arm for sure. Talk about this for McCormack. Flash you back to the last round, Indianapolis, the 8-hour. This is the driver that had the issues with the disconnection. They were running inside the top 10, weren't able, obviously, to finish that off. Had a interconnectivity issue, an internet issue that took them completely out of the running. But man, talk about a bounce back one race later, putting it on the pole. That's got to feel good too.
Yeah, Daire McCormack is an incredible talent. I mean, I've spoken about him a few times with his speed and consistency in sim racing. He'll be teamed up alongside Nikodem Wisniewski and Kuba Brzezinski today. Of course, two of the drivers that won the inaugural Le Mans Virtual back in 2020. It's a strong lineup in that 55. He's teamed up, of course, with those two in the previous rounds this season. But still, it's a strong lineup of proper endurance specialists. And when you start with your main driver being Daire McCormack, and he starts from pole, you're feeling good about the day.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet against them, I'll tell you that much.
Here is the pole sitter in the silver class, of course, being the Gardi racing car. I mean, obviously, the thing, this is where the silver category becomes a little bit tricky, because, of course, you're only racing for categories in the silver standings. You're not trying to battle with the likes of Lozio, with the likes of Stableford, Gronewald, who want to get on with their own race, but only a few positions behind is Piffet, who's the person that you're properly battling for in this race.
That is absolutely the case, but the thing is that you will have to battle, especially if you are the lead car, like the 110 here. As Osterman's knows that coming into this race, that they're going to probably be battling pros a lot of the race, and also you have to use an extra bit of caution when doing so, because any sort of mistake is going to bring that 67 into play, maybe the 977 and the 900 as well. You got to be very careful. It's very tricky being the fastest silver car and lining up in a sea of pro cars. You almost have to race carefully, but you also still have to be aggressive. If positions are on the cards for you, you still got to take them, Lewis.
You certainly do, and for Osterman and Pivet, they're battling for the championship as well in silver, whilst our eyes, though, are taken to the front of the grid, because we're about to get ready for 10 of the most frantic and ruthless hours of racing. We are approaching the halfway point of the season. There is not long left to go, just a 5-round championship. We're here in round number 3 as we're about to get racing. Daire McCormack and Nils Naujoks will start from the front row of the grid as 10 hours of racing are put onto the clock. We're waiting for the green flag as they'll head their way onto the extremely downhill start-finish straight. It's an incredibly long run to the first corner, and Daire McCormack is the driver in control. When is he going to bounce? He's just waiting for his opportunity. He's waiting for the green flag to be waved. It's once they get to the start-finish straight as they continue their descent. The first couple of corners are going to be very, very difficult, and McCormack needs a good launch. We're about to get underway here at Suzuka as we race our way down towards the first corner. It is a good launch from McCormack, a good launch as well from Bastian Richter. He's got to worry about James Baldwin lifting out straight away. Nils Naujoks holding off into second position, just trying to keep the Merc at bay as we head side by side and funnel our way around the first couple of corners for the first time. And I think, as it's been for the last couple of rounds, it looks pretty tidy to me.
That looked absolutely epic from the start. I don't think a single car had any significant contact. Baldwin had the most work to do, had to go around the outside to secure P4, but was able to do that by the time they got to the S's. An excellent job. The top 5 or 6 all single file as they're all trying to find space to get single file. I like what Nils Naujoks did there. Tried to challenge McCormack a little bit, realized it wasn't on, made very quick work of getting in line, and that might have saved him a spot.
Also a decent start from Luca Lozio directly behind Nick Hoban, who we're presently looking at, making his way up past Dylan Tan, and the like who's actually had the worst start inside the top 10, dropping from 6th down to 8th position. So Lozio and Stableford both making their way past that Mercedes that's just dropped back a couple of positions. Look at Austria. We were talking about the battle for the silver lead. We talked about the battle for the silver championship. Well, Pivet's had a great start and is right onto the rear end of his championship rival at the moment, just on the cusp at the back end of the top 10.
Yeah, it was going to be critical of the start from Osterman, but I think you're right. I think it's Fabian Pivet that actually had the better start. Just absolutely on it there. Was able to catch all the way back up. An absolute nightmare for the 110 right now, as they're immediately thrown into a battle that they probably weren't expecting to have, at least this early into the race.
Yeah, you kind of expect those battles to come a couple of laps in. You can see in the background Unicorns of Love trying to make a move. That'll be Gronewald trying to do something in the background coming up towards 130. They come into the Casio triangle though for the first time. You can see Daire McCormack's just pulling out a 6, 7, 8 10th lead over Nils Naujoks at the moment as they cross the line to finish the first lap. It's McCormack from Naujoks, from Bastian Richter as well. The Mercedes are charging at the moment, but Nils Naujoks, I mean, he's a wily old fox, and if there is someone that I wouldn't want to do battle with on a day like this, it would be Naujoks. He is very, very skillful in a one-on-one combat.
Sure is. Nils is one of those drivers that knows how to get it done and knows when to go, when not to go. Settling in, trying to fill out the car. Going to be relaying a ton of information early on in a race like this. Just look at that. So many cars streaming up through the snake. Brilliant driving by everybody. I genuinely don't think we had a single major calamity on the opening lap, and now working lap number 2. The tires coming up to temperature, up to pressure, and the drivers settling in for what will be a rapid 10 hours.
Well, Murdasov's on the attack here, trying to get past Tobias Gronewald, who kept him at bay at the moment. We can see on board with the SMP Esports team. I'm a bit surprised here with Tobias Gronewald, knowing that the Mercedes are quite strong here today. You can see where the other Mercedes are, the likes of McCormack, the likes of one of his direct teammates, Sebastian Richter, is up in third position, of course, Nick Hoban as well. The fact that Tobias Gronewald, knowing the talent that he is, that he's down on 11, this tells me they might be doing something slightly different when it comes to, as you were saying there, the tyre pressures, bringing them up, maybe starting with a slightly lower pressure so they're coming in. It takes a little bit longer to come in, but then they'll have more grip later on. Those kind of things where they're maybe taking a little bit more of a gamble on the car setup.
Also, too, you think about setup, and sometimes teams will set up the car specifically to not run the tires off of it. Maybe you told your driver not to run the tires off of it early in the race, settle in a little bit. That also could be the case. I was thinking about the Osterman there for a second. He's got Piffet right behind him. He's been able to edge him out just a little bit by a 1 second gap there. But if Murdasov actually gets by Gronewald there, that'll make the top 3 silver cars nose to tail, and it's not what Piffet or Osterman wants to see.
Well, whilst Mercs are looking pretty good today, so are the BMWs, and Robbie Stableford wants to prove that. He gained 1 position on the race start on Dylan Tan. Next one he wants to pick off is on Luca Lozio, but you can see that run down towards the first corner where it's a bit of a slipstream train. The car ahead's getting the slipstream from the car ahead of that, getting from the car ahead of that, getting from the car ahead of that, and it's all kind of zeroed when it comes down to the race down towards the first corner, so much so that Robbie Stableford's not really able to do the attack as everyone else is kind of in the same boat. It means that you've got to be a bit more bold with that move, maybe committing a little bit more through 130R and sending it down the inside of the Casio triangle, which is an incredibly difficult move, by the way. Maybe something into spoon. You've got to plan your move 3, 4, 5 corners in advance. You can't just accept, oh, I'll just send it down the inside the next lap. You've got to really build up to it.
Well, that's also a trait of this racetrack, actually, as well, Lewis, is it takes you several corners. You have to be thinking, like you said, 4, 5, 6 corners ahead, plan your move and know, well, I've got a left or a right or however many corners in front of me, and you put yourself in position, not for the corner you're actually on, but for what may be 2 or 3 corners ahead of you. You always have to be thinking ahead in racing. Here, it's very much like that. You can make a move, get side by side in 1 and 2, but you will not complete that pass until you get to the Dunlop curve.
Yeah, indeed. By the way, I did see a couple of moves in the back. I don't think it actually made the spot up, but Bischoff was under attack from Danilo Santoro, who's in the number 51. Down in 17th position at the moment, trying to work his way up from that poor qualifying, dragging Simonini up with him as well. They've gained a couple of spots, I think, on the first laps, or first couple of laps there. But thing is, around Suzuka, you can kind of make a bit of progress on the first couple of laps whilst everyone's getting into the rhythm, and after that every single move is getting harder and harder and harder because you're all in a big train. The only really exclusion from this train is Daire McCormack, who after 3 laps of racing has pulled out a 1.2 second lead over Nils Naujoks. Incredible drive thus far from the Irishman.
I hate to say that's comfortable, but in a race like this today, it might just be, look at that, almost a move, maybe taking a look, maybe just trying to worry the driver in front. Robbie Stableford thought about it, thought better of it from diving down to the inside of turn 1 and fell back in line. Oh, 1 car out of position there. The Ferrari is at Fabien Pivet. I think it might have been. That might have got Gronewald side by side. I think that is what just about happened there for a second. And look at that, Tobias Gronewald in front of Fabien Pivet. That will very much please Osterman's team.
Yeah, a bit of a flash of the lights there as well from the Race Anywhere Sim Sports car, just directly behind. Almost got passed by Murdasov as well. Dominic Blyer also with the train, Novell, and then Mikhail Stutsenko, who is well out of position as far as my opinion is in this race, being in the Yaz Heat car, obviously down in 15th. Direct teammates with the number 66 is currently running up in 4th position in the Veloce squad. That is way out of position, but this is quite a train at the moment. It does seem as though whoever's at the head of any train at the moment, they're the ones that are struggling the most. The slipstream's helping just a little bit, but I think when you get out ahead, you want to run your own pace, but that might be looking after tyres a little bit more, might be doing this, might be doing that. And when you try and do that, well, the entire train behind's like, oh, this is my opportunity to pass this. Like, no, just wait for a second. Oh, a bit of a mistake there from Gronewald.
Yeah, Gronewald made a little bit of a mistake there in Spoon, and that did nothing but help Piffet catch up. But unfortunately, a nice exit by the 14 there kept the Ferrari at bay, and you can see the difference down the straight. That Mercedes is absolutely rapid as they head into 130R. But you make a very good point. Being in these trains here, it's almost like being at an oval a little bit as well, where it is so hard to make a move whenever everybody's running in the same air, nose to tail.
And being like second or third in the train is kind of frustrating, because even if, like, the slipstream's there, I think it's helping you out a little bit to keep up or even to go fast in the car ahead. All you're sat there is thinking is, this car ahead, this car at the front of the train is really, really slow. I need to get past. Not really realising that it's the slipstream which is kind of making you seem like you're a lot faster. Another mistake, though, from Fabien Buffet. Oh, there's a little bit of contact as well as Murdasov gets into the side on the exit of the first couple of corners. That will allow Gronewald to pull clear in 10th position. Buffet, I think that is the third time that I've seen that race anywhere since Sport Ferrari go wide at T1.
Yeah, I think Murdasov saw a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak, and tried to fill that gap, and by the time they got there was contact, rather unfortunately. Luckily, nobody turned around, just a little bit of time loss, and like you said, that does release Gronewald a little bit there. Another happy driver in that respect. Not happy behind the wheel of the 67, though.
I mean, like you say, when you get a little bit of a breather, finally it's like, oh, right, okay, now I can run away. I can get away from that awkward situation that we've said about, courtesy of the mistake from the car behind. But like you say, the 67, they're going to be a little bit frustrated. We head up to the battle for second, realistically. You can see Naujoks leading this group just a bit clear from Bastian Richter, from Baldwin, from Hoban, pulling away just a touch from Lozio and Stapleford, who remain in order. Once again, you can see on board with James Baldwin there at the moment in that number 66. 1.4 seconds though, Daire McCormack pulling out that lead. Now, is he running his tyres in too hard? It is a fairly abrasive circuit here at Suzuka. It is one that, especially up through the S's, you're working the tyres a lot. A lot of these medium speed corners where you're working the front of the car, it can be a little bit hard on tyres. You've got to really think about that through the race.
You certainly do. It's a track that is very slick. I think most drivers would agree. It's slicker than most of the tracks they race on every year, and you have to be careful of tire degradation, obviously, with that. And a lot of that is set up, too. And, well, for James Baldwin, they're the leader of the championship. They have all the weight on their shoulders. They know the BS Plus competition #1 car is out in front, as Daniele Santoro trying to make that outside work. Can't quite get it done, and the 977 of Bischoff able to cover that position. But yeah, the one out in second place, that's a precarious position, because what do you do if you're a McLaren Veloce GT? Do you chase that carrot? What do you do early in a race that you might not get another opportunity? But also, you've got to be mindful of your own car. You got to race within yourself.
I've always said with when you're in trains like this, you're the third car, fourth car, fifth car, hey, even back to the sixth, seventh, eighth, like, you're towards the back end of this train. At this point in the race, no need panicking. Like, you kind of like play your cards as you get them, in a sense. But especially in Baldwin's case, there is no need to panic, because the most important thing for him... Oh, there's a bit of contact on the rear end. FFS Racing getting into the rear end of Murdasov. That was Nobel, and that is Statsenko's approach to make his way up into 14th position after a little bit of contact down into the hairpin. That was a little bit dicey, as Dominic Blyer will now be over the rear end of Fabien Buffet. As I was saying, though, when you're in the train, if you're in the position of James Baldwin, you can see the leader. If they're not pulling away a second lap, half a second lap, there's no need to panic. There's no need to panic at all. You can see where that leader is. You're still pretty comfortable. And, hey, maybe they're not even the one you need to battle. Maybe you're just kind of eyeing up second place, eyeing up the points, eyeing up the consistency over a small championship list. That is what is going to win the title.
I could not agree more. Where have you been my entire career? That is absolutely what I would have theorized, and what I would have probably wanted to do. Probably not what I would have executed on the racetrack, but exactly what I would want to do. And if I was a teammate of Baldwin, I would be saying the same thing. We are not the ones in danger here. We are the ones leading the championship. No need to get excited here. Dominic Blair trying to make a spot up, and does, down into turn one, was the big winner of that kerfuffle in the hairpin, and now is able to get by Fabien Buffet, who, might I say, is fading here a little bit.
A few mistakes from Buffet. Obviously, the driving into the rear end of the hairpin was not his fault. That's just the concertina effect as you all kind of come together. The thing he's made mistakes at T2. He's made mistakes going through the Casio triangle there, which is what allowed Dominic Blyer to get through. Few too many mistakes, Piffet. When you're in that position where you're constantly making a mistakes 3 or 4 times over the opening 15 minutes of the race, you really need to talk to yourself and be like, I need to calm myself down. We just need a clean lap, not a fast lap, not a ridiculously fast lap, but let's genuinely, even at this level, sometimes you need to be like, okay, I just need to genuinely just hit every apex, just need to tidy this lap up. We'll find the speed, we'll get into the race, we'll get into the rhythm, and that's where we'll find the speed. This is a proper rhythm-based racetrack. Every corner flows into another, into another, into another. If you make one mistake at one corner, 9 times out of 10, it leads into another.
It certainly is, and one other thing to consider, I know the audience loves it when we talk about tires the entire time, but that really is the name of the game, and do bear in mind, this race started at a few minutes after 11 a.m. in sim time, so the temperature is not as high as it's going to get at green flag. It was 27 degrees C on the track. It's going to get hotter. Maybe if your car's not handling, you don't have quite the grip that you wanted to have, you're probably telling your driver, that's okay, we've planned for that. You'll have more grip at the end of the stint. Hopefully, that is the plan for some of these cars as well. We're going to see a steady rise in the temperature for the next several hours at least.
See a bit of snaking in the foreground because going up through the final sector, Nils Naujoks was coming under increasing pressure from Bastian Richter and from James Baldwin directly behind them, pulling out a little bit of a gap on Nick Hoban. Of course, in the gap on that battle that we were seeing there with Luca Lozio and Robbie Stapleford, there is Bastian Richter. Going into the Casio triangle, I think like the split over the third sector was, I think it was like 0.2 of a second going over that split. Obviously, each of the cars work better in some sectors than the other. You can see it's through the opening sector. Nils Naujoks in that BMW who's pulled out a fairly comfortable gap on Bastian Richter, who then pulls it back in. Coming back down into the final sector, where at some point during the race he might well either have a lunge going down to the Casio triangle or might just be close enough to try something down into T1. That's what he'll be eyeing up.
Certainly is risk versus reward though, isn't it, Lewis? You've got to tally up. Is it really worth it this early into the race? I think if Baldwin gets half a shot to get by Richter, he's going to do that. I think Richter might be a little bit preoccupied with the 66 more than the 1 right now, letting them escape just a little bit, but it doesn't really matter. That Mercedes on the straight, of course, is like you say, it's going to claw it back and almost all of it. And well, you talked about it early, and I didn't want to mention it, I didn't want to jinx it, but moves down into the Casio triangle. It can go either one of 2 ways.
Yep, saw Robbie Stapleford almost giving one a go on the previous lap, trying to get around the outside. He's very close, coming up towards 130R here. Obviously a much better drive off the spoon. He's going to get to the outside, going to lift off and try and get back up and under, but might have used a little bit too much of the curb. Lozio's run wide, and this is allowing Robbie Stapleford to get to the outside. Once again, it's a little bit dicey though. You've got to watch out not to get squeezed. It narrows awfully towards the corner itself, and that has opened up the opportunity for Dylan Tan to try and get his way back through on Robbie Stapleford. Now watch Luca Lozio here. He's going to give the slipstream more so to Dylan Tan than he is to Robbie Stapleford because of the threat from behind, and that is Dylan Tan up a position, Robbie Stapleford down to 8th.
Good heads-up driving by Tan right there, able to execute that and get a free position basically. Was handcuffed, was Lozio, able to get one of those spots, Osterman rather, and being told that Bischoff in the 977 has had a big off.
Yeah, we're actually being told it was Murdasov. Oh, it would make sense. Yeah, it would be Murdasov. That's why Bischoff has got up into 3rd position in the silver category. But yeah, it's Murdasov who we're being told has had a fairly large incident, which you can see there is no SMP Esports car on our leaderboard here. So that's a big shame for the 900.
That certainly is. That was obviously the 3rd place car running very high up in the silver class, and unknown exactly what caused that, but we're being told a lot of damage there. They have taken that car to the pit lane, but we stay focused on the top 10, of course, as all these drivers are continuing to do battle. But yeah, Tan just set up Stapleford there. Tan was sort of handcuffed behind Lazio, had no place to go, and Tan was just able to drive around him the outside, exiting the triangle down the straight. Absolutely no contest. That was the other thing. We didn't really talk about that too much, Lewis, but when you are in a train like this and you make a tiny little mistake, you put yourself at risk of stuff like that, and that's exactly what happened. It didn't look like much. It wasn't much, but it was just enough for a pro esports driver to sneak in there and take a position away.
Oh yeah, 9 times out of 10, if you make a mistake like that, you're going to be losing position. I think with a slightly deeper run. Oh, Robbie Stapleford got into the rear end there of Dylan Tan. I was going to say Dylan Tan was in way too deep going into the Casio triangle, and it was Robbie Stapleford into the rear end. But what that's actually done, in turn, has shot Dylan Tan off of the Casio triangle brilliantly, and it slowed Robbie Stapleford down. You can see Murdasov there departing pit lane in that SMP Esports car, obviously a lap down. If you have a crash around this circuit, it doesn't matter where it is, it ain't going to be a small one. You only have big crashes around here. We're on board with Jakob Osterman, who was a driver that I was going to talk about in this battle. He's in the silver class. He doesn't have to get involved in this battle. At the moment, he would be taking the maximum points haul for winning in the silver category, which kind of says to me, if I'm in the boots of of Osterman, I don't really want to attack the screen. Let them do what they're going to do. There's no need for me to risk anything.
If it was 10 minutes ago, I would have probably said that you wouldn't have a choice because Pivet was absolutely coming on that initial start. But now that is no longer the case. Has a couple of cars in between them. Knows that they're no threat. They're all on their own. I have to agree with you, Lewis. Do you really want to get involved? Does Jakob Osterman really want to try that? I wouldn't. I'd be telling my driver, maybe just hang out and see what happens.
Yeah. Like, just let them do what they're going to do. They all take each other out. Great. Pick up all the pieces and then get some clean air. That's the only real kind of risk when you're sat in the back of a train is the risk they kind of come together in front of you, where there's not really much way that you can avoid. That's kind of why you want a little bit of clean air. But right now for Osterman, there's just no real need for him to do anything really in that McLaren 720. Just sit on the rear end and let them get to work, because speaking of drivers that need to get to work, you know Robbie Stapleford definitely does now. He's on the rear end of Dylan Tan. He was close to passing Luca Lozio. Realistically, from what we've seen in this group, I'd argue that Robbie Stapleford might well be the fastest driver in this group, but that's worth nothing unless you're in clean air.
It really is. You can be the fastest all you want, but it doesn't particularly matter if you're stuck behind another car. It's one of those racetracks where speed is really important, like you say, if you're by yourself. But when you're in a group, you would have to be massively quicker, and there's no team out here that can probably boast that. I don't think there's anybody out here that is exceedingly quicker than anyone else. I mean, all you have to do is look at the qualifying times. They were incredibly close. McCormack is the fastest car on the racetrack, as Stapleford went for just a little bit of a slide going up the snake, trying to get to the back of the 889 of Dylan Tan, and did exactly that, but unfortunately nowhere to go. But as I was saying, McCormack, the quickest driver on the racetrack. That is noted by the magenta number on the left side of your screen. We'll say Stapleford did have that honor for the first several laps of the race, though.
I think McCormack's just made a bit of a mistake in the first sector, because that gap to Naujoks was close to 2.5 seconds. Of course, it's how the circuit ebbs and flows and stuff, but still, that gap has come down to 1.8 over the first sector split, which tells me that either Naujoks has decided that now is the time to turn it up to 11, or McCormack's had a little bit of a mistake and losing around about 0.7 of a second over the running of this lap so far. Maybe got a little bit complacent. That was a bit of a wake-up call. Sometimes you need that a little bit. You know, you're out front, you're leading comfortably, and then suddenly the car snaps or something. You're like, right, okay, time to wake up and actually get back into the race mentally. But yeah, I don't know. 0.7 is a lot to lose.
Well, you have no frame of reference, Lewis, is the problem when you're out front by yourself, and unless your team is telling you, oh, big off right there by Richter, I think in the 4, isn't it? It is indeed. Went incredibly wide in 130R, and that is going to be easy peasy lemon squeezy for James Baldwin for the McLaren Veloce GT team, executing perfectly, and that's exactly what we were saying earlier. Don't risk it for the biscuit, but if the opportunity is there, you have to take it. James Baldwin not asleep at the wheel there.
And you can see Bastian Richter, the way that he kind of pulled back over to was the right-hand side of the screen, left-hand side of the track. That was a signal to Baldwin to be like, look, I'm not coming back to fight you. I made a mistake. Get on with it. because we're starting to lose ground to Nils Naujoks. That was kind of like racer language of just like, that's fine, just go. Like sometimes, you know, you might lift a little bit more or pull back over onto the racing line to show your intent of not attacking, and that's exactly what Bastian Richter was doing there. It's great stuff, but a costly mistake going through 130R, opening the opportunity for James Baldwin to get up into third position, and that is exactly what the Veloce DT team will want, is kind of just pick them off one by one through mistakes of their own, etc, etc. By the way, that 7/10 that Daire McCormack lost, but he's already gained 3 of them back, so clearly it wasn't that much of an issue, as we see Robbie Stableford once again attacking for 6th position. 7th.
Well, I will say it's all going to plan for the top 3 right now, isn't it? McCormack is exactly where they need to be in the 55 to get back in this championship hunt. Nils Naujoks is exactly where the #1 BMW Esports competition team needs to be to threaten for the championship lead, and Baldwin for the 66 McLaren Veloce GT team is exactly where they need to be to hold on to the championship lead. Top 3's got to be pretty happy with themselves and how this race has started so far.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if you're in the top 5, top 10 at this point of the race, I'd be feeling pretty happy, because we know what the start of these races are like, when you've got basically 50 cars running through the first few corners, a tricky, twisty circuit like Suzuka. It's surviving that first bit in a decent position. Once you've ticked that off, almost irrelevant where I am inside the top 10, I'm kind of happy. I think Bischoff's had a bit of an issue, because he's dropped down along with a couple of other drivers, having a fairly sizable issue. So promoted Parker and the 23 FS racing car up to 3rd, which, by the way, if they finish there, it'll be a 3rd consecutive 3rd place finish. That is 9.5 hours away, but still.
Yeah, it's incredible consistency, and we've seen that's the 2nd or 3rd car we've seen occupy the 3rd spot in the silver category thus far, and absolutely interesting stuff. Darren King here fighting. Look at this stuff going down into the first turn. He's going to have to defend around the outside, and what of the 144? That's Kalot right there as well. They may take an opportunity here to take a spot. They're going to think about it, but no, Darren King able to get back over the GTWR Academy car and close that move off. But really close stuff, and turn 1 really is the hot spot, isn't it, Lewis, for making passes?
I mean, that was a brave send to try and get around the outside there from King. Bischoff, though, who's had issues on the last lap, dropped back and then nearly dropped back a couple of other positions. I think that was a very important hold there. Not sure as to what the issue's been. Maybe he has had a bit of a slide, overheated the tyres as well, which is going to cause a couple of issues. You can see a bit of a slide there from King. This is Kevin Saklari in the middle of a sea of silver. When they're approaching, this is frustrating, because you can see all the positions ahead. You can see the likes of Avaladze, etc., all further down the road. You can't make any progress, and essentially every position you make up, getting past Kuller, getting past King, getting past Bischoff, getting past Parker, if you can make it past all those, well, technically, in your class, that means nothing. Absolutely nothing. You've worked so hard to get past 4 people for diddly squat.
I was going to say, I mean, you're absolutely right. You don't think about that when you're in the driver's seat, though. You're passing cars and you're happy because your position is slowly creeping up. But that was a really depressing thought, though, you just gave me. I think that'll weigh on me in the future. But talk about cars that are out of position. Kevin Saklari in the MKers 191. They're in 22nd place. I think they're in the top 12 in the championship, and they are absolutely nowhere to start this race. But looking racy, trending in the right direction. But like you say, there is a sea of silver cars they're going to get by that they don't get points for passing.
See Hugo Kalot there with a triple screen setup, but the screens are off, which is interesting. Maybe trying to keep eyes focused on the scene ahead, as this is Darren King once again with Bischoff. Once again to the outside. Bischoff's going to lift off this time. I think allow Darren King to take over that 19th position. That was a pretty easy move. Decided not to fight the BMW M4 at the moment for GTWR RHG Academy. So that position's ticked off. That is King up to 4th in class. A good little effort there from Darren King.
Yep, 2nd time lucky for Darren King. Tried it around the outside. The last lap didn't work. Went down the inside this time, had the overlap, able to get it done. I think there was a little cooperation from the driver he was racing against there a little bit, or maybe just didn't have a choice. But King able to get that spot, moving up into P19. We're only about 2.7 seconds away from James Parker in front for P3. Happy days, all going well for that team.
Yeah, things not going so well for the Kramer Racing Esports team at the moment, because under pressure from the Audi R8, from the Mercedes as well, that again would not be for position in the silver class, because that will be in Kevin Saklari, from Apostle, from Jordan Grant Smith as well, who's a lot further down than we would expect, knowing that the Race Anywhere Sport Honda has actually been really quite fast this season thus far. So they'll be looking to march their way forward throughout the remainder of the race, just picking them off one at a time. It's not really the greatest circuit though for the NSX, so it's kind of, it makes sense, but they're not maybe marching forward in the way they'd want. The top grouping have gapped out a fair amount, 2.6 seconds Daire McCormack over Nils Naujoks, of course, after that move and the mistake from Bastian Richter. James Baldwin getting through, being around 1.5 seconds off of the rear end of Naujoks. Again, about a 1.1 second gap between Bastian Richter and Baldwin, about a second and a half back to Hoban before we get to that battle between Lozio, Tan and Stableford that is still pretty tight, and just a little bit off the rear end of them. You've got Osterman, you've got Tobias Gronewald, who's closing in and dragging Dominic Blyer with him.
Sure is. It's all to play for early in a race like this. You don't want to throw it away. We've seen the 900 have their issues early on, and as far back as, of course, the 977 has gone, they've still not thrown it away. They're still in the mix, and whatever issues they have, hopefully they're able to correct that with the pit stops they'll be undertaking in the next 31 minutes. It's all about holding on right now, but everybody's still very much in this. 2.6 seconds the gap first to second place. Everybody else well within that range themselves. It's all gone very, very well. It is suspiciously so for the majority of the field. Here is Dominic, Triton Racing number 10, looking to get by Gronewald, getting as close as you like. Gronewald had just an amazing save in that hairpin a little while ago. I thought that car was going, but no. Excellent car control to keep that car from spinning out. Finds themselves still inside the top 10, but I wonder with Dominic behind them for how long.
I mean, Dominic Blyer is looking very, very hungry at the moment, and you saw how close we were getting into the hairpin, quite right. I mean, the thing with Blyer is that almost every time that I've seen Dominic Blyer racing in the last year and a half, 2 years, it's almost always in this Bentley. It's kind of one of those things, is he knows exactly to the millimetre where the front of that car is. So he has no fear in getting right up the rear end. That is so intimidating when you're driving, because all you're kind of like looking at your mirror going through the hairpin, and all that you're thinking is that car going to hit me? Do I have to preemptively almost like save this car? That pressure from behind, that is what even the very best, they will crumple under that kind of pressure, and Dominic Blyer is just applying it at the moment into the slipstream down towards the first corner. Obviously not close enough on this attempt. It's a 15-second time penalty has been given out to the 144 by the way. It's a bit of a mistake. There it is, it's starting to happen. Tobias Gronewald feeling that pressure.
Well, there's two types of racing. There's the physical aspect and the muscle memory, of course, but there's also the mental part of the race, which in my opinion is just as important, and maybe Dominic able to play the mental part exceedingly well here, living rent-free in Gronewald's mind a little bit perhaps, and also too, mirror driving, a big problem. You learn to not do that, but when you see an imposing figure in the mirror, it is almost impossible not to look up just to check off of every corner.
Well, here we go. We've got a few race control messages, including the 15-second time penalty that I was talking about there between the number 5 and the 144. That going the way of the 144. So a few warnings as well. Car 55, that one being Daire McCormack, getting a warning for an incident between them and the BS competition team for qualifying. A couple of other notes in there. Basically, race control have already been fairly busy, although I'd have to say not as busy as maybe we would have expected in the opening stages of quite a frantic race. It's been fairly clean out there.
A lot of times you see these races from our perspective, Lewis, and you think, well, it looked very clean to me, but in reality there was a lot more going on. But on this occasion, I do not believe we were deceived at all.
Well, we're going to take a look at a few replays as well. But yeah, completely agree. Like, I mean, race control, they've got eyes on every single detail of this racetrack, so they'll be keeping their eye on everything. Here's a look at the race start then. This was the attempt from Nils Naujoks to get around the outside. Not too many changes inside the top 10. You can see a bit of a sizable lift there from James Baldwin rolling through the first corner. It was the poor start from Dylan Tan and that Mercedes on the outside, leading the races, dropping back a couple of positions behind behind the Mobileye car and behind Robbie Stapleford as well, right on board with Nick Hoban, who some before nearly had pole position in this race, was holding on with 1 minute to go in the qualifying session to a pole position time 4,000ths of a second clear. Nearly managed to get himself up into 4th position, going side by side with James Baldwin in the opening sector, but was not able to find a passage. On board a bit further back down the order, you can see Mikhail Stutsenko making a couple of mistakes, this one being Dominic Blyer in that number 10 Triton racing car, getting to the outside of Kramer Racing, who started their march forward, but unfortunately have had a few issues since then. You can see the 900 as well, who have had a couple of issues in the opening stage of the race.
Certainly has been the case, driving off the track there just a little bit, and beyond that, of course, what an excellent start by Hoban and Blair there to get those excellent starts. And that tells you, you would think, well, everyone's going just about the same speed. How do you get a good start? There's a technique to it, and also it's how you drive down into the corner. And that wasn't just fortunate positioning, that was excellent heads-up driving from Dominic Blier's part to get some of those spots, and they've obviously found themselves in a very advantageous position since then. They've not just been good on the start, they've been good through the first 30-some minutes of this race.
Well, here is Abeladze at the moment, who's been working his way up now into 17th position. Of course, we know that the number 41's a very popular team within the community, comfortably moved up from, I think 20th is where they started, so there's a little bit of progress that's been made on the rear end of Simonini and Santoro. Simonini is under a lot of pressure, you can see there. Also, James Parker, as I said before, we don't really need to fight the 2 cars ahead, but they'll be hungry to at least get through and more secure this 3rd position in the silver category. Obviously, it's still very early days, but still, we know what their consistency is like. It's almost bulletproof in this championship. Saw how close Abeladze got to Simonini rolling through that first sector, and I will say, I think it's the first time that I've seen this Cabez Engineering Simware.pro livery. It looks pretty fetching. It's eye-catching, I'll say that.
Certainly is. And well, if you are James Parker, what do you do here? You know, you have 2 pro cars racing each other in front of you, but you have to shake a leg. You got to get a move on. Piffet is not getting any closer to you on this stretch, but that's on the left side of your screen. On the right side of your screen, battle for P10, Gronewald and Blyer on the march. Both those drivers trying to fight to stay inside or get inside the top 10. Excellent battles all throughout the field for top 10 and just inside the top 20 here.
Yeah, got to say, it does seem as though Dominic Blyer is looking faster than Tobias Gronewald on the right-hand side of your screen at the moment. Certainly seems though that Abeladze is faster than Simonini on the left as they'll head their way through the Degners once more up towards the hairpin, up towards another opportunity to potentially make a move from Abeladze. You see the defensive line taking a little bit of side-to-side contact. I'm sorry, mate, Simonini, if there's a car that I ain't going to bully around this circuit, it's that Bentley. Somehow, though, it's the Bentley that does lose out to James Parker, who gets up to 17th overall. Abeladze won't like that one bit.
Absolutely will be fuming about that. James Parker will be laughing a little bit to himself. He got a freebie right there. Didn't have to do anything. He did, actually, I take that back. He did have to do something. He immediately had to jump on the defensive. Abeladze was thinking about coming back through 200R, but nothing doing there. And Simonini with a little bit of contact, able to get a little bit of a gap right there.
Yeah, just a touch, although I'd have to say that Lamborghini does look as though it's struggling a little bit this afternoon. So maybe a touch of issues from the opening race winner this season in the form of the 63 Lamborghini. Parker right there, Abeladze right there. And like I say, the frustration for Abeladze is kind of what we saw a little bit earlier from Robbie Stapleford. Being the fastest in the group, then dropping back to the rear end of that group and thinking, right, now I have to get back on the attack once again. It's a big struggle to think, right, I've now got to get past someone who is also slow and then get past the person that I was trying to pass when I got passed by that other person. It's like, it's very frustrating when you get dropped to the back of even a 2-3 car group like this.
Well, even worse than that, whenever you're put behind a car, you're not even racing. That really wasn't racing you too hard, Jay Parker, really. So now you have a car that even if you repass them, you're not gaining points or a position, really. It's all just a frustrating situation, but you got to keep a cool head. Early days in this one.
Certainly is. Now, we've spoken about the tyres. Yes, tyres. We'll be speaking about it a lot more over the next 9 hours and 20 minutes. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but it is going to be a big feature in today's race. Daire McCormack, I have noticed, is dropping back a little bit into the clutches of Nils Naujoks, who, in turn, is dropping back into the clutches of James Baldwin after passing Bastian Richter's pulled out 3 seconds. So, hey, closing in on that first pit stop, we might well have a 3-way fight for the race lead. Might have had a bit of a mistake from Daire McCormack. Of course, we did see that one, or we know of that one from earlier where he lost about 7/10 in the first sector. But regardless, McCormack's, even over this stint, even if he comes into the pit lane and thinks, right, that was a near perfect stint, but I missed out pulling out maybe another 2 seconds. That is 2 seconds, which his teammates in Nikodem Wisniewski and Kuba Brzezinski might need later on, because Daire McCormack is the fastest driver in that car.
Yeah, no matter how you slice it either, he gained a second in the opening lap and a half of the race and has put only another second on them in the subsequent 40 minutes of the race. Dominic Blyart trying to make the move down the inside on Gronewald, and it's been done before they even get down to turn 1. What a setup out of the triangle. Whoa. And wide there by Gronewald as well. Maybe the tires falling off of that car a little bit. The Triton Racing car, though, looks absolutely rock solid. Dominic Blyart up inside the top 10.
Yeah, I'm surprised this drive from Tobias Gronewald at the moment. I was almost thinking maybe playing the longer game, maybe looking after the tyres a little bit more. Maybe that is still on the cards at the moment. But right now, not looking super comfortable is Gronewald, moving outside of the top 10. Someone who's leading the race is well comfortably inside the top 10. Has been given a drive-through penalty. We'll catch up on that in a moment. But from race control, there's been a drive-through penalty, and you can see how frustrated Daire McCormack is straight away. We're getting word that is not from race control. That is track limits to have picked up a track limit penalty in the opening 40 minutes of the race. Oh my goodness, that is crazy from Daire McCormack.
Well, we talked about it. There were a couple of mistakes where the car had gone off the racetrack. It's easy to pick up track limits doing that. And of course, you get 3 warnings, and then on the 4th time asking, it is a drive-through penalty, and unfortunately, that is exactly what's happened to your pole sitter and race leader. And the visible frustration from McCormack, this has completely changed the complexion of this race. Now, I'll ask you this, Lewis, is there any way that the Mercedes-AMG team's Williams car can come back from this, a drive-through this early? Can you make up that time in 9 hours?
With the pace they've got, maybe. It's kind of one of those things that I would not rule out. It's a long race, and it's a brutal race. It's one that does bite. He's made another mistake going down to T1. If he keeps making mistakes like this, then that is definitely out the window. He needs to tidy this up. I don't know what's going on at the moment. Obviously, the frustration from the drive-through, but I don't know if there are more issues in that Williams Esports number 55 right now. But to be honest, it is still possible to come back. We've seen time and time again recovery drives of the highest extent around this circuit. The problem is when he comes through to serve that drive-through penalty, which he's forced to do in 3 laps, obviously he's got another couple to serve it. When he serves it, he will be in the middle of the pack, 13, 14, 15, 16, somewhere like that, and then he'll have to work his way past one at a time, every single driver. And that, almost regardless of how fast you are, that is a tall order.
Talked about it very early on in this race about being stuck in the pack. Doesn't really matter how fast you are. Here is a 15-second time penalty for the 333 for causing a collision. That against the car number 5 back on lap 16.
I was into the hairpin when we saw that incident back in the hairpin section. The 333 being the virtual drivers. Oh, actually, it might not be. It might be a different way. I think it wasn't the hairpin, but I think it might not be the same incident that we saw. But virtual drivers by TX3 anyway. That 333 that received the 15-second time penalty. Of course, joining the 144 car as well with a penalty for Motorsports by Race Esports team. Those are the ones that have time penalties from race control at the moment. And then Daire McCormack with the drive-through. We'll show a replay of how the 333 picked up the penalty, because it's always good to see what's happening. It was into the hairpin, right into the rear end. Oh my goodness, that was very messy. That was right into the rear end of the Williams Esports car. Obviously not the one that's leading. That was the Bentley that Tigo van der Velde is driving at the moment, but that was not great as Daire McCormack comes into that drive-through.
Well, that's going to drop them right down the order. Just how many spots will they lose? We suspect at least 15. It could be a little bit worse than that. Nils Naujoks takes the BS Plus competition #1 BMW to the point, leading the race by just about 1 second over Baldwin in the 66 McLaren. Those are your top runners as McCormack continues to free fall through the field. Out of the pit lane in 15th exactly now. Will any other cars come through? The answer is yes, and it's close on the exit as McCormack very nearly has contact with the Lamborghini, but they're able to avoid that here. Down in P16, the new job becomes climb as much as you can, but I just worry about the tread on those Pirellis right now. I think they've used them up. The track is only getting warmer. It's up 1 degree Celsius at least since the start of this race. It's only going to get worse, and they're about 17 minutes or more away from their first pit stop.
Yeah, this is not good for Daire McCormack. Maybe they'll pit early to try and get some new rubber to try and jump a few, but then you don't really want to pit too early because of how the driver's stint limit works. Being 65 minutes is the maximum length of a driver's stint, which means you do have a bit of room to play around with it, but over a race like this, you want to be taking it up towards the end of that window, so that you only have to have a splash later on. You're playing the long game from the very first lap. That's the joy of endurance racing, but that was a very, very big moment for Simonini and McCormack. I mean, life was flashing before my eyes at that point. I was expecting that to be a huge crash. Simonini, though, thankfully gave enough room. McCormack just pulled it down to the apex. It was super tight, though.
Yeah, I was definitely thinking I've seen that film before, and I know exactly how that ends, but no, not to be today. Good heads-up driving by everybody involved, but rather unfortunately, remember earlier we were talking about Simonini, Parker, and Abeladze, but now a new player has entered the fray. McCormack finds himself behind that Lamborghini, and we know how difficult they have been to pass today, and already contacting, you worry about that the last thing you want to do is get into somebody, damage your car, and make your pit stop, your first actual pit stop to the attention of your crew longer than it has to be. Making a bad situation worse is very easy to do in this sort of situation.
So James Parker there, Jimmy P, obviously a good member of the community and one of the smartest engineers and stuff on ACC, of course, being the championship leaders in the silver category as well in the FFS Racing car, doing a great job at the moment. Had a joy with commentating with James Parker not too long ago. Got to sort out that camera though, good sir. I mean, come on, the light, this like backlit. That's just at least pull a curtain. But no, either way, still on the attack, on the hunt, trying to find his way past that number 55, who I think you're absolutely right. I think they've shot the tyres by trying to pull away early. They were being pulled back in by the likes of Nils Naujoks and James Baldwin anyway, and now they've been thrown into the middle of this pack. Your tyres are done. It's going to be a very, very difficult. I mean, the next 15 minutes is going to be pretty difficult, and the next 9 hours that follow it, I don't even know where to begin with how hard that is going to be.
No, and what they need to do is they need to formulate a plan. And what do you do? The track temp's going to keep going up. You know what you had on this first run, but also I wonder, is it going to be a double stint for McCormack? I think it's fair to say their quickest driver. And will they stay in the car? Are they going to rotate out? Maybe let Daire cool off a little bit, get back in the car later on in the race. This has completely changed not only the complexion of the race, but probably the strategy over there at the Williams camp.
100%. I think you're absolutely right. When you've had a blow like this, you kind of like, right, we need to instantly change what's going on now. We need to maybe, like say, Daire, they don't know the mentality of Daire at the moment. Obviously, that would be one of the discussions they're having within the Williams Esports team of like, okay, do we need to pull Daire out of the car now and get Nicodem or Cooper into the car straight away, or is Daire going to be safe enough to carry on? He's a talented driver. He's good at dealing with hardship, but still, that is going to be a big trouble for Daire McCormack, as he'll try and close back onto the rear end of Simonini. We'll look to the inside. Simonini covers off quite late, though. Pulls it to the apex near contact between the two. The door was nearly open. They've got a bit of a back marker as well in the 888. They've just managed to work their way past. The 888, of course, belonging to Legion of Races, if memory serves. Certainly is one of their two cars. Of course, the other one being the one of Dylan Tan that's had a couple of issues earlier on in the race. But old man is still running up in 6th. It's fine. He's doing all right. He's just the back up position. distance early on and then has worked his way back up. But for McCormack here, more so for everyone else though, when you're driving around and in the first stint of the race, you've seen that one of the big competitors of this race has had a drive-through for track limits. That is a warning shot, not to Williams Esports, but to everyone else as like, let's be careful. Bit of a moment there from Simonini.
Absolutely the case, but don't think that, oh, look at this, going around the outside, setting up for the inside hairpin. He's going to overshoot it a little bit. The 63 is going to come through, and there's the contact. The second time we've seen contact coming to the hairpin with the 63, but I think they're just about going to be able to hold on to it as Daire McCormack.
Yeah, that was a big moment there from McCormack. Maybe drove it in a little bit too deep. We've got a few warnings and penalties to be dished out. A 10-second time penalty going the way of the 333, obviously virtual drivers by TX3 in their contact with Williams Esports. I think that might have been the one they originally had the note for, unless there's been more incidents between the two of them. There's been more penalties towards the virtual drivers by TX3 machine, but Daire McCormack moves himself up into 15th position with that move on Simonini. That was a big send to get down the inside of the hairpin. Now these two, the gap was coming down quite a bit. I think now that Nils Naujoks has got the completely clean road ahead, he's been able to kind of refocus himself a little bit. Maybe James Baldwin's turned the dial down a little bit more now that he can really see where the leader is. But we know that the Veloce car was closing in quite a lot on BS competition earlier on in this race before we had that drive-through for McCormack.
I wonder if the strategy has changed from McLaren Veloce GT here a little bit. They know that the one is their biggest competition for the championship. They're now find themselves in the lead of the race, but they're still in second place, so it won't be a ton of damage done, of course, but it's early days in the race, and do you really want to risk it early? Maybe what they're thinking in the McLaren camp is try to get them on the pit stop, maybe do something pit a lap before, something like that, or just I don't know how you would work out just having a quicker stop, just being quicker on the in or out lap, perhaps, because the pit time, you would imagine, as long as there's no damage, would be almost identical to each other. There's no way you're double stinting tires here today. I really don't think so. So beyond that, maybe they're thinking trying to do the old over-under to get that spot, because they're certainly not challenging very hard. James Baldwin is in second place. Look, very calm, cool, and collected, I must say.
I mean, if you're double stinting any tyres this afternoon, it'll probably be this first stint, because the track temperature will be a little bit cooler than it will be later on in the race. I know it will cool down, obviously, towards the evening, but by that point, it might be a little bit harder to look after. So obviously, the track would be rubbing in a bit more, so maybe it'll be easier. But still, you kind of got those things to think of. It's either this stint or basically the last if you're going to double stint tyres at all. I don't think you would double stint around here. I think you're going to lose way too much time to do so. We've already seen plenty of tyre issues over the running of the race thus far anyway, and we've only been going for 50 minutes. If I'm doing a strategy right now, I know it's kind of like the basic endurance strategy, but for me, it's go as long as possible. It's just keep going as long, keep reaching that 64 or just below the 65-minute window. Obviously, you don't want to go over it because then you get a penalty. But keep going up to sort of 63, 64 minutes, right up to the edge of that window, because you won't save a pit stop by the end of the race, but you might just save enough time that final pit stop is literally just a very light splash. You don't need to take tyres. You're just like kind of covering yourself off later on.
That's interesting. Even in Baldwin's position, you wouldn't try to come in one lap earlier than Nils Naujoks to try and jump him in line. To you, it's not worth it at this early stage in the race, knowing that you have a car that is capable of winning. For you, it's not worth changing the strategy right now, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I think they're just kind of keeping to the game plan. I mean, sometimes that is the best way. Like just keep what you've got going on.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Exactly. Just kind of stick to the form book that we've got going on and just eyes focused up ahead. We're on board with Jakob Osterman, who's becoming increasingly frustrated by this trio of pro drivers ahead. Maybe feeling, actually, I could kind of do with getting on with it, because someone else has joined the party. Dominic Blyer has booked tickets to see this fight, because he is right there on the rear end. Obviously, being a pro driver, Blyer wants to get past not only Osterman, but Stableford, Tan, Lozio. That's his battle.
When we came live this evening, I was talking about this exact instance where Osterman was going to be starting in a sea of pro cars, and they have to sort of mind their manners a little bit, but it turned out to be a closer race between them and Piffet than we thought. But of course, that has sort of died out, and now he finds himself in that old familiar position of being the only silver car in a sea of pro cars. And to his credit, has minded his manners, as I said, but now has a new challenger from behind. What do? Do you surrender a position that doesn't matter here? Clearly not willing to risk it to make a move here, as we do see one car peel off in front into the pit lane.
Yeah, that was, not sure which one that was, Luca Lozio in the Mobileye car. That's very early.
Incredibly early, yeah.
I mean, it's well within they'd still be doing the same amount of pit stops, but they're trying to get the undercut again, using tyres fresh tyres to kind of get ahead early on and try and jump this group, which is not a bad idea, because if you're getting slowed down by the train, sometimes trying to jump the train, the issue is that when you pit, the likelihood of coming out into traffic is still pretty high. To go back to your point though, if you're Osterman, I wouldn't let Dominic Blythe through, but the moment that Bentley made even a significant look down the inside into like turn 1 or whatever, I'm like, yep, off you go. Just get on with it. Yeah. Let's not waste time. I'm not defending the position. I'm not going to let you go. I'm not losing more time than I need to lose. But if you go for it, like just make sure that the move is done, clean, tidy, and wastes no time.
Yeah, I 100% agree. It's risk versus reward. Look at this. Maybe a look down the inside. Know the Tim thinks better of it. Maybe trying to not be directly behind the BMW there with Osterman as well. That's on the left side of your screen. James Parker on the right side of your screen finds himself under threat from Abeladze.
Yeah, really, really high pressure here at the moment as Abeladze's trying to get down the inside in that number 41. Again, the Lamborghini of Simonini clearly being the cork in the bottle. Joining the battle is Darren King, so you've got Pro Silver in this battle for 15th position, because Daire McCormack has been able to pull very clear of this group. You can see how much, clearly there's plenty of tyres left in that car, because he is absolutely rocketed away from this group. Kind of tells me that maybe Simonini is really, really struggling. You can see how wide he was running there on the exit of the spoon curve, and I don't think there's going to be pressure into the Casio triangle, but certainly a lot of pressure is brewing in that group behind.
It certainly is. I think a lot of the patience that the drivers behind Simonini have displayed is very admirable, because I think that Lamborghini is struggling, like you say, and I think it's sort of obvious the mannerisms of that car. Oh, a little bit of look there again from Wire down into turn 1. Oh, James Parker took a look down the inside there of Simonini there off the final turn, but did not have the space between the Armco and the Lamborghini. Has to fall back in line. Just a little bit too stout down the straight. He takes another look down into turn 1. The aggression being turned up by the FFS Racing driver. Contact down into 1. Is he going to get this spot? Just about as side by side behind them. The 41 of Abeladze trying to go through during his thing. Oh, it's contact. One car's going to spin. The 63 is going to go spinning the 41 through, and so is the 999, I'm pretty sure, of Darren King. That was a messy overtake.
Yeah, I think Jordan Grant-Smith has also made it through on Simonini, who's dropped back. Now is still ahead of Colot, but still has dropped back an awful lot of positions. I'm not sure if he gave enough room to Abeladze there. I'm sure that's one thing that would be looked back on. Got to say though, down at T1, again, race control will deal with that. Down at T1, that was super smart from James Baldwin. He looked right at the last minute for Simonini to look into the mirrors. Rather than actually kind of making the corner, was more focused on what was happening behind, overdrove the corner. That was the opportunity for Parker to come back through. This is the battle over the race lead. We're 10 minutes or really 9 minutes away from the end of the first proper pit sequence. When do one of these two bite? Naujoks leading at the moment from James Baldwin. Neither of them diving down pit lane at the moment, but this is the battle for the race lead here at the 10 Hours of Suzuka.
It really is. This is incredible stuff. Nils Naujoks leads Baldwin 1-2, and the distance between them is only about a car's length or so. It is that close early in this race. What a fantastic battle between P1 and P2 in the championship. On the track, though, the positions are reversed. P2 leads P1 in the championship. This could be a huge day for BS Plus competition. It could also be a huge day for the number 1, the McLaren Veloce GT team. Who is going to come out on top? Don't count out any of the other drivers. I don't think we're done seeing Mercedes up front today. The question is, what Mercedes might we see up front today?
By the way, just to give you a bit of an update of those that have already pitted from inside the top 10 before the 127 Mobileye car, still Luca Losio behind the wheel. They have lost out position, I do believe, to the 889 Legion of Racers car. No longer Dylan Tam behind the wheel, and Dika Ramamolana jumps behind the wheel. They're down in 28th position. The number 33 car of Apostle comes into the pit lane in the West Competition Racing car, so a bit of a switch there as we can't take our eyes off this battle for the race lead. Two of the very, very best on ACC, James Baldwin versus Nils Naujoks. We know how good these two are. We know how good James Baldwin is, of course, two-time European Sprint Series champion here in SRO Esports. I mean, really applying the pressure to Nils Naujoks now.
Certainly is, and the pressure, the mirror driving, everything that takes your mind off of the road, the corner in front of you, a distraction for Nils Naujoks here, but these are two very consummate professionals. These two drivers have been here before. They've won all the big races. They know what it's like to be in a high-pressure situation. It's early days in this race, so it might not be the highest blood pressure you'll have all day, but still, this is an important battle. Just an update on the Mobileye Lamborghini Esports team car. Remember, that 63 driven by Simonini, that car was in about 13th place. They had the contact, of course, I believe, with Abelanzi down in 17th place. They didn't lose a ton of spots, but considerable, I would say. Plus, you also have to consider that that would have probably given some amount of damage. Quite interested in what race control has to say about that, Lewis.
Yeah, maybe not even damage. It might even be just how much it's worn the tyres out, slides and stuff like that, especially when the tyres are already worn. It just means the final 3-4 minutes of your stint are going to be really painful. We can see Pervades coming into the pit lane from second in the silver class. In the number 67, so dive down pit lane. Darren King also in from fourth in the silver class, so a couple of silver competitors making what is still classified as a pretty early pit stop. Normally we do see them take it out quite late in the 65-minute stint limit to closer to what would be 8 hours, more like 57, 56 to go in this race. That's where we're expecting to see them come into the pit lane. Bit of a wide moment there from James Baldwin.
This is an excellent camera. This is Nils Naujoks, BS Plus Competition, BMW, leader of the race, looking back at James Baldwin, 66 McLaren. And Naujoks talking on the radio, talking to his team. Looks calm and composed, but focused on every corner ahead. Knows that any sort of minor mistake is going to bring Baldwin back in. And dare I say it, a little bit leery there in Spoon. And that brought Baldwin right back up to the back bumper there for a second.
Very different lines going through the final part of Spoon Curve there. It was the much later line from Nils Naujoks to pull it in to get a nice straight exit down towards 130R. Maybe he's feeling a bit under pressure in the straight line from that McLaren 720 from behind. That's just taken a bit too much of the curve going through the Casio triangle, and so he's nailing that exit onto the backstretch to kind of alleviate the pressure from behind. It was a great camera angle, by the way. Of course, no Magic Mike on cameras here today. It's Steve Proudly running the cameras, but doing just as good with finding those tricksy onboards hidden in the back of all of these cars. I think you always got to like some of those weird onboards. Love it.
No, they're absolutely brilliant. They bring the atmosphere of the race to you, and of course, you get such a sense of speed from a low angle like that. It shows you just how quick these cars are, and also how savage it is, the road. And it looks completely smooth from this camera, but I can assure you it isn't. You're bouncing around even on an incredibly smooth racing circuit, and the tolerances, especially just the two racing for the lead, how close they are at all times. Sometimes when you do these panning shots, it looks a bit wider than it actually is. That rear diffuser cam on Naujoks' car shows you just how close Baldwin was at all times. You can barely fit the entire GT3 car in between them going around all of those corners. Not a lot of room for error, no room for error, I would argue, for anybody inside the top 10. All still very close. A couple of cars have come into pit. The 99 Honda, Jordan Grant Smith has brought that car in. Tarek Gamil is in, and the 6 Bentley as well. But none of our really top runners have come in, which pretty much confirms what you said earlier, Lewis, that they're going to stay on the original strategy, and they're going to pit as late as possible, which is in the next 3.5 minutes.
The thing is, by pitting late, you're leaving your options open. That's the important bit, is that you want your options to be as open as is possible. This is Dominic Blyer under pressure from somewhere for the 333 Virtual Drivers by TX3 machine. Obviously, has received a few penalties this race thus far. Is a lap down because the 333 has made a pit stop already, but that means that they've got fresh tyres, that they want to get their way back through, that they don't want to waste time staring at the back end of that big Bentley. This is where it's kind of frustrating when you've made that early pit stop, that you get stuck in traffic, which, whilst there's no like blue flags to kind of let you get back through, yeah, it plays a very irritating role. You have to really send it for someone who's essentially on a lead lap in a very, very different battle, miles away from you. You've got to properly send it. Bastian Richter for the Haupt Racing team, Mercedes AMG Esports squad, comes into the pit lane from third position, was a very comfortable third position, to make their opening stop of the day.
The first to blink of the top running cars, and ever so slightly early. I wouldn't necessarily call a pit stop here early. I would call it insurance, just to make sure you don't mistime it. If you're out there and maybe get turned around or find yourself losing grip or running wide or something like that, it is possible to trap yourself outside the stint limit, and I would call that safe but not early in this stake. I will say credit to all the teams and drivers, almost none of them willing to come in incredibly early or try the undercut at this early stage. They're all trying to stay out as late as possible, like you said, and keep their options open. I did expect, and this is why I'm so impressed about this, I did expect somebody inside the top 10 to give it a go early, to try and jump positions early and maybe give themselves a shot later in the race. But no, everybody sticking to the strategy. Now look at that again. We saw that a lap or so ago. Knox's exit for Spoon is so radically different from Baldwin's there, and I wonder if you're not right, Lewis, that might be a defensive line to make sure he gets a decent run out of the corner.
Yeah, you can see how much Baldwin is closing in on the right towards 130. A bit of a moment there from Nils Naujoks. Could this be the opportunity for Baldwin? He's not really close enough in that velocity. They'll both be coming down to pit lane this time. There's no time to do another lap. Everyone below, I think 13, 14, they've all pitted because there wasn't enough time for anyone else to go around and get another one. So everyone will be down onto pit lane. You'll see Hogan, you'll see Stableford, Osterman, Blyer, Gronewald, Noble, Stasenko. All of that lot will be on pit lane this time by. They must come down pit lane to not exceed that 65-minute stint limit. You were saying that no one's really gone for a bit of an early stop to try and jump it, but do remember that we saw a couple of cars, Dylan Tan, of course, in the 889, and we saw Luca Lozio jump into the pit lane, that Mobileye. They did pit 5 to 10 minutes before this group comes in. I wonder where they will be in the group. They might be up to the third or fourth.
Right, you are. I'd completely forgot about Luca Lozio, and I wonder why. I meant to comment on that about the 127. Lozio, of course, stayed in that car. And I was quite curious why they came in that early. I wonder if there was something amiss with that car, or maybe they just wanted to get off that set of tires, make a few adjustments early and get back out there, cut their losses, so to speak, because that was incredibly early, earlier than I would have even considered for a undercut. So maybe doing a little bit of maintenance on the car early in the race, but as you say, everybody in this lap, they do not have a choice. They will all have to come in. Local yellow here in the third sector. Don't see what's causing it. I suspect it might be something in 130R though, but everybody will continue to file down pit lane.
Gotta say, by the way, it was very close to the exit of pit lane between our race leaders, of course, as you'd expect. But it was still the lead being held from BS competition. It's straight down the inside of Henrik Gamble. That was a proper send down the inside. There's a bit of a door bang between the two, and Gamble's having to skip over the chicane at the Casio Triangle. And Sven Hetich will now come back through as they race their way down a start-finish straight down towards TY. It was a bit dicey.
That was incredible. That's on the right side, but on the left side of the screen, as you see, a new leader in the race. McLaren Veloce GT now leads Gregor Schill in the BS Plus competition. Number 1 BMW. A change for a lead here. One car off on the right into the first turn as well. Change for the lead here at the end of the first pit stop.
Yeah, change for drivers as well. Nils Naujoks jumps out for Gregor Schild. George Boothby hops in for James Baldwin as well. So switch of drivers. The number 4 does retake over third position. Lars Kisser jumping into that car ahead of, obviously, for Bastian Richter. Luca Lozio, as you've said before, stays in that 127. The 88's having Andrea Capoccia instead for Nick Hoban, and Dika Ramamolana taking over the likes of Dylan Tan, Tushkovic for Dominic Blyer, etc., etc. As we can see, a 5-second time penalty goes the way of the number 99. Also in this race, number 99 does belong to the Race Anywhere Sim Sports Pro, the Honda NSX that Jordan Grant Smith was driving in the first stint of the race.
I've also been told that the number 900 has retired their car. They had very early dramas in this race and have elected to retire that 900 car.
Bit of a shame. I wonder when these two switched, by the way, because I saw them both leaving the box, and I did see the BS competition car was ahead. So maybe it was a bit of a dive, like straight down into T1, or maybe it was one of those things. Just the momentum on the exit pit lane gave George Boothby the lead. Either way, they're not separated by very much. And I would say over the early stages of the first stint, the BS competition car was faster than Velocis. This could be a very important hold for George Boothby to keep that BS competition car behind for genuinely about half an hour, because it did then seem that the pace for that group switched the way of the McLaren. If it's the same on this stint, needs to keep that BS competition car at bay for around about 30-40 minutes, and then the momentum should swing the way back of the McLaren towards the end of the stint.
Do you know what? I was just thinking that how quick that BS Plus competition car was for the first 30 minutes of the race. I wonder if they'll be able to replicate that. Now, of course, the shoe's technically on the other foot, so to speak, but if you think back to the early days, the 55 was the leader and the BS Plus competition car was chasing them at the time and doing a decent job of it. So will we see a reversal of fortune here? I wonder. These drivers here, they're battling for 18th place. Got very close between Gamble and Hedich just a lap or so ago, and now they're continuing their fight. But Hedich now in 19th. That's Joe McCauley behind him, who has taken the helm of the 23. All three of these drivers pretty much on top of each other. I wonder, does Joe realize what happened a lap or so ago? Oh, he's going to get a live replay anyway, so it doesn't matter.
I was going to say, Gamble did run a little bit wide, and Sven Hedich is going to get to the outside of the hairpin this time, by which might give McCauley an opportunity to pass at least one of them. It's a bit of a slow exit. Sven Hedich manages to hold it all the way around the outside. Beautiful space given, the two of them going side by side up towards Spoon. Sven Hedich should take the advantage here and march his way up properly and confirm an 18th position. A look to the inside from that Aston Martin from behind is not taken. Bit of a slide there as they head through Spoon, and McCauley not able to pick up any of the pieces behind. He's got to worry about Severa, he's got to worry about Apostle as well. It is a 5-way fight for what I believe is third in class in the silver category. This is incredible scenes an hour and 10 minutes into the race.
Take that into consideration. Joe McCauley was the caboose on the train, but two of those cars got side by side. It slowed the entire group up. It allowed Severa and Apostle to catch up to this group, making it a 5-way fight. Joe McCauley very nearly snuck through to take a position himself, but unfortunately was on the wrong side of the racetrack there to get that done. But excellent racing that time around from Hedich and Gamble, I think, though. Them to race that many corners side by side. Said that about an hour ago. You have to set it up here, and sometimes you have to set it up 5 turns ahead. It's a bit like play chess. Contact here around the outside. Joe McCauley trying to make it work. They're going to get off onto the turf, and that's not going to be conducive to traction. They're going to lose 1, 2, maybe 3 spots here.
Yeah, I'm not about that move from McCauley. You're the championship leader, and you've got another one to come through. That was very close with Apostle. But the number 23 is your championship leader in the silver category. The risk of trying to get around the outside of the first corner, that could have ended in much larger tears than it did. Symphony of Pistons making up a position with Christopher behind the wheel and nearly going for another one almost straight away.
Yeah, McCauley will definitely, hopefully, learn from that. That move didn't come off. I'm sure he probably is thinking in his head the reason it didn't come off is because there was contact. But, well, I'm going to agree to disagree on that one. I think that can work. I just felt that was way too close quarters for that to ever have a chance, though.
Oh, it can work. No, 100%. Also, late in the race, go for it. You can make a move around the outside of turn 1. But when you're the championship leader, when you're not going for like the lead of the race, or whatever, it's risk versus reward. going around the outside of turn 1 is incredibly risky, and it can almost always end in tears. I mean, bold move, respect the attempt, but for me, I mean, I would have backed out of that one big style. But either way, thankfully, no major drama has happened. They're still in the race. They're still running pretty smooth. So at least there is that. Boothby and Schill separated by just 0.3 of a second. Kisser, Lozio, 6.5 seconds back a piece from each other as we head to the battle for 7th position. Mateusz Tuszkiewicz under a lot of pressure from Dennis Schoeniger, the Triton racing car, in 7th position at the moment as this battle closing in. Petrochenko is taking over the 110. Gardi racing car as well will be closing back in. I think we should take a look at the replay though as to how the lead switched going through the pit lane, because I'm pretty sure Gregor Schill was leading on the exit of the lane. You can see how close they are. You can see that slightly inside line. This is how it works. There's no contact on in the pit lane, and so as they've left, they are side by side. There is contact definitely on now, and that was the opportunity. A bit of a brush between the two of them. Boothby receiving a bit of a touch from Gregor Schill, but courtesy of that no contact through the pit lane, they carried that out a little bit, and the opportunity went the way of the McLaren Veloce GT car to take over the race lead here at Suzuka.
And that's why you don't change your strategy. I said that since the start, and I definitely am not piggybacking on what Lewis told you earlier, but that's exactly correct. That was excellent. That's an excellent pit stop. They came in nose to tail. They left side by side. There was no violation there. Contact there. Joe Macaulay off in the Degners here. Huge contact has sent them flying off the racing circuit. They're back on it now, though, but that was a scary moment. 2 laps in a row for that car.
Yeah, another bit of a concerning moment, because you've got Giglioli trying to get through, as well as Marek Shins, all trying to find their way past the ailing FFS racing car. Like I said, a little bit of contact on the run into Degner. I don't know if that was Macaulay turning in a little bit earlier, if it was Chris Hilaire not turning in enough. Either way, side by side to the first. Degner against a lot of risk being taken from the number 23. They're losing out a little bit because of it.
It's turning into a nightmare a little bit for FFS Racing, if I'm honest. It was looking very good, very racy indeed, but now it's all gone wrong. A couple of incidents on subsequent laps, consecutive laps even, and now they find themselves sort of in no man's land, if you will. They're definitely the back of the train in the silver class for the top runners right now.
Yeah, and you can see that they're right on the rear end of the car that seems to have been struggling quite a bit in that Lamborghini. Of course, we know the Mobileye Lamborghini Esports car is very, very fast. It won a race this season, but it matched Bathurst really, really well, and it seems to have not matched any of the circuits that we've been to since. Drive-through penalties being dished out to Darren King. You can see it there. That is not for track limits. That is for contact between themselves and the number 99 earlier on in the race. So a little bit of contact between themselves and the Race Anywhere Sim Sports car of Jordan Grant Smith has given Darren King a drive-through penalty.
It's all gone wrong for the 999 there. Drive-through penalty issued. A bunch of no further action and racing incidents as well. Minor contact. I always love a race control group that will allow minor contact or dismiss it. If nobody wins or loses with a little bit of contact, I agree with that. Just let it go. I definitely applaud that motion. But of course, contact that changes the natural outcome of the race, that obviously needs to be looked at under scrutiny, and certainly is here today. Not going the way of Darren King. It's going the way of Gregor Schill, though. Your hypothesis is checking out early here. The S-Plus competition, BMW is definitely a little bit quicker than the McLaren Veloce GT car right now, right on the back of him as we come down the pit straight.
Yeah, that was so close to the Casio triangle. You can see all the way over to the right-hand side, a defensive move potentially there from George Boothby, who's hanging on to it, moves back over to the middle of the circuit, trying to make it forced around the outside. A little bit of a look there from Gregor Schill. He's sending it into the first corner, he's sending it into the second. Was not able to commit completely around the outside. That was brave between the two of them. But my goodness me, that could have ended in tears. Love seeing that battle for the race lead here in Suzuka, and Gregor Schill was putting everything on the line.
Yeah, and you know what else happened right there? Schill learned a lot. That's the first time he's tried to make that move. He was out there on the clag, on the marbles, but he has more knowledge about how to make that move. If he gets that close again, I would almost reckon he'd pull it off, because he got there. He just didn't get quite all the way there. If he was able in the second part of that first turn to hang it around the outside, I'm confident that he would have beat the 66 through the snaking S's up the hill to Dunlop.
Yeah, I mean, I'm if I'm BS competition right now, I'm feeling pretty confident because the pace from that number 1 car is very high. I know how good George Boothby is, but wow, when Gregor Schill wants to make a move, like you say, he's experimenting here, he's learning here. Every single corner that he's giving it a little bit of a look, he's trying something, and maybe it doesn't work, and that's okay. Is that, you know, if you're trying to figure it out, maybe you're seeing that the outside line doesn't work there, the inside line might work, that getting a better drive here, which is what Nils Naujoks was doing earlier on the race, that's the critical thing.
Sure is. They're going to have lap traffic at some point, but lap traffic's done a really good job thus far into this race. I don't expect that to change anytime soon, but Gregor Schill taking a little bit of a look in a 130R before tucking back in. He's going to try and get the same run out of the triangle onto the front straight, the pit straight, and make that move into turn 1. Nowhere near as close this time, though. I don't know exactly what happened there, but the gap incredibly wide now. Won't have a shot this lap.
Yeah, it was way too deep for Gregor Schill going into the Casio triangle. Just picked the wrong line, and whilst they're separated for a little bit, we can have a little bit of a breather and check out some more replays from the opening hour and 20 minutes of this race. There was a bit of a mistake there from Gregor Schill. Let's see what's happened. This is what happened to what was Parker driving their car at the point, the FFS Racing number 23 to the outside of Chris Sever. Macaulay. Oh, how do you feel about that one? I thought the 23 was driving. The trajectory, to me, looked like the 23 was going for the apex.
I don't know, I have to see that about 5 more times, but yeah, it's very close, trying to drive incredibly close. And of course, if you're Joe McCauley, just like that turn 1 incident, you think that you weren't given space, regardless of where you were putting your car. Going side by side in the Degners is not something I would ever advise doing in the first place. Probably thought the car on the inside would give him the space or just sort of give up. Wasn't the case at all, and got ejected off the track for it.
Yeah, like I say, it's just you're going around the outside of a very, very difficult corner. You're kind of asking for trouble. By the way, we can give you a little bit of update when it comes to statistics over the first stint. Mostly, let's focus on the total pit lane time that's being used at the moment. The fastest car through the pit lane was actually the number 1 BMW. It was technically 7/10 faster than the McLaren, but it was that final launch off of the pit lane and that final bit into the entry that was what gave the 66 McLaren that extra little push through the pit lane sequence. But either way, looking incredibly strong when it comes to those stats. And if you're getting those pit lane times, 1:06 was the total traversal time within the pit lane. That's kind of the those small gains, they make a big difference later on.
They sure do, and when you're able to execute that on your first stop, you think about that for the next couple, and obviously the drivers change, but there is coaching mid-race, especially with these big team events. You think about it in terms of a team effort, and you're coaching your drivers. You're trying to make them better. You're trying to tell them your experience, what you can and can't do, what didn't work, what does work. Obviously, you're tuning on the car all day, trying to keep up with the track and the temperatures and all that, and you learn a lot from that. You nail that first pit stop, though, you're already trending in the right direction. You know how to get it done, and also, too, you show your hand a little bit to whoever you're racing in that case as well. Okay, they beat me on pit entry. Maybe I'm a little bit aggressive, more aggressive next time to keep that exact thing from happening.
Yeah, like I say, it's sometimes show your hand is good, sometimes it isn't. Sometimes you want to like fire a little bit of a warning shot over your competitors, but as we can see, Gregor Schill here is closing in once again, really trying to attack for that race lead. A little bit of a wide moment going through the second Degner from George Boothby, and it means that Gregor Schill is closing in every single little bit. Lost out a lot going through the Casio triangle, don't get me wrong, but he is back on the attack completely. A 15-second time penalty for the 333 virtual drivers by TX3. That is the 3rd penalty that they have picked up in the opening hour and 20 minutes. Race Control are getting very bored of virtual drivers by TX3 at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think they're getting bored. I think they're getting a little frustrated with seeing the same car number repeat on their screens as well. That's rather unfortunate. You talk about 3 penalties in a race, that'd be a bad day, but 3 penalties in the first hour and a half of a 10-hour race, that's absolutely horrible. Not going their way at all, and maybe frustrating Race Control a little bit with that one.
I mean, I've I've done a little bit of race control type stuff, obviously in more casual leagues, nothing of the kind of pressure of this. But when you see the same person over and over and over again, it is irritating. It's like, well, you're not learning then, are you? And he's like, right, a DQ it is. Obviously, they're a lot more stringent here with keeping to the standard and making sure that it's equal each time. But still, it is getting there. Here's the battle for the race lead, snaking one way, back the other, just trying to break that slipstream was George Boothby. Gregor Schill has closed right back in. The previous lap, they were separated by 0.7 of a second down into T1. This time, absolutely nothing.
Just excellent racing here between these two teams. And, well, you knew it was going to be close all season. They've been the top two in the championship. They've separated themselves from P3, and they're showing you why they're 1 and 2 in the championship here. Just excellent racing. There's a lot of hard racing here going on between these two, but there's also a lot of respect. You never want to be the car or driver that impacts your nearest championship competitor's season or race. You don't want to do that. So there is that extra added pressure to make sure that whatever you do is clean and whatever you do doesn't completely change the course of the race. But of course, you are being aggressive here. If you're Gregor Schill, you are trying to get by Boothby, because I suspect at some point the coin will drop and that 66 will start to outpace the 1, just like we saw in that first stint.
I'd agree. And BS Competition will know this as well. Those running behind the scenes strategically, they will be aware of exactly what we're saying here. You know, we're not exactly the smartest bunch, and if we've noticed it, they've definitely noticed it. And so they will be like, okay, you need to get through pretty soon, because that gap will start to grow. That McLaren is likely to get a lot faster, or we need to like think of some other way of like making sure that our tyres can be in the same kind of position later on. It's an enthralling battle. You know, there's a lot of beef in sim racing. You know, some teams don't like each other, don't get along with each other. From these two, I don't think there's any major issues between the two of them. They kind of get along. They just know that, you know, they're championship rivals. They're battling for the title together. That's where the rivalries grow, though, is when it's super, super tight. And even the slightest brush, bit of contact, bit of this, bit of that, those escalate massively. If it's in a normal race, just battling over 10th position or whatever, and you're not battling for the title, a little bit of a brush is kind of like, oh, whatever. When you're battling for the championship, that little bit of a brush suddenly turns into literally the worst thing that's ever happened in all of motorsport. And so it's kind of, yeah, it's context is everything.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware and concerned, there is no bad blood between these two teams. There's probably, I would go as far as say, a large amount of respect. And again, beyond that, though, you always want to be the one that comes out on top. Nobody wants to finish second, and you want those bragging rights. You want to be the hero of the story, don't you? And I think that's the case here. Nobody wants to put a foot wrong in a fight like this, but you also want to be the one that wins the fight. And even in a race inside of a race, we talk about that a lot. That's what's happening here. Gregor Schill wants to be the driver that wins this stint of the race. Why? Because he's the one behind the wheel of the race car, and he'll get to say, well, I beat George Boothby. I got back around him. And that's a victory within a victory as well.
Yeah, we'll check out some highlights soon on this, because I really want to see where this fight is going to go. Obviously, we've had quite an enthralling opening hour and a half to this race. See if there's any battling coming down to the first corner. I have to say, I feel that we're in the middle of this swing that we've been speaking about. That McLaren of George Boothby seems to be picking up the speed just a little bit. Seems just be pulling out a little bit more of a gap. Maybe the best opportunities for Gregor Schill to have made that pass are low in the number now. We're running out of the attempts out of those major opportunities to make that move.
Yeah, at some point you start to wonder when the flip is going to happen. Is it something also that BS Plus Competition can fix on that car? I don't know if that's a possibility, but the gap is, I would say, only slightly bigger, but I don't think he's falling off quite yet.
And whilst there is a bit of a gap for the race lead, we'll take a look at some highlights from the opening hour and a half of this thrilling third race of the season. It's been a tough run from the drop of the checkered flag. It was Williams Esports that were leading on that race down towards turn 1. Nils Naujoks was trying to do something, but ended up lifting out and hanging on to second position in the BS competition car. James Baldwin almost losing out of position to RHG as Nick Hoban was on the attack through the opening sector. It was Dylan Tan that actually lost out the most within the top 10, dropping back a few positions in the opening stages. A bit of contact between Race Anywhere Sim Sports and SNP, the number 900 that had a bit of an issue later on in the race, but a little bit of a brush just causing them a bit of an issue as Brabham Esports making contact with the number 71 Ren Welton Esports car going through 130R, rejoining right in front of the 888 that then dropped back a lap. Big moment for the number 4 out, very wide, and this was what cost the position for James Baldwin. A bit of a moment from Bastian Richter. The opportunity was there, and that was what the McLaren Veloce GT car needed. A penalty picked up from the 333 for this contact on the rear end of one of the Williams Esports cars. They'd receive another penalty later on in the race, being under the eye of race control a few times this afternoon, as the Williams Esports car that was leading the race had Daire McCormack behind the wheel, picked up a drive-through penalty, dropped back to 16th place behind the Mobileye Lamborghini Esports car. Wasn't long before the opportunity was there for Daire McCormack, though, to march his way back up into 15th position. He'd eventually pass over the car to Brzezinski. A little bit of a contact on the exit of the corner, but that was a position gain, and it was the clean air that the Williams Esports car needed to start making some progress with the day. You can see where they are at the moment on the back of Simal, on the back of Pavlovsky, towards the back end of the top 10, 12th position. They're presently running in that train, so 14th at the moment for Brzezinski. They are on the comeback charge, but it's been a very long day. Luca Lozio, the earliest pit stop, they pitted 52 minutes into this race, much earlier than everyone else, under a lot of pressure from Andrea Capoccia.
Capoccia trying to get that spot away here, looking around the outside. That's also something, if you get a big enough run, you can make that work, but thinks more wisely of it, falls back into the slipstream, may take a look around the outside. This is a move I like. A little bit of touch down the front straight, and is that enough to get the run down into one? Neither driver giving up here. Maybe another touch a little bit sideways there by Luca Lozio, and it's just going to barely hang on to it. Does he get clear? Yes, he does. A touch, a wiggle, and no dice for the 88.
I mean, we've seen some good car control today. I was absolutely sure that Lozio was going to be backwards ahead of Capoccia, and that both of them were going off, and Dennis Schillinger was going to come up into 4th position. But wow, great save from Luca Lozio in the Mobileye car. Brilliant stuff to have kind of kept it on the road. But Andrea Capoccia's looking hungry, looking feisty, looking to try and attack. Luca Lozio, remember, like I said before, he's pitted earlier than everyone else. It means that his tyres are roughly 10 minutes more worn than a lot of the other people that are around him. And that 10 minutes does make a significant difference. They get slower and slower and slower as the stint goes on, as you would expect, as they're wearing, as they're heating up, etc., etc. And it means that Lozio's struggling more and more, and that's giving the opportunity to Capoccia. This will happen over the rest of the next, let's say, 20 to 30 minutes. Realistically, can stay out until about 8 minutes 5. 8 hours and 5 minutes. I can do quick maths, don't worry, never touched the commentator's maths, but that was pretty bad. But 8 hours, 5 minutes, and then we'll see that Mobileye car come into the pit lane, roughly. That's a long time to try and keep that Mercedes at bay.
Certainly is. Was able to do it there for the moment, but we're going to have another shot at it going through 130R. Takes a look down the inside. Capoccia trying to get in the mirror, get out of the mirror, do anything to change the eye line for Luca Lozio. Not able to do that. Not quite as close as last time, but still close enough to do damage all over the curb, entering the triangle, trying to keep up. Of course, I expect the Mercedes to be incredibly good on a straight line, but nowhere near as close as last time. I don't think you're going to see the move, but then again, I've been wrong before as they thunder down the pit straight, down into turn 1. Andrea Capoccia not even looking to the inside there, not close. A flash of the lights there was all she wrote for turn 1. Excellent driving. You know, we were looking at those highlights. We've been looking at these battles, and now we have 2 on the screen for you here. It's only been an hour and a half. We've got 8.5 more hours of this.
Yeah, this has been... I was saying before we came on air that I wasn't sure as to how this race was going to go. Knowing it's Suzuka, knowing that it's difficult to overtake, I've been thoroughly entertained by the opening hour and a half of this race. Like we said before, you got the battle for first on the left-hand side as they're coming into some back markers. You've got the battle for fourth on the right-hand side. That driver that's running in third, Lars Kisser, we think had a bit of a moment a couple of laps ago. We're being told now he lost about 4 seconds a couple of laps ago, investigating as to what's gone on with the Haupt Racing Team run Mercedes. Losing out 4 seconds is a pretty substantial margin. That tells me that it's probably an issue down into T1, or maybe skipping one of the S's. That's a pretty sizable amount of time to lose as we start ticking off some back markers on the left.
Certainly do, and you do not want to have to be on the outside and trust any driver into 130R. They're able to sort it out before they get there. Luckily, So no harm, no foul, and no extra stress level there. But yeah, I was looking at that too. Kisser in the number 4 Mercedes, that was not more than 10 seconds a lap or so ago, and now definitely is 4.7 seconds to gap to the lead 2 cars that run nose to tail, working the back marker or the lap traffic, if you will. Gregor Schill. Do you think Gregor Schill has enough monitors?
Maybe. Are those? See, I actually think that's only 2. It's only 2 monitors, and they are both ultra wide, so it's effectively like having 6 screens. I respect that. That is, never has a driver needed data the way that Gregor Schill needs it. Apparently, my goodness, there is a lot going on there. Respect. Obviously, any time that he has a question about the car, he can clearly just look up and boom. I'm sure there's something somewhere up there that's telling him what's going on. Nearly was looking down the inside of George Boothby there into the first corner, and you can see a bit of a snap of oversteer from one of the back markers that's just dropping back. By the way, speaking of back markers, that is where we believe the number 4 lost out a lot of that 3 or 4 seconds, trying to get past the back marker of the 888 Legion of Racers car. Just kind of catch him out a little bit. That can happen, especially around here through the S section. You just get caught out with them.
Yeah, it's a big worry, regardless of where you are. If you're catching a car that's on a different lap than you, it's a big worry of where you catch them. Sometimes they don't have to do anything, of course, back markers. It just depends on where you catch them, how you catch them, the speed difference, all that thing. And, of course, it also sometimes depends on the mood of the driver on the day. And it's just rather unfortunate. A little bit of bumper car action. Petroshenko there, contact. That's going to let a couple of cars through. Almost got into the 62 there. G2 machine, but no, actually might be able to fight back around 200R. And once again, the hairpin coming into play here as these two are going to go into spoon side by side. They better sort it out, or they better get ready to rub fenders. They're just going to be close as you like, but they're going to sort it out. Finally, back in line is the 110.
Yeah, Petroshenko just losing out a little bit, but to be fair, he was one that got into the rear end of Tushkovic, who then got into the rear end of Milana, so it's all started because of Petroshenko's issues, and so kind of them losing out makes more sense. Just to the 1 car, the 62 car of Isaac Price gaining the spot, but now you've got to worry about the Lithuanian of Caracas, who's now in 11th, trying to attack. This is the battle, not for 10th in the race, but for the lead in silver. Petroshenko versus Caracas at the moment. Race Anywhere Simsport versus the AJA Sim Racing team by Gardi. It's going to be a tight fight. So we've got a tight fight in pro and a tight fight in silver. Loving it here in Suzuka.
Well, about 30 minutes ago, it was 2 seconds the gap, and there was a pro car in between the 110 and the 67. Now that gap has completely evaporated, and they're nose to tail. On the left side, the battle for the lead in pro. On the right side, the battle for the lead in silver. Absolutely spoiled today, you and me.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The tight fight for the lead. I was expecting George Boothby to have pulled out a little bit because we were looking like we were going to see the swing towards the Veloce McLaren. Not happened. It seems as though that Gregor Schill, that BS competition car, has just found that second wind, has started to close back up. Of course, we're still expecting them to be running around for about another 35 minutes. That was a very wide run there through spoon. I've got to say that from Gregor Schill. But another 35 minutes of this stint left to go. There's still plenty of time for that swing to head its way back to McLaren. It was really in the final sort of like 20 minutes of the stint. So still, George Boothby focusing on trying to keep that BMW at bay, which is easier said than done.
It certainly is. I start to worry about Schill running wide. I don't think he's running wide enough to get track limits, but if he was maybe even a meter more, you would start to consider that being an option. And we know what happened to the 55 very early on in this race in the first 40 minutes. In fact, and they're the only driver that we're aware of inside the top 15 so far that has got a drive-through penalty for track limits. But you don't want to tempt fate. There is ever such a long time to go into this race. This is not a time to be accruing track limit warnings adding up to a drive-through. You certainly don't want to be doing that, but Schill is very clearly using more of the track than George Boothby is, and I wonder if George Boothby is sort of in cruise control here just a little bit, just driving as fast as they possibly can, maybe 95% of what he's capable of doing, knowing that it is difficult to pass when you're similar on pace and not trying to wear out the tires. I don't know, maybe a little bit of strategy in the McLaren Veloce GT cam.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, okay, so you know when you're under pressure from someone in a race, this is something a lot of these the highest level, they're very aware as to this kind of thing, is when you're under a lot of pressure, you don't have to nail every single corner. You only have to really nail 2 or 3. And in this case, it's like nailing the exit of the hairpin, nailing the exit of spoon, and nailing the exit of the Casio triangle. Outside of that, just hit the apexes, and you're fine. You're probably not going to get past. And that's kind of thing. Only focusing on those bits, you can see a few notes from race control. A 10-second time penalty going the way of the number 5, being one of the Williams Esports cars there. They're obviously Bentley, it's a bit further down, and also a 5-second time penalty to the 960 through the opening phase of the race. That one's in the silver category, I believe. Might be in the pro, the WACO split table car, receiving a bit of a time per 5 seconds. But yeah, you don't have to nail everything around here. Just like 2 or 3 corners that are onto big straights. Outside of that, you're probably not going to get past. And it's those kind of things. That's why we're seeing this fairly calm drive from George Beasley, because right now, feeling the pressure. Once you've left this corner, you'll know if it's a good exit or not. And then it's it. That's calm down towards, or go through turn 1, turn 2, then it's calm up through the S's, because you know they're not going to attack.
Yeah, there's a lot of familiarity there, too, between Schill and Boothby. And Boothby knows that Schill's not going to make a move that would cause any sort of major drama. Schill's more controlled than that, obviously, and these two have raced each other many times before. And also, you get 30 minutes into a stint like they are, you also kind of have an idea of what the other guy has. And I think that's why I just feel that Boothby's driving to a number right now. Schill might be trying a little bit harder, and maybe Schill's driving at 98%. You know what I mean? Driving to the track limits, but not over-driving the car, I think is a fair assessment of what's going on there. But also not taking any pressure off, not taking any corner off of George Boothby, just trying to be there, live in that mirror, be close enough to capitalize on a mistake if and when it happens.
Speaking of people that have come to the edge of the track limits more than once, obviously being the Williams Esports car, Brzezinski has managed to get past Simar up into 13th position, now on the rear end of Pavlovsky at the moment for 12th. So Brzezinski's trying to get past his countryman, try and work his way up the order just a little bit. Of course, Daire McCormack chilling and breathing. Isaac Price currently driving in 8th. At the moment, obviously got the battle for the silver lead directly behind him. Got Matej Tuskovic trying to find his way past Andika Ramalana directly ahead, as that is becoming a little bit feisty between 2 pretty large cars. I've got to say, the BMW M4 is a big car in itself. When you put it side by side with the Mercedes and the Bentley, you think, wow, okay, it's tiny in comparison. Those two are massive.
Isaac Price, though, has the unenviable position of being the last car in front of the silver leader. That gap has, I would say it's gone out just slightly, Petroshenko and Caracas. It's still there, though. Some corners better than others. Of course, Petroshenko is right behind this particular car, Isaac Price, and it's one of those deals, isn't it, where you really need to get a move on, but you also can't afford to make a mistake. Tyson the 10 looking ahead at Milana in the 889. This for P7. We are so far in this race, coming up on the 2-hour mark, and we've still got a battle for virtually every position inside the top 10. This season has been so fantastic for racing inside the top 10 and inside the top 10 for both categories, the pro and the silver class. Absolutely spoiled we have been, and today at this racetrack it has been fantastic. The BOP has been excellent for the 3rd round in a row.
Yeah, it's just, the thing is, when you've got a field like this, every 10th, 100th, 1000th makes an enormous difference. Why we don't tend to see trains like split apart. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, it was a pretty enthralling battle, but the McLaren Veloce victory last time out being over 10 seconds, or around 10 seconds, slightly under, about 9.6, I think, if I remember correctly. That's, as nearest makes it, was a pretty dominant victory. The one that Automobili Lamborghini had in Bathurst was very dominant. But it's those, we don't necessarily expect to see gaps bigger than like 10 seconds for the lead, really, in races like this, just because it's so hard to completely dominate a race at this level. Because whilst your team might be full of 3 great drivers, well, I can give you 10 other teams on the grid that have 3 great drivers in their rostrum. It's such a tight thing where fine margins are taken, and that's why we see maybe the odd drive-through for track limit excursions and stuff, because of how on the limit everyone has to be to take the most out of an event. I've got to say, I'm feeling like Gregor Schill is right on the rear end of that McLaren to maybe attack pretty soon, as Mikhail Bykov is getting side by side with him up.
Bykov looking down to the inside. He's going to get there. There's going to be a little contact with the 123. That's going to get them through. But what about the McLaren, the 149 of Malinowski coming through as well? Haven't talked about Maciej Malinowski at all today, but there he is making moves, trying to get inside the top 15. This battle hasn't gone anywhere. Boothby still leads Schill, but it is a ever so tangible lead, as they're as close as they've ever been. Thought that gap was going out ever so slightly, but no, that's not the case. Schill all over the back of Boothby. A little bit of a wiggle there from the Veloce GT car. Are the tires going off of the McLaren here now?
This is the thing, is that as much as we're talking about the idea that Boothby theoretically, based on what we've seen from the first stint, might pull away. Well, there might have been some mistakes in the pacing from Nils Naujoks, and they might be reacting to that. Maybe they went a little bit too hard to get after Daire McCormack that was leading. Burn out the tyres a little bit, that was affecting them late on in the stint. Meanwhile, maybe James Baldwin was kind of underdriving it through the early stages and then just kind of picked up the pieces. Well, in this sense, we could see very much a role reversal. Drivers are also, they wear tyres differently. Your driving style makes a huge impact as to how much you wear tyres. Maybe Gregor Schill's better on tyres than George Boothby. There's a lot going on here, a lot in this dynamic. All we know is that we've got a fantastic battle separated by less than half a second between two of the strongest sim racing teams on Assetto Corsa Competizione. This is going to be an incredible fight, and I'm just hoping that this lasts for the next 8.25 hours, to be perfectly honest.
It might just do, actually, the way that they're going. They've already swapped the lead once, mind you. There's no telling how many more times it could happen. I find one of the hardest things to do to explain to people about racing at this level, esports pro racing with these very fantastic teams, is you see qualifying, and sometimes one team will be just a bit better in qualifying, a 10th or 2, and you tell them, well, in the race, that won't matter. They will be nose to tail, and they look at you sideways a little bit like, how's that possible? They're clearly quicker. But in a race setting, being quick in qualifying doesn't really matter too much, as Schill going around the outside. Tried this earlier, didn't work. It's not going to work this time either. Maybe try the undercut through the snake. No, not going to happen. Boothby holds the inside of the racetrack. I will say, Schill probably could have forced the issue right there a little bit more, but did not want to do that. Could have choked up on the second part of that first turn. Absolutely nothing doing. Would rather fall back in line. They know at BS Plus competition what they have. They have a car capable of winning this race. They're not willing to throw it away this early.
Yeah, just maybe gotten a little too deep into T1 and got up onto that curve as well. Obviously, grip offline's not ideal either, but yeah, it's not great. But as you say, by the way, if you have pole even by 3 or 4 tenths of a second, the slipstream, the consistency, it's more than enough for the train behind to, or at least for one person, to keep up with you. So it's why, like I say, it's almost qualifying. Position, important. The actual gaps in qualifying, less so. Like, if you have someone that has pole position by a 1.5 seconds, then yeah, they're probably going to go away and dominate. But if it's by 3, 4 tenths of a second, almost doesn't matter, because in the race, very, very, very different story. I mean, we know that qualifying is one thing, racing is another. Going out and really attacking the tyres is one thing, but then getting them to last over a 65-minute stint, very, very different story. And that's exactly what we're seeing. This is very close again. George Boothby under pressure, squeezing. There's contact between the leaders as we head up towards 130R. George Boothby just squeezed Gregor Schill out there.
They just about got away with that, and when I say just about, folks, I mean just about. George Boothby very nearly ended up in the Armco. Gregor Schill very nearly ended up in the grass backwards. They somehow escape. A near miss there coming up to 130R. Everybody now on high alert, as that was almost a big moment between the two leaders of the race. How on earth did they get away with that?
Wow, that was a very, very big moment. I think Gregor Schill might be a little bit irritated there to have been squeezed off a touch by George Boothby. The two of them still remaining on the circuit, though, at least past that point. Still separated by 0.3 of a second. Still going. Won't be any majors on damage. Won't be any majors on tyre wear. As here's Isaac Price trying to attack Mateusz Tuszkiewicz going down to the first corner. Is it going to be the up and under from the 62? It's covered off nicely, though, from the Triton racing car.
Tuszkiewicz there doing exactly what they needed to do. It's not the easiest thing to defend into one. Like I said, if they get far enough alongside you, there's not a whole lot you can do. Isaac Price, though, had the right idea, just did not have the speed and the angle into the corner. They'll have to try that again. Here's Maciej Malinowski in the 149. Talked about him a minute ago. First appearance inside the top 15, but you got Bykov, Pawlowski, and all of those in front of them. Those are all for position up to P12.
Macaulay, by the way, is into the pit lane in that number 23 FFS Racing Championship leading silver car. So maybe there's been a couple of issues. You can see Malinowski there driving with VR, one of the very few drivers in sim racing that races competitively whilst using virtual reality. Not too many do. Obviously, always open to the discussion. I'm sure we'll have these later on as to triple screens, single screens, ultra wides, or VR. All open to a lot, but it just proves that basically in sim racing, if you want to race competitively, yeah, you can do it in pretty much anything, whatever it is, whatever wheel. These guys are the very best regardless of what they're racing at.
I've seen some crazy stuff in sim racing in the past several years, especially in ACC. I've seen a man in a pro circuit win on a gamepad as well. It's incredible what some drivers are comfortable with and they can do. And VR is a thing. Do you sacrifice certain things for the immersiveness of VR? Some people swear by ultra wides, and other people swear by a normal 16:9. Some love triples, some want it all on one screen. Everybody has their own style, everybody has their own flow, and it's amazing here at the top step of sim racing here. You see a little bit of it all, and it never ceases to amaze me.
Oh, I guarantee on this grid you have got people that are racing on single monitors, on ultra wides, on triple screens, on VR. Obviously, we've seen ultra wides, VR, and triples. The single monitor is the one where it's kind of like maybe, but I'm like, there will definitely be more than one person on the grid with a single monitor. That is for sure. Pretty sure Nico Hillerbrand's on maybe a single screen or an ultra wide. There's going to be a lot of examples, as there is a bit of a look from Gregor Schill, but also then you get to wheels, pedals, whether it's load tails or whether you're racing on a direct drive or maybe you don't even have force feedback at all, which sounds crazy, but I do know of people that race pretty competitively even without force feedback. Why? Don't know, but they do. There's examples of all of this in sim racing because everyone drives differently. That's a little bit wide there. That's a little bit wide there from Boothby, trying to get that exit out well. George Boothby is under a lot of pressure, under increasing pressure from Gregor Schill. Well, we had a little bit of feisty fisticuffs a lap ago. Are we going to see it again? A bit of a look coming up towards 130R from Gregor Schill.
Gregor Schill's probably going to get a little bit frustrated with George Boothby. He knows he's a lot quicker, and there again another snap by the leader in the 66. Now, I thought going through the Degners this very lap, car looked a little bit wayward for the Veloce GT team, and I think they have absolutely ran the tires off. I think I've been completely wrong. I don't think Boothby's been running at 95%. I think the car will only give him a certain amount of speed. Gregor Schill clearly faster in that car right now.
I think we've been wrong. We'll be safe on that one. We were both in the same boat of thinking that this McLaren was going to start clearing off into the distance because it was underdriving it. Alas, it seems we are wrong. It seems though George Boothby was trying to push it to the limit, but maybe has overdone it, and Gregor Schill is right there. This is back to the battle, and Andika Rawa moving one way and then warping back over the other. But either way, obviously, racing from Indonesia is Andika Rawa. One of those great things of sim racing, of having a global esports where you can race from all over the planet, whether you're from Australia or from anywhere in Asia. I mean, especially in somewhere like this, the Intercontinental GT Esports or GT Challenge Esports Championship powered by Mobileye. Having a series like this where it is all about traveling around the virtual world, having drivers from around the real world is kind of like that great addition to it. It's one of those things that we can have in sim racing, but there are the odd connection issue that we saw there from Andika Rawa.
Yeah, it is brilliant, though, the magic of the internet and what we're able to do with it, and especially in the modern days. It's a golden age of sim racing, I've said in the past, and it really is that. And you get this level of racing from folks all over the globe, and it's better that way. And everybody in this race is better for it. So much going on in a race like today, and definitely one car spinning out there. Just as you said it, Lewis, that might have been bad luck. Commentators curse. More contact there with Tobias Gronewald.
Yeah, I've got to say, I think Andika Ramanmolana had a bit of a lag moment going up into the heaven. We saw someone going off onto the right, and then there was contact. I think as that car had gone off and then come back on, it was then into the pathway that, at least from the angle we were seeing, I would say it's probably into the pathway of Matej Tushkovic, who could do nothing about it. The issue here for Gratis Caracas, of course, Lithuanian driver, who's now being gapped a little bit by Petrochenko, and so he'll be desperate to find his way past the ailing Legion of Racers car that's struggling here with the internet issues, because he wants to fight for the silver lead.
Yeah, he certainly does, and now he's got other things in his head. Can he trust the driver in front of him right now? Looking down into the inside of the Casio Triangle, both drivers miss, one going very wide, one going incredibly tight, and Caracas has decided this is the right time to get out of that mess, and they will make the first pit stop on this cycle of the silver leading cars, and I think that was more of a defensive move than an offensive one.
Yeah, I mean, his first stint, obviously being pivot behind the wheel, was 58 minutes, so slightly under an hour. This one being a 52-minute stint. Like you say, I am all for that for Gratis Caracas, getting out of the danger, seeing what was going on and thinking, no, this is going to end in tears and there's almost nothing anyone can do about it. It's more of a, you're gambling at that point. It's not about Andika Ramanmolana being an aggressive driver. It's not about the group being dangerous. It's about there being an issue for someone with being connectivity issues or anything, and being like, I want to get as far away from that as is humanly possible, so I'm pitting and going to try and jump them through the pit lane. It might actually give them the silver lead. A little bit wide there from Gregor Schill, though, up to the pro lead we go. George Boothby's still feeling it on his shoulders.
Certainly is, but now has a little bit of a gap there. A little mistake by Schill. We haven't seen that. We've seen a couple of little mistakes by Boothby, but to your point you had earlier, it doesn't really matter. You can make a few mistakes, and it's not a big deal as long as you don't leave the door open, and Boothby has been very good about keeping that door shut, sometimes forcefully so, and that has further frustrated Schill, but nothing more than missing Spoon, missing the opportunity to take a run down into 130R, and even really still reverberating here on the pit straight, but maybe thinking about it here. Boothby seems to think that Schill won't go down to the inside. Schill is still taking a look, but isn't quite there. Doesn't have the overlap down into the first corner. Boothby able to keep it just out in front. And man, I don't know what's going to happen in the pit stop. Keep in mind the 66 did take the lead coming out of the pit cycle for the first pit stop of the race. Will the BS Plus competition car, will they learn anything? Does Schill stay in the car? Because Schill looks incredibly composed. Do you keep him in the car? Does he want to do another stint? What is George Boothby going to do? Next 10 minutes, they're going to have to make a lot of important decisions.
I mean, the expectation, to be honest, I think is they might switch. The level of intensity of this, sometimes you're like, right, let's get a fresh driver in, because the level of intensity is so high that you burn yourself out. You think of it doing like an hour-long sprint race at this level of intensity. Once you're done with that, you're cooked. You're like, I'm done. I'm out for the day. It's that kind of thing. Like in sometimes in these battles, you want to switch them out basically every stint. We know that McLaren Veloce do tend to head down that road. I'm pretty sure that Arthur Cameron will be jumping in behind the BS competition. But either way, my big question when it comes to strategy is your BS competition right now. Do you try and pit one lap earlier and try and get the undercut, knowing that number one BMW, it's very wide at Spoon, that number one BMW was the fastest through the pit lane sequence on the previous attempt. It was only the issues on the exit that cost them the race lead.
That is a good question. I will go back to your previous point. I don't think it's worth it now. I think near the, especially in the second half of this race, maybe you consider, if you're still in this situation, if you are BS Plus competition, you know that you have drivers that are quick enough to go out there and take the lead of this race. Obviously, they're playing it I would say fairly safe, even though there's been several instances of contact thus far. And I don't know. I think you can do that. Would you do that? Is it worth cutting your stint by about 2 minutes? I don't know. That's a decision that they will have to make. By the way, that was George Boothby up on screen. And if you are wondering at home, that is his serious face.
He's a very serious guy, especially when playing Guitar Hero. Obviously, he's very. He's got a few subscribers on YouTube. I think it's about 300 and something thousand, all for his Guitar Hero stuff. But clearly, pretty talented behind the wheel. Either way, Luca Lozio, again, continuing the phase of early pit stops. We're expecting that 127 Mobileye car to come into the pit lane around about, I said before, about 8 hours 5 minutes left to go in the race. Pretty much bang on is when that BMW's come down pit lane, obviously after making that pit stop after just 52 minutes into this race. Sven Hertich also deciding to join Lozio down on pit lane, making the second stop of the afternoon as we head back up to the race lead. Every time we go up to it, though, and they're discussed, I'm always like, no, yeah, we've seen this. Because they're so close. They're separated by nothing.
Talk about the mental capacity, the fortitude it takes to race this close. They've been doing this for nigh on 2 hours now, this close. Two different drivers, of course, in the cars, and they basically mirrored each other all day long thus far. And you wonder just how long this can go on before something goes a bit awry. Again, it almost went wrong a little bit ago, but it didn't. They were able to sort it all out, and they've been racing very nicely ever since then. And I do still feel at this stage in the race that BS Plus competition car has a little bit extra in the tank, but the Veloce GT team are in the lead. They're in the proverbial driver's seat. They're dictating the pace, and right now, at least, even if there is a pace difference, that is enough to keep them out in front.
I think you're 100% right. I think that BS competition car is the faster of the two. But I'd also then say if Gregor Schill even is able to get past George Boothby, I think Boothby has the pace to keep up with the BS competition car, so much so that they're going to be probably coming into the pit lane with less than a second between the two of them. Either way, it's just dependent on what order they come into the pit lane in. We're expecting to pit within around about 10 minutes time. Obviously, there's 65 minutes on the stint limit, which they pitted after, but will basically bang on that 65 minute period, and that is pit entry to pit exit, or in from the race start to pit entrance. So as soon as they left the pit lane, then they've got 65 minutes, which means they should really be able to do the 32 laps required and have a little bit of breathing room as well. They're running roughly 2-minute lap times, so it kind of keeps them in that flow. As much as I've kind of said, yeah, well, what if they pit earlier? I think they're both just taking it to the end of that sequence. I think they're about 6 laps away from their pit stops. I think they're going to take it all the way out, because there's no point in trying to rush things super early in a race like this. It is an endurance race after all.
Yeah, I think what they're going to try and do is do what they did on the first sequence of stops. They're going to try to beat each other out of the pit lane, and when the dust settles, figure out how and where they go from there, because as easily as the 66 took the lead out of the pit stop for the first time, we saw the data that the BS Plus competition car is actually a bit quicker in the lane and off of it. So all of that considered, you could just as easily from this distance take that lead. Who's to say that the 66 is going to be able to match exactly what they did the last time? Who's to say the one didn't learn something from that first stop? And you just can't ever tell. They're certainly not coming in now, and they will have a couple more laps before they have to come in, certainly so. We kept seeing Isaac Price. They're in P7. Oh, look down to the inside, and now all the way back out, and they are not nearly far enough along, but the intent was definitely to go down the inside. Boothby not letting off the apex in turn one, would not dare give any breathing room to Gregor Schill. But as I was saying, we're watching Isaac Price, but that's still Petroshenko right behind them. And what a job they've done, leading in silver today for the first couple of hours, right? But on top of that, not making any moves they don't have to. They've withstood a lot of pressure here today, and now, of course, they find themselves still in the lead. A lot of their competitors have already pitted. They're continuing to go to the max. They've not changed their strategy, but they've also not put a foot wrong today.
Yeah, Soren Dika and Milana coming into the pit lane, promoting Brzezinski up inside the top 10. The Williams Esports car coming back inside the top 10 for the first time really since that drive-through. And obviously it's through the pit lane sequence, but they are going forward. They're running normally around about 12th at the moment. Like I say, Petrotrenko's doing a great job at the moment. But kind of like I say, just keeping off the back of all the fights. Was in a tight fight for the race lead though, so in silver, so we'll have to wait and see how that one's going to unfold. I've got to say as well, Gregor Schill had a great exit through the Casio Triangle. If he does that again, he might well be opening up for another move as we head back to Giglioli and Alexander Novikov. I think Novikov's got ahead of the Lamborghini in the fairly recent past. And Giglioli, it was actually just down there on that straight that Novikov made that move. This Lamborghini, I mean, they are struggling in this championship. Despite winning that opening race of the season, they're really not having a good season.
Yeah, they didn't have a great Indianapolis, and it's shown up here today. Just not the track. There's courses for horses, as they say, and apparently this just isn't their day. But they're trying to do the best they possibly can. Of course, still inside the top 15, and it's a long way to the checkered flag this evening. You never know. You just got to keep your nose clean. Keep your car out there and don't make any unnecessary trips down pit lane, and well, see where you fall and move on to the next one. But still, again, top 15, still in the hunt. Here's some race control for you.
Yes, indeed. Race against it between the 123, I think it's one of the FFS racing cars, and the number 41. Obviously only being a race against him, so it's not too big of a deal. And then another one being a no further action NFA. So race control, seeing over a couple of things and then seeing it as let's not deal with it. There's nothing to deal with there. Respect that. Again, we've seen race control have been harsh when there's been a requirement of a penalty, but outside of that, a little bit of a brush here, a little bit of a squeeze there. There's no need to push it further than it is. It's kind of like, right, just don't be silly. There's maybe a warning or whatever, and move on.
Yeah, I would say race control's been incredibly fair. They've given penalties when absolutely necessary, but light contact, minor contact, just sort of review that and note it that it happened. And if it's not out of control, no need to break up a otherwise fantastic race. Gets 2 thumbs up for me, as a couple of other cars have come in. I saw Kaposia in the pit lane. They'll be just about done with their stop and exiting, as some other cars from the top 10 have also come in. That broke up the middle part of the top 10. That was all made up of Mercedes cars a moment ago. That's been broken up. The 55, that car's in P7, but of course they have not done their second scheduled pit stop of the day. But of course they still are gaining on the rest of the field. They should be just about the top 10, and that's a very scary moment. Gregor Schill just about missed pit entry there.
Wow, that was the latest call I think you could possibly make from Gregor Schill. Clearly waiting for George Boothby, and then went, actually no, I will go to pit lane. Nearly clouted the barrier on the way in. That was such a late one from Gregor Schill. It's an early pit entrance for them, about 3 laps before we kind of expect them to be in pit lane. So they're going for the super undercut. Dennis Schilliger also coming into pit lane, as is the AJA Racing sim racing team by Gardi, also in the pit lane of Petrochenko. So quite a lot biting for a fairly early second pit stop, as we can see Isaac Price in the rear end of Mateusz Tuskovic.
Well, there you have it. Gregor Schill and BS Plus Competition will do the undercut here for the second stop of the day. They are going to try and undercut the McLaren Veloce GT team and undercut George Boothby. I did not see that coming, and neither did Veloce GT, if I'm honest. I don't think they thought that was going to happen, but that is actually what they wouldn't want to see. They would have probably liked them to stay out with them and be stuck behind them in that train. What will the one be able to do on this stop, as Hiro Kalat is giving the 63 of Giglioli all they can handle down the pit straight here?
Yeah, trying to do something in that Team Full Motorsports Audi R8 to the outside. A couple of V10s battling their way down towards the first corner here at Suzuka, and it's still the Lamborghini hanging on at the moment from the Audi R8 for Team Full Motorsport. Hugo Klotz had a great drive there, to be honest. Obviously got involved in a couple of incidents early on, including that one at the hairpin, the 3rd, 4th lap of the race, which wasn't too big of a deal. just kind of the concertina effect. Didn't think lost out anything in that incident, but still maybe a little bit of damage on the car. But running really, really well, keeping the pressure right on the rear end of the 63 and nearly finding a way through. Like we said before, whether it's actually for a pass for position, where it's actually for points in your class, almost doesn't matter. When you're battling the person directly ahead, you just get sucked up into it, and you think, I've got a battle with this person. I've got to find a way past this person, because at the end of the day, they're all racers. It's almost regardless of whether there's an actual position up for grabs or not.
I could go all day on racing theory, but I think for the audience's sake, I won't do that. But you're absolutely right. That is 100% the case. Racing drivers, one-track mind, they're racehorses after all. You see a car in front of you, you're faster than them, I should be in front of them. It's as simple as that, and that's exactly what this is. Kalot knows that they're trying to battle for a top 3 podium spot here today, and that road, rather unfortunately for Giglioli, goes right through that Lamborghini.
Yeah, and it's where Giglioli is obviously going to try and fight this one off in the Mobileye Lamborghini Esports car, because again, so to reverse that one, they're there to hang on to the position, even if it's not really for any points. It doesn't change anything for them. If you're Kalot, you're thinking, oh, come on, mate, it doesn't make a difference to your race. I just need to get on with it because there's a podium up for grabs. Thankfully for Team 4 Motorsports, it is the Mobileye Lamborghini Esports car that comes down onto pit lane. Back to the battle for what is second position at the moment because of the pit lane sequence that has been going on. It means that Isaac Price and Matej Tuskovic battle over that second position, presently being held by the Triton racing team. I'm almost a little bit surprised that Boothby didn't bite and come into the pit lane as well to try and cover off the the BS competition car, but they're just sticking to their game plan.
They sure are. Gregor Schill, by the way, did get out of that number 1 BMW, and Nils Naujoks got back in that car, and that was right on the money, Lewis. You predicted that earlier, so I also suspect George Boothby might also get out of the car, put a fresh driver in there. But I'm not terribly surprised that Boothby hasn't been in. I think they're sticking to their guns on this one.
I'm surprised that Nils Naujoks has got into the BS competition car. I was expecting that to be Arthur Cameron jumping in and having like the third driver in as well. This is battle for the 31st overall, which obviously will gain a few positions courtesy of some in the pit lane. But 31st overall. Not sure where they are in the silver category, but I've got to say for Pignone, I mean, for the Kramer racing car, obviously Ren Welton's had a couple of issues earlier on the day, including an incident going through 130R in the opening stages. For the 977 Kramer Esports, I mean, they were running up inside, was it third position early on, like in the first few laps of the race, and now having a couple of issues here and there and driving back an earlier pit stop. They had a lot of drama in that first stint. They will be furious with where they are at the moment, but that's where the comeback drives start from.
Luckily, you've got 8 hours to work on that comeback drive. Unfortunately, you've got 8 hours on that comeback drive. It's glass half full, half empty, if I'm honest with the way that works. But you're never mad when you're passing cars for position, really. I mean, you can be upset what position it's for, but beyond that, paying attention to being faster than your competitors is where your mind is after the initial frustration subsides. And I will say, every time I see the Ren Welton paint scheme, I smile a little bit. There's something special about those cars.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, normally Ren Welton cars I actually quite like anyway. They're running a slightly different livery in this, but yeah, normally I quite like their liveries, because this is something slightly different. 7.9 Flash Axle, of course, the Malaysian-based team into the pit lane. Also, as we see Maciej Malinowski coming through the foreground shot for the Yaz Heat car, right on the rear end of Mikhail Baikov, who's right on the rear end of Brzezinski, a bit of side-by-side in the background as well. It's Sunard with a bit of lapsed traffic trying to fight their way through. You can see where Nils Naujoks has got up to 15 seconds off the rear of that. What that tells me is that Nils Naujoks has got a lot of clean air as George Boothby comes down onto the pit lane.
George Boothby finally relenting, coming down the pit lane, and that's just about as long as, actually that's not just about as long as you can go. They could have went, oh no, I take it back. That is just about as long as they could have gone, and they are still maximizing every stint for the McLaren Veloce GT team. But the big question is, the car on the left, the leader of the race in the pit lane, the car on the right, their biggest competitors, Nils Naujoks in the BS Plus competition, number 1 BMW. Where will they come out? Now, keep in mind, they pitted together on the first sequence. They did not hear the undercut by several laps by BS Plus Competition. What's your money on here, Lewis? Do you think he's going to get out front the BMW?
I think this is going to be the BMW. I think BS Competition are about to take over the race leader. Now how much Nils Naujoks is fast. You can see that car's just off the jacks in the Veloce. That actually is going to be very tight down into T1. We'll have to wait and see. You can see still on the pit limiter. Here comes BS Competition. It's going to be super tight down into the first corner. Where's Nils Naujoks going to be? He does take over the race lead for BS Competition. Back to the front here today as they've just completed their second pit lane sequence. Veloce do switch out drivers again. It's Eamon Murphy now behind the wheel of that McLaren Veloce GT car.
The only thing I worry about that, and very well done to BS Plus Competition, they were able to get that done, get that BMW out in front of the field again for the second time today, but they do have now several lap older tires than the 66 does, and that almost certainly will come into play later on in this stint. Again, talked about a reversal of fortune. I think that's exactly what we're going to see, but we're going to see it play out in just about an hour from now.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how much pace Eamon Murphy's got to try and close down on Nils Naujoks, who might go out hard as he did in the previous stint. So it's interesting to see that. We're being told, of course, a lot of the drivers telling us that the undercut is absolutely incredible around here. Being told, of course, from the number 23, the car that's FFS Racing, James Parker, the reason why they've gone a bit aggressive on some of the strategy coming in a bit earlier is because the undercut is so powerful around here. Makes sense. We see how much time is being lost. You can see the gap between the leaders gaining at least 2 seconds, and that includes the first lap where your tyres probably aren't going to be super fast because you've got to get them up to temperature, at least for the first few corners, get them up to pressure and get them into the working window. You've got to work them into that, and yet still pulled out 2.5 seconds on that Veloce car. Absolutely incredible.
You can't argue with the undercut being incredibly powerful around this circuit, but the thing I worry about, though, is if you keep doing that, you're going to need more fuel at the end of the race, where the final undercut, your competitors will be able to do that to you and take incredibly amount of less fuel than you can. And is it worth it? I'm sure it probably, somebody doing the math has figured out that it probably is worth it to continue to undercut, but I'd be worried, and not crunching the numbers myself, that I would be left with a huge fuel pickup at the end of this race where others that were maximizing every stint wouldn't have to do that. But again, cross that bridge when we get there.
Well, here's the battle for the silver lead. Speaking of undercuts, the Race Anywhere SimSport car had gone for the undercut. Amir Hosseini's jumped in behind the R8G car and was trying to attack, but here's the battle for the race lead. Got someone coming out of the pit lane as well. It's going to get very tight in there. Louis Rotters straight to the inside and takes over the silver lead. They pitted a little bit later than Wenman in that number 67 car. The 67 went for the undercut. They went on the attack. They went to hunt for the race lead in silver. Well, it lasted a couple of laps post pit stop, because Louis Rotters has taken it back.
The absolute mad lad there. Ice water in your veins to go 3 wide down the middle, get that job done, retake the lead, and they go back to the way they were, but only just, as Rotters, I would not have the gumption to do what he just did. That was incredible. That was a driver that refused to be denied.
This is a all-Honda battle for 36th overall. You've got Rocket SimSports on the rear end of Lou in one of the HPD Yaz Pro cars. Got a couple of Hondas directly behind. Like I said, it's not really a Honda circuit. Really, it's not one that favours them, with Jordan Grant Smith being the highest placed Honda at the moment. And Prendergast is trying to look for the move straight to the inside, dives it in, a little bit of contact as he's gone in a little bit too deep, and Lou kind of drove into the rear quarter, the rear left quarter of that Rocket SimSports car. They come out of the Casio Triangle in the same order, but this is a pretty feisty fight despite being down the order.
I love what Prendergast did there. A little bit of contact. Didn't want to take that spot from Cardin Lou like that. Just sort of let them go. There was nobody immediately behind them. Had a moment to regather their thoughts, and you know that's sort of an apology. That's a mid-race apology. You can't do like you would do in real life, where you would throw your hands up or something like that. And a lot of drivers flash their lights too as well. But that was obviously an apology. Just pulled out of the way, let him go back through. Kieran Prendergast has more integrity than that. Says I want to pass you, but I don't want to pass you like that.
I mean, the I've said this before too in a heated debate with David Christie, who absolutely despises light flashing. I've said that light flashing is a very confusing language, because obviously, like I say, in sim racing, we don't have many options to actually communicate with other drivers on circuit. You can flash your lights, you can weave a little bit. That's kind of it. I mean, you can do Morse code, I guess, if you're really intelligent, but I'm certainly not. Light flashing is kind of is based on context. It's contextually based, where if you've made contact with someone, you kind of light flash to be like, oops, sorry. Meanwhile, if they make contact with you, you light flash to think, actually, don't do that again. And it's kind of like, it's the same thing, but it's purely based on context. It's where some things can be a little bit miscommunicated when it comes to the old light flashing. But either way, this battle incredibly tight for 36th in the overall race. Like I say, Prendergast might think about doing a similar thing, but this time not skipping the chicane.
Yeah, certainly will have learned their lesson there of what the brakes are capable of and where they actually probably need to brake. And of course, being in the toe of another car changes your braking point a little bit as well, and probably wasn't ready for that. Oh, near calamity there as Car Blue scoots through the chicane a second time. That a bit more aggressive than the previous time. Was that contact from Prendergast again, or was that just an extra little late braking maneuver there? But I would very much like to read that book, Lewis, if you don't mind. The light flashing is contextual by Lewis McGlade. I'd buy a copy of that.
It's just very confusing, is all. I mean, I've only say this because going into some races, I feel the need to. Maybe here we go. There's a little bit from Mike Nobel having a little bit of a light flash the way to Tobias Gronewald. Don't know which way that was going, but I normally have to unbind my light flashing button because sometimes that button is pressed too many times. Classic touring car driver. Mike Nobel down the inside there of Tobias Gronewald, jumps out of the way, and so a little bit of a switch. Of course, that might have been a light flash to be like, I'm a pro category driver, you're a silver category driver, do you mind jumping out of the way, good sir? You've jumped out of the way, thank you so much. See you in a bit. So, yeah, sometimes it works, I guess.
I've had that very same conversation with Christy, by the way. I brought up that I do indeed enjoy flashing the driver as a distractionary tactic, and he thought that was absolutely diabolical.
Yeah, he hates it so much. You can see the throttle and brake being used here from Nils Naujoks. Little taps of the brake. See that? Just a little final tap of the brake just to get the nose right into the second apex going through speed. Absolutely lovely. But yeah, David Christie hates light flashing to the point where I was quite I watched someone do it. I was like, oh yeah, here's I mean, that's perfectly reasonable. He's just trying to communicate with the other driver, and David was telling me how unacceptable that opinion was, but it's their own.
Let's talk about the footwork here of Nils Naujoks real quick, and talk about when he's just tapping the brake a little bit. What's he actually doing with the race car? He's setting the nose of the car. He's not really trail braking, which is where you press the pedal down to where you need it to be, and then you lift it off. He's not really doing that. He's stabbing the pedal, and see, there's a little bit of trail braking into the first turn, which is absolutely required, but in Spoon, he wasn't doing that. Why was he mashing the brake and letting off? That's because he's setting the nose of the race car. Once he points the car in the right direction, he doesn't need the brake anymore because he's already pointed towards the exit. He can gradually get back to the throttle. Other turns, sweeping turns or tight turns, requires more braking pressure and also trail braking off or into the corner rather before you fully get off the brake and get back to the gas. And that's one of the hardest things to learn in motorsport, is when to use what type of technique of braking. And of course, in sim racing, you use both on every lap. It wouldn't surprise me if Naujoks in there is fiddling with the settings of the car as well. ABS per turn. Some drivers do that. It's a lot to keep up with.
Yeah, well, you can see there into the hairpin. It was a much more of just almost like a standard braking manoeuvre. It's just hold the brake until you're slow enough for the corner, lift off the brake and get on the power. Because when you're going through the medium speed corners, you're using the brake to, like you say, you're transferring the weight. You're getting the weight onto the front of the car, so you've got more grip on the front. That's why you stab, because you want the weight to get there. If you kind of smoothly apply it, the weight doesn't go there quite as aggressively, and you need that weight on the nose. That's what's getting you to pitch in. That's what's bringing in a bit more understeer or oversteer into the car. Dominic Bly is trying to find his way past the Mobileye car at the moment, get up into 5th position overall. That Mobileye car is doing very well at the moment. Obviously going a little bit more aggressive on the strategy, but like I said, there's so much when it comes to those techniques that you kind of, if you don't understand those techniques too well, it will cost you around a circuit like this. I promise you, it will cost you around about half a second if you don't understand each of those techniques. It's half a second for basically each one of them. It's very impressive.
It's per turn. You know, you saw Nils doing exactly that. It's per turn. Some turns, especially one, you're more traditionally, you're trail braking off into the corner, and that's how you do it. But Spoon, which it looks very similar to Turn 1, I'm sure, on a track map, but realistically, Spoon is a double apex the way that you take it. And the way you take that is you stab the brake and set it into the corner so you hit the outer apex of where you need to be, and you do that a second time, which is what Nils did, and then you're through the corner. Now, as the tires wear, you might start using a bit more trail braking. You might stab at it less simply because you don't have the responsiveness you like. Dominic Blyer here trying to get back by the 127 of Batistella. It hasn't worked out into one, but my goodness, what a race it has been. You're talking about the Chill Blast team. It is a fantastic top five that they have been able to accumulate here. I've been trying to figure out who the biggest mover of the day so far is, Lewis, and I haven't quite figured that out. The 51 has moved up several spots, but I think there's probably another car I'm missing that's moved up more than them.
There's probably a couple that have started very low that we've not fully noted. Starting 34th, 50th, whatever, and have worked their way up towards 20. It'll be one of those that has done a lot of progress. Certainly in the top 20, I've got to say, I do think it is that 51 that's made a lot of progress. Here's Dominic Bly looking to the inside and committing once again, nearly down the inside. And then just spins out. Batistella, that was a big moment. Might well lift off, but here he goes. He's got to worry about Amir Hosseini, who's getting around the outside, getting through 200R up towards Spoon. That was a dramatic moment, and for me, is a slam dunk penalty to the Triton Racing team. But this is the R8G's car, the 88, trying to find their way through straight away, because they will know that as well. Also, G2 Esports trying to get past Charlie Crossland. This is a big moment for the 10.
It certainly is, and that was not a great moment, was it really? That accident, and the hairpin has been the hot corner, but how are they going to do this? They're going to sort this out, thank goodness, before they get to 130R. That could have been an absolute disaster again. The 62 Charlie Cross and the G2 Esports BMW very much trying to take advantage, unable to do so there in that particular setting, but discretion, the better part of valor and all of that, actually falling back in line, deciding not to risk it. Here is Brzezinski in the 55. They were the pole sitter and the leader of the race, and they're continuing their march back to the front. Crossland continuing to try and get that spot, looking around the outside of turn one. Nothing doing on the Bentley.
Nearly moved back to the inside from Dominic Blyer on Amir Hosseini. The three of these separated by not very much. Again, I don't want to speak on behalf of race control, but for me that is a slam dunk penalty to the number 10. Speaking of race control, speaking of speaking of stuff they've dished out, the number 22 has received a warning, that one being the Rocket Sports car, as well as the 62 car that we're looking at here, BMW G2 Esports, also receiving a warning from race control as we continue to see this battle very close. Amir Hosseini under a lot of pressure. Also saw the battle of the recovery drives. Santoro, 51 after a poor qualifying, and then the 55 of Brzezinski, as you've said, basically trying to recover after that drive-through penalty. Interesting that Brzezinski's done a double stint here himself. That he's stayed in the car, not handing it over to Nikodem Wisniewski, his close mate, or back over to Daire McCormack. They're letting things calm down behind the scenes and letting Brzezinski, who you've spoken of drivers with ice in their veins before. Brzezinski would be on that list. Does not let anything get to him. Just super consistent.
Yeah, this race is not out of their hands yet. 7.5 hours left. They're almost back inside the top 10. They've got about 7-ish seconds till they can be in striking range of the top 10. So it's not over for them. They can still salvage this day. Will they get back to the lead? I highly doubt it at this rate. We pretty much thought that almost instantaneously, but a top 10, a good point stay is still on the cards. Technically speaking, I think they are in the top 10 in the pro category, considering there's two silver cars in front of them, and they are 12th, but you know what I mean. The actual top 10, the overall top 10, is what you want to be aiming for, regardless of position in class.
Got to say as well, there's been a drive-through penalty dished out to the 164, that one being the one of the GTWR RHG Academy cars for track limits violations, that one being dealt out in-game. To say that we had a cut or a drive-through for cutting in the opening hour of the race, courtesy of this car, we've only had two realistically over the next hour and a half afterwards. Brzezinski to the outside, trying to get past Danilo Santoro in a bit too deep, potentially coming down into the first corner at Suzuka. Getting around the outside though, Brzezinski's trying to hang on. He's got the inside line up towards the S's, and it should be position gained up to 11th overall, as look who's closing in. Jaroslav Honzik Jardier is on the charge in that Yaz Heat car and is also knocking at the door.
Dominic Blair is flashing the lights at Hosseini, who has got through here for P5, and well, it was going well for Blair, but now in the meat in the sandwich, so to speak. It's got Hosseini in front of him and Crossland right behind him. You know, Crossland, who gave up that spot, has not fallen off the back, and that is not lost on Dominic Blair, who is desperately trying to find a way around Hosseini, flashing the lights, trying to get it worked out, hasn't done so. Here is Jardier looking to go the long way around the hairpin that so very often doesn't come off, and thinks better of it, goes back to single file. Will have another think about it before making a pass on Santoro, or at least trying to make a move on the 51. Jardier out of nowhere with that Yaz Heat team. Another team we haven't talked too much about today, but here they are threatening for a top 10 position. Well, not currently threatening for a top 10 position, but the way they're going, we'll be doing that in no time.
Yeah, got to make a move on Santoro pretty sharpish, because look at the drivers behind. You've got Dylan Tan, who's on a bit of a recovery drive, jumping in back from Dika Milana, and then also Yiga Rognikov as well, looking to the outside, coming up towards 130. Oh, this will be a big moment for Jaroslav Honzik. He does back out, lifts out way too wide though. That is a big moment from Santoro, who just rejoins as well, nearly into the side of Jaroslav Honzik. Here comes Ogor Rognikov around the outside of the Casio triangle. Jardier's picked up the position and got up into 12th spot. Ogor Rognikov up into 13th, and Dylan Tan almost around the outside, has been squeezed off into the grass coming out of the triangle.
That was a very sketchy couple of corners. Tan, I think, kind of got the worst of that. You could argue Santoro as well, as I am super surprised Tan was able to save that. That is not a place you want to be on the grass, especially two on the pavement, two on the dirt. That is a cambered corner, and it is not great. I was able to save that, though. Ognarodikov saw an opportunity, took care of that. Santoro is going to be fuming, though. Jardier, though, nothing of the sort. P12. That is good enough for a top 10 in the pro class. Where did Yaz Heat come from here? And by the way, that 55 running 9th in class and 11th overall. Dominic Blair continuing to try and make this move on Hosseini. Try what they were trying to do there. I don't think they missed the corner. I think they were trying to get a run off of the exit through 200R. It did not work. Got bound up behind Hosseini anyway. Nearly gave Charlie Crossland a look down the inside too.
Yeah, Crossland had a bit of a connection issue over this lap, so coming out of Dunlop and stuff, sliding all over the place, so he's having a couple of issues. Seems to be rectified, sorted, and Charlie Crossland will try and attack. A little bit of a wide run again. That's it was a big moment from Amir Hosseini. Dominic Blair right on the attack, waiting to make a move. It might be to the inside of 130R. You can see the bit of a look trying to distract that Mercedes ahead as they commit their way through the corner down towards the Casio triangle. The opportunity is not there. I just very quickly want to say as well, I think we're having a bit of a copy and paste over the first stint of the race between the top two at the moment, because Nils Naujoks pulled out to over 3.5 seconds. It's come down to 2 as Eamon Murphy is starting to close that gap down, starting to apply the pressure, and we might see a battle for the race lead again between BS Competition and Veloce, which I am all for, by the way.
Yeah, it definitely has come down. It was 2 seconds. The last sector is 2.1. It'll continue to fluctuate, but it is trending down. It has been for just a little while. Mike Noble finds himself inside the top 15, looking for 14. Santoro down the inside, has a little bit of drafting help with Tan right behind him. Will he get clear? No, he will not. Side by side down the inside, Santoro can hold this, but I don't know if Noble continues to hold that position. He might have a shot, but he cannot. Santoro defends successfully. It looked for a second like that wouldn't be the case. Noble's going to have a rethink and try it again. Race control, 15-second penalty for car 10 for causing a collision, and that was versus the 127 back on lap, I believe that said 69 I believe. 123 Mike Noble, FFS Racing. They're very racy here.
Yeah, of course, that penalty being that one that we saw at the hairpin. Like you say, Mike Noble trying to get down the inside of Santoro, who drives in a little bit too deep through the first egg and hooks it up nicely for the second. And it was into this corner where we saw that contact with Dominic Blyer and Battistella. I mean, the most obvious 15-second time penalty that there was ever going to be. That one was going to happen every single day of the week. That race control were going to step in as a slam dunk penalty for Dominic Blyer. He was the one that made the mistake. Battistella was the one that was cost it, and obviously the penalty is going to come. So that one was always going to happen. I think everyone in that battle, Amir Hosseini, Dominic Blyer himself, and Charlie Crossan, all were waiting for that penalty to come. They've also got a little bit of extra company arriving in the form of Louis Rotters, who again pitted quite late. In the silver category leader pulled out now nearly 9 seconds over Wenman, their rivals in the silver category at the moment. This is an incredible drive at the moment from Rotters after jumping in and taking over the race lead.
Couldn't agree more. By the way, do you know that penalty on the 10, you know who else that helps other than the obvious cars that are right behind them? That helps the Team Williams Mercedes AMG Esports team. That helps the 55. They might or might not, depending on how much time the 55 continues to make up, that might be within the window that they can jump wire in the 10 car, and they don't have to contend with a fast car. That'll be a free pass if they're able to pull that off. So it might be coming back to the 55. Again, I'll take positions any way you can give them to me, Lewis.
Oh, yeah. No, I will normally yell the word freebie if anyone has been off ahead of me and I've gained a position, because I don't care. Do not care. If you've gained the position, it doesn't matter to me. The number, no one remembers how you made the move really or whatever. The number next to my name has just got slightly lower, i.e. I'm in a slightly better position, i.e. I don't really care. I've picked up the spot, and it's those kind of things. You take them whatever way. If it's through penalties for other people, it's through. There are some times where you think, oh, that's rough. Like if someone disconnects or whatever from the lead late on in the race, like that is rough. But still, you know, it's a position gain, so whatever. I don't think the 55 can bounce back to a victory, as we were talking about earlier, but they can bounce back to a very healthy position inside that top 10 for sure. They've got the pace. As bit of a moment there from Crossan. Of course, connection issues, as we said before, we're having a couple here, and I'm not going to lie, if I'm Louis Rotters, I'm pretty terrified right now.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's not confidence inspiring, is it, when you see a car do that around you? It's it catches your eye, and it possibly even distracts you just a little bit. It looks a bit innocuous right now, but even still, it definitely is something that changes your mental state for the moment, even if it is just for a moment. A couple of things just to keep you abreast of here. The 960 had a drive-through penalty for track limits. We may or may not have mentioned that. Of course, the 977 had a crash into 130R. That car has retired from the race. And car 21 had a drive-through for track limits. We're several hours into this race now, Lewis, and more cars are getting drive-through penalties here, and they're starting to stack up. Only the one car inside the top 10, though, but it's only a matter of time, if you ask me.
I agree. I think we're approaching crunch time when it comes to those track limits. I think we're going to see more of it. I think we're going to see more and more issues as the race goes on. It's a track that bites. There's quite a lot of opportunities as well to pick them up, going through the Casio Triangle, exit at 130R, exit at Spoon, the midpoint of Spoon. You've got going through, which is where Daire McCormack picked his up, going through this section here, going through the Degners. There's a lot of opportunity to pick up the track excursions. Like I say, you only get 3 warnings. The fourth, essentially the fourth warning, is the penalty, and so it's kind of it's rough in that scenario where you will be bitten if you kind of take the mick a bit too much.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you drive all day on that knife's edge. We saw Gregor Schild do it. There's a couple of times where I thought maybe it could be a warning, but they were absolutely flirting with it. But I'm pretty sure they were just inside the tolerance of what was acceptable for track limits. And that's something too that you sort of learn as you go, and you practice on a little bit of how much can I get away with, how much can I maximize this corner, how much can I maximize the exit. Now, a lot of times the track does that for you because they put grass and other things out there, but those nice curves, especially the ones you can hit just right, sometimes you can get a drive-through from just going over the curves a little bit too much. It's all about knowing where you are and what the track limits are. Well, we're looking at some of the things in the race, and of course, we're always looking at who is doing the best job on pit road. And today, so far, it is the 51 Ferrari. They've spent the minimum amount of time on pit road, 2 minutes 12.740. And you may be wondering, how close is it? Well, the BS Plus competition BMW is only 1/100 slower on pit lane all day, and even back to the 127 BMW, they're only 2/10 slower. Everybody else is more than a second or so back. The 66 McLaren, of course, 1.2 seconds off of the 51 Ferrari and the 1 BMW for all that it matters. But 1/100 after 2 stops, that's really close. That's pretty much what we expect, though, from these top teams.
And speaking of which, Santoro has come into the pit lane in that number 51 Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports team. Obviously doing something. The difference between them and like the number 1 BMW, like the Naujoks and Murphy and Richt, and like doesn't matter to them. They don't care about that. The thing is, if you look at the other teams that are around them, every single pit stop, they're not gaining a tenth or two. They're gaining a second, 2 seconds, 3. Like they're gaining big time on the teams that are around them, and that is why we keep seeing them drop down, move back up, drop down, move back up. We'll see that quite a lot of them. It's what made them so strong at Bathurst comparatively to their pace, because their pace wasn't actually that great, and they had quite a lot of issues. They had a big damage repair after that contact with them and Rocket Sim Sports coming down into the chase. Like they had a lot going on that race, and yet still they kept working in the pit lane, and they kept gaining positions because of it, because they were consistent in that department. They nailed that department, and despite being in a car that was kind of struggling a little bit around there, they still made their way up the order.
Yeah, and talking about that close consistency, the 1 of the 66 have been the class of the field really with that today. The overall race pace, the difference between them in the first 2 stints, 4 1/1000ths of a second, not tenths, not hundredths, thousands. 4 1/1000ths of a second was all that was between them, between the first 2 hours of this race. And oh, by the way, Eamon Murphy, last time we checked in, he was 2 seconds away. It's now down under a second, nearly 9/10ths behind Nils Naujoks, and that is troubling if you are BS Plus competition. Turns out we actually got one right today. We theorized it was going to close back up, and I think with 30 more minutes left in this stint, give or take, the tires maybe, the early pit stop, keep in mind that the 1 BMW did, that might come back to bite them here, but they still, all importantly, are in front. And we've learned so far, being the lead car is the only thing that really matters.
Yeah, I mean, normally in the commentary booth, we are idiots, but even a broken clock is right twice a day, and it is that vein. We are apparently good at predicting some of this stuff, and like we said, Eamon Murphy is closing right back in. At the moment, we've got the battle for 6th position. Amir Hosseini, Charlie Crossan, and of course Louis Rotters, who is right there. I've got to say, Brzezinski's got into 9th position now, ahead of Battistella, so is working his way up, picking up positions left, right, and centre, now comfortably inside the top 10, 9.5 seconds before he catches this battle, and I would not rule that out from happening over the next 20 minutes. Pace from that Williams Esports car is very, very high, so we might see that 55 marching even further forward as we look backwards from Amir Hosseini towards the G2 Esports car that is being driven by Charlie Crossan. Half a second now between the race leaders. Nils Naujoks is going to be feeling the pressure from Eamon Murphy. I just like how there's been 3 different drivers in that Veloce car. There's been 2 different drivers in the BS competition car, and on all of that, still extremely close. It shows how well dialed in they are as teams, where your drivers aren't separated by anything.
It goes back to what we were saying before. Qualifying's one thing, racing's quite another. You put a quali setup in the car, it's obviously low fuel. The balance of the car is going to be completely different. Under race fuel with BOP, the way that it's set up here at SRO, it is so fantastic because it doesn't matter. You got 2 cars up at the front of this field that have completely different drive lines and all of that, completely different aero and all that stuff as well. And obviously drivers is the big question mark, and they're out here putting out laps that are almost identical, and I'm not even kidding, they're almost identical. And this is what you get. You get 3 hours nearly of 2 cars of being within a second of one another. They're having to out-strategize each other, and whoever gets the strategy, mark my words, in 7 hours from now, whoever gets that final strategy call right, they're the ones that are going to win this race. I don't think pace is going to win you this race today. I think it's going to be a strategic call.
I mean, back when I used to do some endurance racing in sim racing, we were battling in a very competitive league when it comes to sim racing esports at this point. This was 7 years ago, but it was the highest level of endurance racing that you could really do in sim racing really at this point. Battling with people like Brzezinski and Nikodem Wisniewski, who was Pash Gergis at the time. They were both they were all in that team. Bear in mind, Pash Gergis races for Coanda SimSport, now one of the biggest esports organisations sim racing. Now, back then, you could afford to, if you were a 3-car team, to have 2 pretty good drivers that were like very quick, and then 1 kind of weak driver. That was me, obviously. I'd be like 6-7 tenths off of my teammates, and that back then was absolutely fine. Now, if you have a third driver that's 6 or 7 tenths off, you're done. You are not competing for the victory. It does not work like that anymore. You need to have 3 drivers that are on it. Dominic Blyer has just got a drive-through penalty. Is that for track limits, or is that another thing from race control? Because, of course, he does have that time penalty to deal with anyway, the 15-second time penalty for contact between them and the 127. But Dominic Blyer in at number 10 has just received a drive-through.
Well, I will tell you, since the last time we talked about it, the 42 car has got a drive-through penalty for track limits, and that was 3 drive-throughs for track limits in 8 minutes. But I have a feeling the one for the 10 has nothing to do with track limits.
Yeah, we're being told it's from the stewards. We're not 100% sure as to why, but we will be receiving word of that shortly as to what's gone on with the number 10. On the left-hand side, you got the battle for the race lead. Nils Naujoks, Eamon Murphy separated by nothing, and that McLaren Veloce GT car is charging right now. They're about 20 minutes away from making their 3rd pit stop of the race. Well, 20-25 minutes, something in that vein of making that 3rd pit stop, which means there is plenty of time left in this stint for Eamon Murphy to go on the attack to find his way through.
There certainly is, and man, this race might as well be a yo-yo. It's gone back and forth, up and down, all sorts of ways, and we're still not even at the halfway point yet. My question to you, Lewis, is we've already seen BS Plus competition pull off a strategy to get them in the lead, to leapfrog the 66, so to speak. Can you continue to do things like that, or do you have to default back to your maximizing every stint, or can you afford at the end of this race to have pitted early every single time by a few minutes? What do you reckon the winning strat would be? I just don't think you can continue to do that. I think that's something you could do a couple of times, but you can't do the entire race and hope to be able to out-fuel and out-pit them at the end of the race.
No, but they do have, so they don't need to go any shorter. So if you think of it from their point of view specifically, is that they've gone for 65 minutes, and then they've done a stint which was 58 minutes, something in that vein off the top of my head. Now, they could just do 65 minutes basically until the end of the race, or until the final pit stop, where they would then short fill, essentially just splash and dash, which would be with roughly like 25 minutes left to go in the race. But every single stop from there, because they've already done that one stint where they pitted 3 laps before, right, because they've already ticked that one off, it means that every time, comparatively to the McLaren Veloce car, they'll be doing the undercut every single time. They're not short fuel, they're still doing the maximum 65-minute stints, but they're undercutting basically every single time. By undercutting once, you put yourselves on a trajectory to constantly undercut. Now, it's then in the hands of McLaren Veloce to kind of match that, to try and undercut essentially on this stint, to kind of get them back on sequence with each other, so that undercut, if BS Competition want to use that card again, well, they've got to almost pay a higher price for it by actually properly short filling once more. So those kind of things, very, very complex, very, very dynamic between the two. But essentially, if everything plays out, if both teams go to the maximum stint limit now, each time, then BS Competition will constantly be undercutting that McLaren.
I would have settled. I love that explanation, but I would have settled with, we'll see at the end of the race. But that was very eloquently explained. I could have never have done that. Drive-through penalty for car 10 for blocking. That's on car 88, apparently, is who they were blocking that back on lap 73. And on lap 72, drive-through penalty for car 33 for causing a collision with car 100. And those are the drive-throughs. So the two that just came through are not for track limits. And that was very dicey through 130R. That time, Jardier very much in the middle here, trying to take that spot from Batistella, but hasn't been able to quite do that. Nearly got taken and overtaken by Ognarodikov, but just about everyone held it together. There's very clearly, between a lot of these drivers, mutual respect of, I'm going to race you hard, but the second it gets a little too sketchy, I am going to back out to live to fight another day. And we've seen that a lot this season, and it is quite nice to have because it doesn't break up epic battles like this.
I've got to say, it was a big look from Ogrodnikov. Nearly made it 3 wide going down to the Casio Triangle. But like I say, I mean, Ogrodnikov, again, if you ever spoke to David Christie, you'll know he's quite an aggressive driver. We know that. We know the 41 is, but has been learning a lot of the idea of sometimes backing out, of sometimes not trying anything, of just sometimes looking is enough to distract the opponent. And in that sense, looked and then went, actually, this is pretty dumb to try and do a 3 wide bit into the Casio Triangle. I'm going to back out. 12 months ago, I guarantee you that Ogrodnikov would have made that 3 wide and would have caused a pretty substantial crash or made a great move. And that's the coin flip. Whereas now, a bit more maturity, a bit more guile with the racing, a bit more understanding of the racing, a bit more respect for the competitors, and it's what kind of, like you say, causes that always questioning what's going on. Is this the right move? Is it now that we should battle? Again, I really like that. I really like the respect. There's the late line from Batistella coming down out of Spoon Curve. Like I say, Jaroslav Honzik is there. He's knocking at the door.
He sure is. You know, just to add to that point that you made, it was a brilliant point, and I've always said I love an aggressive driver, but that doesn't mean you have to be a silly driver, you know what I mean? And you can be aggressive, but also smart at the same time. But I do love a driver that's not afraid to take a little bit of risk as long as it's not too silly or egregious in any way. And Ognarodikov doing exactly what was required of him, not inviting too much contact or controversy there. Live to fight another day. Jardier living to fight another day against Ognarodikov. Nearly blocked into the pit wall there, but again, that was what was required to keep that Bentley behind.
That was a very substantial defence from Jaroslav Honzik, and Ogrodnikov tried something. This is something I was about to talk about. A 10-second time penalty for causing a collision to the 889 on being Dylan Tan. That was against the 123 and the 51 as well. Of course, 51 being that Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports team, and the 123 being FFS Racing. So causing a couple of issues there was Dylan Tan. But either way, it's dealt with now. 10 seconds penalty. Dominic Bly, by the way, despite having served that drive-through, of course, still has the 15-second penalty to be served under the pit stop for making that contact into the hairpin on the 127 of Batistella. So there is a lot of issues still going the way of the number 10, and it is going to draw them very, very far away from finishing inside the top 10. Still plenty of time to respond. Back up to the race lead. Less than half a second between Nils Naujoks and Eamon Murphy now as we charge to complete more laps at Suzuka. We're approaching the that lovely number of 100. We're rapidly approaching the halfway point of the race, and obviously we're still 2 hours and 10 minutes away from that. But the drivers, even in a race like this, will be ticking off those little bits because they're the things that keep your mentality strong through a race. There's an hour done. There's a quarter of the race behind us. We're a third of the race down. Those are small victories that you need to keep ticking off through the race.
And I can tell you this too: if you're Naujoks or Murphy here, it's going by in a hurry because first of all, you're having a lot of fun. These drivers, they may not be friends, they're absolutely competitors, but you love this. You live for this kind of competition. Nobody, despite how amazing it is to win by a mile, nobody wants to do that. Everybody, like I said earlier, wants to be the hero. They want to drive very close. They want to prove that they're better than somebody else. They want to be in these moments, and especially here on the big stage, to be able to do something like this for 3 hours. It's flying by for them. Everybody that's not in the car, though, all their teammates, they're biting their nails. They're running out of, they're pulling their hair out. And it's like every second is 5 seconds. But when you're in that car in a situation like this, especially with Eamon Murphy catching Naujoks like he did, it flew by that hour. And it also, the flip side of that, very well as well. If it's going really bad, it's the same thing. It's a long time and a big look there from Eamon Murphy trying to sell him a dummy into 130R. It hasn't worked. Naujoks had him covered off and didn't quite get side by side. I don't know if that was an actual attempt at a move or they was just trying to mess with him a little bit, rattle his cage.
I think it was more like they looked to try and make force a mistake. No, you're absolutely right. I've again been in a situation where being the driver, you're in control. Whether you're Naujoks or Murphy, either side, you're in control. You're the one that not worried at the moment. You're driving, you're ticking off the lap. All the teammates are sat there on the side being like, this is going to end in tears. This is awful. I hate it. I hated being out of the car, watching what was happening in the car. Every time going through back markers, every time coming up towards a pit stop. All you're sitting there as a driver, but you can't do anything. And we're used to being race drivers or being in sim racing or whatever, where you're in control. You create your own destiny. Having absolutely no control over what your race is doing is a horrible feeling. So much so that as a driver, sometimes the best thing that you can do is step away. When you're not in the car, go. Just go and do something else. Just go and have some lunch. Step away from the car. Unfortunately, sim race don't really get that opportunity because 9 times out of 10, if you're out of the car, you're the race engineer.
That's very true. I can tell you too that the flip side of that, the time flying, the time going slow. I've definitely been 5 laps down in races before that I knew I had to finish to get points, and man, it's almost like time stops. Father Time is quite strange like that, but I know exactly what you're talking about. I've been on both sides of that coin, and it's exhilarating when you're in the car. In a weird way, as much as I appreciate doing single stints, there's a lot of times in races like this where your time flies by and you don't feel like you've raced an hour, but in a high-profile race like this, you said this earlier, and I could not agree more. 1 hour, get out of the car, take a little break, get back in fresh, and I think that has been the key so far to these two teams not making a single mistake, always keeping a fast, fresh driver in the car, new eyes, and just a little bit of rest, a little recuperation, and coming back into the car, and it's worked so far for our top two. Murphy had a look a couple of laps ago. Naujoks covered off, but other than that, it hasn't been any more aggressive. A few car lengths between the two of them, and it is the exact reverse of the previous stint. What do you reckon? We're about 12, 15 minutes away from pit stops here?
I think plenty more than that. Let me just go and double check, because we can check how long the stints have been thus far.
It would be 20 minutes. I'm absolutely incorrect there. That's right, because they'll be pitting it. If you go the maximum distance, they'll be pitting at 45. 6:45 left to go. Or as close to.
Yeah, close to. At the moment, for the number one, for Naujoks, they would be going for about another 15 minutes, 16 minutes from this point, because they pitted early on the previous stint. For Eamon Murphy, it's 22 minutes from this point to when we're expecting, because obviously it would be, let's say, about 6 hours and 45 minutes left to go in this race. So, running on strategy. Tobias pits early in the Prime E-Racing car, as does Battistella in the Mobileye, and Wenham as well, battling for the race. Of course, Wenham made an early pit stop last time, and that was what gave them the race lead in the silver category, at least for a little while, over Rotters. This battle, though, is getting closer and closer and closer, and Eamon Murphy, who I will say, again, because of the slightly earlier pit stop for this competition, remember that those tyres on the car ahead are older than the tyres on the car that we are presently in. Even though it's only 6 laps, it makes a difference.
Oh, without a doubt. If it's just 2 laps, it makes a difference, especially around this particular racetrack. It makes a difference everywhere, but it's almost magnified here. But it being multiple laps, many laps, there's absolutely a difference in the adhesion between first and second place right here. But look at Eamon Murphy. Not really fussed, is he? He's communicating with the team on the straights, as you often do. but just sort of focused and cued into the race. But he doesn't look flustered. He doesn't look like he's attempting to. He doesn't look like he's on the ragged edge. Basically, he's calm and he's composed, and that tells you a lot about what the strategy is. They know they're going to go longer into this stint. They know that they have that in the bank, and eventually, regardless if they make the pass, they're going to inherit the lead, at least for a couple of laps. Obviously, they believe in their strategy over the one team, and nobody really knows which one is the right one, and I'm sure they'll find out when the checkered flag comes out this evening.
Yeah, no, I like the look of it. I like the look of Eamon Murphy at the moment, purely based on the fact of it doesn't look flustered. He doesn't look like he's fighting the car. Which is the kind of like the critical thing. There's no big snaps of oversteer. There's no big dramas in the car. It's just, yep, I'm driving. I'm quite close to the guy ahead. This is pretty cool. It is what it is.
I'll tell you something else I've always marveled about with these modern GT3 machines is in so many different racing series, the big issue is following in the wake of another car and how that causes a massive loss of downforce, and it completely changes the dynamics of the car, and you burn the tires off because you're having to turn extra hard. And GT equipment, that's just not the case these days, really, is it? You can very happily follow another car like this in the wake, and you're going 160 miles an hour plus around some of these parts of the circuit, and it just doesn't matter. No wash into 130R. That's a little bit wide there. If that wasn't caused by the air, though. And it's just brilliant what they've been able to accomplish with the GT3 platform and all these cars, and it creates epic moments like we're seeing right here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, I mean, there is a little bit of dirty air. It does cause a little bit higher tyre wear to the vehicle chasing. That is a thing, which is fair enough. That happens. You can't eliminate all of the dirty air that's sent off, but you can kind of deal with some of it. You can kind of look after the tyres still. You can kind of back off a little bit. It is what it is. Either way, we've had 3 hours of racing over this so far. We'll take a look at some highlights whilst we've got a bit of a calm moment still, despite our race leaders separated by just half a second. It's been a frantic race thus far, which started a very, very long time ago. We'll take a look at the highlights over the hour that we've had so far. Race Anywhere Simsport getting side by side with Full Motorsports Racing down into the first corner, picking up the position down the back end towards 18th, 19th, 20th position. A decent move there, a nice tidy one. FFS Racing getting into a bit of issue with Igor Rognikov all over the place on the rear end. And then a bit of a moment for the Mobileye Lamborghini, and watch how this unfolds going up through the S's. A little bit of side by side, and that Simway Pro car just alongside. The Lamborghini turned in, went out into the gravel, rejoined, dropping 3-4 positions. By the time they rejoined, they were down the back end of the top 20. A switch for the race lead, though, on the exit of pit lane, courtesy of the lack of car contact going through the pit lane sequence. It was the lead advantage that went the way of the McLaren Veloce, just ahead of BS Competition. A little bit of touch between the two of them. Gregor Schill into the rear end of George Boothby. The two of them, well, this was about as big as the gap got over the entire stint. Incredibly tight between the two of them. Prime E Racing, one of the Red Welton cars, will make contact through the first corner, and Red Welton skipping straight over before releasing the throttle to allow Sven Hetich to come back through on the start-finish straight, as the two of them would battle their way through the start-finish. It was a tight tussle between the two of them, very, very close indeed. FFS Racing were closing in directly behind, obviously battling in the silver category, the championship leaders in the silver category. Symphony and Pistons out a little bit wide, Chris Avere behind the wheel, and that was the opportunity that McCauley needed to try and get through. However, bit of contact between the two, turning in a bit too early in that number 23 car, sending him off into the gravel trap and dropping him down the order. Bit of contact, 1, 2, 3 into each other, and it would cost Petrochenko a position to the G2 Esports car that was being driven by Isaac Price, who get around the outside of 200R, picking up a little bit of the slipstream of the Triton car directly ahead. Despite losing the position, it wasn't a position in class. They'd still hang on to the silver lead while still trying to hang on to that position from G2 Esports. Race Anywhere all over the rear end. That's where we stand at the moment. The lead of each category being held. The AJA Sim Racing car of Louis Rotters holding on to the lead in the silver category. Nils Naujoks, and of course BS Competition hanging on to the lead just about for BS Competition. I will say it's been a great run for me throughout the race so far. I've had such a lot of fun watching the 3 hours of racing here. There's still 7 left to go, but it is my time to step aside. Jesse Lee is not going anywhere though, don't worry. He's going to be joining you for the next couple of hours. Ryan Mawson's going to jump into the commentary booth to take us through the next few hours. Thank you, lads. Good luck, and take it away.
Well, thank you very much, Lewis McLean. Everybody, a fantastic commentator and brilliant perspective on the sport. I dare say, I think Lewis will be back for the end of the race. Myself and Ryan Mawson with you for the next several hours. Ryan Mawson, welcome in.
Thank you, Jesse, and what a great track to be here at. You know, it's one of my favourites to race at, actually, Suzuka, just because of how close the racing can be. And, well, you saw it exactly on the highlight reel there and what we're seeing on the broadcast cameras. And, yeah, this is, you know, what I love to do. And Jesse will probably tell you, and as we'll go through the commentary for the next few hours, info on cars, if you need that. Oh, I can absolutely bore you for hours with them.
Lewis and I got into a racing etiquette conversation at some point. We mentioned tires about half a dozen times. It so often comes up. You know, I want to touch on that just a little bit. It's a big racetrack, Suzuka. It's certainly one of the biggest ones in ACC in terms of length, and it has a ton of corners. And I remarked before the start of the race just how many different kinds of corners there are. We rode on board Nils Naujoks' car, and we were watching his feet on the pedals, and due to the way that ACC models them, you actually get to see what he's doing on the pedals in real life. And I was sort of explaining why some corners he was dabbing the brake and some he was trail braking, and explaining that sort of thing. But I want to touch on the interesting thing that you mentioned just now. How come such a large track creates such close racing?
Well, I think it's just like you mentioned, the amount of corners and the difference in every single sort of corner on this circuit. You know, it is vastly different from, like, we've just gone from Spoon to 130R, the high downforce areas, you know, the front straight, the S's, which really, you know, sort of build on the downforce cars. There's actually a very slow car in the background, we just noticed on the back straight. But it means that every car has a point on the track where it actually starts to come into play. Even the power cars, like actually what we're seeing in the background there, where the Honda's catching up, you know, they have the straight which is long enough that you can really start to muscle in on people, and that back straight. But, you know, McLarens, like what we're watching, the BMWs, they are great through Sector 1.
Well, just catching everybody up on some things that you may have noticed. The eagle-eyed among you might notice that the 51 has disappeared from the timing and scoring sheet. Something happened a little while ago, about 15 or 20 minutes ago, if we're completely honest. And we noticed that car was down in 32nd place, and they pitted after doing only 18 laps. So we suspect there was some sort of incident, likely to be a single car one at that. But we had heard a previous report from Michael Hamlet, our eye in the sky, that 130R was starting to claim victims. There were several cars going off left, right, and center in this very... Tires here are at a premium, obviously, all the time, Brian. And, of course, tire deg somewhat high here. This track doesn't have the grip of some of the other circuits, and a lot of drivers tend to like it that way because I guess it allows you to do a little bit more with the race setup.
I think it depends a lot on your driving style. I've talked to some drivers who really enjoy it and others who absolutely hate it. As you mentioned, as there's a bit look up the inside from Chris Seaver for the SLP racing car, up the inside it came Prendergast, and that was easy as you done. But yeah, it's a very interesting track. The grip level is incredibly low for what you'd expect. You know, if you drive a lot of other tracks, you come to Suzuka, you realize, yeah, the grip level's quite low. It does mean that some drivers can really slide the car, which gives you a better angle. You know, if you can have a tiny amount of slip angle, it really can force you out of the corners, you know, with a greater speed. And you know, a lot of drivers, what you mentioned earlier, you see them trimming the brakes, trimming the car through the corners, but some drivers who need that sort of confidence underneath them and the grip, well, that is completely taken away from you at Suzuka. So I think there's a handful in each camp, but yeah, you do have to have a very different race setup for Suzuka, because you have to take into account the tyre degradation. And when it starts to build up, it just snowballs here, as in your tyres get worse. Perhaps if you're a bit vicious on them through the S's, you grain them, that gets a lot worse. Tyres start to go off, it can vastly spiral out of control.
Well, as you may have noticed, Richter is in the number 4 HRT Mercedes-AMG Esports car, and they are the first of the early pitters that is scheduled for them. And a couple of things you may have also noticed, some racing incidents and a drive-through penalty for car 149. That's currently driven by Jaroslav Hanzik, and that is for a lap 84 incident involving car 127. So they have been given a drive-through for that. That was not for track limits. They are on pit road serving that. You also see Kisser in the pit lane, so is Dylan Tan, and these are all scheduled stops. Differing strategy here today, Ryan. Several drivers and teams electing a early pit cycle, a couple going to the max on every single cycle. And then you got BS Plus competition, where they initially went as long as they could possibly go. They got passed by the 66 initially, then they undercut on the very next pit stop, was able to take back the lead, a lead that they still enjoyed, but only by just about that much between the top two. And that's pretty much what we have had today. Of course, the 55 qualified on pole and led the opening stanza, but about 40 minutes into the race got a drive-through penalty, but that was for track limits. That was not race control, and that's why you see them outside the top 5. They were outside the top 10 a little while ago, as they continue to pound around and gain positions and try to get back into this race. But beyond that, it has been all Veloce GT and BS Plus competition, and they have been nose to tail in both ways around. In fact, in this race, very close stuff between the entire field, really. But talk about that. Some teams pitting incredibly early into the cycle, others going long. Do you have a preference for a race, and especially at this racetrack?
I don't. How do I put this? Jesse Lee's put me on the spot, ladies and gentlemen. It's one of those. I think it really depends for me how the race is going, which is how you've seen it with BS competition. You know, they had to respond to the threat of Veloce. They have ended out in front, and that's kind of when you're at that end of the field, that your race is kind of dictated by what is happening around you. You know, Veloce will obviously now have to be planning themselves. Obviously, they believe in the late strategy. I think that car should be coming in in about, 20 odd minutes, maybe 15, 20 minutes. Again, very, very close, showing BS competition that we still have some rubber left on these tyres. Maybe you don't anymore. You've got to pit soon here, but I think mid-pack, if I was left to the choice, I prefer to go long, just because there is always the risk when you undercut and you start to get into the traffic, lap traffic, that, you know, then that strategy doesn't work. If you undercut, you really need to be able to, you know, completely floor it. And as we see, the number 1 peel off into the pit lane, that will signal the start of their strategy. So it gives the lead back, at least briefly, to McLaren Veloce GT. And we will see now that Eamon Murphy has been released. He was obviously always there on the number 1 BS car. It now, for Eamon Murphy, needs to put in those few amazing laps if they want to overcome them. It's not impossible to do, but it is a little bit more difficult on used tyres.
Eamon Murphy assumes the lead for McLaren Veloce GT. That'll be the second or third time that car has led today. Naujoks brings the car in. We suspect we'll see a driver change in the BS competition camp, but the question is who? Naujoks is finishing up his second stint of the day. Tauscher is in the 14 Mercedes-AMG, and we just saw Louis Rotters come in as well, the lead of the silver class, who finds themselves with a healthy lead, at least for the time being. We'll see what it looks like after they come out. Of course, Silver Class has been incredibly close as well. They spent the first several hours nose to tail, and even at one point they were 1, 2, 3 in line, all within a second of one another. But that's has since dispersed, but you never can tell. Most of the field taking the opportunity to pit now. We suspect this team with Murphy behind the wheel will go at least another lap, probably another 2 laps at least before they consider pitting. But hey, I've been wrong before today, so what do I actually know? I don't have a crystal ball, but that's what they have been doing, and I would expect them to continue this strategy as, well, quite frankly, it's been working. They were 3 seconds behind the number 1 BS competition car, but they caught all the way back up. And it's not about leading right now, is it really, Ryan? If you know that you have a car good enough to chase down the leader every stint and be right behind them, you must assume at the end of the race, if you keep that up for the entirety of the race, you're going to have a shot at the end, so there's no worries.
At least when you've got, the 6 hours and 49 minutes still left on the clock. A lot of teams, at the minute, I would think would be definitely into the, you're not in that sort of ballpark of moves need to be made now, and we have to, wear ourselves out and wear the car out constantly, trying to lead it as the Dylan 10 for the Legion of Racers Mercedes all over the back of the Race Anywhere Sim Sport Ferrari, really wanting to get by to bring the 2 Legion of Racers cars together, and actually it's going to be let through. There you go, as the 889 continues on the charge up the field. But yeah, you don't really want to be out front having to defend, wearing out the car, wearing out yourself. You've got plenty of time, but, as that clock keeps ticking down, BS competition obviously going to want to be leaving that white Ferrari behind in the rearview mirror. But if you can't shake it and you've only end up with, a couple of hours left on the clock, then it's when you start worrying.
Here's Leonardo Del Calmo. This is the 51 Scuderia Ferrari Velis Esports Ferrari, and it was reported to me that this car was in 32nd place at one point. They're very clearly in 22nd now. Some of that might be the pit stop cycle. Some of that also might be recovery. Keep in mind the 51, it was quite quick in the early stanza of this race. They appear to have had a self-inflicted spin or accident at some point, an unscheduled stop, but beyond that, they're definitely off sequence with the rest of the group, but there's still pace in that car according to the timesheet. And again, after you have an incident like that, it becomes a recovery drive. Doing the best with that, honestly. They have certainly been trying, but I think they were just passed by Felix Rupert in the 71 just a few corners ago.
Yeah, so for Scuderia Ferrari Velis Esports still managing to, go around. But as you know, Jesse, this team, we've seen them on a recovery drive before, is definitely, well within that car's ability to get back up there. You've still got 6 hours plus, and that is a long old time in endurance racing. A few more reports coming through on the race control. Cars 93 involving car 93 and 127 on lap 87. That is why they got a 15-second time penalty for car 127 for causing a collision. So that's some of the reports that we had earlier on, which have been served in some of the pit stop cycles.
I will say this about the race controlling today. Penalties have been few, but they have been consistent throughout the race. Several an hour, but no more than that. The race start was pretty much clean, as we have seen through the entire championship thus far. There were a few bobbles, obviously, we showed on replay, but realistically, no huge calamity. Most incidents involving 1 or 2 cars. The hot corner of the day has been, actually, let me ask you, Ryan, what do you think the most problematic corner on the track's been today?
One of the problematic corners, which I'm going to at least put it out there and hazard a guess at, would be 130R.
There have been a couple of spills there, but the problematic corner of the day certainly has been the hairpin.
Yes, when everyone starts bunching up, and there's always the bottleneck at the hairpin.
Right, you are, and that's exactly what's happened. Usually when we have 2 or 3 car trains come into the hairpin, of course, all the cars are their own manufacturer and entity. They all have different braking and systems, and they all have different layouts, of course, so no one car fits all here. So add that into the mix. And plus, you're also just, well, you're trying to gain positions as well, so you don't want to lose time. They've certainly come together to horrible results, and this is going to be a horrible result here in Spoon. Leonardo's going to go spinning the 51, but also that was less than academic from the Ferrari as well. There's a little bit of a spin, a little bit of damage, and that is unfortunate for Rupert. I'm not entirely sure how that all happened. I guess they just refused to back out. Oh, the leader of the race in pit row, Eamon Murphy, pitting out of the lead of the race. The question now becomes, who will take over the lead of the race? Arthur Kammerer on the right side of your screen. They were the leader of the race. They pitted on their sequence cycle. Murphy still on jack stands in the pit lane. Kramer coming through the Casio triangle, and I don't think this is going to be very close at all. I'm pretty sure Kramer is going to rocket back into the lead to the tune of several seconds. Down and away is Eamon Murphy. And did Murphy stay in that car? I wonder if he actually might double stint here. But here comes Kammerer. This shouldn't be too much of a tall ask, and it isn't. A nice gap for Arthur Kammerer. BS Competition go back to the point.
So BS Competition, the undercut once again buying them a little bit more time, as when these cars, when they split away, they were bumper to bumper basically from the 1 and the 66, but that has brought them just a little bit further out. And the 66, just coming out of the pit lane, they will have to be easy on those Pirellis, at least for the first lap or so. Whereas the number 1, the BS Competition car, they're already warmed up. They've already got the pressures, up to everything, up to pressure, up to temperature, and they're already rocking. It's about 3.1 seconds the last time they came across the timing split. So yeah, we'll have to watch what Veloce can do. They've caught up this time before, but they're going to have to do it all over again, and they're going to have to potentially do that all over again up to 4 or 5 more times if they want a good shot at the race before the end.
Certainly the case. It was about that length of gap in the previous stop as well, 3.1 seconds, and then 15 minutes thereabout into the stint, it started going the other way. Keep in mind, Kammerer has older tires on that car compared to the 66. Eamon Murphy confirmed to have stayed in that 66. That is the first double stint for any leader today, and that's an interesting decision to leave him in there. But I mean, why wouldn't you? He clawed back a 3-second lead. He's clearly in the zone. Of course, it's 2:30 p.m. in sim time. The track has continually been gaining temperature in the afternoon heat, and well, I mean, again, we talked about the weather earlier. There's nothing really to complain about. There's always the threat of weather, but it's been held at bay by just perfect racing conditions, but they've had to keep up with the tire pressures. Looks like everybody's done a decent job of that. Well, Kammerer in the car for the first time. Murphy still hot off the last stint. Will we see another 3-second gap erased? Time will only tell. James Parker for FFS Racing inside the top 10 now. What an adventurous day for FFS Racing. This car has been making great passes. It's been off the track a few times as well, but still, you can't deny how fast they've been.
Very much so, and we're looking through some of the data that we've been, in the background we get showered with data from Michael Hamler, who's just the king of data here at SRO. And I was about to say as well, some of that time in the pit lane has been because the number 1 BMW, we talk about the leader of the pit stops always, there's the leader of the race, and at lap time, there is always also the leader in the pit lane, and the number 1 BMW 2.4 seconds faster than 66 McLaren. So Veloce just dropping a tiny little bit of time each time in the pits, and that's costing them, what we are exactly seeing on the track. But for pace-wise, lap times of these cars, there is 1,000th between the average of those two cars over 3 hours of racing between the number 1 BMW and the 66 McLaren. 1,000th, ladies and gentlemen. They're basically identical.
Yeah, it was 4 1,000ths earlier in the race. For those of you keeping score at home, it was 4 1,000ths, and now it's down to only a single 1,000th of a second through 3 or so hours of racing. Folks, I don't think it's going to get any more spread apart than that. this is just the kind of racing that this place seems to provide. And also these fantastic teams and drivers, they're just refusing to lose at this point, both of them. They're doing exactly what they think they need to do to be in the best position to make that win a reality. But again, we won't know for another 6.5 hours which one of those strategies is right. The Father Time will dictate who is right and wrong. Further penalties coming out. This one for track limits again. The 9:49 drive-through for track limits. Unfortunate for them. How difficult is track limits around here, Ryan Lawson? You've raced here in ACC more than me, surely. How strict are they, would you say?
It's fairly easy to get coming out of the Degners here. You see a lot of cars that want to, they want to run wide. Well, it is quite strict on the second part of that, on the output. You can very easily get a track limits there. Obviously 130R, if you have a problem and you start to skittle off, then you can get it there. Spoon as well, you really have to watch that. You can run two wheels on the rumble strips on the coming out of the corner. That's completely fine. But as soon as what would be your inside wheels go over the edge, that's it. You're going to get a track limits, as we'll see. A lot of cars, they run very, very wide. You can do that, but if you run a little bit wider, like the line that the Mobileye Lamborghini Esports team took, any wider, that's the track limits. And that, I think, is where everyone's picking them up. Degners and the exit of Spoon.
You got to feel bad for Mobileye Lamborghini Esports because they absolutely flat dominated Bathurst, and it was all for them. Well, it just didn't happen in Indianapolis, did it? It fell away from them, and today, rather not of their own accord, was unceremoniously deposed off of the racing track, and that has certainly set them back. 25th place and working around cars that are not for position and will not pay points. But of course, you've got to attack and get those spots back. You've got to catch up to the 51 and the 149. All those teams having their own various issues. Races like this, you can't ever give up. You can't give up time, you can't give up spots, you can't give up hope. You got to keep going because you never know what the remaining 6.5 hours have in store. And I know for certain Simonini and the entire Mobileye Lamborghini Esports team will not do that. Lovely striking car, though. I love a Lamborghini in blue. Talking about cars making a comeback, Ryan. The number 55 Mercedes-AMG T. Williams Esports Chill Blast team. They qualified P1, didn't they? And had that early track limits drive-through, but look at them now. They're still the fastest car on the racetrack. They have been for the majority of the race, ever since the first few 10 minutes or so. And inside the top 10 solidly. Where do you reckon they could end up at the end of the day? They're 10.5 behind Dietrich in 7th, and that's the last silver car they would have to pass. And then it's Stapleford and Hoban in front. Certainly a top 5. Is it a big ask for a podium, do you think?
It is a little bit of an ask, but the William Chillblast car, they've just grabbed the fastest lap of the race, and the AMG is it's quite a weapon round here, especially if the driver really knows how to muscle it around. So I wouldn't say it's completely out of the question yet. And also we've seen this team, if they need to pick up the pace, they definitely can do.
Well, they fell outside. They were the leaders, obviously, when it happened, and they fell outside the top 15 overall, but have clawed back tooth and nail and somehow have avoided all the drama that has befallen nearly every car around them at one point or another, and have continued to march forward in this race. Wisniewski, of course, in that car now, doing an excellent job for the cause, continuing to gain. The last sector alone gained just about 2/10 on the 110. The leader in the silver class. Speaking of the silver class, Dietrich leading that class over Hedich in the 77, and that by several seconds. Quite a gap there forming in the silver class. Chris Siebert in the 100 car, the SOP Esports, the Art of Car team, very striking livery on that car. Finds themselves right behind Simonini. Simonini finds himself behind Bonjour as, well, things that sort of break apart during the madness of pit stops, they always seem to come back together, don't they?
Yeah, and as he says, that is an incredibly striking livery for the SRO Esports. At least they, very easy to see on track, and
you would not lose that in a crowd.
Oh no, and as a commentator, sometimes that's quite nice. It's like the very much standout pink Aston Martin. Well, it can only really be 2 cars on the grid that are this sort of hue of colour, I would say, and yeah, one of them's going to be SRO Esports.
Lovely stuff. All the cars are just brilliantly painted, and they're just so striking to look at. It's almost sad that most of these teams, they change their liveries every year to keep it fresh, and it's almost sad. I remember a lot of the liveries from last year. I thought some of the paint stuff they did was quite brilliant, and of course this year now, some of the teams have absolutely knocked it out of the park. The 71 that you see there, the orange and white camouflage-esque car, is one that absolutely gets me as well. The 71 by Felix Rupert, driven there. On board the splitter cam of Simonini, that is the 333 of Bonjour in front. The 333 has had a heck of a day that they would probably like to forget, but somehow still inside the top 25. The 333 has found herself on the wrong end of 3 stewarding decisions early in this race. But like I said, I am amazed this car is still in the top 25, still fighting. That's Rupert in front. And of course, right behind Simonini is Chris Sievert in the 100. All these cars running nose to tail. And this is typically, Ryan, the place and time where we've had issues coming into the hairpin we're about to come into.
Yeah, well, you see, everyone's trying to, really muscle back up onto one another. No one wants to drop time, and this part being the slowest part of the circuit. And some cars, prefer a wider line, and some need to tuck in tight. Yeah, it's kind of natural that you always end up with a bit of a accordion effect coming into this area. But for Chris Sievert as well, looking behind, he's kind of being dragged along by the Lamborghini. So for them, it's kind of a great situation to be as a silver car. Obviously, the pro car, they've got the 63, they've got quite a while to climb back up before they're racing, a fellow pro car for the 51. But for Chris Sievert, any move that is made on the 2 cars in front of them, if it slows them down, it gives them that opportunity to come through. That is great points for them.
It really is. Simonini, of course, I'm assuming they have repaired that car from the earlier spin. It wouldn't make sense not to obviously have done that, but that Lamborghini has not had an opportunity here as of late to show its actual potential, but may still find redemption today. I wonder what Simonini's thinking here, really. Are they waiting for Bonjour to make a move on Rupert? Or certainly if you're given half a chance, you're going to probably try it, right? Being in a different class.
You would think so, but I think part of it as well is just the differences in the cars. You see the Aston Martin does manage to pull a little bit of a gap at the back half of the circuit, but sector 1 and the first half of this lap, where the Lamborghini, the mid-engine car that's got a lot of rotation under them, is brilliant. It's kind of a single file area unless a mistake is made that invites you. So I think at the minute, and also you don't want to be making brash moves, as you said earlier. You can be an aggressive driver, but you need to be a smart driver at the end of the day, because you still have a long time of this race left, and they know that anything that puts them back even further is just going to kind of, really dull their chances of some big points haul. So I think at the moment for Automobile Lamborghini, they're just kind of sitting and pacing and seeing what is going on with the battle ahead.
You can't compound an accident with an accident. 2 wrongs don't make a right, and all the other adages you could possibly say. A little bit wide by the 333 right there, but covered it off in spoon. Did not have a run, did the Automobile Lamborghini there. Dylan Tan might have a opportunity to pass Kevin Siclari, and that's not something many people get to say in their career.
Absolutely not. Usually we're saying how Kevin Seclari is the one passing each other, but Mercedes on Mercedes, Dylan Tan has managed to catch all the way back up to the 191 in front. And also, this is kind of an interesting battle when you get two very good drivers in the same machinery, because obviously you don't have any kind of advantage over the driver in front of you. You're both in the same machinery, you both have the same power, same straight line speed, maybe a little bit to the car behind with the slipstream, but it's then really down to the driver and your setup and how much you've kept the tyres alive and really how confident you are. But look at Dylan Tan, he's really starting to reel him in now.
Certainly is. A couple of really good corners and aggressive Degners for my taste, but absolutely what is required from the Legion of Racers driver right on the back of Kevin Seclari in the 191. The car in front of Seclari is a lap car as far as I'm aware. That is not Kundak Soglu, I don't believe, unless that gap is evaporated in the span of a couple of corners. So they're fighting themselves and working lap traffic, of course. And that is the name of the game. Left side of the screen, back to the Lamborghini battle going on. And, might have a move down here. A little bit of contact with the 333 down into the hairpin, but gets the pass done, albeit with a little finger rubbing into the hairpin. Continues to be the hot corner where all the contact's taking place.
And on the right side, we had, the 131 was held up a little bit, and it was briefly 3 wide with the Legion of Racers cars side by side through 130R, but they couldn't make it happen. And Dylan Tan wisely decides to back out of that to live another day. But it shows that the 889 really have got the pace in that Mercedes, and they are not afraid to use it.
Certainly not. Simonini up to P24 there, and what was an aggressive overtake into the hairpin. I suspect he's had enough of other people leaning on him a little bit today and decided to pay back a little bit in full. Robbie Stapleford, the G2 Esports BMW. This car has been one to watch, up in 6th place right now, but threatening Albin in P5, that 88 Mercedes. And Robbie Stapleford trending in the right direction for G2 Esports. G2 is a team that you never really count out in a race. Like, they're always in the mix, and even sometimes I've noticed they don't start off as strong as some of the other teams, but they always put a race together, and you're seeing that out of that team here today. Stapleford trying to get them inside the top 5 again.
Yeah, and as the camera comes up, you have look at the concentration on Robbie Stapleford's face, because when you're this close, to the car in front, the broadcast cameras kind of, make it look all very easy. But when you are that close to someone, your view is completely blocked by the car ahead. You are going off muscle memory and your knowledge of the track. And you're still trying to race as fast as you can, and you're still looking for every kind of opportunity. There's a lot of cars as well, I've noticed, that take very varying different lines through Spoon. It's the Mercedes seems to want a wider line. We saw G2 look up the inside, but unless there was quite a wide moment, it wasn't going to be. But you can kind of see it from this camera. You see, you're trying to look for your apex, your next mark, and there's just the whacking great Mercedes in front of you.
You certainly have to be really good at spotting where your apexes and exits and everything are when you're following this close to a car, and that's an acquired skill. You don't have that when you start sim racing. It's something you only learn through repetition of the racetrack, and also putting yourself in a high-pressure situation like this. Robbie looks a little bit like George Boothby earlier, full concentration mode, but pay attention to what he did. I'm sure he'll probably do it again, this time on the pit straight, where Robbie took a minute, because you don't have any time to really relax around this race course except the front straight and maybe after Spoon. But usually on Spoon you're trying to set something up, right, for 130R and the triangle. But Robbie, he sat up in his seat, and he sort of leant forward to adjust himself, maybe set up taller in the seat, and went right back to it. But that brief moment that he had to sort of check his posture, make sure that he's in a comfortable position, that was what he had. And see here, he's sort of taken a hand off the wheel just a little bit, and it's a moment of relaxation. You don't get a lot of that in a race. You absolutely take them whenever you can get them. But looking very, very focused in on making a pass, very nearly going around the outside right there, but did not have the lane, but very close this time on the pit straight.
Well, it might be this time if the BMW has the grunt. You can see the Mercedes covering it off all the way down to the pit wall, almost the 88, saying if you want this position, you're going to have to go the long way around. But the AMG still has the straight line speed. Looking up the inside is G2 Esports. We're covered off once again. You can see the AMG in front, you know, the 88 Mercedes, kind of the car wobbling around a little bit. That's the driver trying to trim the brakes to bring the car back down. It obviously is not the fastest way around the corner, but they need to do that to keep G2 behind them, because if they let that car run up the race circuit, they know that G2 will take it. But each lap they have been just inching closer, and it's going to be very, very soon, I think, before, you know, we're going to see a too wide moment here.
That was very close racing between the two of them. Hubin very nearly, accidentally, in my opinion, ran Stapleford into the dirt. Stapleford was trying to get as big of a wide of an arc into the first turn as possible, and I don't even know if Stapleford realizes how close he got to hitting the dirt. And folks, let me just tell you, in case you don't know, you cannot hit the dirt on corner entry at turn 1 and keep the car going straight. It very, very quickly turns on you, but it was as close as you like. I had a premonition that it was going to happen, but no, pinpoint accurate, millimeter perfect for Stapleford, and continuing the hunt on Hubin in front of him. On the right side of the screen, Dylan Tan continuing work. Of course, trying to get by Kevin Saklari in front of him, a pass for position in class, while also trying to not let the silver class car behind him get a run. Old catch-22, I said that earlier, it's very much true. You want to make passes on your own class, but you don't want to make it harder on yourself by letting other people through. Look what's happening on the left side of the screen. Side by side through the triangle. Stapleford's going to get the pass done. Very close stuff. A little fender rubbing through the triangle. Stapleford's through, and absolutely not amused is Hubin in behind, who did not like the way that pass was made.
I was just about to say that it looked like we were going to get that moment eventually. The BMW looks so much stronger and so much more planted through 130R and the exit. You can see the speed that G2 carried through that, and it was always going to be in the Casio Triangle. I thought we were going to see a moment, just a little bit of touching. The Casio Triangle is very tight, especially for two GT3 cars side by side, but yeah, a little bit of touching there. But G2 now out in front, and I'm going to very much sort of suspect that Robbie Stapleford is going to continue on with that massive charge up the field.
Probably is. Hubin was not pleased by that. That was an immediate flash of the lights. Lewis and I talked about using flashing of the lights as a context-based language earlier. You can catch Lewis's book on contextual-based light flashing at some point, but a joke, of course, but it is contextual, isn't it? What the light flashing, it can be an apology, it can be a hi, it can be, I am now mad at you. Folks, I'm not an expert, but I'm pretty sure that was a I'm mad at you flash of the lights there.
I think that might be correct, Jesse, but yeah, I know what you mean, but yeah, it was always going to be a little bit of a touch through there, I think, but the Mercedes coming off the worst of that.
Certainly was the case, but pass done either way. Stapleford now just has to hope that race control didn't mind that. Of course, race control has done such a fantastic job of letting minor contact go, but it was contact, and it was a position change. How will they score that? Certainly glad I'm in this box and not the one adjacent to ours right about now. But close racing all day long up and down the field. Absolutely nothing new there. James Parker for FFS Racing, speaking of which, continuing the march in the silver class. Has P3, has P2 Hedich in his sights. That 77 McLaren. Daire, by the way, up the road to the tune of 15 plus seconds. It's actually more than that. That's the most I can count right now with the current split. It's actually more like 21, 22 seconds, the gap. That 110 putting on a show here despite how close it was early.
Yeah, the 110 in that McLaren really sort of has managed to get to grips with it, really gelling with the car, whereas it seems that a lot of the other silver teams are trailing in their wake. But yeah, James Parker for the FFS Racing team. This is the other car that I kind of alluded to earlier when I said there's only a couple of cars in this field that are of that hue. Well, FFS Racing, it's not a car that you can ever miss in that paint scheme, but it's also, they must be a little bit terrifying when they come racing up in your rearview mirror, because it will be very obvious that they have arrived, and Headage now really has a bit of a task on their hands to keep them behind, because the Aston Martins do seem to be a little bit better in the second half of the lap, I'm noticing.
I think I just saw Headage in front flashing the lapped Hondas in front, letting them know that, hey, I'm going to need to get through. I can't let this guy by. Lap traffic has played a little bit of a factor today, but nothing of the magnitude of importance, but it might just do here depending on how the two Honda drivers in front feel. Of course, the 77 would very much like them to adhere to blue flags and sort of make it easy on him, of course, but we'll see how that works. Of course, Parker's hoping for the opposite. Parker's hoping that they catch Headage off guard just a little bit to get through. And no, folks, you're not seeing things. The underside of that wing says fresh air goes here. And yes, it is also rainbow RGB colored as well. FFS Racing, they have fun with it.
Well, I mean, it's correct, and as we have a lovely stat cam, look at everyone flying by there. That is kind of how close it is. The two Hondas still battling one another. The two, FFS Racing and one of the Rem-Welton cars ahead is the 77. But James Parker is definitely no stranger to these kind of battles as well. Now look on the straight, the Aston Martin can start to power on. It's always the slow corners that kind of catch out the Aston Martin, just with the turbo lag that car seems to suffer. And that's Ferrari Velis Esports coming out of the pits to join.
Well, the battle for the lead has hotted up. We expected it to come right back together, and it certainly has. But I wonder if this time it was a somewhat down to lap traffic. I just said lap traffic hadn't played a really big factor today. I should really learn my lesson, but it might be doing exactly that right here. Camera coming through a lot of traffic here. Eamon Murphy, of course, has newer tires to boot, and it's all coming back to a head. Remember, the gap was as large as 3.2 seconds immediately following the most recent round of pit stops, but they always seem to come back together. It's the old tale of, I can't quit you.
Yeah, and I'd said that they're going to have to do it again, for potentially a few more times. Is Veloce going to stay in this race? Well, they're proving that, they do have what it takes every single time, despite coming out 3 seconds, after they've caught all the way up to this BS competition car. And as they make their way through the first half of the lap traffic with very much, no incidents there and not really any time loss between these two, they still have another group, the Automobile Lamborghini team up ahead, and one of the Ferraris, I believe that's Felix Rupert, the 71 Ferrari, that they also have to get through. So yeah, as you says, lap traffic wasn't playing anything in this race. Well, it's really hotting up now for the leaders.
Yeah, I really should learn that we have the power of the commentator's curse, and I should watch what I say sometimes. Eamon Murphy is in the middle of a double stint. Absolutely nothing between the top two right now. Arthur Kemmerer is their first stint of the day. Nils Naujoks ran 2 stints, though they were offset by a middle driver. So Kemmerer new in the car. Murphy is hot in a second stint. Has been absolutely locked in. I think we could all agree for McLaren Veloce GT. And now Murphy has to go back to school and learn what Kemmerer's driving style is like, because even though it's the same car that he's been chasing for the past 2 hours, it is a different driver. There are different tendencies there. And maybe, again, with lap traffic, of course, racing each other in front, it's going to be interesting. Could get a little bit dicey here. Oh no, the Ferrari, was that the 71 that has just gone off? Was that Felix Rupert's car backwards into the wall in 130R? I suspect it might have been. Unknown if that was due to contact or just losing the car. Looked like they may have hit the dirt on the inside part of 130R to cause that.
Yeah, just about saw it in the background, and they've disappeared off the timing tower there. So I believe it was Felix Rupert for the 71 Ferrari, hard off at 130R. Obviously, we'll see if eventually we can catch what happened to them. But for the leader, at least for BS competition, they will be breathing a slight sigh of relief because they only then have one car to get through, and Automobili Lamborghini have moved out of the way of the two leaders, and now the battle is very much on between the two. No traffic in sight ahead of them now, and now it might be time for Alpha Camera to try and pull out, you know, that gap again if there's any rubber and there's any pace still left in that BS competition car. Ideally, BS competition are obviously going to want to keep Veloce behind them, or even pull on them a little bit, and then their undercut strategy will really start to work. Veloce are the entire opposite of that. They want to get ahead of the BS competition car, because then it really starts to push BS competition, you know, into a strategy that they might not like.
I'll tell you what was interesting, the previous stint where this exact same scenario played out, Murphy was quite content to just ride right behind the BS competition BMW, didn't ever force a move, didn't really take too many looks either really, had a couple little ones whenever there was a bobble from the one, but really didn't make a genuine effort at it, if I'm being completely honest. But I wonder how long they're willing to do that. I felt like that's strategic, them not making a move, trying to force the one to make a big mistake. They obviously have not done that. How long do they keep this strategy?
Well, that is one of those times where I'm glad that you know, we're not a strategist for a team, because that is the type of questions that have to be asked to all of these teams, and I would definitely be sat there thinking, I have absolutely no idea. As much as I can drive the race car for you, I have no idea how to actually you know, play the race, as it was.
If I was the team manager, and obviously I'm not qualified to do that, but if I were, I would say pass them and get on with it, and hopefully next pit cycle when they try to undercut us, we won't be 3 seconds behind, and we can spoil their party and make them change their strategy. That's what I would do. But considering this pattern is repeatable and they've done this multiple times now, it might not matter. Well, we talked to you about Felix Rupert. We believe we saw the 71 have a huge off in 130R. We might have been able to capture that on replay for you. Here is Rupert, and as I suspected, a huge puff of dirt on the inside curb of 130R, and it is quick into the wall. And look at this, Felix just trying to get the car back to the pit lane. We've all been there, haven't we, Ryan?
Very much so. Just a little bit too much curb on the inside of 130R. You can see it bounce and unsettle the Ferrari, and once that's happened, you are very much a passenger in the car, hard into the wall, and it really showed the damage that car had, as Felix struggling to even really get it into the pit lane. So for the 71, they're going to have to fix that damage, and it's definitely going to put a dampener on, you know, on their charge back through the field. But for these two, look at that, him and Murphy slowly getting a little bit closer every lap. Now starting to, you know, have the looks on the inside, really making the BS competition car look in the mirrors, saying, you know, I'm definitely here.
Well, we've got battles all over the place. Obviously, on the left-hand side of the screen, the battle for the lead in Pro. On the right side of the screen, the battle for second place in Silver, hotting up again. James Parker, that is, trying to take over the second place spot. And, of course, Murphy trying to do the very same in the Pro class, but for the lead. And, well, what is old is new again. This has been the entire race, both classes fighting each other. And, well, strangely, both of them find themselves in space for the moment as well.
At least for the moment, yeah. So both battles will be kind of glad for that. But as he says, battles everywhere, silver class, pro class, and I love, you know, watching either class really, because it is so close between, you know, all of them, and it really shows that the class system, you know, everyone got you know, really placed in incredibly well, I'd say.
I just can't get over how pinpoint accurate all these drivers have been. Obviously, James Parker has caught the 77 car, but and the same could be said about the 66 and the 1, but none of the four drivers in question here pictured on screen have put a foot wrong in this pursuit at all, and that is incredible. We're coming up on 4 hours of immaculate racing. That's hard to do no matter who you are.
Very much so, especially at a track like Suzuka, and especially when your mirror, especially for the leaders of this race who really haven't had a break from one another, when your mirror has been filled with the car you've been racing the whole time. So it's not like, it's not like an easy race where you can just kind of relax, and although the circuit is challenging, you can just let the car do its thing. They've always had to be thinking, and being on your A game, because there were one tiny slip up and the car behind you will have your position away.
Certainly will. We saw that very early on in the race, Ryan, as well, where you would have one car that maybe slipped up or they got side by side, and then all of a sudden it all kicked off. Was that a car in the barrier coming off of the final turn, the last curve as it's known? I think that might have also been. Quite curious how they got that far off the racing track. Would dearly love to see that, unless my eyes are playing tricks on me. That is Parker continuing their fight. How much of this, Ryan, do you think is just not being able to pass, not having the pace or the grip to pass, versus patience?
That one is very, very, very hard to sort of judge. I would say I think Veloce at the minute might be just playing the patience game, but I think that car, if the opportunity arose and they were in the right sort of place of the track, because the BMWs are very, very strong through 130R. We've seen that, earlier on when we were going 3 wide or 2 wide into the Casio triangle, for example. But I think Veloce are kind of playing a patient game, because they know that they can catch up to BS competition every time. They just need that one small mistake, but at the same time, maybe they're not trying to push their car, they're not trying to push their luck. You don't want to ruin the tyres, you don't want to drop any time at all, because right now the race is still in the early stages. 6 hours left on the clock, at least for now. They know that they can always be right behind first place, and come the time, I think then they might want to strike. But for the silver class battle, I think that is kind of a bit of a differing cars, and just not being able to pass with the grip level that they've still got.
I'm unsure if what I just saw actually happened, but I'm pretty sure Wisniewski's car just dropped down to P7. I'm pretty sure they were 6th a little bit ago, so I don't know if something again has happened to the 55. They certainly lost a little pace. They were 5 seconds behind the leading silver car. Now they're 6 seconds behind the leading silver car, so unsure if something has happened there or that was just a trick of the scoring pylon. But never mind. Kaposia and Kevin Saklari find themselves in 20 and 21st respectively, and they are taking their pit stops. This is off sequence, of course, but they would have been. And they have completed, Kaposia anyway, has completed their pit stop. We go full screen with FFS Racing. James Parker racing Hedich in the 77 McLaren. That is still for P2. The gap widening, of course, to the leader in that class, but these two will not mind that at all. Battle for second place very much on the cards.
And that Prime E Racing in that 77 McLaren, they won't want to give up sort of any of their, any of that advantage, because FFS Racing, if, especially with James Parker at the wheel, if you let them go, they will pull a gap on you. But Prime E Racing doing a very good job in that McLaren to keep them behind. They know where their car is stronger. You can see that James Parker just keep reeling in the McLaren, but it's always just at the wrong time, and there isn't a passing opportunity yet. A little bit of dirt kicked up there might be, just starting to push the car a little bit harder. But see what I mean? The gap is now, it's just a little bit too far for the 23, even with the slipstream. That Aston Martin doesn't have enough grunt in a straight line to just power past the McLaren, and then you're back into the moments where the downforce cars really start to sing.
Well, Prime E Racing doesn't want to give up that spot for 2 reasons. Number one, it's second place, and they've earned it to this point. And also, they have the championship points leader behind them, and that does nothing but...
Well, I think someone stood on Jesse's mic, but as we look at the lead battle still, Arthur Kammer still managing to fend off Veloce behind them, and it's going to be soon as well where it's going to come up to the the pit stop windows where BS are going to have to make that decision. Are they going to undercut potentially more, you know, to get away from Veloce. I don't think they will. I think BS are kind of set into their slight undercut strategy, and Veloce are going to have to go long. But I'm going to say that if Veloce really want to, you know, make BS competition think about it, they're going to have that pit stop, which is absolutely perfect. Get that delta a little bit down, because on track they are basically identical with lap time delta.
Yeah, it is very true. And what you have to do in a situation like this is you have to weigh the options, certainly. And BS Competition thinks that they have the winning strategy, and so does Veloce GT. They both think they can win this race, and they're both right, and until one of them's proved otherwise. What I am curious about is, again, I like to stir the pot. I would tell my driver to pass him and see if they change their strategy, just to see how committed they actually were. Because the only thing you have to lose if you're Eamon Murphy is obviously maybe contact a little bit or something like that. But if you're very careful about it, you can avoid that. And passing the leader, that makes you the dog out in front. That means that everyone has to adjust to what you're doing. But again, I don't think they will do that, simply because what they're doing is absolutely working. They're right there, and they must feel like if they really needed to, they could make this move.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they came out of the pits 3 seconds behind. This is now the second time that they've done it, caught all the way up to that BMW. And, you know, looking at the time, if they think, yeah, we only have to do this, you know, 4 or 5 more times, but you can see, look, BS Competition is starting to go defensive. They're starting to, you know, look and recognize that Veloce are close enough, trying to break the slipstream just a little bit down the straights. You can see the look once again from him and Murphy up the inside. BMW, you know, they're going to have to pin this car now to the apex, because they are really starting to get into the range where a move could be made.
Any sort of slip up here, any sort of bobble off the corner, or any sort of wide entry or exit is going to cost BS Competition and Arthur Kammerer everything in this race. Their strategy seems dependent on them being the driver and team out in front. As long as they're pacing Murphy, they must feel like it doesn't matter what they do, at least for the next several hours or so, until decision time really begins at the end of the race. Neither driver giving an inch, neither driver faltering at all. It is that close, and it has been all day long. Muhammad Alif here in the 21, racing in the middle part of the pack, trying to take a spot away from Noller, and, well, I was going to say has done that, but let's wait to confirm it down into the corner. Very close stuff, side by side, racing into the first turn, and yes, position change there, and here comes Sievert, I think, in the, that's not Sievert, is it? In the, it may or may not be Sievert in the background. That might have been a lap car. Regardless, pass made by Alif, getting that spot into turn 1.
Yeah, the drag race of the big V8 twin turbos, and that kind of shows the, you know, how the balance of performance really works in, and no one really has, you know, a massive advantage, but and that's how all these cars, all these different manufacturers can race so close. And speaking of racing close, McLaren Veloce Esports, McLaren Veloce GT, sorry, still all over the back, but look, the number 1 BS Competition car all the way down to the inside pit wall. They want to break the slipstream, and that when you are the driver behind as well, when that starts happening, that kind of signals to you that you know that they've you know, that they've started to look in the mirror. They have acknowledged you, and now they know, you know, that you're on their mind. And behind them as well, Emma Murphy's also got to deal with one of the Mercedes, who also is a lap car, you know, for them, wanting to get back through to regain sort of their race. And you can see what's happening when these two keep battling each other.
Yeah, it's an unenviable position. I'm pretty sure that's Kaposia in the 88 Mercedes. And, of course, I told you earlier, about 20 minutes ago, that car pitted. They're very much off sequence. They've got new rubber on that car, and they're faster than everyone else right now, including the leaders of the race, just to tell you how much new rubber is worth. A little further action on a couple of investigations, one involving the 77 and the 23, and one involving the 42 and the 71. No action on either of those. All's fair in love, says Race Control, as is the story of the day. What does the Mercedes do in this case? I don't know. If it was me, Ryan, I couldn't risk it. I couldn't live with knowing that I changed the outcome of a race this close, but Kaposia is right there. He might try to unlap himself here.
Well, I've seen a few flashes of the lights and definitely a few looks from Kaposia. So, you know, I think that if the opportunity arises, they will take it. And it might not be the worst thing for Veloce if that 88 is so, you know, so much faster on the new rubber. If they've got quite a while to go before the pit, I think at the minute the ideal situation for Veloce will be that the 88 stays behind them until BS Competition pits, and then, you know, if the Mercedes gets by, you just have some more free slipstream, because with the new rubber they are going to manage to sort of, you know, skittle away up the road. But yeah, I've seen the looks, I've seen the flashing of the lights. It's definitely a hard one to call, I would say.
Well, you certainly can't blame Kaposia for trying to get back on the lead lap with fresher tires, knowing that they're quicker either. Catch 22 for sure. Warning for car 888 on lap 113, incident involving the 88 there as well. So just a warning for that incident. But yeah, for Kaposia, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't do it because I'd be afraid, is my point. I'm not saying that he shouldn't do it.
Well, this is as well when you end up with the you know, with the grid that the SRO Esports managed to pull in. You know, all these racers and all these drivers very much in tune with their machines, and you know, when you watch the kind of lap times that these people can get out of them, and I was going to say quality. What am I actually thinking of? You know, the amount of times that they can put in the same lap over and over and over, to where we're down to average lap times being separated by thousandths, is, you know, incredible to see. And we see another big look from the 88. You can see the Mercedes there in high grip corners. You know, like Spoon, they just have so much more grip than both of the leaders. They can close right up.
It certainly does. In driving smart, like not knowing, by the way, what the closing rate is on some of these corners, not really able to see if they're being held up at all in front, and just trying to be as close as possible. Look at the leaders now, absolutely nose to tail. Would there be a potential move down to the inside of the racetrack for BS Competition? Camera, it looks like Veloce GT is going to follow them now back to the outside line. Not quite enough for the overlap. Doesn't look like a move's going to happen, and they just absolutely left Andrea Kaposia on the straight there for some reason.
Yeah, it looked like the Mercedes had a slightly, worse exit coming out of the Casio triangle, but it shows, though, you see coming through the S's, even though that, both the leaders managed to leave them on the straight. Look through the corners, normally where you would say that, the AMG, which is quite a heavy beast with that V8, out the front, big old sort of old school style GT car, really, with the front engine naturally aspirated, mind you, V8. But they're managing to catch back up just because of the new tyres. They need to make their strategy work, obviously, with the 88, if they want to catch up to the 149, who is in their class, and potentially try and get back into a top 10 position. They are top 15 at the minute. It's not impossible for that team either to get a top 10, especially with just under 6 hours to go. But at the moment, that's obviously hampering their stint, because they've caught up to the leaders. And it's that balancing act, that tiptoe act of, we need to make our strategy work, but we need to not interfere with the leaders. And look at that, a look down the inside for McLaren Veloce GT. They're obviously close enough now to BS Competition to really start putting on the pressure.
Camera is feeling it now in the tires. It is very obvious that car is not hooking up as much. He's not wayward in any sense of the word. It's just that it doesn't have the lateral grip that is required at any particular state, and it is catching Eamon Murphy up just a little bit, and by proxy is catching Andrea Kaposia up as well, who is third wheel here in this fight. And of course, that's also, Murphy is paying attention to that, because Kaposia's got real close to the back of Murphy a few times, and that takes your concentration away. even but for a brief moment. And well, it's not a three-way battle, but it is at the very same time. But it's clear from our commentary position, the number one car definitely losing grip in comparison. I will tell you, 2 runs ago, it was the opposite of that. The McLaren Veloce GT car was the one losing grip, not the BMW. But the last couple of runs, after the undercut that BS Plus competition has done, it has certainly been the other way around, as you would expect.
Yeah, and that's the downside and the risk that you run with the undercut, is that you will always be at a disadvantage at the end of the stint with the tyres. BS competition, still managing to keep Veloce behind them. That is kind of all they have to do at the minute. As you mentioned earlier, they know, as much as Veloce know that they can catch up, BS competition, though, that they can very easily keep them behind, at least at the minute, even with a car that is very worn out on this undercut strategy. They know that they have that time to gain those, 3 seconds, and that kind of gives you a little bit of a comfort zone at the start of the stint, because you can break in the tyres much easier, so you can make them last a little bit longer, because you know that you're going to come out of the pit lane maybe with a 2 to 3 second air gap. So you can break in the car a little bit more slowly, and you know that you're going to be fully warmed up, whereas the 66 will have to heat up the tyres, will have to get the car all going again. And it looks like we have another round of lap traffic up ahead. That's one of the Legion of Racers Mercedes, and I believe that's the 71 Ferrari back out on track after repairing that car from its hard hit into the wall.
Yeah, I actually saw that car out quite early, several laps ago, in fact, and I was quite confused how they got that car repaired. The damage might have not been as extensive as I originally had thought. Certainly had some sort of steering damage, control arm damage, something like that, because it obviously wasn't steering right, but maybe it wasn't as bad as I thought. But he has been in front of the leaders for quite some time, but now of course they have caught him. The Mercedes there just absolutely getting out of the way, does not want to be involved at all. I asked a question earlier. I'll ask you, Ryan Mawson, because I got to know, knowing that these cars were basically chained at the hip, when Veloce GT was leading, BS Plus competition was catching up, and now it's the vice versa. Obviously, Cameron and the entire number one BMW team wanted to be leading this race. They wanted to control the tempo, and that's fine. My question is, how much damage is actually being done to Murphy's tires following this closely?
Well, it's definitely, it won't be an insurmountable amount of damage because of, the dirty air. The BMW, I mean, you can kind of see it from the broadcast cameras here. It completely swamps out the 66 Veloce, and actually, look, the number one having to go defensive into the hairpin because he doesn't want anything to be launched on the brakes. But yeah, when you have that much dirty air coming off the back of the BMW, it will completely take away the front aerodynamics of the McLaren. Obviously, the rear wing will still provide a little bit, but it means then that you're really scrubbing the tyres. You'll start to notice a bit of understeer following this closely, and obviously doing that at Suzuka, which is already a low grip circuit, you really do start to notice it as a driver, and you kind of have to drive around it, which is why I think as well we've seen sometimes McLaren Veloce taking what some people would say a wide line, but I think it's just letting the letting the tyres come in. But that was a very bold look, almost around the outside of 130R. Veloce now, they're pushing it again.
Eamon Murphy saw a gap. It was around the outside of 130R, was looking to keep Kammerer down to the inside of the curb. He very nearly had it, but the inside prevails as they go back into single file. But for the first time in a long time, somebody taking a look, and it was McLaren Veloce GT's on Eamon Murphy, and what a look it was. I thought for a second he was going to hang it out high, wide, and handsome, but no, could not get it to come into play. Arthur Kammerer had him covered.
I dare say that if there was just a little bit more rubber left on the McLaren Veloce GT car, that probably would have been a move around the outside. But I think it's just backing off, because Eamon Murphy knew that he didn't have that level of grip to hang it all the way around the outside, not without going off the circuit. You end up in the track limits zones, or you might even 130R. The exit curves on that can be quite vicious to a lot of the low slung cars. We've seen some people really have moments when they run wide there, but for BS Competition, you've now really got to be concerned, because you've still got a little bit before you necessarily want to come in, even for your undercut pit stop. But if Veloce GT get ahead, then that is really going to push them into a strategy that maybe they won't like. You know, they might have to even under fuel slightly to get back ahead of Veloce.
Well, I do expect the number 1 BMW in sometime soon, and by soon I mean eventually, and by eventually I mean imminently. Read between the lines there. They're coming in on some lap in the very near future. It'll be several laps after that for Veloce GT, and I'm quite curious when the 66 will come in. They have so far stuck to the strategy of maximizing every stint to the maximum 65-minute limit. Will they waver from that nearing the halfway point in the race? I don't think they will, as BS Plus Competition will go at least one more lap. It could very possibly be more than one more lap. Very close stuff. No move that time through 130R. Everybody single file. I feel bad now for the 88 Kaposi. I thought they might have had a shot to make a move, and they might have done, but they have played this so respectfully, and now starting to fall back just a little bit as the tires age on that 88.
Yeah, and it kind of shows, you know, that the advantage that they did have on that 88 when they came, you know, rocketing up. They caught this pack. It really looked like they had the grip, but, you know, like what we said, following that closely, it does start to wear your tires, and, you know, the AMG is not one that I would pick for saving its front tires with a lot of the weight of the front end, and you add Suzuka into that and try to push to get round the leaders. You know, it might be for the 88 that they've actually decided back off just a little bit, pace the leaders, but save your tires for when they've gone, and then we'll continue to push on.
Kisser has brought the number 4 HRT Mercedes into the pit lane. Of course, they are a little bit off sequence with everybody else, and they are usually one of the first cars on pit road. So that tells you that the cycle is officially opening. They pit out of a top 5 spot, a top 3 spot, in fact. The number 14 Gronewald is now P3. We should see the 1 in the next lap or two, thereabouts, as several of the cars will also be coming in, I suspect, at the end of this lap. There, in fact, is Dylan Tan, one of the early pitters in the 889. Klinkmuller in the number 4 installed. I think that's the first appearance of that driver for HRT today.
And now there we go. You see the 71 move over, kind of like they did the same thing as the Legion of Racers Mercedes a little bit ago. Saw the leaders coming up in the rearview mirror and decided they didn't want to be any part of that. Very much off the racing line was the 71, but BS Competition go around one more again. And as you says, the 889 and the 4 kind of you know, one of the very early pitters. It's going to be soon. Veloce would probably know this as well. You know, as a team, you're looking at what everyone else is doing as well, not just your own race sometimes. So they'll know that, right, the BS Competition are going to pit imminently. We need to either get by them, or we need to save a little bit and try once again, sort of, you know, limit the undercut that they have.
Yes, indeed. If they are going to continue to try to do the undercut, I think they might come in this lap. If they're going to abandon that, they could still do a couple of more laps. We're getting into it now, nearing the halfway point. And, well, at some point, too, you run the race backwards in your head. That is also an option you have, though I don't think you're going to see that today out of the top 2. What I can tell you is Grunwald in the 14 and the 62 of Stapleford, they have pitted out of 3rd and 4th, respectively. They are in the pit lane. So the question is, does the 1 come this time?
Well, we won't know until we get round. There's still got a little bit of the lap to go. Veloce looking up the inside once again into Spoon, just trying to make BS Competition look in the mirror, going to go, you know, make them a little bit wide through the center of Spoon. A little bit wide, and you can see that the tires on the BMW and the McLaren are really starting to give off. You know, they're really having to fight those cars through Spoon Corner, where you do need a lot of the grip from the tires, because you're not going fast enough for a lot of the aero to really start acting on the car. But yeah, it's going to be you know, very, very tricky for Veloce to pass, at least now. And also, I've noticed the 55, the Williams Chill Blast car, who still hold the fastest lap, they're creeping up as well. And there you go, the number 1 BS competition car finally have pulled into the pits.
Released from second place again. It's almost like Groundhog Day for Eamon Murphy. The McLaren Veloce GT McLaren out in front of the field, and they can go at least another 2 or 3 laps, might even be a few more than that. While we wait for the pit cycle to hot up, let's go back and show you some of the highlights of the race thus far. Keep you up to date what's been going on today. 10 hours of Suzuka. This was earlier on, of course, the 123 trying to make a pass on the 51, going the long way around the outside here. This move failed a couple of times before it finally come off, but in dramatic fashion, side by side, a little bit of tap, a little bit of rub there for the 123, and unable to get that to go. We talked about this being the hot corner all day, the hairpin, and it certainly has lived up to that. There's also been some really fantastic racing as well. The 41 going toe-to-toe with the 123. They've been absolutely on it pretty much all day long. In and amongst the battles, hang around the outside spoon. Not easy to do, but they've done just that on that occasion, at least for the entry part. And contact there. That has been a common occurrence as well. The 149 Yaz Heat able to get a couple of positions there. In fact, went on to pass both cars in that affair. One car way off the racetrack, and these two have been the tale of I Can't Quit You, nose to tail all day, and Bentley spinning out the Chill Blast team there. Received a penalty, as Lewis McGlade said, pretty much cut and dry for him on that particular incident. Spoon always interesting. Several different lines you can use getting into this particular corner. And you can also fit a couple of cars in there on the apex and exit as it would turn out. Everybody coming back together. Really nice racing there throughout the entire field. Third place trying to take a spot from a lapped car. The 22 losing it all their own. The Hondas have struggled mightily. Rocket Simsport just one of those. Contact down into turn 1 has not been uncommon either. The battle between the 51 Ferrari Vilas Esports team and of course the 123 Real Racing having a big off here, the both of them. That also required penalization. A lot of contact today, and well, that's pretty much what you expect when you're racing in close contact. Do the crime, do the time. Certainly everybody has. You would have noticed before we went to the highlights, Statsenko in the 149, who we saw in those highlights make a brilliant double overtake coming out of Spoon. They had a drive-through penalty. I've not had anything across my screen to tell me that that was a race control decision, but I will wait to tell you if it is or it isn't. I haven't been reported on either way. So Ryan, thoughts on how the race has gone? Those, of course, were the highlights, or in some cases the lowlights for some drivers. Very close proximity invites contact a lot of time, and certainly around here, quite narrow. It looks fairly wide on camera, but realistically, a narrow racetrack.
Oh yeah, and especially when you're going, you know, that we've seen multiple too-wide moments there. I'd say that for at least, you know, almost halfway into this race, doing particularly well, you know, with the sort of incidents that have been around, and this as well, a battle up that has been really hotting up. And well, you asked about it earlier, Jesse. Cars 149 and 888 on lap 116 drive through to the 149, causing a collision. So that is why they have had to take another trip down pit lane.
Yes, indeed, and this close to the indoor beginning of the pit cycle, depending on if you're a glass half full or half empty kind of person. That's it doesn't actually hurt more, but it just feels worse when you have to pit 2 times in a row, and that's certainly what they will have to do. They can't get a win today, unfortunately. The 149, they've been on the struggle bus as it was for the majority of this race, and that just added on to it. And of course, also this penalty coming through, drive-through penalty to car 99 for causing a collision with car 110 on lap 121. That was only about 5 or 6 laps ago. Drive-throughs coming through now with a bit of a drought where we didn't have a single penalty, and now a couple of them here near the midpoint.
Yeah, that's where as well. I think people are, it's starting to hot up and people are really trying for these positions, but it's ending up and it's going to end up at a bit of a moment there. A damaged Lamborghini, the 563, slow on the apex, has sort of compromised the exit of the Curbs Engineering Simware Pro, who's sort of lost it on the Williams Chillblast car. But in the background as well, look, the two Aston Martins are now fighting side by side, so that's also put them into a battle.
14 has enjoyed an interesting race, certainly has found themselves in their own battles up and down the top 5. They find themselves out of that right now, but it's only because several of the cars have yet to pit. The Unicorns of Love Mercedes-AMG Esports car will gain a spot there, and that will nullify that battle. They were right behind the 322. They weren't fighting for them in class or on the track, really. Just down to the pit cycle, but that will release Dennis in the Unicorns of Love Mercedes. Abeladze back in the 41, the Curbs Engineering Simware Pro team, right on the back of Wisniewski in the 55. You said it earlier, the 55 was back in a big way. Certainly they are, the Williams car, in a what should end up being a top 5 spot, I reckon.
Yeah, so for Curbs Simware as well, they know that if they're pacing this car, that's got to be really good for them. Some really great pace coming out of that Bentley, and you can kind of see, in some of the slower corners where the Bentley can still hook up versus cars like the Aston Martin that kind of have to, wind up the turbos. We saw it on the highlights as well, where they can really punch that car out. But have you noticed as well how it was the 55 who held the fastest lap of the race? That has now changed. The fastest lap of the race is now held by the 62 BMW of Price.
That is incredible. By the way, did I say Curbs? I think I said Curbs, and I might have misled you. That's Keeber's Engineering Simware Pro team. Do apologize for that Freudian slip there. Yes, Keeber's doing incredibly well right there, but maybe a little bit of a rear-end action there. Got rear-ended coming into the braking zone. Williams Chillblast Mercedes will not particularly like that, and of course, after that, they will pit together. Why not? But you're absolutely right. Price and the 62 BMW, they have the quickest lap of the race. That G2 Sim Racing team, I told you, they don't quit, and they keep after it, and they certainly have done, and now they have the fastest lap of the race.
Very much so. So it's going to be interesting because the fastest lap of the race keeps changing between cars and drivers, and it kind of shows as well that even though people are in various different strategies, anyone really has a chance to win this race. But speaking of winning this race, and the leaders, George Boothby has got out ahead of Gregor Schill in the number 1. It is now McLaren Veloce GT with the fresh rubber ahead of the BS competition car.
Oh my goodness, they caught us napping. I wasn't even aware that George Boothby, or wasn't even aware that Murphy had come in the 66, but they have. They're down and gone. And for the first time today, McLaren Veloce GT has actually beat out BS competition, but only just a 10th in it. This has reset them to how they were at the end of the first stint, nose to tail. Keep in mind, newer tires on Boothby's car. Will that mean at the end of this stint, that Veloce GT car is able to outrun Schill, or will Schill try to make this pass? Surely Gregor Schill is going to try and make this pass on Boothby. In fact, he's going to try and make it right now. Going into the grass after Spoon, racing up to 130 yards, still looking down the inside, falls back in line near the midway point, takes one more look, back in line for 130R. I'm going to go out on a limb and say Gregor Schill is not going to ride behind George Boothby the same way Veloce was riding behind BS Plus competition. Side-by-side contact into the triangle, and he's going to do it. Look, no, he's not. Still side-by-side. More door banging. George Boothby gets just out in front. Schill's going to try the undercut. No, he can't do it. All the way to the pit wall is George Boothby, keeping Gregor Schill at bay for the time being. A slight smile on George Boothby's face. You got to believe he's loving it. Look at this. Schill around the outside of turn 1, covered off to the inside. No way they're going to make it. Single file again, a spirited few couple of corners. Gregor Schill making his presence known, making his intentions known.
Yeah, and Gregor Schill really, a driver who's in tune with that BMW. But yeah, Veloce now, it's now their turn. you know, Veloce sat behind BS Competition for ages, and we know that that BMW is great at defending, but what are they like at attacking? Well, at least looking on our screens right now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd say pretty good. Once again, the BMW all over the back of the McLaren Veloce car. It's going to be single file, at least through this section, but then after the hairpin, that is really when we've seen the BMW. They do seem to be quite strong in that final sector of the lap. Just anything.
Oh, touch!
130R and a little bit of a touch there. We go now with dual screen. On the right is we're riding on board with the number one. On the left is the broadcast cameras. And look at this, the BMW starting to reel it in. It's going to have to be a look around the outside. It's going to be a long old way around the outside of Spoon. There's another touch.
I like what Schill's trying to do there. Schill wants to get beside him and make that pass, but he doesn't want to be the driver that goes up the inside and creates havoc or contact with the leading car. If he passes him, he wants to strand that car on the inside, and he's okay. By going to the outside, Schill is saying, I am willing to accept a little bit of contact if you lean on me a little bit, but also you have to respect that I'm out here. He wants to be in the position of power, and strangely enough, unlike what you might think, that's not always the inside of the corner. He's going to try and do this, but he's going to try and do it on his terms. A tighter apex exiting the last turn, and this might be all she wrote. You might see BS Competition back out in front. Schill going incredibly wide into the corner. Very shallow for Boothby. Boothby fans him off a little bit, entering the first turn off the racetrack ever so slightly as Schill. Might he try the undercut here? Yes, he does, but no space. Looking to the inside up the snake. Nope, has to go back single file. What an epic duel between these two drivers.
It is literally, you couldn't even fit another wing mirror between these two drivers, and I don't think that this is going to let up for a long old time. It is really going to be, I think the only time this battle might even calm down is when the tyres start to go off, because battling this hard between the both of them will start to wear those Pirellis down a little bit more. But for BS Competition, they don't care about that, and it kind of shows to me as well that BS Competition, they really want to be back out ahead, as you said earlier. They want to be the ones leading the tempo, and maybe they think or they've been told, Gregor Schill's been told that do whatever you can to get back past Veloce, because we don't want them ahead. It will put us on a strategy that we really don't like.
For George Boothby right now, it seems to be pretty simple. Keep the one behind you and weather the storm. That's exactly what this is. It is a storm, and hoping that what has happened the last several hours continues to ring true, that the tires run off the BMW because they're pitting earlier and they can sort of drive away or relax a little bit. But I'm telling you right now, folks, there is no relaxation in the 66 or the 1 camp. Look at the power up the straight by Schill. Takes a look, thinks about it, doesn't dive out. He wants to try it in the triangle again. He's so very, very closely got by him before, and he's going to try it again, side by side, and he's done it. Gregor Schill has slid by George Boothby. BS Plus Competition has done it again. They're the leaders of the 10-hour. How did he do that?
But is it going to be given away? It's now, look at the 66 and McLaren Veloce GT. They had that better run with, BS Competition slightly compromising themselves through the triangle to get by. It's going to try the same thing that BS Competition have done to them on Veloce, the long way around the outside, but the McLaren just can't hang all the way out on the edge of the circuit like the BMW can. And that was very, very close racing. Basically, Gregor Schill found the BMW size gap and slotted that car in precisely.
I got to tell you, that talk about being precise. How precise was that? It was the single most precise thing I've seen today. A surgeon would be proud of that. Schill had to spot that car on a dime to get that to work. Otherwise, there was going to be contact with the 66, or they were going to end up on the curb in the grass, or a combination of the two. Either that or they were going to send the 66 to the grass themselves. But no, absolutely epic. Late on the brakes around the outside, driving straight down into the corner, is able to fan off the 66 and cut off the second half of the corner. No retaliation, no retort, because the one got out in front and boxed him out. What a brilliant move by Schill. They must think this is what they had to do. Now, if you are part of the Veloce GT team, what you're saying to your driver now is they have older tires, We have caught up to them all day. They're not going anywhere. Let's stay calm. We beat them once. We beat them twice. We can do it a third time. Meanwhile, over at BS Competition, I would have expected a raucous eruption from the team at that point. That was an amazing overtake.
Yeah, and in now as well, if you look, it looks like the number one, they do kind of have that early race pace because they're actually starting to pull slightly on George Boothby. So the BMW has that sort of early stint pace. Just will be interesting to see how much that car might fall off coming to the end of the race, and what has it done to the tyres battling that hard. You've got to have been vicious on both of those cars, but for now BS Competition lead the race once again, and Veloce are now playing catch up again. But for now they've just got to keep within that striking distance, because they know it's going to reset once again. They've done it once, they've done it twice. It's not the end of the world yet.
I know everyone at home's been spoiled by how close the battle has been in the overall pace of the race, but I'm afraid to tell you it is 15 times larger, the gap now. It is 15 one-hundredths of a second is the margin at that particular interval in the race, meaning the last pit stop. 15 one-hundredths over the course of the entire race is the only margin between the top two, between the 66 and the 1. And the 14 is not far off. They're only about 2/10 slower over the course of the race. The same can be said about the Ford Mercedes as well. The 62 is 3/10 back with the 55, who has largely been in traffic. I'm quite curious what that would look like if they got clean air. I'm sure that would tighten up as well. But the silver battle's really close. The 67 Ferrari has been the quickest of them all in comparison to the rest of the silver field. The 23 AMR Aston Martin is less than 1/100th, or actually less than 2/100ths off of that time, and another 100th back to the 110. Basically what I'm telling you is there's 2/10 in it for the entire silver podium, and there's 2/10 in it for the entire pro podium, to make that easy to digest. Nothing in it through this part of the race. That's not a stint, folks. That's from the green flag up until this point. Incredible pace, incredible consistency.
And it just gets more and more sort of, amazing as the times go, or as the race continues on and the stints continue on, where those numbers just seemingly get closer. You get to the end of the 10-hour race, and I highly doubt that those numbers will have changed much, really, just because of how close and compact this whole field has been, really.
Well, I needn't tell you this because you saw the 66 out front there for a few laps, but the number one BMW was dominating on pit road. It was 2.4 seconds quicker on pit road on the day compared to the 66. That's down a tenth or so. And I suspect the 14 had a long pit stop. They lost a couple of seconds on that last pit stop alone in comparison to the leaders. And that's important because the 14 was the second quickest on pit road all day up until that point. Now they're only third quickest. The 66 has taken over the number 2 spot. And of course, the 1 BMW is the quickest on pit road. They've only spent 4 minutes, 26 seconds on pit road to the McLaren's 4:28. And that's the tail of pit road. But on the racetrack is where all the heavy lifting really has been done. It's pretty much been a dead heat on pit road, even though it technically hasn't been. The racing has always brought it back together. Wow, what a day, approaching the halfway point. This is only the halfway point, Ryan.
Yeah, this is halfway, and as we always know, a lot of times the racing starts to get even hotter towards the end as the teams start to, once you've finalized your strategy, you've picked it where you are, it's kind of where you are, and if there's any places in front of you, they're going to go for it. Normally, the mid part of the race is where you have the bit of the lull, and we're sort of sat, wondering and pondering what people's strategies are. We don't really need to look at that because we can just look on the field that the 66 is chasing the 1. The silver battle is still really, hotting up at the minute. There's a bit of a few seconds gap between Joe McCauley and Osterman in that 110, but it is coming down ever so slightly. And then everyone else who's still in these little battles, and Dylan Tan as well, this 889 Mercedes trying to get back up the field, has the 77 directly in front of them, and not a million miles up the way as well is the 191 who they will actually be racing for in their class.
And oh, by the way, if you want more statistics and analytics of the race, the 55 has retaken the fastest lap of the race, as denoted by the magenta number placard on the left side of your screen. And, well, that's pretty much all you need to know. They're 7.1 behind Kaposia for 6th place. I am shocked that they're not in 6th already. I had them as 6th, chasing down 5th, but that has not been the case. They are in 7th, chasing down Kaposia in 6th place, but still, they have the fastest lap of the entire race right now. George Boothby still within a second, but not nearly as close as they were a while back. I love how they're still within a second, and we're saying, oh, well, they're not nearly as close as they were a while ago. That tells you the tale of how close this race has been throughout the entire duration. As I said a couple of times before, this entire season has spoiled us here in the box. It's been absolutely fun to watch. I'm just glad we've got 2 more rounds left this year, because I don't think these teams and drivers are going to slow down anytime soon. Dylan Tan, Legion of Racers, getting a spot back, overtaking Sherratt in the 77. Again, not for position in class, but a pass that needed to be made. Eric Shins up in front in the 191 will be the next driver that he has to pass.
And you going on about the 55 who took the, took that sort of fastest time of the race back. Well, it's Daire McCormack who's been put in the Williams Esports Chill Blast Mercedes, and someone who, I've watched this driver before, and you see like an onboard footage from Daire, and you just think, how can you actually muscle this car, this big, heavy V8 brute of a GT3 car, this fast around a circuit? And like I said, they are catching up very much so. That gap was 7 seconds when you commented on it. It's now 6.5, and that is quite a chunk of time taken out of Kaposia, considering they're in the same car and it's been what, a lap?
Yeah, it was actually a bit worse than that. It was nearly 7.2 seconds, and that was only 2 sectors since I said that, and they gained that much. And again, in that sector alone, gained another 0.2, Ryan. So they are absolutely marching. I wonder if they had a slow pit stop, and that's why they were quite so far back, because I swear that they were a little bit further back than they should have been, or it may just be the sequence that has caused the gap, but they're definitely catching and in a hurry.
So that team, I think we asked the question a little bit earlier, could they get a top 5? Looking at the pace of that car every time they come out of the pits, and they're getting quite lucky at the minute. There is not a lot of traffic around that 55 either, whereas the leaders that we've seen and quite a few of the other the racers in the grid have had to deal with traffic with back markers. 55 is kind of in their own little world at the minute, so it's definitely a car to keep your eye on, because they aren't out of it just yet.
No, absolutely not. It certainly won't be what they were looking for, will it? If we're completely honest with ourselves, they were definitely hoping that the Team Williams Mercedes AMG Esports team would be fighting for a win here today. Life had other plans. To their credit, they got that early drive-through for track limits. They have not had another one, and I hate to even mention this due to the commentator's curse, but I will mention this in the interest of journalism. Nobody else in the top 5 has got a drive-through for track limits today.
Not as of yet, as you said, you've now set the commentator's curse into motion, you see. But it's one of those, when you're that high up, in the grid, and you're that close, you kind of do have to, maybe tell your drivers, just reel it in a little bit, because we couldn't, they're all so close, you can't afford to drive through it. We'll just completely put the brakes on your, top 5 position sort of hunting. And everyone's so close in this grid that it would take you hours and hours to gain that time back, unless you've got some magical pace.
Talk about drivers on the march. We just saw Dylan Tan overtake Sherratt for what was 12th place, and now on the back of Shins already for 11th place. That is for a class position. Warning to car 322 for an incident involving car 67 back on lap 134. Nothing worth an actual penalty, just a warning for the incident there. But yeah, I was really impressed there with Dylan Tan on the march himself. Here's Nibbles in the 144, the Team Full Motorsport car. Haven't seen the 144 much today at all, but they are climbing back up inside the top 20. That's Darren King in front of him in the 999 BMW. Both these cars have had their issues and worries today, but both of them inside the top 20 still.
And it's always, I have to keep reminding myself as well that that is the new generation Audi. Always quite interesting to see these race, you know, and as these cars obviously age, you know, when they came out, you kind of start to learn their strengths and weaknesses and see teams, you know, start to really gel with them. Same with the BMW when that came out, obviously brand new, fresh car. No one really knew how to drive it. And the Audi was kind of the same when it started. A lot of people I knew and talked to thought it was just, you know, a slightly rehashed older generation Evo, but actually, you know, the pace that and the stability that some of the teams have got out of this car now is really quite amazing to see.
Yeah, there was a lot of our friends group, Brian, that absolutely fell in love with the Audi R8 Evo and what it was capable of on the racetrack, and it was certainly a popular choice as well. And why not? A lovely striking car, that Team Full Motorsport as well, looking very nice. Trying to run down King. I thought they were going to do it a bit quicker than they actually did, and King opened up a little bit of a gap. Back up into P12, Dylan Tan, Legion of Racers, 889 Mercedes, still on the back of Shins of the 191. And this, of course, is for position in class. This should be, what, about 9th place in their own class.
I think around about, yeah. And if you look up ahead as well, you've got the Mobileye BMW, and they've had their own sort of foibles and issues throughout the day. Still looking like there's a tiny bit of damage on that Mobileye car as well, trying to, you know, get it back to the pits. But lap after lap, this battle does start closing in, and we might see once again a battle that is, you know, is really hotted up by the back marker, because both of these Mercedes do seem to be, you know, just pacing each other. As much as Dylan Tan's caught all the way back up, Marek Shins has also, you know, he's managed to run away a little bit again.
Sure has. You got to be careful. These battles, they do accordion a lot of the time. You got to be careful, especially when you're racing cars that maybe have damage, like the Mobileye BMW right in front as well. And this is an interesting battle as well. Palowski in the 51 Scuderia Ferrari, Velis Esports Ferrari. And I believe that's Issa in the 63, and it is. Talk about cars that have been in the wars today, and now they're racing each other in two different Italian manufacturers.
Oh, and a big twitch from the 51 Scuderia Ferrari Velis Esports car. You can see it had to recatch the Ferrari, and that was almost like what we saw, what happened to the 71 Ferrari. It seems that the Ferraris don't really enjoy the curbs at all, as much as some of the mid-engine cars can still take that Casio triangle and the 130R quite viciously. The Ferraris do seem to be very upset by it, and, you know, another big twitch will put that battle at least briefly on hold. Speaking of battles that are still ongoing, Dylan Tan, the 889 Legion of Racers car, coming into Spoon once again. Gap does look to be a little bit closer, you know, every single time. And that Mobileye car, if you see ahead, that is really starting to come into picture now. And if you're Marek Shins, you know, you've got to start to be, start thinking, how am I going to get around this car? Ideally, what you want to do is you want to put the lapped car between you coming into a point like the S's, and then you can gain just a little bit of breathing room. But it's going to be a tricky moment where you catch them on the circuit.
Certainly is, and Tan trying to find a way to get around. For a second there, Sure caught all the way back up, and you would wonder, would Sure put the pressure on these guys even though they're out of class? Look at this, just sort of shading to the wall is Shins. Didn't make it all the way over there, trying to deter Dylan Tan from making the inside move. It didn't deter Tan at all. He still went down to the inside, but didn't have the overlap. Shins able to very easily take turns 1 and 2, now up the S's without issue. You know, as damaged as that Chill Blast BMW is, and I suspect it might be a visual issue, they're not losing a ton of time to it, so I sometimes wonder to myself how damaged actually is that car, because he has been there the last 3 laps, and the gap hasn't really changed much.
No, it could be a bit of a visual bug that we're seeing. That hasn't been fixed on the pit stops, and that was a bit of a slide there from the 191, throwing it over the curbs of the Deckners, and you see the Mercedes got quite unsettled there versus, you know, the Legion of Racers and Dylan Tan trying to be very, very smooth and calm with the car, and everyone bunches up once again in the hairpin, which has been sort of the hot point of the day. No one managing to get a better drive out from one another. The two Mercedes is obviously identical in the cars. It's all down to the drivers, at least in this battle. And coming up once again, it will be Spoon. I think as well, it's going to be the Casio Triangle. It seems to be that you know, multiple drivers take that area of the track so differently that you really see people bunch up there. Well, 130R and the Casio Triangle.
Yeah, I hadn't considered that at all. It seems like a one-line part of the racetrack, but really it isn't. You can go through here too wide if you really trust who you're racing against. We saw that earlier for the lead of the race, in fact, and there was a lot of trust placed, and it wasn't misplaced, luckily. Be able to make it through, but look at this. Himker's now side by side, the 191, a little bit of contact coming out of the last curve, and that almost looked like an overtake by Tan, but no, gets put back in line, has to fit back in line, by the way. Sure, still there in the background, looming large, will not give up an opportunity to make the pass down to the inside is Tan. They're going to be side by side, but for how long? Around the outside, Shins is able to cover him off, but back down to the inside, the old over-under move by Dylan Tan. They're going to be side by side. Usually the inside line prevails here, but will it be this case? Hanging strong, a little bit of body contact maybe as they continue up the snake. Sure is a passenger here watching in the background as they finally sort it out before they get to the Dunlop curve, and thankfully so. That was very close racing stuff. Pretty good respectful driving, but I know Dylan Tan really wanted to get by him there.
Very much so. So the other AMG sort of ran wide a little bit. That was sort of the bit that I mentioned. Through 130R, there does seem to be multiple lines. There was a tiny bit of a hesitation. Dylan Tan late on the brakes, but it was just a little bit too late. And that's the other thing which made the BS competition pass so interesting, is you can pass in the Casio Triangle if you're late on the brakes, but then you open yourself up so much to just having, being repassed once again. But BS competition managing to pull that off, and for the Legion of Racers, they have to try again in the next few laps. But another battle that is still hotting up for another matched machinery battle, but in the silver class. Chris Sievert and the 333 up ahead. We've mentioned the 333 a few times today. They've, as you mentioned, been in the wars. They've had their own problems definitely today, and now they've got the bright pink car Aston Martin all behind them.
Well, the track limits continue to be a problem. Another car getting one of those here in the back of the pack. I think that's their second one that they've got. What number was that, Ryan? Was that 164, I think, was the number of the car? But, well, I mentioned earlier that we hadn't had one in a while. There's one. But I specifically mentioned inside the top 10. We still have yet to see other than the one. Look at this. This is from Tobias Scher, the Prime E Racing driver, looking in front to Shins and Tan. Tan is in the red Mercedes. Shins is in the black Mercedes, and they're still going at it every single lap, but nothing doing there. Shins still able to keep their Mercedes in front of the other Mercedes.
And for sure, it's kind of like quite a scary, sort of view out of your windscreen, because these two are still fighting tooth and nail, and you don't want to fall too much into the hands of the 322 Bentley, because as much as we can't see, they're only 0.8 of a second behind Tobias Scher as well. So and that is a silver class car, so it's a very scary place to be for the 77, because you want to get up the road. You're hoping that these two sort it out, but yeah, it's definitely one of those moments in racing that I don't, I don't fear not being the driver.
Battle going on all over the track, and how about a battle for third place? Oh, completely off the track right there. Was that Klinkmuller that was exiting the track? Well, Team Unicorns of Love will absolutely love that. Back up, promoted into P3, the number 14, getting it done. And I don't know what happened to the 4 of Klinkmuller, but that looked quite nasty coming through turn 1. No contest for Unicorns of Love Mercedes Esports. They're able to take the P3 spot back. They have swapped that several times as well. We've swapped the lead a bunch. We've swapped third place a bunch as well.
And this camera kind of shows it, you know, as we now start to pan out on this battle, which is turning into a four-way battle. You've got both Pro Mercedes, the 889 Legion of Racers, and Marek Shins in the 191. And then in the background, you've got the 77 of Prime E Racing with their McLaren. But now, if you look, the 322 Bentley has managed to catch up as well. And not a million miles in the background is that 67, the Race Anywhere Sim Sport car. Whereas if this battle continues to hold up, and now you've got two battles going on, it's not out of the question that the 67 might end up being brought into this battle as well. It is really starting to bunch everyone up, is the two Mercedeses that are still fighting one another.
Yeah, Nikita here trying to make up some spots, already inside the top 15, looking to pick up more. The train continues to grow. We saw this early. It kind of faded out. We got into this sort of groove where it was 2 to 3, maybe 4-car battles, but we did see trains form earlier. We're seeing that now. The SimRare.Pro driver by VDS, they found themselves in a bit of a pickle here, but they won't mind it, because they are racing for P3 in the class of 322. They'll take that just fine. The 77 probably didn't expect this to happen, being stuck behind the other cars all in a line. I think it would all be alleviated if Tan got around Shins, but rather unfortunately, frustrating, unable to do so. Shins has driven such a good defensive drive over the past 15 minutes or so. It's just not been possible. Nikita, though, not going to complain.
Yeah, very much so. It's brought them, you know, right into this battle, running a little bit wide. You see a little bit of a snap there from the Bentley coming out of Spoon. The Bentley is, as much as, you know, we, as commentators, we are obviously unbiased. I do have to wave my Bentley flag slightly. I'm a big fan of them. It's an interesting car on the Bentley as well. It's the only car in the field which is right-hand drive. Maybe it might help you into such corners like this, the Casio Triangle. Maybe you'll be able to see around you. You can kind of get a better view of what's going on through some of the S's. And everyone bunches up once again. We're going to see a bit of a, you know, a far back view, but are we going to see both Mercedes far down to the wall? This time not. The 191 deciding that the Legion of Racers is too far back to actively defend, and as the camera pans around, you can see still just a little bit of a gap. But I don't think this train is going to be sorted out anytime soon, really.
No, I don't think so either, but I've got to do my bit, as always, Ryan. I do apologize for you and everyone at home, but right-hand drive might as well be wrong-hand drive.
Oh, here we go again.
10-second time penalty for car 563, causing a collision with the 888 back on lap 134. And that is the most recent time penalty that we have. Race control getting a workout today. Like I said, not a lot of them, but consistent throughout the first half of the race, certainly. And I think that speaks to how close everyone's been and how many different groups there have been. It's hard to get away from people here at Suzuka for some reason, and that permeates all levels of esports, but particularly here, you have the creme de la creme. You've got the best of the best, and nobody really makes big mistakes. And when there are mistakes, normally, you see the results of that from race control. Coming up on the halfway point in the race, just gone after 4 p.m. in sim time here in Suzuka, Japan. Lovely racing facility. If you've never been here, it's got all the amenities that you would expect from a modern circuit. It's not quite what I would call a destination racetrack, but you can come here. You can learn some new skills. They run a driving school out of here. It doesn't matter if you're interested in drifting, racing, or what have you. They have you covered. Of course, there's a lake of sorts off the northern part of the circuit. There's contact here. The Legion of Racers car makes contact with Shins, and that might have forced the 191 down the pit lane. Yes, it has done exactly that. Kaposia also came in, but that was under their own free will. It's all gone wrong for the Legion of Racers driver, and now they find themselves under attack from Nikita in the 322. And they've given up that spot, probably in shock a little bit. I didn't see that coming.
Neither did I. Yeah, a little bit of a touch. Just the 889 Legion of Racers trying to, you know, get the throttle on hard, and just just a very light touch there from the Legion of Racers, setting it around. And as you said, it's a bit of a panic reaction. Let off the throttle maybe a little bit, expecting the Mercedes to reappear, but they couldn't because they'd been forced down pit lane.
That is rather unfortunate, and I'm pretty sure they have went ahead and decided to actually pit that car, and that is completely they didn't mean to come down pit lane as far as I'm aware. They were absolutely forced by the spin, and that has changed their strategy as a whole. 5-second time penalty to car 949, the most recent incident judged by race control. Only a 5-second penalty though for that. Might Dylan Tan find himself on a steward's report here in a moment? I have no idea, but that was a very sudden incident. But it is very possible you get bound up coming out of the triangle and through the final curve, and things like that can happen, closing speeds and whatnot, even in the same machinery. For those of you that weren't with us a little bit earlier, let's show you how we've got into this situation with Gregor Schill out in front. Of course, it hasn't always been like that, has it? After the most recent pit stop, George Boothby got into the 66 McLaren Veloce GT car and took the lead. Gregor Schill, though, was not going to let that stand. And look at this, through the Casio triangle around the outside, Gregor Schill absolutely driving around him. The tolerances were very minute, but able to drive a perfect line to the triangle, taking back the lead of the race, the way it's been for the majority of the past 3 or 4 hours. But what a pass that was. Probably the most impressive one I've seen all day. And that's saying something, folks. There's been a lot of impressive fights. Boothby tried around the outside of turn 1, but unfortunately couldn't hang on the claggy, dirty side of the track. 0 out of 10, Mawson, rate that pass in the triangle.
I've rarely seen passes come off in the triangle that have been that clean, and not only that clean, but have, you know, the Gregor Schill in the one that managed to keep the position. A lot of times when you commit to a move, you're late on the brakes, you know, you're on the outside, and then you have the crossover. It's very easy for the car that you've just overtaken to just get you back again on the on the straight. So I would say that's definitely a 9 out of 10. It's probably the best I've seen so far.
You know what? I hate to do this. I know there's no such thing as actual perfection, but because he stuck the landing and it was impressive, and I didn't expect it, I'm going to give him a solid 10. He's going to get a 10 out of 10 for me. The pressure to pull off a move like that had to be immense, but absolutely knew what he was doing. He stuck the landing. He kept Boothby behind him, and of course now he enjoys a 1.8 second lead. The gap has definitely gone out. It is the largest it's been, well, in about an hour and a half or more, actually, coming up on that right about now. The biggest it's ever been was right around 3.2 seconds. Hopefully Boothby's able to claw back. Keep in mind, Boothby does have newer tires. We'll see how much those are worth here in about another 20 minutes or so. It should swing back the other way. Here's Harry Spears, the Race Anywhere Sim Sport 99, 21st place. Knocking on the door of the top 20. That is Issa in the 63 Mobileye Lamborghini right in front of him. And 2 cars battling back from issues earlier. One a penalty and one an accident. Still racing inside the top 20.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the Hondas have they've had a lot of struggles today as both of the Honda teams have kind of put them in these places, but Race Anywhere still making the best of it, and they've still got, you know, a car that is in their class to fight. And it'll be interesting to see the differences in these 2 cars, really, because as much as they're both mid-engined, the Lamborghini and the Honda, they are very much chalk and cheese cars, but the Honda is at its home circuit.
Yeah, I feel bad for Honda. They have they've had a couple of rough rounds of the championship, and a lot of that has not been their doing. We all remember Indianapolis, of course, and here today there's been some of that as well. And I think Lewis mentioned earlier that perhaps not the strongest circuit, strangely enough, Suzuka for the Honda, but heart goes out to them, the Race Anywhere Sim Sport team and HPD, of course. But fantastic to see those cars. And, of course, they started off the season, Honda did, with some fantastic results. Hopefully we can get back to that in the final 2 races of the year. Gregor Schill continues to lead out in front of the field, 2.1 seconds. The gap's definitely going the wrong way if you're McLaren Veloce GT, isn't it? It was 1.8 just one lap ago, 2.2 now. The gap first to second, 146 laps complete, nearing the halfway point in the race. 20 meters makes no difference, 26 seconds back to the 14 Mercedes in third place. Remember, just a little while ago, they made a pass on the number 4. Klingmuller holding on to fourth place, 4.6 seconds back now. Rounding out your top 5, Price in the 62 BMW. Remember, earlier Price had the fastest lap of the race, but has since been taken back by 6th place driver McCormack in the 55, who was on pole position for this race and led early. Was actually driving away a bit. Got a drive-through penalty for track limits and has been on the recovery drive, has driven up through the entire top 15 and is now 17 seconds away from the top 5. Here's George Boothby in the number 2 car. It was 2.2 seconds to gap, now 2.0. Must be a favorable into the racetrack. Keep an eye on this. What do we reckon, Ryan? Will George Boothby, will the tires actually matter on this run, or does George Boothby just not have something special that Gregor Schill has here?
Well, I think the gap opened out, quite rapidly with that BMW, but over the last, quite a few laps, it is still opening up slightly, but not as much, as it started out. I think maybe it's just that Gregor Schill, really gels with that setup, with that car, and Boothby's maybe just playing a little bit of a game of catch-up, and there's the backmarker Audi that's now to deal with in the middle of them. But remember that BS Competition did undercut them ever so slightly. It's not out of it though for Veloce, because they've, as much as the gap is 2 seconds, they've clawed back 3 seconds now, twice, just with some of their other drivers. So long as they're within this striking range, you can never rule this team out, because just with 4 hours and 59 minutes left to go of the race, you're still kind of in the survival part of this race, really, not really thinking about the checkered flag and the who you're going to battle, at least at the moment.
Well, I must say it's been my esteemed pleasure to bring you the first half of the race and do my part. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here and witness this race, but I rather think I need to go have a lie down. It's been that kind of race and check out some heart medication. It has been heart in the throat kind of stuff, and still very close here at the halfway point. In my stead, I leave you another American, a more qualified American, DJ Clark. Ryan Mawson, thank you for being with me today. And DJ Clark, take it away.
Well, I don't know about the more qualified there, Jesse, as you folks have been able to listen to Jesse over the past 5 hours, and you know full well that he is a very, very qualified commentator. But we check back on the on-track action here. Dylan Tan and that Legion of Racers, number 889, working their way around this battle that we saw a little bit earlier, courtesy of that incident coming down into the Casio Triangle. It's really spread itself out here, and everything has started to just get a little bit calmer here in the mid-pack in this battle here.
Well, at least calmer for the brief moment of time. I have no doubt that these guys are going to catch back up. But yeah, as he says, the Legion of Racers car has been kind of put in a bit of a no man's land. And this car, the 71 Renwelton Esports car, making a pass on the 94 Honda. They're on a bit of a recovery drive as well. This car went hard into the wall at 130R, bounced it over the curb, managed to fix the car and are back on track, but all the way down in 32nd position, and they've got quite a while to go before they meet their fellow silver class cars, but the pace still does look there for the 71.
Yeah, it certainly does, as we check in on the holder of the fastest lap of the race, the Mercedes-AMG Teams Williams Esports right now. McCormack behind the wheel of that car in that pretty solid lockdown up at the top for the pro category. Looking like they're trying to gain in a little bit here on Price and that number 62 BMW G2 Esports machine. The gap about 15 seconds. We talked about no man's land there a little bit earlier, Ryan. These number 55 Williams Esports drivers certainly running in that no man's land as well.
Yeah, and at the minute as well, for the 55, it's kind of it's almost a good thing, at least right now. We've seen a lot of the battles in the top half, up to the first and second in the silver, have really been dictated and livened up by the back marker cars, whereas the 55, I mean, you can see on the broadcast cameras when they swoop around, they have got no traffic at all. I think that's Darren King in front of them in the BMW. But for a long old time on the track, there is nothing. But that means that they can keep putting in those really fast laps that this Williams Chilbass car is capable of. And they are slowly just chipping away at the time, slowly by, little by little. And that's why I'm still not counting them out yet, especially with 4 hours plus to go.
Yeah, exactly. And that is such a crucial thing here during endurance racing, is that ability to just kind of focus in and be able to take those opportunities when you do have that clean bit of track to be able to put in those fast laps and try to move yourself forward. As you said, clean air to run in. And really with this crazy of a race that we've seen, there's probably a little bit of a welcome break for them, as looks like we've got a couple of drivers coming in and out of pit lane. I see Harry Spears coming in the number 99. That's going to be the Race Anywhere SimSport Pro machine. They're going to be coming in, and you saw another driver coming out of pit lane there right by McCormack. So that's going to give him a little bit of a view in his rear view mirror, but nothing to really trouble him.
Nah, and I think it's just a little bit longer down the line before we start to see, a lot of the pit stop cycles start to come in. There's a few people that have been thrown off kilter, various issues that they have had, or penalties, or incidents. That's why some of the cars are coming out. But I'm starting to look for the number 4 HRT and the 889. They were two of the very early pitters, and that kind of schedules or signals the start of the pit window, and that then around about then it's time for the number 1 and Veloce, the 66, that you have to start looking at them and what are they going to do in the next stop.
Well, and the real question with that is, how is that strategy going to play itself out? We're obviously running on a pretty dry day here in Japan, so not looking like rain's going to affect anything, but being able to stretch that little bit longer on the pit stop, just how much time is that going to save you? Obviously doing a little bit of fuel saving, so you've got a little bit of a battle here out on track. The Scuderia Ferrari Vilas Esports machine closing down on Murdoch, and that number 100 right up ahead of them, that of course being the AIA Sim Racing team powered by Grady as they go. And it looks like this is starting to be a little bit of a battle between Aston Martin versus Ferrari. Right on board, you can see there Santoro as he brings the car out in the number 55. This is for 23rd overall in an interclass battle. The Santoro is a pro, Murdoch there in the 100 is a silver.
Yeah, and we saw earlier, the Ferrari Velas Esports team, they've had a few problems as well, so they're trying to fight their way back through this grid, and we've even seen that car be quite unsettled a few times. It's not quite gone as far off the track as the 71 managed to do, but a similar problem where the Ferraris do seem to be very, very unsettled by the curbs, and the Casio Triangle kind of forces you to take the curbs if you're in a heavy battle, and that has kind of cooled them off a little bit sometimes.
And we're hearing here that we've got a drive-through being issued for car number 33. That's going to be for track limits. That's going to be for the West Competition Racing BMW M4 GT3. So that is going to be a drive-through, obviously not issued by the stewards there. That is automatic to ACC if you pick up too many of those pesky off-tracks.
And me and Jesse were talking earlier, Suzuka can be quite a vicious track for that, coming out of the Degnas and Spoon Corner. It's very easy to run wide, especially by the time that you've, had a lot of wear on those tyres. You run just a little bit too wide, or you're running very close to someone, you have the aero wash, and yeah, the game, you only get 3 chances, and then you have to come back down the pit lane.
Yes, you do, and so that can really come back to bite you in there. You can see McLeod there in the number 33 serving that penalty here shortly, and that little DT next to his name back in 29th. That will be an indication that Andrea has to come on into pit lane. But we continue to follow this battle between the 51 and the 100. Looks like here that Santoro is slowly but surely closing in on the back. Little bit of a wide run there on the exit of Spoon. Maybe just a let's even call it a quarter of a car length running wide. But the draft going to be in big effect here, coming down at a 130 yard. Pokes his nose to the outside there a little bit, just trying to get the best line through the corner. Still think here that Danilo is going to be a little bit far back to be able to make the move, but maybe if he gets a good run here out of Casio, be able to get a good run onto the main straightaways. Those really are the two best overtaking opportunities on this circuit.
Especially when the car in front of you, you kind of have to play to the strengths and weaknesses of each cars, that you're battling. Well, the Aston Martin historically does not like the slow corners. It really kind of struggles with getting the turbos spooled up. Once the Aston Martin is up and running, then it becomes quite a difficult car to pass. But hairpins, and the Casio triangle, it really starts to lag out of there before it's properly got wound up. Whereas the Ferrari, same V8 sort of twin turbo layout, but it does appear to have much smaller turbos on the Ferrari. They get going a lot better.
Yeah, they do. As we check back in on one of your top runners here, this is McCormack. We continue to watch, slowly but surely pulling in that gap between himself and the number 62 or the Race Anywhere silver machine there. Got a little bit of pedal cam here to watch. A great view being brought to us by our director here, Steve Proudly. And Ryan, talk us through a little bit of just what we're seeing here. I mean, you can see the kind of feathering there that has to go on through Spoon. Such a tricky corner to get right.
Yeah, well, obviously, you can see the driver. You have to, he's hard on the brakes, and then you have to trail brake it off very gently. And you can see in the mid corner where he's lightly tapping the brakes, just try and trim the nose of the car in. It's especially prevalent, in the big front engine Mercedes. A little bit of a lift there because of going wide through 130R. You don't want to keep hard on the throttle because the Mercedes will bite you if you do. But yeah, you've always got to have these like minute pedal inputs, and it's incredible to see when you think that these esports drivers will do this, for the 2, 3, 4 hours of their driving time. You've always got to be thinking about it. It's kind of it's a thing in sim racing as well that you just kind of have to learn, because as much as in real life you'll have the feeling of the car, you'll have the G-forces working on you. In sim racing, you have the feedback of your pedals, but that's kind of it.
Yeah, you certainly do, and we often talk about it in sim racing how it is a different sensory experience than driving a real car, just as you said there, Ryan. You're used to in a real car having those G-forces pushing against you, and you feel it through your backside, really, how the car is performing. Well, in sim racing, you've got to train your fingers to be able to feel that through the feedback on the wheel, as well as being able to hear a lot more. 9 times out of 10, you get an increased sound of tire wear on the sim, and so you can hear when the car's starting to break away a little bit, when the tires are screaming out for grip, and you kind of just have to recalibrate your brain a little bit when it comes to sim racing to be able to get it right. But the sensation of getting a lap right is just the same. And it looks like here that we are hearing that Hildebrand there in the number 94 has been issued a stop-and-go penalty. It's for the HPD Yas Pro team in that Honda number 94. That is a 30-second stop-and-go for speeding in pit lane. That one is going to bite.
That is definitely going to bite, and it is easy to do. We've seen a couple of drivers be, have panic braking coming into the pit lane at Suzuka. It's very much boxed in, and you do kind of have to remember where the line is. So yeah, it's kind of I expected it at some point, and it has happened sadly to the 94 around about halfway through the race. But yeah, you said about other sensory things you have in the braking as well. The other thing that you're listening for is the ABS. You'll hear the ABS pump in the car sort of rattling away, and that is a lot of times how if you need to trail brake more, what the grip is doing underneath you, because like I said, you can't feel that, but you know that if the ABS is clicking away, well then you've got too much brake input on, or you've got too much steering input, you're braking the traction.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of the fascinating things about sim racing that you don't really spend all that much time thinking about, but you really have to be able to pay attention to it. And rest assured that all of these top flight drivers are absolutely subconsciously paying attention to all of that. As we continue to watch here, the SOP Esports, the Art of Car, number 100, holding off here, Santoro. gotta say, I'm pretty impressed with the run here we're seeing from Riley Murdoch. He's not really giving any opportunity here to Santoro, and despite this being a battle farther down in the order, still very, very close. Santoro just trying to, I think, put some pressure onto the back of the 100, maybe trying to force an error, but certainly doesn't look like Murdoch's giving him any daylight.
No, and obviously the Ferrari Velas team, you know, they know that they don't want any more sort of time lost. They've already had these issues and they've already had damage to that car as well. So I don't think they're too, you know, intent on just forcing the issue. But I think as well that tyre wear is going to start to play a factor in. It might be later on that if there's any rubber left on that 51 or a little bit more than the 100, say, then they're going to make the move. But right now, at least from what we're seeing, the pace-wise, they look very, very similar. It's not like the 51, you know, has driven right up to them at light speed and is just going to pass them immediately. So,
yeah, so it just looks like it is a regular old-fashioned battle, as we do have some more pit stops firing off there. Looks like the number 63 Lamborghini is going to be coming in. That's the Mobileye Lamborghini Esports team. So they are down into pit lane as of right now, trying to see when they are able to go. And I think here, as this battle starts to die itself off, we're going to go back and take a look here at some of the highlights over the course of the 5 hours that we have been in. It's been a great running here. There you can see the drop of the green flag. And BMW getting a very, very good jump on the field, but not to be outdone is the Mercedes up in front. Veloce Esports trying to see what they are able to do there coming around the first corner. And then we continue to work our way up through the S's. The number 4 there having that big excursion off wide, and that was a little bit of an opportunity for Veloce Esports to be able to get themselves back up and forward. Moving around there on that number 4, the Williams Chill Blast machine coming out of pit lane. Very, very close running there with that number 63, the car that we just talked about coming down into pit lane. Little bit of confusion, little bit of how you doing as the change for the lead of the race there between Veloce and that BMW. A little bit of contact there on the exit as well as they came out of the pits, and that was what really put everything in order here going forward. And that once again being that pass done in pit lane. A little bit of contact there in the mid-pack, a big stack up going through the hairpin. A little bit surprised we haven't seen more of that kind of action here today, but as they now work their way up the hill once again, the McLaren there just trying to hold on to the best of their ability, bumping and banging and bumping, going up into Spoon and getting forced a little bit wide, but just enough room given. That big contact that we talked about a little bit earlier, this is what actually sent that 61 farther, or 51 rather, farther back in the field. That Velas Esports team contact there with the 123, sending them around to be able to get everything there. Still not entirely sure how he held on to that. Battle for the lead a little bit earlier. Once again, no love lost between these two partners as they continue to fire their way around. Lots of very, very close action up the front of the field at the beginning of this race. You can see that BMW not exactly pleased to be passed and trying to be able to push as much as they can. Gregor Schill doing a good job to just keep up the pressure to the back of that Veloce Esports team in the McLaren. And then here came the move down, the thought about the move down into 130R. Thinking about trying to get it there and then trying to send that move around the outside of the first part of the Casio triangle. Getting that position right, and Schill in the number 1 just being a little bit later onto the binders there in the second part of the Casio triangle, able to get that move done and move that BMW back up into a top spot. But it wasn't all to be quite yet. Veloce Esports looking to the outside, going down into turn 1 as they came down into the corner. Very close battling, a little bit of how you doing there yet again. And that's a quick recap of where we've been. But Ryan, still about 5 hours left to go. Let's call it 4 hours and 45 minutes, and there are still very close battles raging all over this track. But as I heard you mention a little bit before, we're not in full attack mode yet. It's still the time in the race where you really just need to focus on getting this car home.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, because as well, a lot of people still don't quite know, what everyone's strategy may be. And speaking about pit stops and strategies, I've just seen that the 889 Legion of Racers car have come down the pit lane, and that kind of signals, the start of the of some of the cycles for a lot of these cars. So I'm expected to see some of the cars coming down the pit lane. But yeah, with 4 hours left, or nearly 5 hours. As a driver and a team manager, you don't want to do anything crazy and anything hasty at the minute. You know that if you're pacing someone, who's a little bit further up, as long as you can keep doing that for the next few hours, you can have that position by the end. And that's, I think, as well, kind of what Veloce are doing at the minute. Okay, they've lost the lead to Gregor Schill, and they've dropped about 3.4 seconds. Is that 66? But they've caught that time up now twice. So all Veloce need to do is stay in that, striking zone, and by the end of the race, then we've seen it before where Veloce GT, have really turned up the wick right at the end of a race.
Yeah, they certainly have, and I think that's a little bit of what they're thinking of. But I'll tell you what, right now we've got a nice little battle playing itself out on track. The Triton Racing number 10 trying to close down on Michael Kondachoglu there in the number 123, directly up ahead of them. That is the FFS Racing Aston Martin as they run. That Honda there behind them, not for position, so they don't really have to worry about that. But yet another close battle, a sort of a stalking battle here as it goes. As we've really seen, this is kind of what's happening all over the track. Drivers that have been able to catch, not eager necessarily to make the move, just trying to force a little bit of an error by applying pressure.
Yeah, and the battle on the left of our screen between the McLaren of the 77 and the 67 Race Anywhere Sim Sport. I did think this might happen. The 77 got stuck behind the battling Pro Mercedes for quite a while, and I kept thinking that Race Anywhere might be able to close in and do something. And well, that Ferrari now very much filling the mirrors of the 77 McLaren. And the Race Anywhere car, we've definitely seen some pace out of this car before as well in that Ferrari.
Yeah, we certainly have. That Race Anywhere machine, as you said, very, very quick around here today, trying to apply some pressure back to the number 77 up ahead of them, waiting to see if anything is going to fire off there. Prime Racing up ahead. This is a pretty close run, not really into a passing zone necessarily, though, going into the Degners, but that is pretty much as close as you can be without bump drafting around here. Grantis Karazak's behind the wheel of the car right now. Little bit of a squirrely moment there coming out of Degner 2, but looks like he's going to keep that car together. Not really much at all separating them by our timing and scoring, only about 97 thousandths of a second separating these two. But I'm getting the sense here from Grantis in this Race Anywhere Sim Sports number 67 that the race is on and they want to try to push themselves forward.
Yeah, well, especially with, how hard they were pushing it out of the Degners, and you can see here running quite wide out of the first half of Spoon. Some drivers electing actually to take that line. There seems to be two very distinct lines through Spoon. A lot of there's the camp where they like to really hug the inside of the corner, kind of, stop anyone from thinking about it. And there's a camp of drivers that really like to run it out wide and try to drive the car off the corner. But yeah, pushing the Ferrari to the limits, because we've seen, and I'm sure a lot of the drivers know, that the Ferrari is not exactly happy over the curbs if you throw the car completely over it. But for the 67, if it gets them just a little bit closer, they will do it. And once again, a little bit closer down the straights. What has the Ferrari got in a straight line with that monumental V8 twin turbo? Same with the McLaren though. It's going to be a race down, but they're just too far away for turn one.
Yeah, just too far away and not quite enough straightaway to be able to do it. But look under braking just how much that Ferrari is able to close up. The gap was about 1.5 car lengths coming down into the corner. And now as they work their way through the S's, almost absolutely nothing separating them as they go. But unfortunately here for Caracas, it's going to be no room at the end, not able to get a pass done, as you really can't get side by side there up through the S's. That's pretty much a one-lane road as they now work their way through the Degners. He's not really going to have a chance to overtake here until they get down into the hairpin necessarily, but we will have to see as they go. Waiting. It just doesn't look like he had the run there out of Degger too, and he's going to have to try this again, although pokes his nose to the inside a little bit aggressively.
And just try to make the McLaren start to look in the rearview mirror, you know, filling the mirrors with the very green Ferrari of Race Anywhere Sim Sport, sort of saying that, you know, if you leave any kind of room on the inside, we will have it. And you just kind of have to play these mental games sometimes. If your pace is basically identical as a driver, or they are so good at defending, you know, you have to start doing these things that put them off and just give them, if you have it where they take their eyes off that road for that split second, then is your time to shine. And will the 67 have anything coming through 130R? We've seen that this team has been quite good around here. We've seen them get very close into the Casio triangle. If they can do that and keep doing it, knocking the time down more and more, look under braking, like you said, the 67 right there, the 94 Yas HBD car as well, slowly catching up as these two battle. But I think, once again, it's just a little bit too big of a gap for the straightaway that we have at Suzuka.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you there, and a great point there about that HPD Yas Pro Honda coming up behind there, that NSX. It's really kind of a representation, I think, here of just how much this Race Anywhere Sim Sports machine is getting slowed down by the 77 up in front of them, as that car was probably a couple of seconds back up the road, and now that we watch this Ferrari really not being able to get by, it's a visual representation of the time they are losing. And granted, they've got about 8 seconds up the road here to Malinowski, who's the next car. But we're going to flick ourselves through the field here a little bit more. Triton Racing continuing to chase behind the number 123. Michael Kondratoglu behind the wheel of that FFS Racing Aston Martin here for the moment. Looks like it's sort of the same type of battle on a different day, although that Bentley getting a little bit squirrely there coming through 130R.
Yeah, very much so. We've seen a couple of cars when they run wide, particularly seemingly the front engines are a lot more affected. The Mercedes really do not like running wide there. We've seen them, you know, start to get very squirrely, and the teams have to actually back off, you know, or really start to have to fight the car through there. So it just seems to be one of those traits of a front engine car with those outside curbs. They really don't like it. But now also you've got Robbie Stapleford right behind the G2 Esports BMW. The 62 was also decided to join this battle, and while we were busy talking about everyone else's battles, battle that we're still sort of unsure what's happening, Nils Naujoks has got back into the BS competition car. They pitted a little bit ago, did the number 1, and George Boothby is in the pit lane. So this is either going to be, once again, BS competition are coming out ahead, or have Veloce finally found something in the pits, because the only time they were lagging, at least in this whole race, was in the pit delta.
Yeah, that's really been it, but let's see here what happens as we watch McCormack and Joyce working their way out of 130R down to the Casio Triangle. A little bit of a look there to the inside for the BMW driver, that BS competition machine, as looks like there the McCormack's actually going to come down pit lane, so that's going to give us a little bit of an idea of where things shake out. BS Plus now trying to go, I think this could be a little bit closer than we were anticipating here. Oh no, it's a little bit farther away, as the number 1 is going to be able to get a pretty sizable advantage there over George Boothby.
So BS competition once again electing for the undercut, and it seems to be working for them. Another big chunk of time gained for the BS competition car puts Veloce once again on the back foot. We're having to see if they can catch back up. They've done it before, but it's every single time that BS competition managed to put another couple of seconds on, it just makes it all that harder. And this is an absolute gaggle of cars, everyone bunching up in the Casio Triangle. Robbie Stapleford trying to go around the outside of the Bentley, ends up pitting does the number 10 and the 123 of FFS Racing. A scary moment for BMW G2 Esports, I'm sure.
Yeah, you do not want to have that driver diving down pit lane there right in front of you and throwing you off a little bit, as it can certainly throw you off your game, throw you around there a little bit. But right now, as we continue to watch Caracas, this battle we've been keeping our eye on between him and the number 77 of Arndt right up ahead of him, trying to be able to get everything he can Let's see here. This is a little bit closer coming through 130R, but the gap's still about 2 car lengths or so. That camera angle being a little bit deceptive, but look at that run. Here he comes down to the inside, later on the binders, but misses the corner and tries to hold it out in contact between the two. That's going to be the 67 able to carry around, the 77 getting into problems there, and I hate to say it, but I gotta think that the stewards are going to have a look at that as the 67 losing a bucket of positions here as well.
Tried the move that did work for BS Competizione, but I did say that it was the reason that move was so incredible versus that and Veloce is that move, it came off and the BMW managed to not be overtaken. That is exactly what happens most times when people try to go too wide through the Casio triangle. It's very tight. You have to be very precise and very trusting of all the drivers around you. And for the other Ferrari, it's just not played out.
Yeah, it certainly hasn't. There was kind of an opportunity for the Ferrari to back off going through the second part of the corner, but just decided to try to keep their nose in there a little bit, and that certainly did not play out. But now really what this has done is this has brought into focus here a battle between the 21 and the number 127. That's going to be the SEM9 flash axle machine up in the number 21, and then that 127, the Mobileye John Alesi Esports Academy machine. That is Ballestella behind the wheel right now, trying to see what they are able to do. This battle only separated by about 0.3 of a second, BMW versus Ferrari.
And you've also got in front, obviously, the Race Anywhere car that's still trying, to be in their own little battle as well. So it just bunches everyone up. And the Mobileye, the BMWs, they seem to really sing in this half of the course, through 130R and the Casio Triangle. Just whatever seems to be setup-wise on the BMW, they can really push it through here. As we can see, coming into the Casio Triangle, they are a lot closer to the Ferrari up ahead as everyone bunches up. And on the left side of the screen as well, you've got the Race Anywhere SimSport Pro Honda. They've managed to catch back up to the 51, a Ferrari Veloce Esports.
Yeah, they have. So the battle certainly being on here as they go, waiting to see what is going to be firing off. A little bit of check down there. Everybody kind of trying to find a different line going into the first corner. My goodness gracious. The 99 taking a little bit of a peek down into the inside there of 130R. That's not going to play out as it looks like there. The 563 and the 888. No further action, as well as the 63 and the 99. So the stewards have been busy, but no action being taken.
Yeah, and there's been a fairly, it hasn't been like a crazy time for the stewards, but it has been fairly, consistent. Is the odd incidents here and there, and I think that's just kind of what happens a lot of times when you are this close in racing, and they're just wanting to see what happens to some of the later, penalties as they go through, as we're still a few laps behind at the minute. But I digress.
Yes, as we watch Jordan Grant Smith here in that number 99, running in 23rd place right now, working that Honda around here, trying to be able to close in on the back of Santoro, and that's going to be Murdoch right up ahead of them. This is that battle that we were watching a little bit earlier, remember, between Murdoch and Santoro, just not really able to get by there, that number 100 machine, despite this being an interclass battle, and the SOP Esports Racing, the Art of Car working their way around. Checking here on another little battle we've got further back in the field. This is going to be another interclass battle right there. Hansnick in the Yas Heat SRO 2022 149 McLaren, working his way around, trying to close in on Colot there in that Audi.
Yeah, two bright yellow cars, and two cars that are, kind of similar style, both mid-engine, but for Jadier, this team, they've been, they've had their own sort of struggles and battles to contend with, and what can they do to the 144 in front? As he says, not a class battle. Audi looking to be running a little bit wide. It's going to be close into the Casio Triangle. A look down the inside, late on the brakes, and the 149 clears it. Then this is the moment you've got to be worried about if you are the 149. If the car behind you, the 144, gets a better run, you can be easily overtaken again. But I think for Yas Heat, I think that is position gained up into 19th place overall.
Yes, it is. A little bit of a defensive line there for Yas Heat coming down into the first corner, but looks like they really didn't need to throw it there at all, as that 144 full motorsports by race esport team, Audi not really able to get the move done, so that is going to be move done and dusted. We focus back on this battle, as it does look like Santoro finally able to get by the number 100 of Murdoch, and now it's going to be Grant Smith into the number 99 that has his eyes set firmly ahead, and he's going to be the latest to have that SOP Esports Art of Car Aston Martin clearly on the chopping block.
And for Race Anywhere Simsport, they don't really want Santoro in the 51 Velas, Scuderia Velas Esports team to really scuttle away, because that is a car in their class. So, you know, as he's watching through the windscreen, every time that you know, you have to back off and you're stuck behind the 100, it's just time that the Ferrari can run away from you, where they have managed to drive all the way back up, and maybe, you know, we'll have that position. But it's going to be a tricky one. You can see the Aston Martin slow out of the hairpins before it gets wound up. The Honda managing to put the power down quite well, but it is going to be a long old run around. And now once the Honda's got wound up, you can see the speed difference isn't that great.
No, it certainly is not, but that's Honda trying to take a little bit of a look there, coming through Spoon. Nothing really doing quite yet, and that may have cost just a little bit of time there for the number 99, that Race Anywhere Simsport Pro machine. I think that could have cost them a little bit of time, but they're still going to have a little bit of a peek down to the inside going into 130R. That's not going to play out for them. They're both going to run a little bit wide, the Art of Car as well as that Race Anywhere Simsport machine, trying to see if they're able to get anything. Looks like they're going to be a little bit far back, closes a little bit under acceleration, but not as much as they would like.
And now it comes with the drag race down the front straight. What has the Honda got? At some tracks it is an absolute weapon in a straight line. The Race Anywhere Simsport car looks to the inside. It's going to be a bit of a look, and there you go. SOP are being hung out to dry on the outside line. That's still side by side with the Race Anywhere Simsport car, and there you go. Position gained for Jordan Grant Smith in the 99, up in to 22nd place, and now that has released them to chase back down Santoro in the Scuderia Ferrari Velas Esports team, who is in their class.
Yes, it does, but Santoro has been able to open up about a second-long gap as they go, so that's going to be a little bit challenging to be able to try to get in on, but we will have to see how they go. Checking back further in the field as the Simware Pro by Vita's team working their way through. This is Sadorov right now coming up behind Caracas. This is Caracas just not really having the best run here after that incident.
No, seemingly not. The 67 has kind of lost a bit of pace, and now they've ended up with the Simware Pro car all over the back of them. You see where the Ferrari, they can't really take the curbs as much. It's going to come out onto the straight. What has the Bentley got in a straight line? The Ferrari's very slick, you know, it's one of the very slippy cars, very aero dependent. But looking in the straight line, you can see the reflections, the flashing, the lights of Race Anywhere are going to go defensive. Simware Pro are going to have to hang all the way around the outside, going to look for a bit of an undercut. It's a 322. The space is there, but does he have the grip? And I think the answer to that question is no.
No, that Bentley just not looking like it was able to carry the rotation down on the inside of that corner, so that's not going to play them out there, but still a couple of more opportunities to be able to get the run here on the later parts of the lap. Now, they've got to be a little bit, no, they don't, excuse me, as Frankie there in the number 123, about 5 seconds back from them, so they have all the time in the world to fight this out here. Doesn't necessarily need to worry about what's going on behind them, and I think for Crilly, this is going to be a chance to really just set up that move. We also take a look here at the battle for 16th place, as this one's certainly starting to heat up there as well for the Legion of Racers.
Yeah, the Legion of Racers trying to come back from that incident that they had with their fellow Mercedes, but they've also got another Bentley all over the back of them. I think that's the Triton Racing it's the number 10 Triton Racing Bentley all over the back of them, and they have the 77 McLaren up ahead of them, who they would very much want to get around, because as much as they're not in their class, they have got their class rivals bearing down on them a little bit wide from the 77 McLaren there on the exit of Spoon. It's going to have to be a long old drag race down, but I don't think the Legion of Racers might have it. But look at how close the Bentley is.
Yes, it does, as it looks like they're actually a little bit of a move, trying to go to the inside of Arndt was and Dicaramo Milana there in that Legion of Racers machine. Don't think they're going to have it, but here comes that Bentley, as you said, looking now to the outside, going down to the Casio Triangle. That's not going to play out for the number 10, as they're going to have to re-rack here, and they're probably going to be just a little bit off as they go down into the corners, trying to be able to see what they are able to get. Going to be in a straight line here. I don't really anticipate. Dicaramo Milana thinks about down to the inside. He's going to have to be very late on the binders, and indeed, that was a bit of a half-hearted look, but didn't lose all that much time to player there in the number 10 Triton Racing Bentley.
And same with this Bentley as well. You can see we're trying to pull the car down a little bit because of the the Legion of Racers going a little bit wide. The same thing, the Bentley just doesn't look like it has the grip, probably on around about the same age of tyres, but just all over the back. And this is the scary thing for the Legion of Racers, and why being the middle car is so dangerous. And a look around the outside by the number 10, just a little like quarter light along, but it isn't enough. This is the scary moment. You go for a move, if it doesn't pull off, you will be passed.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to be very, very careful in the way that you do it, and you do not want to really throw yourself off there and risk a rough running, as it were. Everybody in single file order there, coming out of the hairpin, though, as they go. Waiting, and it looks like they're separating themselves out a little bit as they work their way up through the corners.
At least for the minute. So what will Spoon do? Will the McLaren run wide again? They will not. The 77 tucking the car in this time as well, and the Legion of Racers forced to just take the regular line every single time, though. You see, it's just this half of the circuit. The Bentley starts to pull back in. It could be another move into the Casio Triangle, moves out of the way, decides that he's not going to give any slipstream to the Triton Racing car behind through 130R. They're all still single file, running a little bit wide. Here comes the Bentley. It's going to be late on the brakes again. The Legion of Racers have to defend it. The Triton Racing car's trying to get the undercut this way, that way, and it might have just been that the number 10's got a little bit more acceleration, but forced to go around the outside.
Yeah, again, I think that may have been a little bit of the lack of grip there in that Bentley, but let's see. A little bit of weaving here for Dicaramo Milana as they try to be able to see what they are able to do. Not going to play out, though, for Triton Racing. It's still going to be single file order here, but a little bit of a wider run there for Legion of Racers. Oh, I thought for a second the Triton was going to be able to make that attack going out of turn 1. We sometimes see that if you mess up that corner just a little bit, but they're going to stay line astern here as they work their way up the S's. Dicaramo Milana really driving as hard as he can here within his own limits, not wanting to push too far over the line, and that number 10 just looming larger and larger in the mirror.
And that's if the Bentley wasn't already a very large car. It must be absolutely terrifying when you've got one that is 2 inch off your bumper and still going through the Degners. It's going to be the same story, line astern. And also that is another one of the BMWs that's managing to catch back up, which could be start to throw another spanner into the works. Number 10 looks to the inside, but it just wasn't to be in the hairpin.
Yeah, and that's going to be the number 10 there, I believe. Excuse me, that's the 999. That is one of the silver class cars. That appears to be the GTWR RAG Academy Black machine. So a silver class car. They're not in this battle necessarily for points positions in class, but they're certainly allowed to try to get the move on done. A little bit of a wider run there for Triton coming out of Spoon. Not entirely sure if that's going to help them out carry a little bit of momentum. Let's call the gap about 1 car length as they work their way down into 130R. Going to keep it closely tucked up behind there on that Legion of Racers 889. Nobody pulling out here. The gap did look like it expanded a little bit. Again, going on a wider entry into the Casio Triangle for the number 10. Just trying to carry as much momentum as possible through the corner, trying to get everything, and it looks like they're probably going to be too far back for a move down into turn 1.
It's same thing again. Everyone's kind of spaced themselves out. You can see people jostling for position, jostling for the slipstream. You kind of want it, and the BMW goes through. I believe as well, actually, that is the number 1, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's the BS competition car that is finally working their way through, because I saw Veloce just about in the background. You can see them there going through turn 1.
You are right. So that is indeed putting these drivers a lap down, and that's really going to separate this battle for the moment. The question's going to be here is if that number 1 is able to clear a little bit of a sketchy place to do it, and just like that, the number 10 sees an opportunity, goes for it down to the inside, the outside, later onto the binders. Can they get it stopped for Tegner 1? Yes, they can. Great move there for the number 10 Bentley, but that is Veloce going wide. Excuse me, that's not Veloce. That is a lapped car. That is a further lapped car. The livery's very, very similar to one another there. It has to be said, throwing me off just a little bit. But we check back on another good battle here. This is Caracas and Sadarov as they work their way up through Spoon right now. That Bentley once again looming large in the background. Kind of something we've talked about multiple times.
Yeah, and it seems though that like what we just saw then, a lot of these battles, these drivers could be so close. Going incredibly defensive is the Race Anywhere SimSport car. Might even be almost alongside was that Bentley, but it just takes that one small mistake. Race Anywhere going a little bit wide again. Could we see a possible move like what we saw from the other Bentley later on to the brakes in the Casio Triangle? But it looks like the Ferrari just has the acceleration again coming out of it. Tries to break the slipstream immediately all the way down to the pit lane.
Yeah, heads-up move there from Caracas in that number 67. And I also want to give some credit there to Blazier in that number 10, in that battle we were following a little bit earlier, the heads-up to be able to follow your leader through like that, using the leader as a way to be able to get themselves forward. That is some next-level racing. That is really being in ultimate tune with the car around you, everything that's going around, and recognizing that your opponent getting put offline a little bit and being able to take advantage of that.
Very much so. We've seen similar sort of incidents with the with when back markers start to come into play. It really starts to really hot the battles up. But that was it. It was just the one moment where the leader came through. You have to seize that opportunity for Triton. It was either now or never. You're going to have to go for it, or it might not appear right up until the pit window again, because they were so good at defending. And well, that's why the Bentley has come back ahead. And for Simware Pro, they're hoping maybe that the same might appear, because at least for now, the Ferrari, the Race Anywhere SimSport car, very, very composed and very good at keeping that Bentley, in check where they need it to.
Yeah, exactly. Just recognizing, as we've kind of talked about a few times here, the ability of these cars to really and truly drive where you need to, generate that speed where you need to. And that's exactly here what Caracas is able to do in that number 67. The 322 just trying to be able to find an opportunity to get on by, but not really seeing any as they go.
Not as of yet, and it's going to reset once again coming into the Casio Triangle. It's going to be another sort of hop over the curbs for the 322 and the Race Anywhere. I think we're going to see another point from Caracas, but yep, there you go, all the way down to the pit lane almost. They're just trying to break the slipstream, and now because the Race Anywhere car has moved out, obviously decides that they don't need to actively defend. They know that they're too far behind, and they know that the 322 is not going to try anything crazy into turn 1, and that's kind of the point as a driver where you can almost relax a little bit. It's obviously quite scary having someone filling your mirrors, but if you know where you can relax and you don't have to always actively defend, then is where you can start to get your lap time back.
Yeah, exactly. And once again, it's that situational awareness, knowing where those opportunities are on the track, where you can get a pass done, where you can't get a pass done, paying attention to all of those things as you run your way through. And that just shows you how in tune you have to be, not just with the car you're driving, but with everything else around you out on the track. It really requires a full body effort to be able to get everything right.
very much so. And looking in the background as well as this battle continues to rage on, that's the 123 FFS Racing is slowly but surely working their way into this battle as well as these two sort of, try and sort it out. The 322 electing for a bit of a wider line there, possibly to get a bit of a better run coming into the first half of Spoon. But yeah, Andrew Franke, he is slowly reeling it in the FFS car. If these two continue battling as they are, we might even see a similar story to what we've just seen before, where a pro car goes through, and that might be just the moment for Simware Pro.
Yeah, very well could be, is once again just taking advantage of others' misfortune, taking where they're getting offline a little bit. That could be what they are waiting for here at this point. Also want to give just a quick shout out here to Keber's Engineering Simware Pro by Vides, as that they appear to be one of our biggest movers here in the race. Started in 21st and the number 41 all the way up into 8th. But look at this, Sadarov feeling the pressure big time, going super defensive. And here comes that Bentley trying to go around the outside of turn 1, but once again not going to play out. Tried to go for the crossover coming through the first corner and just not able to get it done. Kareka's drawing an incredible defense here to be able to keep that number 322 at bay.
Pinned to the outside was the Simware Pro car, but Caracas knew that they still had enough grip in the tyres of that Ferrari that once you've pinned them to the outside, you've got to get back down low as possible. You've got to cover on the inside, otherwise you just end up, having the switchback done to you. Still some rubber left on that car and puts the 322 back behind them again, but that does show the intent, and it shows that Bentley does still have the pace. It is just going to take a very, very tiny mistake from them. But once again, one lap later on, I'm looking in the background, that FFS car is looking bigger and bigger. The gap is now under the 2-second mark. 1.39 separates them from the FFS racing team.
Yeah, and that is going to be something to watch out for. By the way, that car has changed hands in the last couple of laps. Frankie was the one leading the way in, Andiko Ramamulana was the one leading the way in that FFS number 123 Aston Martin. Now it would appear to be that Frankie is the one behind the wheel of the car, so things changing out there a little bit. Let's jump a little further on up the road, as this is the Kerber's Engineering Simware Pro machine in that number 41 Bentley, trying to close in on Capicchioia, and they're in the number 88 Mercedes.
Yeah, and has managed to close all the way up. As you says, what a mover this Bentley has been. Maybe didn't have the necessarily start there to have, and it's going to have to be an avoiding moment there for the 41, looking up the inside of the 88, almost bomb drafting. I think there might have been a slight touch there. The 88 is off the road, the 41 goes through.
Oh, maybe a little bit of a touch. That may be something that the stewards have a little bit of a look at here, but a good heads-up play from the Bentley, recognizing what that is. And now they're going to have to watch out a little bit, Will, the number 88, as that's the 110 McLaren there, your silver leader, coming up behind them, turning this into a little bit of a three-way battle, although I don't think it's going to be a battle for too long here, as Igor in the number 41 rather, starting to streak away into the distance.
Yeah, very much so. The Kerber's Engineering Simware Pro car showing still what pace they've got, even though it's been a long old time since that car came down at the pit lane, still have got it, and it's showing why they are one of the biggest movers on this grid at the minute. And we look back to the 110 McLaren, the Agile Sim Racing team by Gaddy. They've now got the problem. It looks like the 88 is slightly slow. Possibly the tyres have just kind of given up on that Mercedes, looking to the inside, but they're not going to want to slow down too much, because it's not a million miles away from them that you've got Joe McCauley and the 23, and obviously they've been, the 110 have driven very, very well to get to the silver lead, but they aren't comfortable in it.
Yeah, they're certainly not comfortable, as McCauley in the number 23 not too far behind, and they probably want to clear this Mercedes, as you said, as quick as possible to try to just give themselves a little bit of a buffer. That's one of the things that you have to think about when you're doing this sort of, let's call it what it is, multi-class racing within the field. You want to have those buffers. You want to have a car of a different category in between yourself and your closest rival. It just gives you a little bit of breathing room if a mistake were to be made. And I've got to give some credit here to Jura, as he really look like they are able to move their way up through the corners. Very, very nimble. Split screen there as the battle for that is 19th place between the 144 and the 148. Very, very close running going down into the Casio Triangle.
And that has been a flip-flop from earlier as well, because if you remember, that is the Yas Heat team driven by Jaire Onzik, and that car's ended up behind the 144 Audi. Once again, they ended up ahead not that long ago, so the position has been reverted. It's back up to Yas Heat again to gain that position back. But for right now, 144 holding very strong.
Yeah, holding very strong indeed. One of the few Audis here in the field. Certainly not the favored car here over the course of this Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Championship, or really here at Suzuka today. Not one of the best ones, not necessarily one of the best ones, but not one of the favored ones, I should say, as they go. But as you said, doing a fantastic job to be able to hold out here. And kind of as you were talking about a little bit earlier, Ryan, just one of those cars that once you kind of figure out the secrets, it can be very, very great. It can be very good, but a little bit hard to unlock for some drivers.
Yeah, when it came out, you kind of rarely saw it used as the 110 manages to screen by the 88 as they come down the pit lane, sort of signalling some of the start of the early pitters as well. We might see some of the other cars that are on, necessarily an undercut or a short fuel strategy start to come in. But yeah, the Audi, when it first came out, there was a few people I knew who tried it. Some people liked it, some people didn't, but we all kind of brushed it off as it's a bit more of a stable, just an Audi. But now there is some series that run this where you really see this car start to shine and dominate when people have had that time with it, had the experience with it. And that's the thing with a new car. You don't know what it's like until you actually race it. You can do all the testing in the world, you can do all the hot laps, all of this simulation. It ain't no good until you've actually got someone filling your mirrors like the Team Full Motorsports car have. Then you really start to learn your car.
Yeah, exactly, and that really and truly is the truth of the matter of what you've got to do. You need to be able to fire these things off under pressure, as we've got some more pit stops starting to fire off here. Looks like that's going to be the number 88 coming down pit lane. Also seeing a couple of drive-throughs being issued there. It looks like to the 333. That is going to be the virtual drivers by TX3. Looks like they have been given a drive-through, but we focus here on your leaders, the BS Plus competition car, as they are working through a little bit of traffic. But look at that gap back to George Boothby. Despite all of this traffic for Nils here, still able to open up about a 7-second advantage.
Yeah, BS competition, at least for this stint, have been absolutely on it. They've had, they've been chased down by Veloce a few times now, but this time they have just taken it and ran. Trying to get through the lap traffic is Nils Naujoks. You can see he wants to get through the Ferrari, the flash of the lights, because they know that, the Veloce have some faster drivers. It's not out of the question that they could catch back up, and the number 1 needs to get by. Opens the door as well for the number 10 Bentley.
Yeah, opens that door open, and so that is going to be them on through. Good play by the Bentley to be able to pull themselves up and along, but now for Naujoks, it's going to be a little bit of smooth sailing here. Looks like some clean traffic, be able to put in some of those good hot laps here for the moment as they run.
As we look back, this is how far Veloce are. George Boothby still in the car, still managing to keep on. And actually, that's the number 10. Is that the number 10 Bentley that's gone off in 130R? I think it is.
I think you're right. That's the number 110 Bentley having a little bit of a problem there, and that's going to send them spinning around, and they're hopefully going to be able to gather the car back up under them. We look here, though, at George Boothby and the number 66, the McLaren Veloce, and look at that. I mentioned that gap was up to about 7 seconds, 7.5 seconds earlier. Boothby been able to close that down to about 5.9 here, courtesy of some of that traffic that your leader, Naujoks, had to deal with.
Yeah, and that's as much as, the leaders been having to deal with that. Veloce in front of them have only got one of the Legion of Racers cars, which right at the minute doesn't appear to be impeding their progress. And, kind of what I've said about the clean air and the nice areas of the track. as much as Veloce are behind at the minute, because they've got this like nice area of the track where they can run those better average lap times. It might be that when they come to their pit stop, they're not that far off, because if you remember, Veloce appear to be going for a full, you know, pit strategy, as in a very long stop, whereas BS Competition, they're still trying the undercut every single time, but it might just keep throwing them into traffic.
Yeah, it may be throwing them into traffic a little bit, and that's not what you want to have happen, especially if you are up running well in this race. But we focus here on a nice little battle. This is the 999 of the RAG Academy working their way around behind Sadarov right now. Sadarov and the number 322, and that, of course, is going to be the similar pro machine to be able to go. But I think we've got a little bit of a replay of that number 10 Bentley running themselves wide here a little bit down in through 130R. This was just a few moments ago. Let's take a look at this. So here they come down into the corner. Again, talking about that right-hand drive. Looks like they just caught the curbing a little bit wrong.
So it was the 322 Bentley that came off, but that was kind of what I mentioned, that outside rumble strip. If you run out wide on it and you keep your foot in it, it does appear that some cars get very, very upset by it, and it can cause spins like that. The Bentleys and the Mercedes seem to be quite prone to that. We've seen a couple of the Mercedes go out wide, and they completely get off the throttle, and they have to, you know, back out of it. And I think that's what the drivers are feeling through the steering wheel. But obviously for the 322 Bentley, they've had that spin round into the wall, and you just have to question how much damage has that Bentley picked up now.
Yeah, I think that's the real question, and it looks like it's at least able to hold its own here. But when you have that kind of damage, the two questions that really come into play are there any aerodynamic problems on the car? Are they going to be slower in a straight line as a result of that damage? Or are there any suspension problems on that car? Is the steering rack potentially just a little bit out of whack that you've now got to counter steer a little bit more? You've got to do a few more different things on that car. It really all depends. So we will have to see what that story is. Doesn't look like there's any noticeable damage right now, but we jump a little bit farther back in the field to pick up the number 51 Ferrari. This is going to be one of the pro class cars. This would appear to be the Scuderia Ferrari Vilas Esports team as they try to close down a little bit on Miglia there in the number 33, directly up ahead of them in that BMW.
And the 33 has got a 5-second time penalty from some of the incidents earlier. So obviously for Ferrari Velas Esports, they'll be wanting to get by because they know that they'll get by in the pit stops. But now it's just time lost on the racetrack for them. And they've got quite a few silver cars to get through if they want to get back to their respective pro fields. And the next car for them would be the 99 Race Anywhere SimSport car, still piloted by Jordan Grant Smith, is that one.
Yeah, exactly, as there they are, plenty of those drivers up ahead that he's going to have to go. Little bit of a gutsy move there for Leonardo, trying to go and send it down to the inside of about the third or fourth corner there in the S's, and he lost a bucket load of time there as he did it. Not exactly, I think, what they wanted to see there for that Ferrari Vilas Esports team.
No, when you go for some of these moves as well, you have to be either knowing that it's going to pull off or things like that happen. You just lose so much time, especially in the S's where, you know, the flow of the circuit, and to keep the momentum, to keep the speed, it's like a one-track line, you know, to get the cars nice and flowing. If you put yourself off that line, you have to brake and lose so much momentum, otherwise you will go off the circuit. I think that's exactly what we've seen. Jumping a bit forward as well, speaking of pro and silver cars, Andre Franke for the FFS Racing 123 has still managed to catch back up to the 67 Race Anywhere SimSport silver car, still piloted by Grantas Caracas as well. And I'm sure this is not a view that Grantas would necessarily want in the rearview mirror.
No, I don't think so at all. We've seen some good speed out of this Aston Martin over the course of the weekend, and indeed carrying the banner right now for the British Marquis as they are in 11th and currently your highest placed Aston Martin in the field. pretty slippery in a straight line, but runs a little bit wide there on the exit of 130R. That is not going to be ideal there for them as they go, but still, let's call it about a car length and a half as they exit out of the Casio Triangle, trying to see what they're going to be able to get. Not going to be close enough, I think, to make a pass here, but Frankie just slowly but surely working their way on in, reeling in these cars as they pass a lapped car coming out of pit lane.
Yeah, that was a Mobileye BMW just rejoining the circuit after their scheduled pit stop. I believe there's a couple of cars that are electing to go completely on the hour, so you see the odds and sods cars coming out of pit lane, and the variety of strategies really has been very interesting to see this race.
Yeah, very interesting to see as well. And we've got about 4 hours left to see how that strategy will continue to play itself out. We watch here on board again with the Ferrari Vilas Esports number 51 trying to get by Miglia there in the number 33. And as we talked about before, with that penalty being issued to it, they will get past them in the pit stop cycle. But I think here Leonardo wants to try to get by on his own volition. And they've got a good long break up ahead of them to Bierman. It looks like in the number 72 Aston Martin, that should be able to buy them a little bit of clean track running if and when they are able to clear by this number 33.
If and when indeed, as we wind up going down to 130R, it seems to be quite a passing zone in the Casio Triangle. Will Scuderia Ferrari Velas Esports try it? They are very, very close coming through. You've got to be careful not to clip the inside curb. We've seen Ferraris come akin to that. They're going to be almost alongside. A switch to the inside, hard on the brakes is the 51, right up the inside. I think the 33 saw that coming at the last minute, decided not to exactly fight it, but there you go. Up is position into 25th. But this is what I mentioned about if you don't get the run, you're going to be passed again down the straights. So as much as the Ferrari Velas Esports team has defended it, it's side by side into turn one. They're going to have the inside line. The 33 is still trying to hang it all the way around the outside. It is a long old way for the BMW, but it just isn't going to pay off this time.
And I absolutely love that move there from the 61, giving just enough space on the outside of the track to that number 33, but pushing them a little bit wide, putting them into a situation where they'd have to sort of back off of the corner, not be able to really attack that. We jump back further in the field here. This is Maximilian Vetti for the virtual drivers by TX3, trying to close down on one of the few Lamborghinis in the field. That's going to be the number 63 Lamborghini with this the Automobili Lamborghini Esports team. Just trying to find a little bit of an opportunity right now. Essa behind the wheel of that Lambo here at the moment as they work their way through, just trying to find anything.
Yeah, and as she says, like one of the few, if not the, I think there's only 2 Lamborghinis that join us for this time. It's another one of the rare cars to see, that and the Audi. And speaking of the Audi, on the right side of your screen, we still have the battle between Jaroslav Honzik, the 149 Yas Heat team, and the 144 Audi. And looking up on the inside of the Casio Triangle, the virtual drivers by TX3 car thinks about it, and then the Aston Martin has to get wound back up again, and you can see the slight wobble there. Keep putting the power on as early as you can, but necessarily the grip levels might not be there. And also, the other thing I've just noticed, the sun is starting to go down as we swoop around on the onboard view from Jaroslav Honzik. You can kind of see the orangey hue there.
Yeah, you can, and it is just past 5 o'clock here, virtual standard time at the virtual Suzuka Speedway, as we try to see here what is going to play out, or I should say the Suzuka International Circuit, as that is going to be a big key. I've got to think here by the end of this race, we are going to be finishing in a little bit of darkness, and that is going to be a big change. I think you're probably going to put in maybe some of your nighttime ringers into the car, as it is a completely different experience driving here as in the dark as compared to driving it in the daytime.
Yes, and the one thing that will be sad that I won't get to witness, at least from the commentary box, but I'll still be around the circuit, is that lovely Ferris wheel that will light up.
Yes, exactly. One of the hallmarks here of the Suzuka International Circuit, that fantastic Ferris wheel. I'm pretty convinced that all of the greatest circuits in the world have a Ferris wheel, the only exception being Indianapolis. But nevertheless, Jaroslav Hansnik able to get a move done there on Kalot and that 144 Audi. That has been a move that's been brewing for a couple of laps here, and the McLaren finally able to get it done.
And now for Yas Heat, they've got to keep that position because the 149 has done that once before, but obviously had an issue that we didn't catch on the cameras, so they ended up back behind the 144. So Yas Heat now having to look forward again. They've got a fair gap as well between them and the 889 Legion of Racers Mercedes to get back up into the pro points anyway, and they've got about a 4-second gap to the 322 Bentley. That's the one that we saw spin off earlier and could be carrying damage.
Yeah, could be carrying damage indeed, as we've got a couple of drivers pulling off down into pit lane. Looks like that's the 72 and the 23 coming on in. So plenty of drivers coming on in. Amir Hosni, they are coming on in, staying out rather. That Mercedes AMG Akados by RAG holding on to 16th place right now for them. Looks like Macaulay up ahead on the road is going to be down into pit lane. So plenty of drivers here opting to be able to come on in. Tobias Gronewald working his way around, currently holding on to the 3rd place position in that number 14 Mercedes, the Mercedes AMG Esports team, Unicorns of Love.
And looking back through the field as well, talking about people who, you know, the battles that are slowly brewing. The 55 still slowly managing to chip time away from the 62. That gap is now just over 10 seconds. 10.9 was the last time. I think it's been as high as 15. So they are still making progress in the right direction. Are the Williams Chill Blast as well.
Yeah, they are. So just slowly but surely clawing in. And remember, that little purple thing there on the side of your timing tower, that does indicate that they currently hold on to the fastest lap of the race. So Bresnicki here being very happy, I've got to think, with that. And they've got about 15 seconds to be able to hold in behind them in about, it looks like, let's call it 10 seconds up the road to try to chase in on Stapleford. So running in a little bit of an island unto themselves right now, but that certainly doesn't mean that they're going to be able to not close their way in a little bit later on in the race.
You saw a hard snap from the steering wheel as well there when we put it on. That kind of shows, you know, what the AMG is like to drive. You run a little bit wide through 130R, you can really feel that. And coming out of the final corner, you know, that car is a big old engine. There's a lot of torque to put down there. You have to be a little bit careful, otherwise the AMG will bite you. It's probably the only car that I still classify as the kind of like an older generation GT, as much as that is the 2020 face and that is, you know, everything that Mercedes have managed to do to it. It is still a big front-engined 6.2 litre naturally aspirated V8. Mercedes have decided that they don't need turbos to win races, they just need power.
They do, and I've got to say, as a result of that big, beefy engine, it does make one of the best sounds in the world, whether you are in real life or here on ACC. You can always tell when that Mercedes is thundering by you, either on camera or on the track. Checking here on the battle, though, for 13th. This is Hugo Kalot trying to close in on the back of the 149 McLaren, currently driven by Hansnik as they go. Only about a 10th of a second separating them. Audi versus McLaren. Remember, Hansnik able to get that move done just a couple of laps ago, but it doesn't look like Kalot's really going anywhere at this point. He's staying very close behind.
Yeah, it seems that, yes, you know, they can get the move done, but they can't just run away from the Team Full Motorsports Audi. They're always there. It's like as soon as they are past the 144, is, you know, they're not just falling off pace-wise. They're managing to keep on with it, and probably as well with a little bit of slipstream helping the Audi along in the straight lines. You know, they're just always there, and all it takes is that one tiny mistake and the back passed again.
Exactly, and that is what you've got to do here, especially around a circuit like Suzuka. If you are in one of those cars that has just gotten past, don't give up hope, don't back off and let them scamper off into the distance. You certainly want to just keep as close behind as possible and see if you can maybe force a little bit of an error. That's really been the name of the game here today. Most of the overtaking that we've seen has really come as a result of just little micro mistakes, even out of some driver. And it looks like here that we have got a drive-through being issued to the number 41. That's the Kerber's Engineering Simware Pro by Vides. And that is going to be a drive-through penalty there for track limits. And it looks like 41 already serving that. That's going to hurt, though. That's out of 7th place.
And that was the car that we were saying has been such a hard charger all day. Well, they've been a hard charger, but at what cost? Well, apparently 3 track limits right up until this moment. So they must have been hanging on to it for quite a while, but that is going to slightly put the brakes on their charge all the way up into the, the top 5 position. But with the 41, I still think that with 3 hours and 47 left to go, it's going to be interesting to see what they can do as a recovery drive from now on. They've already got all the way up there from 24th.
Yeah, indeed they have. So as they filter themselves back down through the field, we'll have to see exactly what happens. And it looks like they didn't lose too many positions as a result of that. Still going to be out there in 7th, but they will have to make a regularly scheduled pit stop over the course of the running. Colote here, though, continuing to close in behind, getting by one of those slower Hondas as they go. So trying to see what they are able to get. And I believe that Honda was a little bit of lap traffic, so they're going to be out ahead of them and not having to worry.
And also, as we look through the windscreen on board from Hugo Colote, the Team Full Motorsport car, there is the 322 Bentley still running around, which I believe, if that car, I don't think they've come down the pit yet, they are still essentially limping along with damage.
Yes, they are, and so that is going to be their problem that they're going to have to deal with. Ooh, a little bit of a bad run there for Hansnick up ahead of him. That's exactly that little error that we talked about here, Ryan, for Hugo Colote, wanting to really try to force that little mistake. It's not enough to be able to get the pass done necessarily here going down to the hairpin, but it certainly shows that there's some chinks in the armor of that number 149 McLaren.
And possibly some, you're starting to feel the tyre degradation now as well, with a lot of teams that have been, running the long stops. They've still got a little bit to go, but it's definitely now, where as a driver you'd be feeling underneath you that the rubber isn't exactly what it was. And the other thing, with the sun starting to set and disappear, it's not going to be heating the track up as much. That's going to cool off. Pressures can start to go rather squiffy if you haven't accounted for it, and that also then just compounds the problem.
Exactly, and you really don't want to have that happening for you as they go. You do not want to have anything that compounds a problem. You want to keep yourself in that perfect zone. I've got to give credit here, though, to Colote and that Audi. Really, really good under braking, really able to close up, but you see there on corner exit, starts to lose a little bit of a ground there to the 149. I wonder if that's a little bit of a problem, as we've got a penalty being issued now for the number 67. And this is going to be for the Race Anywhere Sim Sports Silver Machine. That is the car that was in 3rd place in silver for causing a collision.
Yes, which I think we saw that earlier, so that's once again going to put a little bit of a damper on the Race Anywhere Sim Sports day. Out of what was P3 in silver, going to have to really fight back after that, because a lot of the silver team doesn't appear to have been as spread out as the pro team, so they're definitely going to lose a couple of positions there looking at the timing board as it stands.
Yeah, probably going to lose just a little bit there as they go, so that is certainly going to hurt them. You can see they do have a little bit of breathing room, but they are certainly going to lose out as they currently run in 5th place in that silver category. Continue to focus here on Hugo Colote, just trying to see if there's anything to be gained. I will say, though, that 322 directly up the road, that is that Bentley that you see working their way out of the shot. That could slow down Hansnick here a little bit, and we could be looking at another pick situation if Colote plays his cards right.
It could do, but then also on the flip side of that, if Colote, they obviously will know that the 322 is is in their class, I believe, at the minute as well, leading their class. Kind of all they really need to do is let the pro car sort of fight their way through and open the door, and then once that's done, you can pass it. You can have a very easy pass on the 322, especially considering it already has damage and seems to be sort of ailing towards the end. They're just trying to make it back to the pit lane right now, is that Bentley?
Yeah, just trying to make its way back around right now, pretty much. I have to agree with you there. but as they go now, waiting to see if anything's going to fire off, they get onto the main straightaway. Doesn't look like anything is going to be into a problem there. Cologne just holding there behind, going down into the corner, not really able to get the best run going through there. But it is going to continue on, and it looks like Hosnick is now the one starting to press a little bit, closing in on the back of Satterov.
Yeah, so this battle has the potential to heat up rather rapidly as soon as the Yas Heat team obviously starts getting held up. The Team Full Motorsport, they've already proved that they can pass Yas Heat once, and then you've got that question, you know, and as the I'm sure the team sort of managers, it's their job to think about this. Do you pressure Yas Heat and just go for them, or do you go for your actual class position of the 322? Now, if it was me in the seat, I would be sat behind the 149 Yas Heat team, just let them do the work. But you know, that is Team Full Motorsports proof that they can take the position back very easily.
Yeah, very, very easily to be able to do. And there goes Hosnick looking for a little bit of a move. Not able to get it done on the exit there of the hairpin, but certainly going to continue to try to keep that pressure up to the back. So this is really one of the more intriguing battles we have on track. Looks like, though, that the number 67, that's going to be the Race Anywhere SimSports Silver team. They have been issued a drive-through penalty for what I can only assume is track limit violations.
And also thinking about the people who are slightly off the pit stop as the Yas Heat team looks to the inside, and they're done by at 130R, so it was quite an easy pass for them. The Bentley's going to look very slow. The 144 fires it up the inside as the Bentley was slow off the mark. They're going to have to cut the Casio triangle very hard to not end up running into each other. And now what as the Audi got down a straight line, we mentioned that the aerodynamics of that Bentley could be damaged. They're going to go all the way to the wall, and the Team Full Motorsports are going to try and pick up any kind of slipstream from Yas Heat in front. They're going to be side by side coming into the turn one, but there you go. Team Full Motorsport have taken the position and are now in P12.
Yes, they are. So a slick move there coming down the main straightaway gives them that position, and they are going to be very, very thankful for that. The question's going to be is if that 322 Bentley is going to have any response here as they continue to work their way now up through the S's, waiting to see if anything can fire off here for the drivers. But I've got to think that Cologne's going to try to stretch his legs a little bit side by side further back in the field here. Lamborghini versus Aston Martin as they work their way up the hill. This is the number 63, the Mobileye Lamborghini Esports team, fighting with Rodrigo Cortez, I believe, in that Aston Martin behind.
Yeah, that was a one moment where you definitely don't want to be. A big twitch from the Lamborghini coming out of the Degners. That is the moment, you know, when on mid-engine cars where you really can unsettle them running over the curbs, and that's kind of what we saw there. Big sideways moment. Had to get the car reset, continue on, but it wasn't enough for the Aston Martin behind. But yeah, the Lamborghini for Gioli, he's in a very, very difficult position because you have the Virtual Drivers TX3 car ahead, another car that isn't in your category. You've got Rodriguez behind. He obviously wants to get by to have a crack at his fellow Aston Martin, who is in his class. And as the Lamborghini, you're just kind of stuck in the middle with nowhere to go.
Yeah, exactly. Really nowhere to go there as they run, but just trying to be able to see if he can piece his way up ahead by that 333 right now. Running line astern as they come through 130R. Getting down onto the binders. Looks like they do have a slower class car up in front of them, I believe. Not entirely sure who that is, but you did see the blue flags getting waved going down into the Casio triangle. So maybe, as we've seen a couple of times here, that's certainly going to throw some things around and change a few things up. I think that's one of the FFS Racing machine as they go now down into turn one. FFS Racing trying to be able to close in on that other Aston Martin up ahead of them, and plenty of running still here to do, but the 63 not looking like they're under too much attack, although there Rodrigo Cortez able to send a little bit of a good move there. That's the Renwelton Esports Orange team. Looked very late on the binders coming up through the S's.
Yeah, no two wide moments at least for this go around. It all kind of settle out, and the Mobileye Lamborghini Esports team just trying to get themselves resettled and in a bit of a groove again as the sparks fly as everyone goes. It takes a lot of curb through the Degner, and you see all the sparks now. It's the other thing as well that the nighttime will bring is it sort of shows off everyone with the sparks, the glowing brakes, and everything, and how great it can look, especially GT cars in the night.
Yeah, exactly, and that's just going to look prettier and prettier as we advance along, but we've got a real gaggle starting to form up here in front of these drivers, and this could present a little bit of a problem for everybody as they run. Some blue flags being waved there for a lot of these drivers, and I wonder here if Cortez is going to be able to pick up the pieces a little bit for Gronewald and Esports, that this is going to be the move, as there you can see that FFS Racing Aston Martin getting on by. Focusing here on the number 62 BMW G2 Esports team of Charlie Crossland. This is up for 5th place right now. Crossland holding off Otaki there in the number 4 Mercedes. I think he was able to just get around him there going down into turn 1.
Yeah, so HRT trying to put the pressure back on, but Charlie Crossland, at least through the S's, where the BMW really can, start to draw out a little bit of a gap. Look, the BMW G2 Esports have really started to pull out there. So yeah, maybe the number 4 of the HRT car not got it quite yet.
Yeah, not got it quite yet as we check in on another battle that we thought was going to dissipate, but still hasn't by sheer force of will alone, and that is Hosnick and Kolot as they work their way through the S's right now. Kolot doing a very, very good job to be able to keep up close behind Hosnick here. Remember, Hosnick able to make that pass a little bit earlier on in the race, and Kolot just holding on to the back here resolutely in that Audi, although the gap has expanded a little bit. It's about 0.5 of a second, and running wide there through Degner 2 is certainly not going to help the number 144.
No, you can see even now that the gap, just opens up, and that's when the grid is this tight, and you've got drivers that are so so close to one another pace-wise over just hours and hours of stints. Tiny mistakes make huge impacts on the track.
Yeah, they really and truly do, and you've got to try to minimize them as much as possible. That's one of the keys to be able to do, and that indeed looked like it didn't cost Kolot all that much time. He's still going to be running around a little bit behind, but he's still got about a 2-second gap up the road to Sadarov there, so that is good news for them. We focus back on this gaggle further back in the field. There's really no word for it. Vetti, Giglioli, and Rodriguez Cortez, they're running pretty much line astern as they go. The best run here is going to be for that number 72, although he backs off a little bit coming down into 130R, a little bit of side-by-side as they get their way by a slower Honda, and that is going to be a bit of a death knell there to Rodriguez Cortez.
Yeah, an absolute gaggle as everyone had to dive out of the way. I even seen the Mobileye Lamborghini car to dive out of the way, and that's I think the blue flags were for that HBD Yas Honda, and just a very scary moment coming into the Casio Triangle there.
Yeah, very scary moment indeed, and we did hear word. We've got a couple of drivers continuing to come down pit lane here to be able to make their stops, and look at that for Giglioli, is that's going to be the 63, losing some time to Vetti there. That was under a second just a little bit ago, and I think courtesy of that traffic, it is now expanded up to about 1.6 seconds, so plenty of room to be able to build there for that number 333 Aston Martin. And that's going to be a little bit of breathing room, I think, for virtual drivers by TX3. But we continue to watch here Rodrigo Cortez as he works his way through. I believe he does have a little bit of lap traffic to clear in the form of that Aston directly up ahead of him. But his main battle right now is trying to close in on the back of that 63 Mobileye Lamborghini.
Yeah, and there's still some lap traffic up ahead. Even in front of this battle, we just about saw it. And that's the problem when you end up, in these traffic pockets, is there's quite a lot. But thinking about the lead of the race once again and what's going up ahead, BS Competition, gone back down the pit lane, have come out, and it is still Gregor Schill in that car. So fresh tyres once again, fill the tank, and off we go. When they have come out in what appear to be one of the best positions, at least for them and their strategy, because if you can see when the broadcast cameras pan around, absolutely nothing. They are in a complete like dead zone of the track. But when you are doing these strategies, when you're doing the undercut and you know that you know you're on an alternate strategy to people, that is what you need, because if you get slowed down by traffic, it completely throws your strategy out the window. So for BS Competition, this is great news, and like you said, you're just thinking, what can George Boothby do about this?
I'm not really sure, as we've been able to see Schill really expand that gap at the front of the field over Boothby, and so it's going to be interesting to see how it all plays itself out here, as there is Boothby, as you can see, working his way through the Degners while Schill works his way out of the final corner right now. So a pretty big gap there in between the two, and Boothby having to deal with a little bit of lap traffic, one of the Ferraris there directly up ahead of him, that he is going to have to try to get around as quick as you please. This may be able to help out Schill here. If Boothby's having to deal with traffic and Schill is able to run in that good clean air, like we said a little bit earlier, this could be the response that Schill needs.
And it's basically swapped around from earlier in the race when BS Competition did the undercut a few times. You know, they couldn't pull away from Yassi, maybe from Veloce, sorry, as much as they wanted, because they got stuck in that traffic, and they had a more of a gap, yes, but it wasn't the 6+ seconds that we're seeing right now. And yeah, for now the tables have turned. It's now Veloce who's stuck in the traffic. BS Competition are out, and will the 66 come down the pit lane this time? No, it will not. One more lap around, or potentially a lot more, looking at the timer, because Veloce are going full distance.
Yes, they are. So that is going to add some intrigue here into what is already a pretty fascinating race, with Veloce trying to take that tank as far as it will go. But I think they have got to absolutely work tooth and nail to clear this Ferrari as quickly as possible, because they will be losing time to Gregor Schill and that number one. They do not want to lose too much time to that BS Competition car as they go. And there we take a little bit further back in the field. Amir Hassani there riding around behind Sadarov. I believe this is after a pit stop here for Hassani, and Hassini, and this is going to be a close little battle, not within class necessarily. Sadarov is in the silver class, and this Mercedes AMG Akados by RAG, number 88, is going to be in the pro category, but still a pretty intriguing battle. And I've got to think here, if you are Hassini, you're wanting to try to get by. There goes Boothby down to the inside of that number 51. And that is the official Scuderia Ferrari Vilas Esports team. So Boothby did what he needed to do here, now able to run in some clean air, try to put those hot laps down.
Yeah, which they really need to, because BS Competition are still, at least at the moment, they are still making that gap bigger and bigger. As much as they're in second place on the track, the bigger sort of race that is going on, that they are still ahead at the moment. Like you said, it's going to be interesting come the end of the race as well, because Veloce have decided not to react to BS Competition's strategy. They haven't, started to short fuel their car or try and undercut them to get back on the same strategy. It's going to be very interesting, because you just don't know what the faster strategy is come the end of the race. And here you go, here comes the 66 down at pit lane and into the pit lane. And as we can see, the BS Competition car just coming up to Spoon Corner.
Yeah, and the real question is going to be how exactly they're going to come out here, how close they will be, as we watch that number 66 bringing its way down into the pit lane here. Schill ready to get onto the loud pedal out of Spoon as Boothby brings the car here to a halt. Good, looks like he hit his marks there, so no problems there for the first place driver. And now it's just a matter of waiting time here, Ryan Mawson, as we wait for the fuel and tires to be put onto that car.
Which, as a driver, and when you're sat looking at the relative, it just feels like forever. As much as it may only be 30 seconds for a stop, it just feels so much longer. You know that, you know, your rival is bearing down. They'll be able to hear the BMW roaring down the pit straight now. Here comes the BS competition car. Off goes the jacks of the 66 Veloce car. And I think coming out, it's going to be around about a similar gap. There they are in the background. And actually, BS competition this time have managed to pull out even more of a gap. And James Baldwin has been placed into the Veloce car.
Yes, he has, as we've got a couple of more penalties being issued out there to the 888. Just a warning, that's the Leisure of Racing Modal 888. And then a 15-second time penalty being given to the 99 Race Anywhere Sim Sports Pro machine for causing a collision. And so that is going to be pretty detrimental there to that number 99, I have to think. Running in 23rd place right now, Blanton behind the wheel of the car. They will have to serve that either at their next pit stop, or they will have to serve that at their next pit stop. All right, and that's going to bring us through a couple of highlights here as we cross over, getting closer and closer to the 3-hour mark left to go here in this race. Good little battle here coming up into Spoon as, whoa, there was the contact there with the 51. That is the Ferrari Esports VLS team. They're having that contact. This is going down with that Lamborghini Automobili team coming up behind the 333 as they went down into the hairpin. The 333, their virtual drivers by TX3. A little bit of how you doing, but the Automobili Lamborghini team, not to be denied, muscling their way on by as much as possible. Here is that number 62, the pass that we saw going down into the Casio Triangle, or at least the attempt at it, getting that cut, getting a little bit of contact there. The BMW G2 Esports team, once again, muscling their way on by, and you can see the flash of the headlights from the Mercedes behind. Not pleased about it whatsoever. And there we saw the 71 getting it all kinds of wrong, catching that exit curbing just wrong for Wenrelton Esports Red, and then again having an issue coming down into the pit lane. Checking here on the 100 and the 21 coming out of Spoon Corner as they get into a little bit of a side-by-side, trying to see what they are going to be able to get as they go. And it's straight up drag race there between the two, headed down into 130R. Not necessarily the area where you want to be doing that, and that's why we saw the 100 be able to streak ahead, the 71 being a little bit heads up. Here is a little bit more action coming down into the Casio Triangle. The FFS team and the 23 working their way. A little bit of a loss of traction there for their competitors, and that was going to be just enough to be able to send FFS Racing on by and be able to get that move done. Good defense here coming down the main straightaway as they go. Later on to the binders and trying to sweep around the outside is the 191, but that wasn't going to play. Checking back a little bit further in the field as they go. Oh, contact there. And that was enough to be able to send everybody around, and that's going to bring us right back to the live action. Checking here on Picharchenko in the AGA Sim Racing team by Gotti in the number 110. Currently in 8th place right now has Hassini there in the number 88 right up ahead of them. This is an inter-class battle, that 88 for the Mercedes AMG Esports team, Akanos ASP by R8G.
And this is currently, obviously, the silver class leader as it stands right now. But they also, in all these issues that they had, and being spun around by that Race Anywhere SimSport Honda, the gap to Van Ommen in the 23, who is another one of their silver cars, has been kind of, not completely eliminated, but it's not as nice of a buffer as they once did have. I think they had upwards of 8 seconds at one point. It's now dropped to 2.6. So if they feel like they've got the pace to get around the 88, for AJA, they kind of have to.
Yeah, they kind of do. They want to try to get that buffer that we talked about a little bit earlier established here as they run. And I've got to think AJA really wants to try to do that. And you can see them getting very, very close there through the hairpin, trying to be able to put on some pressure to the back of Hassini as they run. But Hassini able to get a little bit of a better run out of the corner there for ASP by R8G as they go. Not looking like there's going to be anything going down into Spoon, but still going to be running pretty close.
pretty close indeed, and the McLaren looking like they're still trying to hug the line a little bit tighter. Still got something left on the tyres of that car, trying to tuck right into the slipstream of the Mercedes. I mean, look at that. You can barely see the McLaren on the slipstream through some of the broadcast cameras. It is completely hidden.
Yeah, it really is just kind of cluttered up behind that big, beefy Mercedes as they run. With losing a little bit of time there, but the headlights continuing to flicker on brighter and brighter here as the sun goes down around Suzuka with about 3 minutes and 23 seconds left to go in this race. This battle continues to be pretty close, and there you can see the number 23 behind, just kind of stalking in the background here of all of this. That's the FFS Racing number 23, just trying to close in the gap now, about 2.6 seconds.
Yeah, and it seems to be sort of going up and down. We've seen that gap sort of range a little bit more, but all the time that the 110 spends behind the 88 is just free time to the 23. And like I said, they had quite a big nice buffer to play with, and maybe if they still had that, it wouldn't have been such an issue. They could have just let that sort of follow the 88 around, but that advantage has been kind of deleted, not through fault of their own, by a lot of things. And on the right side, Legion of Racers still trying to make a move on another McLaren in the 77, looking this way, that way, but it just isn't going to happen into turn one.
Yeah, the prime e-racing machine there, the number 77 McLaren, doing a good job of being able to, I wouldn't really call that necessarily a defensive line down into turn one, but just positioning the car in a way that it was going to be very, very difficult to get an overtake done. And so Legion of Racers is going to have to re-rack and try this again. That, again, the battle for 15th. On the left-hand side of your screen, that is the battle for 7th right now. So both of these trailing behind, trying to catch in here a little bit. In this one, it does look like you're just trying to close in as much as possible in that McLaren, but it just doesn't quite look like it's close enough to be able to get that braking zone matched going down into the final corners there.
It's not quite as well, and when you come to this sort of section of the racetrack, you're back into the Mercedes territory because you just have that monstrous V8 to pull you down the straights, whereas the McLaren is, it's very much of an aero-based car. It's much happier in the S's, and sort of going through all that section. And then it's doubly difficult when you're behind such a big car because the aero wash, we mentioned it earlier, the aero wash takes away your front downforce. You start to scrub the tyres more, which then brings in the tyre wear, and all of this starts to really add up. And this is why as well endurance racing is a lot harder than just your regular sprint car racing, because this is all what you're thinking of as a driver in your head.
Yeah, you're thinking through absolutely everything, all of those little bits and bobbles that you have to focus in on to be able to make sure you've got everything together. And you're completely right there. I think this McLaren definitely suffering a little bit in the dirty air off the back of that Mercedes that is certainly more an aero-dependent car. And so normally very strong around here, a circuit like Suzuka with a lot of medium to high-speed corners. But in there you can see just trying to take a little bit of an alternate line going down into the hairpin, trying to take a later apex there to carry momentum, roll a little bit of speed as those orange and red hues start to flash their way across the track. The sun continuing to go down here, 10 minutes or thereabouts to 6 o'clock p.m. virtual standard time, and it's just going to be a matter of time before we start running into the dark.
Yeah, when the lights start to go down here, Suzuka is not a very well-lit track. In a lot of places, you are very much relying on your headlights and your endurance lights. And then, as well, when you're running this close to, to someone else, not only is it difficult for you because you have even less of a view of the track, but for the person in front, they have now in their rearview mirror just got the blinding endurance lights all there.
Yeah, exactly, and that's really going to throw things off. And let's not forget here that this is not a circuit that is particularly well lit at night. We're not dealing with a Daytona or something like that in the real world. This is a pretty dark track around every way around here, and it's going to be pretty much driving by your headlights and your headlights alone.
Yeah, very much so. So it's gonna look, it's gonna look a lot more interesting the more and more the race goes on. Swapping back to this battle for 15th, the Legion of Racers at Mercedes, basically the same battle, but positions swapped, still trying to get around the 77 McLaren. You can see though that when the McLaren's out ahead and you don't have the dirty air to deal with, where it matters in the corners, the McLaren can scamper away, but you take away its aero by putting it behind a car that is just causing so much aero wash off the back, and they just can't get that same level of grip in the corners. You see in the straights, the Mercedes on the Legion of Racers car, it can't just completely drag past the 77.
No, it can. And we've got some more penalties or warnings being issued there. The 67 Race Anywhere Sim Sports Silver team and the number 4 Mercedes Esports team HRT deemed a racing incident there. So no more penalties being issued by race control, just deeming that a racing incident. Continue to check here up and down through the field. That McLaren that we continue to watch, bouncing a little bit there, flashing a little bit of the headlights as they go. Trying to be able to pull up behind in the draft. Thankfully for them, the gap between themselves and that FFS Aston Martin, it's only come down by about a 1/10 or 2 of a second there. It holds at about 2.5 seconds. So it's not like that gap behind for the silver class leaders is a massive, massive gaggle, but it certainly is something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and I think with the flashing of the lights, obviously they just want to get by because they know that they're creeping in. And actually, there you go, the 88, I believe that the Mercedes might have even actually let them by, has just decided that, they're losing too much time by both of them fighting one another. For the 110, it doesn't matter if the gap's stabilized or the gap's, sort of increasing. If it's, they know that they didn't have as much of a buffer as they once had, so that's why they wanted to get by. So that's very interesting racing from them in the 88.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, it's not really going to be a whole lot of skin off their back, I think, necessarily for them, because let's remember the 88 is that pro category, so they'll still gain those pro points, but we'll have to see really what happens there. They still have a little bit of a buffer between themselves and the next car in the pro category. But right now, looks like there that Adika Ramamulana up ahead had a little bit of a move going down into turn 1. Not sure how that played out. Not going to play out well. We focus here, though, on the Yas Heat SRO 22, number 149 McLaren, trying to close down on the number 67 Ferrari directly up ahead of them. And that is going to be the Race Anywhere Sim Sports silver machine with Pippet behind the wheel of the car right now.
Yeah, and as these cars have come down the pit, obviously this car used to last be driven by Jaroslav Honzi, so it's had a bit of a fresher tyres, a bit of a fresher driver as well. Some drivers do prefer having that double stint because you get used to the car, you kind of feel it and you just continue on. But a lot of teams electing to kind of do one and done and let the drivers have a rest. So it'll be Statsenko's turn in the McLaren, right up to the back of the Ferrari, very late on the brakes and knows exactly where the front of that McLaren is. And you kind of have to, because it's a similar story here. When you put a McLaren behind another car, you do lose that edge that you necessarily have.
Yeah, you really do, and we talked about that a little bit earlier when we were watching that battle with the number 110 further up in the field, that there's so much aerodynamic importance on this, and those aerodynamics are meant to be operated when you're in clear air, when you're in clean air, and when you're riding behind another car, all of that displaced air in front of the car, it means those aerodynamics aren't going to operate as well, but that's not going to stop Mikel, and that's contact! Contact between the two. That's going to send the Ferrari spinning off near the barriers. I don't think there was actual contact with the barriers, though.
Oh, Race Anywhere SimSport, a big spin off the circuit. But as he says, I don't think they made it all the way to the wall. Looks like they've gone a long way off, though, and that will definitely slow them down. And we probably will lose them a few positions because of the 144, who was in the silver class. Well, we can see them in the background. Is that Team Full Motorsports yellow Audi? So they'll be gaining a position from that, but. Yeah, a moment. 130R going too wide is always a dangerous move.
Yeah, it certainly is. You really never want to be the one doing that, as it can really come back to bite you right there, as we saw with Yas Heat and that Ferrari. We check in, though, on the battle that continues to rage here for 15th place overall. Hetich and Andika Ramamulana, Legion of Racers, trying to close down on that number 77 Prime Racing Esports. McLaren up ahead of them. It's holding on at about 0.5 of a second. It does look like there that I'm just seeing a pop-up on my screen that the number 123, the FFS Racing Machine, given a 5-second penalty.
So a 5-second penalty, which at the minute will, if they served it as it is right now, and here you go, incident involving cars 5 and 123 on lap 192 a bit ago, time penalty to the 123 for causing that collision. So as it stands right now, the FFS Racing team, they won't lose the position because they have enough of a gap between the 10. But you know, they need to keep their eyes focused, and it will definitely put them behind the away from the 41 of Bykov. But we do have queued up the replay of what happened to the Race Anywhere SimSports Ferrari, I believe.
Yes, I believe we do, and we're going to bring you right over to that right now. This is going to be riding on board the right-hand side of that machine as we dive down in there. Oh, that's the one that's a little bit hard to judge there, because from that angle, it does look like the Ferrari may have clipped over a little bit more. But Ryan, what's your assessment?
It's a hard one to call, because you could argue either way. Obviously, there was enough of an overlap to be touched, but was there enough of an overlap that Yas Heat car was ever going to make the move? And this is why we have a box next to us full of stewards, and I'm glad that I'm not one of them this time, because decisions like that are definitely where you need multiple people and multiple cameras to sort of, you know, convey everything.
Yeah, exactly. You do not want to be those stewards here at this point. It can certainly be a very, very tough thing to be able to have to deal with. So we focus here on Mikhail Bykov, the Kerber's Engineering Simware.pro team right now. This is the battle for 10th position right now. Siklari up ahead of them in the number 191 Meckers team, trying to see if there's anything to be done here. Bentley versus Mercedes as they go.
Tried off, and we seen this car, you know, they had that monumental charge, drove all the way up, but got the drive through for track limits, which has dropped them a little bit further down the field, but still looking like they have good pace, trying to catch up to the back of the 123, the 191, sorry, Mercedes as they run. But it's going to be another tricky one to call. I think, though, that this car, as much as the brakes have been put on there, charged forward a little bit, it does seem that they still have some great pace.
Yeah, still have some great pace to be able to try to put themselves up forward and be able to put themselves into this position. Doesn't quite look like that they are close enough to be able to really get that attack done quite yet. But I've got to think this is just going to be a matter of inches, slowly but surely working their way up, working their way forward, trying to get a little bit closer. And as soon as I say that, maybe even a move here through the S's, as that was a little bit of a bobble from the 199 and 191.
And that was the kind of small micro mistake that, you know, you need to have but to get by, but it just wasn't in the right place. Kevin Siklari lightly touched the grass there and ended up very wide. The 41 looks up the inside, but it just, in the S's, it's so difficult to pass unless something major happens. You can kind of get to that two, you know, side-by-side moment, but because the S's is so tight, you just kind of have to fall back in line. But it does show, though, that maybe, you know, the 191, they've got maybe a little bit of worn tires, maybe a worn driver.
And I think we're going to jump back here to check out a little bit of a replay as well, as drivers continue to circulate here with just over 3 hours remaining here in this race, as this is the number 22 Honda working their way around, touching the grass, coming through the S's in a slow, lazy spin there. Lucky there wasn't more contact, as that was a relatively slower part of that sweeping first sector, but that is certainly going to be a little bit of a hurt for the Rocket Sim Sports team. Continue to watch Bykov here right now. Not looking like he's got the run there coming out of 130R, but gets that big Bentley down onto the binders. Tries to be able to get themselves around.
And as well, the lucky thing for the 41 is that they can afford to battle this difficult, because as much as it will slow them down, Mike Noble, they have got a comfortable gap to them, and the 123 has that 5-second penalty, so they've got plenty of time in hand to battle with. And up ahead as well, it doesn't look like there's much traffic. There is the TX3 Aston Martin up ahead, but as much as these guys start to battle, that will slow them down a little bit.
Yeah, we'll slow them down a little bit, and it'll be interesting to see how that gets itself going. If maybe this battle erupts before they meet up to that Aston Martin, or if indeed it'll be a little bit later on, as we will have to keep our eyes open for that, and we'll keep our eyes right here as they run, waiting to see what is going to be firing off here for these drivers. Is there going to be a little bit of a battle? Can Bykov take the attack here to Siklari as they go down into the hairpin here? Not looking like there's going to be anything right there for the Bentley.
Not this time. You got to keep, every single time that the Bentley needs to maximize that exit. Looked like they lost a little bit of time towards the AMG, just getting that better drive out. And it's kind of this sort of section of the track. Obviously, sector 1 is really too narrow to go too wide or to do any sort of passes in. We've seen a few happen, but the favoured overtaking spots does seem to be down into the Casio triangle. So it's going to have to be a long old run. But that gap, though, as we ride on board with the Kerber's Engineering Simware Pro car, it's quite a way. It's a good amount of slingshot that you can get from the slipstream, but it's a long old gap. You see almost then the car, trying to slide a little bit.
Yeah, trying to slide itself around just a little bit there. And we've got some bad news out there as we continue to watch this battle for the Munster Rugby Gaming team, the number 6. They had a drive-through for track limits and then sped in pit lane and received a 30-second stop-go penalty. So that is a near death knell there to the number 6 team, it has to be said.
Yeah, that is definitely not how you wanted to start to end your day on. As the race now, that's the other problem. When you start to get closer to the end of the race, not only do you think about what your strategy is going to be, what you're planning to do towards the end of the race, but the penalties, they don't get harsher as it was, but it really starts to have an effect on your race. Because if you have a drive through at the very start of the race, that's okay. You still have plenty of hours to make that up. You have a drive through with an hour to go, all those positions that you've lost that's it, they're done.
Yes, indeed they are, and so you definitely want to try to be able to work yourself around as much as possible, and be able to get all of those out of the way early so you can fight them if you're going to have those little niggles. But we watch here as Statstenko has been passed by Indico Ramo Milana. Finally there, the number 889 Legion of Racers Mercedes able to get that move done, and now doesn't have all that much to gain up to Hedich directly up the road in that silver class number 77. That's going to be the Prime Racing E-team. They're the Prime E-Racing team, rather. And so they're going to have to be able to try to get their way up ahead, and we'll see how this battle shakes out.
You've also then got the 999, which is also not too far ahead. That's the GTWR R8G Academy car as well, the BMW. So this kind of like gaggle, we've seen it before a lot of times in this race. It seems to be trains of 4 or 5 that kind of separate out and then slowly rebunch again, and more that the pit cycle comes up. But look at how close the McLaren is this time. The Legion of Racers not getting the exit that they wanted. The McLaren tucks back in, does the 149. Yes, he electing for the slipstream is better off. It's going to be a run down to 130R. Don't think they're going to be close enough to make a move there, but is it going to be a late on the brakes maneuver? We've seen this multiple times. Going to Duke right, and no.
Nope, just a little bit of a defensive line there from Antika Ramo Milana, being able to hold that at bay and keeping Statstenko behind them. So a good run there for them. But Yas Heat, SRO 22, and this number 149, they're going to be eager to try to move their way forward. It does look like that Hassani is coming down into pit lane right now. So that is going to be one of the drivers here opting to make that stop. And that is going to be the 88 machine. They were up in the top 10. Looks like Mikhail right now not able to get a move getting done there into turn 1, but they're going to keep trying their luck here a little bit, pushing ahead. Looks like a little bit of lap traffic potentially up the road, so that could be another thing to play into the equation here.
Yeah, I think that's from looking at it, I think that's the Ferrari, Scuderia Ferrari Dallas Esports team, I believe, that they're being lapped through, so the 77's got to get through them, and then this sort of battle will approach that. We've seen plenty of times where the lapped cars can really play a part in the battle, but it looks like the 889, out of a lot of the corners, that Mercedes doesn't quite have the drive as some of the other Mercedes that we have seen today in this field. Possibly that the tyres are starting to wear out a little bit, because that Legion of Racers car has definitely had to fight their way back up there. And what has that done to the tyres on this stint?
That's a very good point. We haven't really had a chance to talk about the tire wear for some of these cars, something that drivers are going to have to certainly be keeping in mind, although with the temperatures falling a little bit as we tick over past 6 o'clock virtual standard time, it is going to be a little less to worry about and more about just keeping those tires into a good operating window, as we do see Ciclari coming down into the pit lane there, so another one of your drivers opting to make their pit stop here just a hair before the 3-hour mark.
Yeah, so that's kind of signals the start of some of the pit stops. You know, we've seen some of the cars on the hour sort of pit stop. Some people will be a little bit later, but for the leaders, for the number 1 and Veloce, for example, they've still got a long old way to go. So that's the difficult part when the racetrack, you know, when it starts to go down in the sun, is that you have to set the tire pressures knowing that the temperature will drop, but you don't necessarily know how much unless you have done a lot of pre-season testing, which I'm pretty sure all of these teams running around here will have done. But it is a factor that you have to you have to take into account. You have to think that the tires will be slightly too bad at the start of the stint, and then they will become okay as it goes along.
Yeah, exactly, and that is certainly something that they are going to know with the amount of preseason testing that all of these teams really do. It is pretty remarkable just how much effort they put in, really making sure everything is absolutely perfect. And speaking of running absolutely perfect here, I want to give credit to Mikhail Setingso here, as he is running very, very close behind Antika Ramomulana. Ramomulana just not really able to extend that gap as much as I necessarily thought he would of the Yasheed SRO 22 car, really being able to keep in close behind.
Yeah, which is very, very difficult when you're driving such a low-slung car that close, you know, to one of the bigger cars in the grid as the Mercedes, because you also lose all of your reference points for any of the corners. Not only do you have the aero wash, but, you know, visual representation is just completely gone. But yeah, yes, you know, they always seem to be able to hang on, even if they have been passed. You know, what happened exactly with the Audi not that long ago, or the 144, and they held on right there and got by it. They got passed by the Legion of Racers, but they're still there. They just kind of wait until you have that one slight moment, and then yes, Heat will take it back from you.
Yeah, they certainly will, and so that's what they are hoping on. They're probably also going to be hoping to gain a little bit of time here, as Noble up ahead of them does have a 5-second penalty that they will have to serve. I can only assume that is for track limits. And Cody Blanton there in the back as well has a big one as well. And so that means here that it looks like Miato coming down pit lane. That's going to be out of the 999 machine in the silver class category, the GTWR RAG Academy Black team coming on into pit lane. And looks like here that the number 67 has had a little bit of a spin. This is the Renwelton Esports, the Race Anywhere SimSports Silver team, that Ferrari we've been following. Big clobber of the curbs coming up through the Degners, and that's what can happen if you're a little bit too aggressive.
And we have seen that, you know, that is now at least the third or fourth Ferrari that I can count, where just curbs, the Ferraris today really are, you know, quite unsettled. Suzuka does have some quite large curbs, and it just appears that the Ferraris really, really do not enjoy clattering over them. But as 3 hours tick over, it's been a great pleasure commentating with you, but I think it's time for me to go and try find a nice seat by the racetrack so I can continue watching this. And I'll hand you off as well to Lewis McGlade, who's going to be here, I believe, till the checkered flag.
You're absolutely right. Love this. Absolutely stunning race. Thank you, Ryan, who'll step aside. It'll be me and DJ taking you up to the checkered flag. And DJ, it's been a crazy race thus far. We've had a great battle for the race lead. At the moment, that gap has separated a little bit. Gregor Schill and the BS competition car have taken control. That does not mean that we're short of action throughout the race, including recently Sven Hettich receiving a drive-through penalty in that Prime E-racing car. So there's been plenty of drama.
Yeah, there's been plenty of drama up and down the field, and those little mistakes starting to come out here a little bit as the mental fatigue starts to set in, and this tricky Suzuka track just continues to catch drivers out. This is the definition of a driver's circuit. You hear that so many times, but that doesn't mean it is not without its sincere challenges.
So Sven Hettich comes into the pit lane and relinquishes control of third position with inside the silver category. That silver category still being held onto at the moment by that 110 car that Petrochenko's driving at the moment. The problem with that car, it had a couple of issues recently. Of course, there's a bit of contact, bit of a half spin at various points earlier, but still holds on to the race lead within that silver category. Jan Willem van Oomen in that number 23 FFS racing car. That's the car that's finished third position twice in the season so far, and is essentially right in control of the championship, right at the top level. I say in control, they're only leading by a point. A second place finish. They're showing consistency is key here. Second place from this, I'm sure it wouldn't be taken as well as a win, but I'm sure they'd take second proudly.
I'm sure they would as well, as that's really what you have to do to be able to gain a championship is you have to sort of remove the racer's instinct, like we like to call it, of you go for the move, you go for the win constantly, and you have to think in a broader picture about bringing the most points home, and there's a reason why, as you said, that they lead the championship right now by a single point over the rest of the field. And that FFS racing team, if they're able to gain a second here, that should pretty much only grow their advantage.
We can see race leader at the moment, Gregor Schill, behind the wheel. You can see just behind the background, not only did Race Anywhere come out of the pit lane, not only did you see the FFS racing car, but also just coming down the start-finish straight now, you can see James Baldwin 8.3 seconds behind this car here. Go back to the battle for 32nd. And this one's a little bit of a tricky one, because obviously you've got the Munster Rugby gaming car, where there is a fair few Williams Esports drivers, Williams Esports run team, with a bit of pressure on their shoulders from another Williams Esports car. It's not been their day, let's be honest. They didn't start on the right foot, either of these cars. They've both had an awful lot of issues. They both find themselves fighting down the order, and regardless of whether this is for points or not, doesn't matter. They are going to fight as hard as they can for it, because it's bragging rights.
Yeah, it's bragging rights indeed, and they want to be able to gain as many positions as possible. And speaking of that, looking at a move going into 130R, that didn't exactly play out there for Fidel Moreira, but the Lamborghini in the back having a big problem going off into the kitty litter on the exit of the corner.
You can see the smile on the face there of Fidel Moreira, who's looking pretty happy. I mean, I've seen this before from some drivers, when they're into team and stuff, whether they're battling for the lead or not. Sometimes it just gets to a point in the race where they're just like, okay, we're 7 hours into this 10-hour race. Do you want to have just a bit of a ding-dong and let's just go racing? And it's exactly what's happened. As the 77, I swear we just saw the 77 was into the pit lane for a drive-through. Have they got another one in the short time away from that? Because I'm pretty sure they'd already served their drive-through penalty, because that's what dropped them out of third in class, unless they served a pit stop and then went through and then served the drive-through. I don't know.
I'm not sure as well. We've got some of our reporters on the ground trying to check that right now. I do show them in pit lane, so looks like they went into the pits for a pit stop, right, and now they have to serve their drive-through, so a double whammy there for the 77.
That is an oof, a big-time oof. I will say, if they do save enough fuel, as we'll see on the right-hand side, battle between Race Anywhere Sport and Virtual Drivers by TX3, a bit further down within the silver category, for about 6th or 7th position within that silver category. Caracas, who was inside the top 10 not too long ago after a few issues for the Race Anywhere Sport Ferrari. But if you do that, if you put enough fuel into the car to be able to do, let's say, 67 minutes, and you think, hang on a second, the driver's still limit is 65 minutes, and you're absolutely right, But if you do that and then serve the drive-through penalty, because the drive-through, you've gone through the pit lane, that resets your stint limit. Now, it's one lap that probably won't make that much of a difference at the end of the day, but it's every little helps, and if you are going to serve a drive-through penalty, you might as well take something from it if you can, whilst Grantas Caracas still tries to attack the 22nd position, a bit of weight on his shoulders of Tobias Sherratt in that Primary Racing car.
Yeah, that Primary Racing McLaren trying to see if he can close down there a little bit, and I'm sure at this point in the race that he is aware of some of the problems we've seen these Ferraris have, particularly clobbering over the curbs, that they don't exactly seem the strongest. But again, for sure, he's going to run into a little bit of the problem that we were talking about with Statistenko up further in the field, that McLaren, such an aerodynamic dependent car, that they are really going to want to try to get in some clean air as much as possible to maximize really the design of that car.
Yeah, I mean, clean air around here, almost regardless of what car you're in, is very valuable indeed. But you can see the speed differential coming through 130R. It was very much advantage Grantas Caracas, but can't really take full advantage of that speed coming through because of the car that was in its way. A little bit slow though through the Casio triangle. This is going to look very good. Comes into the pit lane, does Vedi, and this is where Tobias Sherratt is on the attack. It's going to be 3 wide and a start-finish straight potentially, because FFS Racing are also coming through in that 123. This is not for position. This is not what they want. The Aston Martin gets through and clears both of them. Tobias Sherratt, though, goes side by side with Grantas Caracas, and still the Lithuanian driver is about to hang on, just picking up the slipstream, the final little bit from that Aston Martin.
Oh my goodness gracious, that was nothing short of incredible. I don't know how all 3 drivers were able to get through that incident there without having some big damage onto the car. Just brilliant racing.
Can see the 149. I mean, it is not their day, it must be said. The 149 receiving a 10-second time penalty for causing a collision. That one being the Yaz Heat car. I saw Jardia, Yaroslav Honzik, of course, was in chat not too long ago saying about how they've not exactly had a good day for various reasons, constant issues. Sometimes you have those races. You know, you'll have those races where like 1 or 2 things go wrong, fair enough, but you'll have those races where it feels like every single thing you do, something is going wrong. Every lap, every hour, there's big problems, and that's kind of how it seems like it's gone for the 149 today. It's just been one of those days where basically all of the problems of the season have just all come at once.
Yeah, exactly, and you have those races, Lewis, where sometimes it just really feels like you have those compounding issues, and part of that is sometimes you just are rolling zeros on the day and everything is coming up black. The other part of it is that you start to get into a little bit of a cyclical motion, that you start to think, okay, I can't make any more mistakes. That was my mistake for the day. Don't make any more mistakes. And if you think about not making mistakes, it's kind of like being told not to think about an elephant. You're gonna think about an elephant. You're gonna make those mistakes. And you just have to put all of that out of your head if you really want to be successful.
Yeah, it's with a bit of experience in sim racing, you can kind of work that into your mentality of trying to be able to kind of, if you've made a couple of mistakes, work out a method that stops you from making mistakes. And for every driver that is slightly different, but regardless, like I say, they've just had it's not been one driver, it's not been one isolated event, it has been a consistent string for them of just issue after issue after issue. Those are one of the days. We are being told that 149 car, guess what, another problem, being told they got disconnected and are rejoining. That will add extra fuel to the fire. That is, I mean, I feel bad for them. That is a horrible day.
Yeah, and that is just one of those unfortunate things, as we talked about, where it just seems like failure begets failure sometimes. It's there you saw a little bit of a look there for Caracas, trying to see if he wanted to try to get by that FFS racing car farther up in front. But yeah, just a terrible day there for the 149. That is not what you want to have happen. One of the cars that I certainly had my eyes on coming into the race.
Got to say, if Grantas Caracas wants to try and find his way past the 149, not only 123 rather, not only does he have to keep the 77 directly at bay, but also he has to work out as to how he really wants that one being done, because that car directly ahead is not for position. It's not on the same lap. In fact, that car ahead is on the lap ahead of this group is on the, I don't know if it is the lead lap, but either way, it's a lap up on this group. I think it is just about 1 lap down. You've got to really think about how you want to unlap that, because they're doing their own race. You don't want to get too involved in what's going on, but if they're slowing you down, you've got to fight behind. You've got a lot on your plate as well. It's a very, very stressful scenario.
Yeah, very, very stressful, and it requires not only some quick thinking on your feet if you are the driver, or I guess I should say on your backside because you are sitting down as you're racing around here, but it also requires a lot of communication between your engineers and between your strategists to be able to talk about what you want to do and where is a low-risk area you can potentially try to get that lap back from them. Now remember, this FFS racing team was able to get that move done courtesy of the checkup coming down into the pit lane. So I would kind of argue here that they didn't necessarily make this pass fully on pace. And so that's really going to set up a very interesting differing situation here for the Race Anywhere Sim Sports 67.
I'd kind of feel the pair are a little bit fast, a bit of a kick of oversteer there from Caracas, but also look behind. Look who's trying to join the mix. That's James Baldwin. That's the car that's second in this race right now. And we'll see this. We'll see the battle between these two and also the FFS racing car that's directly ahead of it, and think, oh, please just get out of the way. Like, let's not. This might be the opportunity, though, for some changing to happen within this group once James Baldwin gets there. Of course, the blue flag means not that they have to get out of the way, but more so that don't fight the car that's trying to come through, right? And so for that, I think Chase Baldwin's going to be feeling a little bit nervous.
I think he is as well. Anytime you come up behind a group of slower cars out on track that are locked into a battle, it's not like when you clear somebody on a solo patch of track and they just kind of let you on by. And neither one of these drivers are going to want to give up position. They're going to be fighting not necessarily for their position, but they're going to be fighting not to lose time coming through the corners. And so that's going to really, really set up a very tricky situation here for Baldwin. And he's going to have to manage this quite well. Again, talking with his engineers, talking with his strategists, trying to figure out the best way to go by without causing too much of consternation here to these drivers up ahead of him.
Yeah, and again, not taking too much risk himself. A couple of drivers coming into the pit lane, the number 72 as well as the number 23, both into pit lane. Alexander Novikov has a drive-through penalty also, so they are racking them up a little bit. I think that one is for track limits. I think we'll see a couple more of those over the next little while being confirmed. That is for track limits for Novikov. Again, I'm expecting a few more to be added to the list of drivers that we've got on here, with there being 2 3/4 hours remaining. You can understand that there probably is a few other teams that are pretty close on the old warning list of that.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, we've talked multiple times about the ability to run how easy it is to run wide, whether you're coming out of 130R, whether you're going down through the Degners. Very, very easy to pick up those off tracks, even through Spoon. It's very easy to get them as well. And I've got to agree with you there, Lewis, that we are going to probably be seeing more of those drive-throughs being issued over the course of the race, and it's just going to keep racking up here.
Got a bit of a replay as to what's happened to the VSR by Balance Esports team that's had a couple of penalties today. It's had a couple of issues today, including an issue up to 130R, and this was where they went off obviously directly behind the Munster Rugby gaming car and the Williams Esports, taking way too much of the curb. I'll say, if I'm going to have a crash at 130R, that's about as good as you're going to get it. That was a light tap on the barrier, which, considering how fast 130R is, I mean, I'd take that if I'm perfectly honest. If that's the biggest crash you're going to have, I'll take it.
Yeah, exactly. There's not going to be that much of a contact there for them, and so they're frankly pretty lucky, because when you talk about incidents coming through 130R, they are normally fairly massive.
949 Racing apparently also being added to the list of those teams that have come a cropper of a drive-through penalty. Also, kind of just wanted to point this out, like, in this little group, is like, as we said before, James Baldwin's closing in. James Baldwin is incredibly fast. He's the European Sprint Series champion twice here in SRO, and isn't exactly flying up to this group, who are 2 laps down and 1 lap down on the race leader, which kind of just shows how close the speed is in here, how you are only 2 or 3 tenths off of the very, very best in sim racing, right? And you're 2 laps down. That is absolutely, that must be maddening. And I know I've had races before where it being on a 30-car grid, qualifying 7 tenths off of pole, and that being good enough for 27th on a grid, like, that's heartbreaking. This is a different level. I don't even know where to start with that.
Yeah, you're very right. I mean, it is just, frankly, the only word I can think of is disheartening for these drivers to see Baldwin coming up with that much speed. And let's give some credit here to James as well, as he has really been able to close down. When they made the pit stop on the last time around, Baldwin was about 9 seconds back of Gregor Schild. He's been able to cut down 3 seconds out of it on this last stint. So Baldwin maybe eking his way forward on these drivers, but he's also eking his way forward on the lead.
Yeah, dragging the McLaren Veloce GT car back into contention for the race. Of course, got to remember that there is a slight different strategy between BS Competition and Veloce. That's a little bit too deep, though, for FFS Racing. Mike Nobel opening up the door for Grant as Caracas to come through, and potentially even Tobias Gronewald as well. But it might open up the idea for a move to happen as well. We're 3 wide for the second time between this group, as Mike Nobel is going to hold on from the group, but that is important for Tobias Gronewald, who sneaks his way past Grantas Caracas, and now onto the scene. A bit too deep though onto the brakes, opening the opportunity. This is right in front of second position in the race. This is what James Baldwin is seeing, thinking, please lads, go back to single file, let's get on with this. Side by side up through the S's. On the right hand side, Tobias Sherratt is just managing to sneak his way past Grantas Caracas as they finally get back to single file.
And that was some of the most opportunistic overtaking there I have seen in a long time. Very, very heads up to be able to get by the number 67. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And there you see the 67 pulling off to the side, letting Baldwin off through some good sportsmanship there being shown.
Yeah, I mean, really good stuff indeed. Like I say, just kind of thinking maybe you don't have to jump out of the way. The idea is to not fight. But in this sense, it's kind of like, right, this is the person that's trying to battle for the race lead, and also a little bit for the championship as he dives down the inside and makes contact. Oh, that might be a little bit naughty. James Baldwin sent it in there, makes contact with Tobias Sherratt, who was going 2 laps down. I don't know what race control will feel about that, because obviously the laps being between them, but essentially there has been car contact created by James Baldwin going for a move that, yes, I get it, blue flags, etc., but was that move really on?
It did seem like a little bit of a late lunge down into the hairpin, but that is an area where you can get those moves done. I don't know how race control is going to feel about that. I think if I were in their shoes, I would side on the side of James Baldwin there, because he is in second place of the race at the moment, and blue flags should be heeded there. Again, they're not mandatory here, but we will see.
Oh, big moment as well from the Audi behind. I don't like it, because I want to see this thrilling race, see the battle between McLaren Veloce and BS Competition, but I can almost, I would put a very solid bet that will be a penalty for James Baldwin. Maybe not a harsh one, maybe a 5 seconds, maybe a 10 seconds, but I reckon that will be a penalty for James Baldwin, because the thing is, again, blue flags don't mean get out of the way. It's telling that there is a faster car coming, and in that sense, whilst you're not allowed to defend, you are allowed to kind of carry on. We'll take a look back at it in a couple of moments, whilst you can see a 5 second time penalty being dished out there. But yeah, for me, like I say, I want to see the battle between McLaren Veloce and BS Competition, but I think that was a little bit naughty from James Baldwin. Like, that just was not alongside enough. Take a look again.
Yeah, here we go as they dive down into the corner. We're going to take another view on board. I mean, way far back here. It goes down to the inside, and you know what? On second glance, I got to agree with you there, Lewis. That was over-opportunistic, to say the least, from James Baldwin.
I think it'd be a 5 second, because he didn't really drop that much. As you can see, Leonard Tocchi is also into the pit lane of the Unicorns of Love Mercedes. A couple of others have been into the pit lane in the fairly recent past, including this driver of Amir Hosseini. But I think it'll be a 5 second time penalty, which is not like crazy, but it probably could be race deciding. It means he's got to gain an extra 5 seconds to close down on Gregor Schill. And like I say, he just wasn't there. And the problem is the car ahead has already committed to what they're doing. You can see here by this point, by the time that James has already looked, the car ahead is already kind of committing to what they're doing. And so you can't just dive down the inside and expect them to jump out of the way. In that sense, you kind of got to treat it almost a little bit closer to multi-class racing when coming through traffic, in a sense, kind of, in a sense that the person doing the lap and getting through, it's their responsibility as well, or mostly, to make a clean attempt to get through. It's their responsibility to do so, and in that sense I think you could argue that James Baldwin potentially didn't, but we don't want to speak on behalf of race control. We most certainly are not race control, so we'll have to wait what's going to happen there. Amir Hosseini getting delayed a little bit here by the number 6 Monster Rugby Gaming car and losing a fair heap of time.
Yeah, being forced to go too wide there, down through 130R. Never a line you want to have to take, if at all avoidable. And so that means that Mazur here may have a little bit of an eye up ahead of him to be able to see if he can gain in on that position. Currently your leader in the silver category right now, and he would love to be able to put a little bit of a buffer, I think, between himself and Rotors in that number 110 AIA sim racing team powered by Gotti as they go. He's got about 2.5 seconds right now, but the more buffer he can put in between himself and hit the second running in silver, the better.
Yeah, like I say, you've got your own battles within your own class to worry about in that sense. It's one of the things with the SRO Esports Championships here, of course, here in the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports series powered by Mobileye, that you've got the two different categories that kind of work in each other. Whilst, yes, there is, we kind of speak of it being an overall race, but to the teams, to the championship, doesn't necessarily matter that much. They're only focused on their own race. For example, if you look at Killian Ryan Meenan, who's sat there in third position within the silver class, well, he's got obviously a little bit of a distance behind, but Kevin Saklari, one position directly behind. Now, Saklari gets up to the back of him, and then he loses position. Killian Ryan Meenan loses no points in the championship, loses technically, from his point of view, no position within the race because it's not in the same class. They've worried about the class itself, not the overall standings in the race.
Yeah, exactly. You couldn't have said that any better there, Lewis. That is kind of the calculus that goes into some of these passes that get done here in the race of, well, I don't need to fight this person necessarily as hard as I normally would because it's not within the same class, or the other way around, I've got to fight these guys a lot harder because it is within the same class. Now, this is one of those battles that we were kind of keeping an eye on, the number 6 and the 42. This is an interclass battle right now. This is between that pro and the silver class. It's actually a three-way battle with Lou right there behind, although I will say the number 94 does have a 5-second drive-through, or 5 seconds penalty.
And also they've got to worry about one car which is directly behind them, which isn't fighting them for position, that AJA sim racing car by Gardi that's just got through on the Brad Esports car. Again, that's making a lap. That is another silver competitor, being the Gardi racing car, that is trying to close up to that Audi R8 and gain the lead of the silver category. So there's quite a bit going on in this little group here. It's one of those things where, as a driver, it's almost kind of like, get those positions out of your head. Like, get the what position am I in silver? Who's this? What's coming? So just get all that out of your head. Just focus. There is a car ahead of you. Get past it. Simple as that. Let's dumb things down a little bit. Let's not try and overthink it too much.
Exactly, and sometimes that's just how you've got to think about it to be able to get yourself going around here, and it really goes to show over the course of an endurance race such as this, you've got to be constantly shifting around, you've got to be thinking about all of those different things, keeping all of that in mind as you work yourself around. Now, the other thing that you're going to have in the back of your head and being told to you by your spotters, by your team, is if drivers around you have that penalty. So, for example, there with Lou going on through, as we saw, I've got to think there that could be a little bit of, don't fight this too hard, you're locked into another battle, he's got to give a 5-second penalty away, and that time will be gained back quick as you please.
And also, when you're driving in a cyclocross competition, the relative, in a sense, what cars ahead, what cars behind, and it's telling you who you're battling with. That tells you as well that they've got a 5-second time better. So there's no being in the dark about it. There's no sort of like, oh, maybe they do have like, you don't need to check a spreadsheet or anything. The game tells you what's going on, and so in that sense you can kind of make your own decision as a driver. This three-way fight continues, and I kind of wonder if Sherratt is going to do exactly what you were saying. He's had Lou make a look to the inside, racing down towards turn 1, that HPD Yaz Pro car, trying to make up a position, but with a 5-second time penalty. Sherratt is going to try and fight this one back with a little bit of curb used from that Honda NSX. The gap is still going to be held, the position is still going to be held from Sherratt around the outside of the first corner. A lot of space was given between the two there. I think they might have been a little bit scared of each other.
I think they were as well. A lot of respect given between the two, and I think at this point in the race, you're still in what Ryan and I talked about a little bit earlier in the broadcast, which is the get it home mode. You want to focus to get yourself to about the last minute of the race, not make any unnecessary contact, not make any unnecessary incidents have to take place. And if you're able to get yourself home in that last hour, that's when you get your elbows out and fight a little bit more. And that, to me, that mentality, the way those two drove it, tells me that that's exactly what they're thinking about.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit dicey between these two. There's the look to the inside from Loon. You can see Gerardus kind of saw that move coming, opens up the steering a touch, and now has to worry about FFS Racing also coming through. That one being the number 23. That is the silver competitor car. That is the championship leader within the silver category that Killian Ryan Meenan is behind the wheel of, that's just made its way past Sherratt, who stepped aside quite nicely coming down to Spoon, not delaying the championship leader at the moment.
No, not denying them there as they go, so that is good news for them to be able to get themselves on up and through, but we'll have to see how everything else continues to play, focusing here on Tico van der Velde working his way forward. Gregor Schill are up ahead of him, but this right now looks like the battle for 31st place.
Yeah, Regan Mitchell with a little bit of I was going to say defence, but nope, none was held up. Again, that is silver versus pro, and Regan Mitchell not fancying a fight there with Tinko van der Velde, who gets past pretty swiftly, pretty easily, and was almost directed to the apex from the Rocket Sim Sports car, who effectively stepped aside there to allow the Williams Esports car that's not had the best day to at least get through, gain another one. I mean, at this point, if you're not gaining points within your category, for too far back, obviously just not being in the right position to gain points. It's top 15 for points. If you're not gaining any points, well, you've got to gain your own little goals. At that point, maybe the overall does come into it a little bit, and maybe Tinko van der Velde has taken a little bit of a look at the standings, thinking, hey, we're not too far away from being in the top 30. That would be a pretty handy thing to aim for, at least, with 2.5 hours left to go in this race, whilst Rotters takes over the race lead. We've seen that a couple of times where he's gone for a move, has attempted something on the silver class leader, and this time it's worked out in favour of the AJA Sim Racing team by Gardi.
Yeah, worked out incredibly well. Not entirely sure where that pass was able to be done. Looking at where they were on the track, my best guess is that was going to be a chuck going down into the first turn. But Rotor's doing a good job to be able to get that McLaren up to the pointy end of the field. And crucially here, going to have a little bit of clean air to be able to run around right now. And that's going to be a big, big help. They do have... Hassini there about 2 seconds up the road in that Mercedes, but we talked about earlier that McLaren likes to have that clean air, a very aerodynamic dependent car, so very crucial here that Rotor's able to get that on, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see that gap growing a little bit here over the next couple of laps.
Especially with some of the tyre differential that we've seen. The race lead passes its way back over to McLaren Veloce because Gregor Schill has come into the pit lane once again. Now with the time left to go, that will be the third to last pit stop left in this race, because they'll do one more major stop where they'll change tyres, obviously fill the tank up to max, and then they will come into the pit lane with 20 minutes, half hour, whatever it is left to go to top the tank up just a little bit to get them to the checkered flag. They'll be running the timings behind the screen to kind of get the splash and dash just right. We'll take a look at another replay because we've had a little bit of time looking at the live action while stuff has been happening throughout the race, and we'll see what's happened behind the scenes and how that racing was taken. I did wonder if it was up into one of the Degners, and this was Rotters right on the rear end of that Audi R8, looking to the outside, and there we go. That was a side step from the Full Motorsports team that just jumped out of the way, not trying to fight it, not their fight at this point in the race. Let Rotters get on with it.
Yeah, exactly, and that's going to play a little bit more into strategy there, as we've got a side-by-side Richter and FFS Racing, and I think that was not for position there necessarily. As they came on by FFS Racing, trying to move their way back up through the field here at this point in that number 123. They are, no, excuse me, that was for position. My bad. Excuse me, that was for 7th overall and 7th in the pro category. But again, talking about that relative box, I get the sense there that Richter may have seen that 5-second time penalty for FFS Racing and known to just kind of get out of the way. No need to fight that.
Yeah, at the same time, though, you don't want to lose too much time. Sat behind him, looks to the inside, coming through the second corner, and obviously filters back into line directly behind. You've got one of the Race Anywhere Esports, that I think that is Gronewald Caracas, who's 6th in the silver class, sat directly behind them, a couple of laps down on the race leader. It's tough, it's dicey, this battle, and like you say, where you've got all these people, tyre wear is very high around here. Kind of discussed this quite a few times over the broadcast so far in the opening 3 quarters of it. But with the tyre wear being so high, if you are a lap down, 2 laps down, you make a pit stop, you come out on fresh tyres, you are basically faster than everyone. Whether they're the race leader or not, you're faster than them. And so for this will be kind of frustrating for Caracas and the Race Anywhere Sinsport car that we sat behind these two thinking, oh my God, I'm so much faster than them.
Exactly, and the reason for that high tire load is because of some of these high to medium speed corners around the circuit. Looking at Spoon, 130 hard, the S's, it just puts a lot of lateral load through those tires, and so that's why they get a lot of it taken out of them. And you've really, even no matter how hard you try to conserve the tires around here, because of that motion that is put into the tires, it's certainly going to throw you off a little bit, send you for a little bit of a loop, and you've got to be very careful about it.
Yeah, like I say, you can't overdo it. You've seen a little bit of that. I can understand. Obviously, we're still waiting to see if there's going to be a penalty to the 66 race control, looking at a few things, I'm sure, including that. We'll have to wait and see whether James Baldwin is under investigation and what race control will do, if they do anything. Obviously, it depends on teams, depends on reports, etc., etc. Race control dealing quite closely with the drivers. That was a pretty bad exit for Mike Nobel out of the Casio triangle, and this is Bastian Richter closing right in. Now, the Race Anywhere Sinsport car directly behind of Gronewald Caracas can't lose out too much time, because Tobias Sherratt is also charging to close up side by side into turn 1. Mike Nobel to the inside. The two of them are going straight off the circuit here. They'll rejoin into the pathway of Gronewald Caracas, and that opens up the door for Bastian Richter to come through. A little bit of a moment on the exit of T2, and Richter gets up into 7th.
Oh, that was a little bit hairy there coming up through turn 1. I think a little bit of understeer coming to bite there for the FFS Racing machine, and very, very lucky. I want to give some massive credit there to that Race Anywhere Ferrari behind, as they were able to jump on the binders at just the right moment. You saw the fierce fighting ahead of them and able to back off and prevent any damage being inflicted to them.
Yeah, it would have been so easy to kind of think, you know, going full sim racer and thinking, mate, there's a couple of cars off the road, I'm feeling pretty hungry now, and going for it when it's kind of like, there are better opportunities on the way, don't try it. Like right here, looking to the inside, that was very similar to what we saw earlier with James Baldwin, just hooked it up a little bit, allowed Mike Nobel to run a little bit wide, still doesn't gain the track position, but is sat behind that pink Aston Martin once again. You're absolutely right though, just sometimes discretion the better part of valor, just backing off a little bit, just holding on a little bit and not trying to rush the situation. Yes, it's stressful, yes, it's frustrating, but sometimes you just got to think, what is the smartest thing to do in this scenario?
Exactly, and that is what really separates some of the best drivers on the sim here, to be able to do that. But I've got to think here that Ferrari looking a little bit eager, going to tuck up behind here in the draft of the FFS Racing number 123. Loses a little bit of time, though, coming through 130R. Going to be too far back to be able to make an attack there, going down into the Casio triangle.
maybe Mike Nobel will have a poor exit as he did the previous lap, although that doesn't look bad to me. That looked quite tidy over the curbs on the exit. James Baldwin comes into pit lane then in that number 66 from the race lead. 3 laps after Nils Naujoks came in to relinquish, or rather it was Gregor Schill to relinquish the lead. Again, the BMW was being closed down on just a little bit by the 66 Veloce McLaren. We'll take a look at a replay as to the 1, 2, 3 and some of the things that has been happening to this after that poor exit from the Casio triangle, and you can see that move. Let's try and work out what happened here. So obviously you've got Mike Nobel to the inside, you've got Bastian Richter trying to get around the outside. I think you're absolutely right. Bastian Richter, I think, was assuming that FFS racing car was going to hit the apex, but there was a little bit of understeer in that 123, kind of just pushed him off a little bit higher in the through the corner, just a touch, and there was a little bit of contact between the two.
Yeah, and obviously nothing malicious there, and if I were to have to take a look at that, I would say that was a racing incident between the two, but we will have to see what the stewards say as they will investigate pretty much any instance of contact that exists on the course of the track. Here comes Baldwin, though, coming out of pit lane. How is he going to stack up there to Naujoks? And it looks like there that gap is still pretty sizable here, but Baldwin's going to have it all to do to try to gain it back down.
Yeah, this is where the slight difference on strategy between the two of them. This is, of course, Nils Naujoks coming in, doing an extra 3 laps on fresh tyres. Now, the undercut, we heard from a few drivers earlier on in the day, the undercut is king around here. And for anyone who didn't join us, and I don't blame you because it was a long time ago, but it was the second stint of the race where Nils Naujoks, or the BS competition team, went under on a stint by 3 laps. And then from that point on, they've done the 65-minute stint limit, which is the mandated maximum driver or stint time is 65 minutes, which around here is 32 laps. They've done that maximum time every single time from that point. Now, the thing with that is it means that every single time there's a pit stop, there is a 3-lap window where the BS competition car is faster than the McLaren Veloce GT car by default. It just is, because it's on fresh tyres at that point. It's by taking a bit of a gamble. Now, later on, that means that the splash and dash will be a little bit quicker for the McLaren Veloce car, but also it means that throughout the entirety of a stint, the McLaren Veloce GT car is a little bit, is gaining over the majority of the stint, but it's only a tenth here, a tenth there, a tenth here, a tenth there, and a little bit more towards the end of the stint, which then is completely reversed as soon as the BS competition car goes on the fresh tyres, overs it out 3 seconds, and then over the entire stint, tenth here, tenth there, tenth here. It's why it's such an enthralling battle between the two.
Yeah, it's kind of the perfect battle in sim racing. As there we see Rotor sending a move down to the inside there of Hassini, and that is a good run there for him. Going to be very, very happy with that to get a little bit of a buffer between himself and Killian Ryan Meenan. But exactly, it's the strategy battle that we love to see here, Lewis. That is why we show up to endurance racing. It's really and truly one of the most exciting things about it. I know it sounds a little bit crazy, but having to get the old pen out and write down some numbers over the course of the running, one of the most thrilling things in racing is you try to figure out what a team strategy is.
Yeah, Kamil Pavlovsky at the moment in that number 51 car sandwich, just behind the Symphony of Pistons car, but obviously got Williams Esports directly behind that, are a couple of laps down on them. Tico van der Velde behind the wheel of that Williams Esports car that's in 31st position at the moment, but Pavlovsky just inside the top 20. I mean, this is not the season that the Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports team would really have wanted. It's certainly not gone the way they were expecting 2022 to go after such a successful 2021, but they are hammering on. They're keeping focused, they're keeping going, they're ticking off the laps, ticking off the races, and just trying to figure out what hasn't necessarily gone right this season and why it hasn't. Is it out of their control? Is it something to do with the Ferraris? Is it something to do with their setups? Is it something to do with the entire season being stepped up? Is it the drive? What is it? There's a long list of things which are basically ticking off round by round to be like, well, kind of this, kind of that. More prep, maybe not. Who knows? Maybe it's just the track. There's a lot of things that goes on that they're trying to work out as to why things aren't perfectly clicking right now.
Yeah, and it's just down to trying to figure it out, and sometimes having a rough season like this is just going to make you stronger as a team and stronger as a driver, so you can't write it off completely, but rest assured these guys are digging as much as possible. Ferrari Davis Esports team just really trying to extract absolutely everything that they can, and they'll have to figure it out. We've seen them, make some aggressive moves here a little bit earlier on, and we still have about 2 hours left to go in this race, so still time for them to try to move up through the order a little bit. And with as many penalties as we've seen given out here today, my advice for this team is to just focus in on what you've got. Don't try to run outside the boundaries of the car, and there may be some drivers in front of you that fall their way of bad fortune, and take advantage when that happens.
Indeed. We've got some stats as well. Of course, Michael Hammett running the stats behind the scenes here in our ears and whatnot, trying to pass on some information. I will say the number 66 McLaren is closing in on the number 1 BMW. Over the last couple of stints, they've been closing in by a whopping average of 0.003 of a second a lap, which is not much, is about the easiest way of kind of saying it right now. Also, the fastest team through the pit lane in the whole race has been the number 1 BMW. They've been in the pit lane less than everyone, but of course that will change a little bit when they have to take a slightly longer splash and dash, where they might be brought in a little bit by that number 66 McLaren just a touch, at least when it comes to pit lane traversal time. At the moment, the difference between the number 1 BMW and the number 66 McLaren, weirdly enough, considering the gap between them, while the number 1 BMW has been in pit lane for 7 seconds less than the number 66 McLaren, and there's about 7 seconds between the two of them. Work that one out. Very tight between them.
There you go, and let's not forget that they had to hurt the 66 McLaren did have to serve that 5-second penalty, so you take that out of the equation, and I think it's safe to assume that the 66 would be in the lead of this race. So we will have to see here what exactly plays out and how everything's going to go.
I don't think they've had the penalty yet.
You're right. My mistake.
Again, that has now been reported to Race Control, and they are looking into it, but they haven't received a penalty as of yet, has the McLaren Veloce. But there is still hope that McLaren Veloce GT will be contending for this race win and keeping it very, very tight up towards the checkered flag with 2.25 hours left to go. Marzan Pavlovsky very close here with Tico van der Velde directly behind, but also a lap behind on this grouping. I say, if you want to speak of recovery drives today, Williams Esports, not the number 5, but this one, the number 55, Nikodem Wisniewski, Kuba Brzezinski, and of course Daire McCormack doing an absolutely stunning job to get back up in the 5th position. This was after one major error early on. Daire McCormack in the opening stint of the race received a drive-through penalty. Started from pole position with this car. Got a drive-through penalty for track limit excursions in the opening stint of the race. It meant they were dropped way down the order. I think it's 16th, 17th position, which on a grid as close as this, they've had to work up positions bit by bit. Kuba Brzezinski had a super second, particularly third stint in the race in this car. Did a double stint for him, obviously not double stint in tyres. Did a super job. Nikodem Wisniewski behind the wheel now. Said before that Brzezinski and Wisniewski, the inaugural winners of the Le Mans Virtual back in 2020, they're an incredible talent when it comes to endurance racing. Less so on Assetto Corsa Competizione, but they're an incredible talent regardless. They've been teammates for 7-8 years between the two of them to kind of join the likes of Daire McCormack. It is a super team that's been dealt a pretty tough deck today, and yet they've still bounced back to the top 5. It shows how good they have been today.
Yes, it certainly does, and it really is a testament to their driving ability. As there we see Tinko trying to have a little bit of a look there in the number 5. Looks like that's not going to play out there as they try to continue to move their way up through the field. Remember, trying to see what they are able to gain here with not all that much time remaining here for them to really try to be able to get everything that they can. But I think here at this point, it's just about trying to gain everything that they can. But to your point about that number 5, yeah, very, very impressive to be able to suffer that and move their way back up forward. It is really a testament to the driver's ability behind the wheel of that car.
Yeah, like I say, just keep him focused, and it's kind of one of those things that if the rest of the team, let's say for example this car, has a bad day, the pain is slightly lessened when your other cards or whatever, when your teammates, when those that are close friends that you battle with week in, week out, when they've kind of brought something home for the team, you're kind of thinking, okay, it was a pretty bad day, but at least we've got that out of the mix. So yeah, it's fair enough. I will say again, major respect to anyone in endurance racing, which is typically the endurance racing spirit. When they get to this point of the race, when they're down outside of the top 30, even inside the top 30, I mean, whatever, if you're not in a good spot in this race, the mentality to just keep going, to keep checking off the laps, to keep just racing, it's mentally draining. And yet there are so many on the grid that just keep going, just keep fighting, always.
All right, and there we see it. Yep, the dreaded time penalty to the number 66, 5 seconds for causing a collision.
No one is shocked at that. It's a shame, but that 5-second time penalty will pop up to the right-hand side of the tower next to James Baldwin in a few moments' time once it's dished out in game, but that is the big one. The thing we were expecting to happen, the thing we were expecting to land the McLaren Veloce GT's plate for an issue, lapping a back marker and causing an incident, causing a collision. A 5-second time penalty will be dished out. And again, a reminder as to how they work. You don't have to come in and serve it immediately. You serve it during the pit stop, as you're kind of used to in some forms of motorsport at the moment. It's just come in, serve it when you're doing your pit stop. It's an extra 5 seconds on stop. It's bad. There it is on the list. It's bad. It could be a lot worse. Could have been a lot better by not getting it. But it's kind of one of those things where it's like, right, okay, it's happened now. Let's just move on.
Yeah, you've just got to put it out of your mind here at this point and focus on the battle up ahead of you. You cannot let it really dictate anything that you are doing out on track. You just have to run the race that you want to run here at this point. You can't think about it. You can't be focused on it. It'll happen in the pit stop cycle, and so you don't even need to worry about it there at that point. Just let it happen when it does go to the pit stops.
And this is the point of the race where things get a bit interesting for me, where obviously the sunset, the track effectively has changed massively, dramatically, comparatively to how it was 2, 3, 4 hours ago, where temperatures were higher, where the degradation was higher. This is where this point of the race, it switches. The advantage goes back the way of some cars that were struggling earlier on, where the setups, as you were saying earlier about adapting to the tyre pressures, sometimes you've got to be on tyre pressures that kind of suck for 10, 15, 20 minutes because they'll be better for the longer duration of the stint. Those kind of things. There's so much going on when it transitions from daylight to nighttime, where you've got quite a lot to think about as a driver, not only for your stint, but preparing the car for your teammates' stint when they jump in as well. Because you've got to be feeding that information back. You've got to be like, oh, actually, you know how we went on 23.5 PSI on the front left? Yeah, that's way too low for these conditions. We actually need that a lot higher than even we all thought before this.
Yeah, very true. And one of the crucial things here when you're running in a race like this is that communication with the teammates. Not just about the setup and what you need to do, but what the condition of the track is doing, how the track is evolving as the rubber is laid down, as the track continues to cool here, dropping down to about 21 degrees Celsius right now, out on track right now. So that's going to be information that's relayed back to the team and to everybody else. The other thing that they're going to have to keep in mind that they're going to be thinking about and laying on is what the drivers are going to be doing with the other drivers out on circuit. If somebody's being a little bit overly aggressive at different points during the course of the race, if somebody's being a little bit overly cautious at different points during the race, that will all be information that is relayed back to the teams, and it is absolutely valuable and so very crucial to be able to have.
Also Mobileye Lamborghini Esports on the rear end of Ren Welton at the moment, Rodriguez Cordes behind the wheel at the moment, but with a bit of traffic as well for them to deal with as they try and work their way past. I think it might be the Munster Rugby Gaming Card, certainly is, little bit of traffic to deal with, of course. Again, Silver versus Pro in this little battle, but still it's the traffic which they're trying to deal with to work their way through up to Marzan in the Symphony of Pistons car, but Sadarov's directly behind. This is a tight fight for 20th position overall, about 10th position, might be even higher than that. I think about 6th or 7th rather in the silver category, but the door has been left open, and Marzan just kind of allows Sadarov to get through and get on with it.
Yeah, just lets it go along there, and so I think a little bit of recognizing the writing on the wall there at that point, not necessarily fighting it too terribly hard, just letting it happen, and there you see the Bentley being led on through.
Yeah, I get that. You know, sometimes it's not worth fighting too hard for a position like that. So it makes sense to sometimes step aside and not. It's not about losing a position. It's not about the battle itself. It's about time. Endurance racing is all time. You're racing the clock as well. And if you kind of waste a time battling too hard with whoever, whether you're trying to get them to go a lap down, whether you're trying to get them to just pass over, sometimes it's just not worth it. And sometimes a free pass is helpful. It's almost like a you scratch my back, I'll scratch your back, where later on that favour might want to be repaid a bit later on.
Yeah, exactly, and that's a great way to think about it. That sportsmanship will come back to be a part of it for you, and so you want to definitely be keeping that in mind as much as possible as they run their way around right now. But still plenty of time left to go here in this race. We follow Igor right now in that Kerbez Engineering Simware Pro car right up behind Siklari.
Yeah, like I said, trying to find that position, trying to get inside the overall top 10. Of course, they're already inside the top 10 in class. Simard being the final car for FFS Racing inside the top 10 in the pro category, because Kylian Ryamin and the Rotors being first and second in silver, but 7th and 9th in the overall. This little battle's pretty tight. Mercedes versus Bentley at the moment, but I mean, Igor Ogrodnikov's been aggressive, as we would expect from Ogrodnikov. We know the 41's been on a bit of a recovery charge after some issues earlier on, but there was some driving that Ogrodnikov did earlier where I was very impressed how the mentality, there was a bit where it was kind of like this 3 wide going into the Casio triangle, kind of looked and then went, actually, that's a really stupid thing, and backed out of it and just kind of let them do their own thing. I like when I drive, sometimes I think, like, eyes up something and then thinks better of it. I kind of like it shows the thought process just from the car, like the body language of like, no. I like that.
Yeah, it shows a driver that is really in tune with absolutely everything that is happening and everything that is in front of them, and it really shows you just how much they're thinking about it, that they want to be aggressive to go down into the corner, but think a little bit better of it and then decide to back themselves off. It shows to me, Lewis, that it is a driver that is in tune with not only what is going on with them in the car, but what is going on with them on the track as well.
Well, pretty tight in this battle. Pretty tight in the timesheets as well between Nils Naujoks and James Baldwin. Previous lap went 3/10 to the advantage of Nils Naujoks, by the way. But the gap has come down over the last few laps as James Baldwin's trying to find anything. Obviously, lap traffic will play its part in that as well. The lap before, it was 1.5 seconds in advantage to James Baldwin, which is kind of where I was a bit more panicked by that gap. He's really trying to charge, not only to accomplish the gathering of the race lead, but also to kind of nullify some of that 5-second time penalty he'll be taking on the pit stop when he comes in for what will be the penultimate time in quite a while, I will add. It's not exactly as it's going to be in 5 or 10 minutes. It should be around about 40 minutes down the road, maybe slightly less than that. We'll see James Baldwin come in for the penultimate stop of his race.
Yes, we will, and it's going to be very fascinating to see what exactly plays out in terms of how much he is able to close down here in this session, because I have to imagine here that these drivers are pushing to the absolute limits, particularly Baldwin, trying to close in as much as possible to see if he's able to get that down.
Yeah, it gets past the Kerbez Engineering Simware Pro car that was just getting pushed a lap down again by James Baldwin, who made his way through at least the first part of this lap. Who does have to worry about Siklari, does have to worry about a little bit more as well. Amir Hosseini comes in for his penultimate stop in the R8G car. So there is the kind of the first pit stop or the first swing of the penultimate pit stops of the race. But those are going to be 2 quite long pit stops from the RHG car. Trying to get past the HPD Yaz Pro car was the MKA's driven car of Saklari, and now it's James Baldwin's attempt to try and make his way through. But you can see that he is losing time through this lap traffic there. It's really sent it into the S's, and Ogorognikov bites that one as well.
Yeah, and that's some good heads up there to be able to get that move done. Going down into the S's from Ogorognikov there to be able to recognize that HPD car offline, absolutely spearheading the advance down through the corner. Good heads up.
I mean, it's brave. Like I say, that kind of stuff. It would be so easy for the HPD Yaz Pro car to kind of honestly to not see another car coming through as well. It is dark out there. You can see the sun has set. It's pretty dark. In the mirrors, you do genuinely just see headlights. So all you really see is you just see a couple of headlights trying to get close to you. It's sometimes hard to work out how far away they are, how aggressive they're being. Obviously, you've got the relative and stuff. You've got a few in-game features like the radar and stuff, which will tell you where they are relative to you. All those kind of things, great. But still, sometimes you can misjudge it as you know, being a backmarker by not understanding how aggressive the people trying to lap you are. Which is, you know, when we saw the 5-second time limit dished out to James Baldwin as well.
Yeah, and that's really the truth there, and that's why you've got to have your head on a swivel, whether you're leading the race or whether you are a little bit farther back in the field. You have just got to constantly be on your game. You cannot let anything distract you from this running that is so ever so crucial to make sure you get right.
Number 33 going super aggressive on the defence, trying to keep Valentin Barriere at bay as we head up towards 130R. It's Barriere and the virtual drivers by TX3 machine trying to get around the outside the M4 of West Competition Racing's number 33. Managing to hold on at the moment, did Apostle. That was a pretty big send there to at least give it a go to get around the outside. I've got to say, West Competition Racing, Romanian-based team, did catch up with them a little bit earlier on, like a month or two ago, after some successful running within the Coach Save 1000 here on Assetto Corsa Competizione in Simbrid. Really impressive team. They are going forward every single time. They're a very competitive team. They only really work within the BMW M4, but they're a team that's kind of like finding their legs every single race they do. You know, they're constantly learning and learning very, very quickly indeed. So I'm kind of curious as to what West Competition Racing can do in the near future, just trying to keep Virtual Drivers by TX3 at bay at the moment in 25th position overall.
And getting a little bit squiggly there. You can see the rear end of the car there in that number 33. Want to dance out to the left a little bit, but well held to keep it in place and in line as we watch here on board the nose of Valentin Barriere in that virtual drivers by TX3, just trying to close in, able to get a little bit closer there through the Degners. Well, let's see what they're able to do.
I'm really curious as to see the level of onboard action that we get going through the night. Nick Hoban, by the way, just took over the RHG Esports car and has instantly got a drive-through penalty. I think that is for track limits. Obviously took over the car from Amir Hosseini in the recent past. Don't think it would have been for speeding in the pit lane because that's normally a stop and go 30 straight up, but a drive-through penalty already being dished out to the number 88 that was running inside the top 10. It was track limits, we're being told. They've qualified up inside the top 5 with a 5th place. It's one of the other Mercs that qualified quite well around here that hasn't had the race they were expecting, it must be said, now outside the top 10. But they are running a slightly differing strategy to everyone else. Maybe they'll come into it a little bit later on.
Well, that's at least going to be their hope, and I think some of that differing strategy probably set off by the penalties that they've received. Sometimes if you do get those penalties, you might as well go for a little bit of an alternate strategy to try to play things out and hopefully not find yourself too far back in the field. But as you said, with just a few ticks, over 2 hours left to go in this race, that is all the time we have. Another incident report there between the 33 and the 164 back on lap 220. No further action needed.
Yeah, 33 obviously being West Competition Racing, that's directly ahead of us. That BMW M4, the 164 being Pagano, who's presently running down in 36th, as has made a pit stop since that BS becoming an NFA. Oh, what have we got here for the Munster Rugby gaming car? It is stationary on the entrance to 130R at the moment. I think this is a technical fault for Roberto at the moment, and is stationary, thankfully off of the racing line, but still not in an ideal position. I think they've tried getting it out of the way as much as possible, but this will be causing a little bit of fear for some of the drivers coming through, and for them.
Yeah, I'm certain that it will be, as you can see everybody pretty much sticking out over to the right-hand side of the track. That is the preferred racing line going down into that corner, but drivers are going to have to be very, very careful, not hoping to go any too wide action through there. I'm not sure what has happened here to Roberto. As you said, doesn't appear to be any damage on that Bentley necessarily, so I don't think this was an incident. I think you are right. This is definitely a technical hardware issue.
Yeah, this is like... There are a few things we can rule out here. It's not really damage, because by that point, I mean, you can normally get it back to the pit lane if it's damage. Certainly not internet, because the car's still in the race. So that one ticks that one off. So it's kind of you kind of rule it out from our position. It's probably down to something hardware related. The fact that he's got off of the racing line tells me it's probably not steering wheel. So there's that. And also, it's come to a stop, so maybe it's not even pedals. So maybe it is something else that we're not 100% sure about. Maybe it's not even a technical fault. Maybe it's just something in real world. I mean, hey, who knows? Maybe he had a Domino's pizza delivered and was desperate to go and get it. Who knows? But right now, either way, they're not in an ideal spot being stationary there over on what is the left-hand side, the entrance into 130R. We'll keep our fingers crossed that everything's all right behind the scenes with the Monster Rugby Gaming Cup, but still, that is a pretty big hit. We're being told his computer crashed, which if his computer crashed and then the car eventually became stationary in that spot, that is the luckiest position to stay in if your PC's crashed. Obviously, you've got no control of the car at that point.
No, you've got absolutely no control of the car, so that is very, very lucky there for them. As we watch here, Harry Spears in that number 99 Race Anywhere Sim Sports machine trying to close down here and a little bit on Satterov as they go. That Bentley's muscle, though, continuing to stretch ahead a little bit.
By far the fastest Honda NSX today, of course, the other ones being HPD, Yaz Pro, and then the Rocket Sim Sports car. This Race Anywhere one has been the fastest, has actually, to be honest, through practice, a very long time ago, obviously, and then even through qualifying for quite a bit of it, they were looking like they might have even challenged higher up in the top 20. I'm talking like even the top 10 in class. They were looking very, very strong indeed, and now trying to get to the outside of Kirill Sadorov coming up towards 130R, and Sadorov jumps back in line. You can see that the Monster Rugby Gaming car has got back going again, or has returned to pit lane either way, because they weren't there on the inside when we came through. Rocket Simsport as well off in the background, just trying to miss the rear end of Sadorov. It's all happening down there.
Yeah, it certainly is. Drivers really starting to lose a little bit of the sense of focus, I feel like, here as the sun has completely pretty much set here on the Suzuka International Circuit. A lot of these drivers finding themselves in a lot of trouble here as we get down going, the night continuing to roll on in.
I think, you know how we were kind of ruling out McLaren Veloce, by the way, obviously with that 5-second time penalty, etc., etc. The gap's coming down quite a lot. It came down 7/10 the lap previous to this. It came down 4/10 on this lap. There are some very, very impressive lap times coming in from James Baldwin at the moment. We'll focus on this battle between Andika and Milana. Advancing Barriere, who goes over the curb, sends off the Legion of Racers car, and Virtual Drives by TX3 absolutely fired it on the inside of T1. That was a bit naughty. Obviously, didn't quite see the incident. Didn't see the incident in its full. Again, I'm not sure which way, whether it was Legion of Racers moving over or whether it was Virtual Drivers by TX3 going for a pretty audacious move that wasn't really on.
Yeah, I've got to say there, I put that a little bit on the TX3 car there, is I think that was a little bit of understeer picked up going into the corner, just a little bit too much speed going into turn one. You've got to be a little bit slower there to really carry it, and left Legion of Racers absolutely no room on the outside. There was nothing Andika Milana could do.
Oh, look at the gap. 2.4 seconds as Nils Naujoks is trying to get through some traffic. And anyone who joined us a bit earlier on in the race, they'll remember that Nils Naujoks, particularly, more so in that BS competition car, had or struggled a little bit more on tyre wear rather than some of his teammates. Gregor Schill was really, really good in his tyre wear. But Nils Naujoks did fade quite a bit towards the end of the stint. 2.2 seconds is the gap now. Kirill Sadorov's gone wide and has opened up the opportunity for Rocket Simsport to come through, and now James Baldwin is absolutely charging.
Yeah, he is on a big charge here. He's got to get through a little bit of lap traffic, and he's going to hope that they're going to cooperate with him. As there, it looks like the Bentley going to get off down to the inside of the track right now. Going to close in behind here as he continues to try to bring that gap down. Oh, what are they going to do here? Baldwin again getting slowed down just a little bit from that Honda right up ahead of him.
Yeah, there's the sense. So getting down the inside of Rocket Esports again. Once he gets up to Nils Naujoks, he doesn't technically have the race lead, even if he gets through, because obviously he's got that 5-second time penalty to deal with when he comes in for his stop, which is still going to happen in over half an hour. There's plenty of time for him to really use and abuse these tyres, but James Baldwin is charging up to the rear of the Naujoks. That will mean that the number one will defend super aggressively, trying to keep the 66 at bay, more so to delay it rather than anything else. We'll take a look at a replay though of the incident we saw with Virtual Divers by TX3 trying to get down the inside Valentin Barriere, who at least the 333s had quite a few visits from race control. I've had 3 penalties over this race. We'll see it here. See, the initial move there from Andika Raul-Molana I think is a touch reactionary to Virtual Drivers by TX3 getting down the inside. The actual incident where Valentin Barriere takes to the curb on the right, whether it was because he was reacting to the reactionary move and kind of couldn't really deal with too much, I don't know. I'd still probably lean it being a bit more on Virtual Drivers by TX3, but that move from Andika Raul-Molana is a little bit naughty in my opinion.
Yeah, we'll have to see how the stewards decide to play that out. It's going to be very, very interesting to see what exactly they choose to have happen there. It will really only be time that tells here when we get that stewards decision.
See what the lap times are this time by from BS Competition. Nils Naujoks and James Baldwin in that McLaren Veloce GT. James Baldwin's been running in the sub 2 minutes for quite a few laps here as they come down and across the line. Suddenly getting sub 2 minute lap times from Nils Naujoks, that one being a 1:59.922, just a whopping 0.05 of a second faster than James Baldwin on that rotation of the lap. So finding a little bit more time, those kind of bits, those little hundredths, those little bits you can find, that is critical. I think Nils Naujoks has been delayed by some awkward lap traffic attempts. That's why it's kind of come down 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tenths on some laps, and why that gap's shrunk so much over the last year. I think that BS Competition car is just getting wrong-footed through traffic more so than the McLaren Veloce GT car, or maybe it's just the level of risk that James Baldwin's willing to take in this race.
I certainly think it could be playing into a little bit of the latter there, that Baldwin really being okay with pushing that car to its absolute limits, trying to see what he is able to do with it, and I think that is a big part of what we're seeing here from Baldwin. He is being a little bit more aggressive, he's being a little bit more frisky, let's call it, going down into these corners. He knows what's at stake and he wants to push ahead.
Well, a yellow flag coming out as well over the previous lap. Not 100% sure as to what that one's about, but we've seen a couple of instances throughout the day. That's Race Anywhere. Simsports picking up, that's Harry Spears, by the way. It's picking up a little bit of grass just on the turning point coming into speed. It's not too bad. If you get onto the grass and then get straight back onto the tarmac, you have a little bit dirtier tyres. You have to be a little bit more patient on the turn-in, which they'll be aware of. But you've got to kind of maximise that entry to spoon. It's such an awkward entry where you want to be ever on the white line. See how much they're using up to 130R. They are all the way over onto that white line. Now, 90% of the people that will race in this are racing from cockpit as well. They have such good spatial awareness as to where, whatever side, obviously driver side is, whatever the passenger side wheel, where that is. They have such good understanding, spatial awareness wise, as to what is going on there. It's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, really and truly is absolutely remarkable there for them to be able to do it. It is really pretty impressive all the way around, it has to be said, as they go. So plenty of action, though, still here to fire off. Waiting to see if anybody's going to be able to get anything here. Keeping an eye on those gaps with Baldwin as it closes down. It's been holding firm here for the last little bit of a while here, down to about 2.7 seconds.
Like I say, the amount of track they're using, the level of risk is to be fair, pretty insane. I commentate on a couple of real championships, and there was one driver, his name's Tom Mills, who at Snetterton, coming down to Agostini, one of the hairpins in the middle of the lap, the line that he was taking to work, way more aggressive with the entrance into Agostini than anyone else. Everyone else is kind of like braking from where you'd where you know, like you or I would, and meanwhile he like millimeters from the grass, to the point of it's like if you get onto the grass even with that tiny bit of your tyre, you're going to lock up and you're going straight on. And it is the same here in AT. James Baldwin will have a bit of a risk up here. You'll see it coming in all the way over to the there's a little bit of green concrete there. They just about dip onto it before they turn through Spoon. It's very risky. We'll take a look at a replay, by the way. The number 22 car's had a bit of an issue going through one day. Of course, the number 22 being Rocket Sim Sport, that's not had the most ideal day. Regan Mitchell was behind the wheel the last time that we saw this, and you can see Regan Mitchell is behind the wheel at the moment, and that's what we're talking about, the risk. Dipped two wheels onto the grass, and by that point had a big moment through 130R, just a little bit of a touch of the barrier. I will say that could have been a lot worse. Again, like I said with the Ballas Esports Lamborghini earlier on in the race, if that's the largest crash that I'm going to have in 130R all day, I'll take it.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. Not a whole lot of damage to the car necessarily as we focus back in on James Baldwin there. The gap has grown here a little bit. I wonder if that number one is responding a little bit to the times, or if that was a result of some of the traffic that we saw them coming up against. So we will have to see. Going to be very interesting to see how that plays itself out.
I think it's a response. I think it's a response on the timesheets. Nils Naujoks dipping into the 59.8 now. We're saying like sub 2 minutes. Normally when we were looking at the gaps when the McLaren Veloce GT car was closing in, it was because they were running in the higher 59s. Meanwhile, Nils Naujoks was running in the 2 minute flat 0.5. Like that was where the 6-7 tenths were coming through. Meanwhile, now I think it is the response from Nils Naujoks to James Baldwin's increasing pressure on the rear. Speaking of increasing pressure on the rear, Luca Lozio, another one of those drivers who started up the order inside the top 10. I think it was 7th place that the 127 started in. Salarov in the 322 is all over the rear end. Simway.pro by Vides, trying to find some way to make a move. You can see the 149 Yaz Heat car as well directly behind, but a lap down. Mikhail Stutsenko, might even be a few laps down. Mikhail Stutsenko behind the wheel, of course, not been their day. They've recently disconnected before rejoining. Luca Lozio comes into the pit lane. By the way, speaking of coming into the pit lane, I'm pretty sure that Nikodem Vishnevsky came into the pit lane recently. I'm not sure if it was for a stop or if it was actually for a drive-through. I did not catch that one myself, but he hasn't dropped down very many positions, which tells me it might have been a drive-through.
Yeah, I think you could be right about that. It could have been a drive-through. I'm not sure myself exactly what it was, but my gut tends to tell me that that's a little bit of a drive-through. Yeah,
potentially. There. Oh, maybe, let's be fair, he's dropped back to 6. I think this might be the timing as well, not updating as well. They might have actually just served a pit stop and have just dropped down to 8th position. Either way, it's been a great recovery drive. The fact they're inside the top 10, regardless, is pretty crazy. I'll see if it's actually on time for them to have been making a pit stop. It would have been early. The stint would have been 49 minutes long, which tells me, although to be fair, that is in tune with some of the stints they've done before. They've done a 50-minute stint, 59 minutes on the previous. To do another sort of 50 to 49 minute stint is kind of on schedule for them. But either way, they're clearly doing something. Dennis Schoeninger comes into the pit lane though in the number 14 Haupt Racing team, Mercedes AMG, that's currently running in 3rd.
Yeah, so we've got those pit stops starting to fire off here. Baldwin, meanwhile, able to gain back about 0.3 of a second here to the rest of the to Naujoks up at the front of the field. So we'll have to see if that is going to be a trend that continues to work itself along here as we get closer and closer to that pit stop time for your two leaders. It's going to be that question: who's going to be able to pull this out? Who is going to be able to do it? Is that a response, or was it now that Baldwin had a little bit of clear air, was able to close that back down? There you can see both of the leaders on your screen, and for the first time, and I can't remember how long, both of them in your shot.
Yeah, so what quite a few of the teams are doing at the moment is, rather than, how I was speaking about a splash and dash, rather than trying to go for one splash and dash later on, what they're doing is they're extending what would be that final splash, and they're kind of incorporating it into a lot of other stints. So they're getting on fresh tyres more and more and more. It shrinks the pit stop itself down a little bit. Overall, you'll actually be in the pit lane a little bit longer, but you'll be on fresher tyres for longer in the race, and technically with a lighter car. So I was seeing a few of these stints being shorter. That one from the number 14 Hapt Racing team car, that one was in the pit lane after just 55 minutes. The previous stint from that was 51 minutes as well. So we're seeing some slightly shorter stints. Kind of asked the question as to when the number 1 and when the 66 are going to come in. If they go to the end of their allotted pit sequence, then they'll be pitting. Naujoks will be pitting in roughly 20 minutes, and then 3 laps after that, Baldwin will come in. If I'm McLaren Veloce, I'm coming in earlier than that. I am trying to get fresher tyres on. I mean, the BS competition have been trying to get the undercut every single time they've been pitting for the last sort of 6-7 stints. I want some of that. I want some of that pie. I'm coming in a bit earlier. I'm taking advantage. I'm trying to take the upper ground. I want to deal with that 5-second time penalty straight away, and I want to go on the attack for this victory.
Yeah, I think that is exactly the strategy that you want to see play itself out there. I certainly agree with you that they are going to want to do that if at all possible.
I mean, it certainly is possible. Like I said, they're 40 minutes into this stint. I would say if they pit in 10 minutes' time and try and go for the undercut big time on BS competition, this is where the opportunity comes in for them to march their way back up, at least closing the gap down, at least trying to cause BS competition to react to what Veloce did. Because right now, if they continue on with the strategy that's going on right now, I think BS competition will win comfortably, because that 5-second time penalty, and Naujoks has the pace to respond to whatever James Baldwin's throwing at him at the moment. Try something different. Try and throw it. What are you going to lose? It is very unlikely that they are going to lose second position in this race. So what do you have to lose? Try something a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, that is the way to certainly think about this here at this point. You're going to have to gain what's going to be about 7 seconds back up in that pit stop. And let's not forget the fact that the number 1 BMW has been able to be the fastest consistently through the pit stops over the course of this race. So let's go ahead and just put it a safe estimate. They're going to have to make about 8 seconds up. And the best way to do that is running on that alternate strategy, trying to change things up and see if that's going to be able to do it. And to your point about not having to really worry about losing third place, I think it's over 10 seconds back, if not more, here at this point between themselves and Richter in that number 4. So you've got nothing to lose, as you said. Roll the dice. That's what racing is all about.
I think it might be closer to a minute back to the number 4. Of course, number 4 being the Hapt Racing team. I said the number 14 was the Hapt Racing team. No, the number 14, of course. Oh, speaking of which, the number 4 has just received a drive-through penalty. So whilst we're talking of definitely not losing that spot, well, the car directly behind has just received a drive-through penalty as well. So Hapt Racing team, Bastian Richter behind the wheel right now, well, they are increasing threat to lose their podium spot at the moment by Tobias Gronewald. Of course, essentially sister teams really between the Hapt Racing team and Unicorns of Love in this race, obviously both being partnered with Mercedes-AMG Esports. But that will be another track limits penalty to Bastian, or to a team. It will be the first one for Bastian Richter to have picked up, and as well as all of that, the number 42 has received a 5-second time penalty for contact between themselves and the Munster Rugby gaming team. There's been a fair amount going on.
Yeah, to say the absolute least, as we get closer to 7:30 p.m. virtual standard time. Everyone continuing to just go around here. That gap between Baldwin, it is coming down just a little bit between himself and the number 1 at BMW now that he's cleared a little bit of traffic. But I do agree with you that that BMW certainly responding here. Looks like neither driver opting to come down into pit lane here. We anticipate that firing off probably within about the next 20 minutes or so, and hopefully that McLaren Veloce team is going to take, well, our commentators' advice that we're a little bit biased of and maybe go for that undercut.
I mean, let's be honest, as a race engineer and teams and stuff, they will never, not in a million years, listen to this broadcast and be like, oh, that's a good idea, because if it's a good idea, they probably have thought of it. So if they do that, we'll obviously take maximum credit, but I will guarantee it's because the team thought of it way before we said it. Yeah, it's these plans and stuff. The teams will have known about this. They will be planning this well in advance, because there comes a point in a race where you essentially start working backwards. Normally in these kind of races, you're doing it basically from the off anyway. But you essentially work out after 5 or 6 hours before the checker flag, you work out where your final pit stop will be, and then you work backwards from there and think of how you're going to work something else into this. That was Bastian Richter allowing Tobias Gronewald to pass. There was a bit of a switch there. Again, not really team orders. The two of these are essentially sister teams. I said before earlier on this broadcast, for anyone who wasn't there at the start of the broadcast, there was a recent social media post because Unicorns of Love and the Haupt Racing team, along with Mercedes, had a real Mercedes AMG GT3, I think from DTM, having Unicorns of Love and Haupt Racing Team logos with the driver names and stuff on a real car, which just looked so cool. To see something like this in real life is absolutely incredible, especially for the drivers and stuff. It's giving them a little bit of a boost. Maybe this race they're not going to be fighting for victory, but just a little bit of a switch between them, thinking, Tobias Gronewald, you're going a little bit faster than me right now. We're sister teams. Let's work together a little bit here rather than have an inter-team battle.
Yeah, and that is a lot of that communication that you will tend to see between teams like this, especially if they are sister teams, just letting them up and on by Richter, allowing him to be able to get on through. So I think that's probably a good play. Looking at the championship standings is certainly what they are thinking about there at this point. And Gronewald just seeing if he can maybe close in a little bit of the gap up in front, build a little bit of an advantage. And we can see by the distance between the cars right now that was certainly worth it, as Gronewald able to extend the gap right now.
Yeah, it's not been the greatest season of the championship. I mean, to be fair, that's for quite a lot of teams. You will see this a lot, despite this being, well, actually no, it's because it's the highest level. The consistency at the top of a championship list is actually lower than you would expect. Because everyone always kind of would see a champion. That was a big bit of curve there from James Baldwin. Goodness. Everyone would kind of look at this and be like, well, the consistency's got to be off the scale to win a championship at this level. And I would argue less than you'd think, because when there are such tiny differences between the drivers, it kind of exemplifies the differences between the cars and the circuits they match. And your car is not going to work perfectly on every single track, and you're most likely only really going to win if your car is working perfectly on those tracks. Take, for example, I mean, yes, sure, they did win last time out. The lap time before, the race before that, though, they finished fourth, which, don't get me wrong, is still pretty decent. But it's not like the consistency that you would expect to win a championship over a 5-round season, where you kind of expect to be on the podium every single race. But in a championship list, you do actually have a little bit more leeway than you think when it comes to that consistency. You can see Nikodem Wisniewski, by the way, right on the rear end of James Baldwin there in that Williams Esports car, obviously pitting in the fairly recent past and lapping much faster than James Baldwin at the moment.
Well, and that's a little bit of that story we've talked about potentially going in for the undercut here and actually taking a look down to the inside of Baldwin going into turn one. Baldwin being pretty smart there, I think, just letting him on through, recognizing that tire advantage coming to play.
Yeah, and again, that is one of those things where you're kind of like, I said before about, you scratch my back, I scratch your back. Later on in the race, if James Baldwin does go on a slightly more aggressive strategy, if he closes up to Nikodem Wisniewski, obviously blue flags would be out in that sense, obviously would be putting him a lap down. He'd be like, okay, Nikodem, I let you go earlier. Don't fight me at all. I kind of want you to jump out of the way because I did you a favour earlier on in the race, let you get on with your thing, you got to let me get on with my thing. These are the kind of things you don't want to be making enemies through these races, because trust me, I've seen it time and time again, sim racing is more of a popularity contest than you would think. I have seen races where people have irritated other people and it comes back to haunt them very drastically later on.
Yeah, it certainly does, and that applies to both the individual races that we deal with as well as races across the entire championship. These drivers have minds like elephants. They certainly will remember if you have made a little bit of a faux pas with them earlier on, and they will make you pay for it.
Well, whilst we're watching second in the race come around to complete, or to get ready to complete another lap coming through Spoon Curve, 2.2 seconds off of your race leader in BS competition in Nils Naujoks. Take a look at some highlights over the last couple of hours, because every time we see these, there's been a lot that's going on. Obviously, a reminder as to all those things that has happened over the previous few hours. A bit of an issue for one of the HPD Yaz Pro cars getting into the rear. It was one of the GTWR cars getting into the rear end of the race. Anyway, Sports are getting in a little bit too deep, going through the Casio Triangle and making contact with Sven Hettich in the Prime E-Racing car, sending them around and receiving a penalty for their troubles. Obviously dropping a couple of positions to those that are coming through to lap. Rocket Sports having a couple of issues. They had one at 130R a bit later on after this, but a bit of a slide going through the exit of the S's section up towards Dunlop. They'd be out into the grass, rejoin the race circuit without losing too much. The Mobileye car that started from inside the top 10, already having damage on it before this incident, but having a bit of a slide coming down through the Degners before the 322 of Sadarov having a big moment through 130R into the barrier pretty hard, and a terrifying moment as all of those cars were closing in. Ballas Esports having a bit of a moment as well down in T1, opening the opportunity for a couple of drivers to come through and lap them a little bit easier. Obviously that one being the BS competition car that is leading the race at the moment, before Simwada Pro having another issue coming up towards 130R. This time it was a switch of positions, dropping back behind Yaz Heat, who were still marching their way up towards the top 10 by this point, before one of the drivers, the full motorsports team that's been trying to battle higher up in the silver category today, battling for a podium. They were trying to get their way past the 322 ASAP, unfortunately not able to do so going into the Casio Triangle, but deep into the slipstream. The Bentley on that race down towards the first corner, getting to the outside, just trying to get the track position as well as the actual position in the race, battling for 12th overall in that, and the Audi R8 would sweep its way around the outside. More issues for Rocket Sports, a bit of a spin for Harry Phillips coming through the S's section. And more issues for Yaz Heats. This was after a couple of problems that they'd have, but they'd be down the inside of Race Anywhere Sim Sports. A little bit of touch of contact going into 130R, one of the fastest corners in all of motorsports, and that was a big spin for the 67, way too much over the curb as well. And there was another spin for Race Anywhere as we head into the night, as we head deep into the night. 1 hour and 30 minutes left to go in the race, and Nils Naujoks has just received a drive-through penalty from the race lead. How has that happened? Was that more track limit excursions? I did see it pop on very, very late, but Nils Naujoks receiving a drive-through penalty for track limits, and suddenly we were talking of this race swinging its way towards BS competition. That is a massive swing to back-to-back victories for McLaren Veloce GT.
Absolutely mega here in Nils Naujoks. You can see the frustration on the face of the number one here. They're going to have it all to do, and we've been talking about Baldwin being able to close in and try to get that gap down. Well, now it's going to be switched around here, and Nils Naujoks is going to have it all to do.
I've got to say, I mean, this is why James Baldwin is one of the best. Obviously, I mean, they all are at this kind of level. Oh, Baldwin's had a bit of a moment as well coming through. I was literally just talking about that is the commentator's curse if I've ever seen it. Even though I don't believe in the commentator's curse, I only believe in bad driving. That was certainly it. But James Baldwin, who's been closing in, is why he's good, because it's the relentless pressure that he has been putting on. Nils Naujoks had to respond. We were talking about his response. We were talking about how he got back into the 1 minute 59s. But by that, he is pushing the car to its limit and beyond it, and clearly beyond the track limits, and that has what has caused the problem there for Nils Naujoks. And a drive-through penalty for BS competition, well, that could certainly cost them victory today. It is a slow run through a long pit lane that's going to cost them, I think, upwards of not far off 30 seconds when it comes to the pit lane traversal time around here. So that is going to be a monster hit to BS competition.
Yeah, it's going to be a mega hit there for them, and certainly will drop them down the order, even with that 5-second penalty given to James Baldwin, as they will have to make an additional run into pit lane. It'll be interesting to see if they serve this now, and indeed they will, as there goes the Williams Esports Mercedes, and there on by goes James Baldwin and that Veloce, the McLaren Veloce GT team to take over the lead of the race.
Yeah, that was a very, very big moment. The delta expected to lose is 33 seconds, about 30 seconds. It's incredibly slow going through pit lane, and you can see the speed differential. This is a painful moment for Nils Naujoks. The thing is, as much as it's not ideal, but this is kind of, it goes the same way as what we were saying about James Baldwin, is they're not going to finish lower than second. Well, it's unlikely they will finish lower than second in this race. Certainly, if there isn't any more drama, they're likely to finish in that second spot. So whilst that's not great, it's not awful when it comes to the championship. They finished on the podium before this season, obviously in the first round of the season with a third place finish. But still, the advantage now swings to McLaren Veloce GT, who now they can't afford to make an error, because I'm pretty sure they'll be quite close to track limits themselves.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they will as well. They're going to have to be very, very careful. They do not want to have that running afoul there. So we also watch here a nice little battle starting to develop itself for the FFS Racing Machine, trying to close in on Kalot there, right up ahead of him. This is going to be for second place in that silver category.
They were battling for a podium, was that bright yellow, which is still even bright once the sun has set, that's trying to hang on to second position. They are definitely battling for it. They are going slightly different on strategy. Obviously, they pitted a bit earlier, and you saw there, that was pretty smart, actually. Jumped straight out of the way of Jan-Philipp van Oomen, but neither of them really lost that much time in doing that. That was super stuff there from Kalot, who's been very impressive today in that 144. Just drops back behind Jan-Philipp van Oomen, the FFS racing car that is leading the championship, that's had 2 third-place finishes to open the season, looking for yet another podium, but this time one better than that. And hey, only 7.5 seconds down the road, there's 2 positions better than that in the race victory.
Indeed there are, and we're going to have to see how that strategy plays itself out, if they're going to be able to close it down. I've got to think here maybe for Kalot, if he thinks that there's a little bit of speed to be gained. Now, we haven't been keeping an eye too much on the gaps between Dietrich and Van Oomen here, but if that gap is coming down, I think Kalot may just want to stay in behind and let the FFS Racing Aston Martin do a lot of the work here, and then maybe get himself involved in a 3-way battle.
Did go about half a second faster than Jan-Marcel Dietrich over the previous lap. So he's closing down a fair amount. You're absolutely right. For Kalot, who's clearly not as fast as the FFS racing car based on tyre life and stuff. All they'll want to do is they'll want to keep in the slipstream of that car for a couple of laps. Just pull them along for a couple of laps. Gain them that little bit of time they lost by letting the 23 through. Those are the kind of things. But that's big brain racing, like to just trying to hang on to the rear end. If they are faster than you, that's not a problem. But you can still use them to close up. You see it all the time in touring car racing, where some people, it sounds crazy because it's touring car racing. I say it all the time. You will watch some of the smarter drivers will not jump out of the way, but they won't fight some of the more aggressive drivers. And it's not because they don't want that position, it's because they normally act like a snowplow and gain them a few positions, extra ones that they wouldn't necessarily have gained if they didn't let the more aggressive drive through. Those kind of things are always kind of working. And in that scenario for Kalot, is he going to be able to keep Jan-Philipp van Oomen at bay with the speed advantage? Probably not. So what's the point in trying to fight it? Why not try and use the FFS Racing Aston Martin to gain a little bit more, to try and help them secure that third position?
Exactly, and that's some of that big brain thinking. As you said, we follow a little bit of a battle right here, though. Josh Staffen and Igor Rodriguez as they go, but Rodriguez, that battle is going to be a little bit scuppered there by the number 4 being allowed on through. That is the Mercedes-AMG Esports team, HRT. A good bit of sportsmanship there from the number 5. I think he's going to be hoping that Staffen gets held up just a little bit as they come through, with the number 4 having some better pace here later on in the race.
Approaching the pit lane sequence, by the way, is Nils Naujoks at the moment, only really a couple of laps away, maybe 2 laps away from that pit lane entrance in the number 1 BS competition racing car. Now, when they do come in, on the, I was going to say our maths, realistically on the maths of Michael Hamlet, should come out 10 or 15 seconds clear of the number 14 that's running at the moment in third position, which would be important. Just again, one of those things of positions to hang on to, etc., etc. But it is one of those things that you don't really want to have to fight with that podium battle. So it shows how dominant they were, that you can serve a drive-through, then serve a pit stop and still be ahead. But alas, it's kind of one of those things that we ride on board with Josh Staffen. Looking backwards, did say earlier that I was curious to see what kind of onboards we get. We normally know that Magic Mike normally puts on some great camera angles through the night stints of our endurance races. Of course, not on camera today. Steve Proudly putting on the show for the evening, and you can see some of the angles they can get in a set of course of Competizione.
Yeah, certainly some pretty incredible stuff there, looking out the back of that Honda NSX as they work their way up through Dunlop, now getting ready to go down into the Degners. And again, Staffen having to worry about that HRT Mercedes behind him. That is going to be a car up a lap from them, so not obliged necessarily to let them on through, but the blue flags will be displayed here for the number 93 as we go down into the hairpin, that number 4 looming larger and larger in this rear view camera.
And also the 149 closing in. I think that might actually be for position, the 149 versus the 5. I think it actually might be a lap between them, but either way it's going to be pretty tight. No, it is actually full position, so a few fighting for position here. You've got Josh Staffen, then you've got the Haupt Racing Team Mercedes, which is running in 4th position in the race, trying to get their way through. But behind them, you've got 2 cars fighting for that spot. You've got Igor Rodriguez and Jaroslav Honzik as the 149, all battling over, which sure might not be the most important position to battle for in the race, but you've got to battle for a top 30. That's got to be the thing in your mind. You've got to battle for a top 30. You've got to have a 3-way fight here to see a little bit of honour on the line. But sometimes you just got to fight as hard as you can. Hour and a half left to go in this race. 3-way fight for 29th, 30th and 31st.
Yeah, and it's really pretty crucial to be able to put those sort of markers, let's call them, over your course in the race. You obviously come into every race thinking, I'm going to win this thing. I want to win this thing. That is the driving force. But as a race goes along, particularly a longer endurance race like this, you have to reset those markers a little bit, as it does look like that the number 1 BMW is in pit lane. This is for the pit stop.
Yeah, I kind of wonder, by the way. Actually, I'll say, you know how you're saying about everyone's coming into a race expecting to win? So sim races are despite being massively egotistical, are a surprisingly pessimistic bunch. I guarantee if you speak to most of the grid coming into this race and go, are you going to win the race? They'll go, no. You're like, right, cool. It's like, I mean, I guess it's objective, understanding where they are, but it's like that's so pessimistic for a racing driver. Nils Naujoks, though, comes out of the pit lane and does hang on to 2nd position. You can see in the background there, I think that might have been Tobias Gronewald directly behind. A bit further behind than that, might actually be closer to the initial 15 seconds that Michael Hamlet was suggesting between the two. But Nils Naujoks comes out in still a confirmed 2nd position for now.
Yes, he does. And you are right about that sort of pessimism going out among a lot of the racing drivers here. It's very, very tricky to be able to get them to be in an upbeat mood going into a race, to say the least.
Yeah, unless like practice has gone really well, like unnecessarily well, most drivers will be like, I think 8th is because we're going to get out. You're battling for the championship, mate. What's going on? It's kind of one of those things. Sure, there is a lot of egos and stuff in sim races, but I think it's more the understanding of how crazy these races are. You can be the fastest car on track. Arguably, the fastest car on track in this race has been the teammate of Igor Rodriguez in that number 55. Are they winning? No. Are they inside top 10, top 5? Yeah, sure, fair enough, but they're not winning. And that's kind of like the thing, is like a race, it's not about being the fastest, it's about being the most consistent, it's about being in the right place at the right time, not making mistakes. The mistakes that we've seen, a couple of drive-through penalties here and there, those are the defining factor in races like this. Those are the things that make the difference, not just about being the fastest. One single mistake, that's what puts you out.
Yeah, and that's what you really have to focus on, is just minimizing those errors as much as possible, because so many of these drivers have the outright speed, they have the outright ability to be going up and to be challenging for the win, but with that outright push pace, let's call it, where they are going 10, 11 tenths, errors start to eke themselves in, and so it's really about trying to pull yourself back a little bit into an area where you know you can be consistent. That really is the name of the game, being absolutely consistent on every single lap of the race. As we see here, that's Hansnick trying to take a little bit of a look and maybe even give it a little bit of a how you doing there to the back of Rodriguez.
Yeah, Johnny is trying to find his way through. Jaroslav Honzik really applying the pressure to the rear end of Igor Rodriguez, the Brazilian, right now coming up towards Spoon. Said before that we've got obviously people battling from all over the world. Of course, Jaroslav Honzik being Czech, Igor Rodriguez being Brazilian, Josh Staffen being American. We've had Andika Ramalana being obviously from Indonesia. You've got 7.9 Flash Axel, Malaysian-based, all Europeans. You've got Australians on the grid as well. It's great to see such a mix of nationalities on a grid in sim racing. And again, I said it before earlier on in the broadcast when chatting with Jesse Lee and that, the idea that sim racing is such a global esports. It's not just limited to one or two countries down the road. It is primarily, I'd say, a lot of the esports competitions are normally based around European time slots or European competition. But for the most part, it is a totally global esport, and I absolutely love it. Everywhere has their own little community and their own little niche.
Yeah, it's really pretty incredible, and you talk about the motorsports family as a whole, and I think esports has really just done such a fantastic job of being able to bring everyone into that community, really allowing for players from all across the globe to be able to jump in and be able to compete with one another. It's truly a blessing. It's truly a wonderful thing to be able to see, and it is, I have to agree with you there, Lewis, one of my favorite things about sim racing as a whole.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I love the idea. I mean, the thing is, where I normally come from, obviously being European, normally come from the whole European aspect of sim racing. You kind of forget there are a lot of communities everywhere. Now, everyone knows about the American community in sim racing, whether it's on oval racing or just generally in GT, whatever. Like there's a fairly large contingent over there. People know about the Australian contingent, where there's a fairly large market for sim racing in Australia. There are some other markets that people don't really think about too much. Is where I like the idea of teams like Legion of Racers and 7.9 Flash Axel, where they're kind of from the Asian market, whether it's Malaysia, Indonesia, Japan, whatever. There's quite a lot of teams coming from over there where they're kind of taking part in a lot of this, more so to advertise their communities and stuff, and the sim racing prospects that they've got in their countries. Why you kind of see them coming across as just being a Malaysian team with Malaysian drivers, or in WSR or West Competition Racing Car, their side of things. They're doing it as a Romanian team, because there's not too many Romanian teams or Romanian sim racers, and so all their drivers are basically Romanian because they're a group of Romanian drivers all kind of coming along together. Same with Simway.pro being Polish, and they're all kind of showing off, displaying their nationality in esports, which I think is fantastic. And whilst I was waffling on, I did see the Jaroslav Honzik had got past Igor Rodriguez on the run out of Spoon up towards 130R.
Yeah, just a good straightforward pass there, able to get a better run out of the corner, and that was really all that he needed to do to be able to really get that move done. So Hansnick going to be pretty happy to find himself up in the order there, and we'll have to see if there's going to be any fight back there from Igor Rodriguez or what exactly is going to happen, but we will see that play itself out. We now focus here on Fabian Piffet as he tries to close down on one of those drivers you were talking about from the global world, Andika Ramalana.
Yes, indeed. The challenge is right there. Of course, Race Anywhere Motorsports battling in 6th position at the moment within the silver category, and then you've got Andika Ramalana running around about 12th position in the pro category based on that. And so it's kind of like, right, let's get through, let's try and march away past Andika Ramalana. Not so much for the track position here, but more so trying to catch up with Sven Hertic, Chris Harteveld, and that bunch up ahead. Try and use their fresher tyres whilst you've got them. Try and bounce back from some of the issues that Race Anywhere Motorsports have had. Obviously, we saw that incident going through 130R with the 149. They obviously had spins by themselves coming through the Degners. They've had a very up and down day, bit of a kick of oversteer as well as they depart Spoon. But all over the rear end, you've got the likes of Danilo Santoro, not the car directly behind, but the car directly behind that, also closing in to join into this battle to try and get their way past, again, not Fabian Piffet, but more on Daire McCormack because that's the position in class. They will be scoring points at the top 15 in each of the categories that score points, and so for Danilo Santoro and the Ferrari Esports, Velez Esports team, they're looking to score some extra bonus points today.
Yeah, they are, and that's really what they are going to be hoping to pull in there. Just be able to gain some of those advantages, be able to gain a little bit of those positions up forward. That is what you can hope for. And again, it kind of goes back to what we were talking about a little bit earlier when we talked about building into the way you want to race and the moving goalposts that are your objectives in terms of just exactly what you want to be able to do, as you've got a little bit of those changing goalposts there for that team. But we focus here on Eamon Murphy up in that McLaren Veloce GT team, up in the lead of the race pretty comfortably here at this point, although we are still waiting for that final pit stop from them.
They have just made their penultimate stop. As you're waiting to say, we're waiting for their final stop, which will be soon. I mean, well, I say soon. It's kind of, I know this is the stupid thing to say, but it's going to be at some point in the next 65 minutes. It's kind of whether they take it all the way to the end of that 65-minute period, or if they try and pit a little bit earlier. Essentially, there is a 65-minute stint limit in the race. So, with there being 75 minutes left to go in this race, we know that teams like Eamon Murphy, we saw a few others pitting fairly recently as well. Those that are pitting now, Kalot for example, coming in 15th, they will need to make a splash and dash at some point. Before the end of the race, before like 10 minutes before the end of the race, they need to make at some point there a splash and dash just to come through to get a little bit of extra fuel in the car, but also to reset the driver's stint limit.
Yeah, exactly, and that is a very crucial thing there. That driver stint limit, 65 minutes. You cannot just run it all the way out here, and so that is why that they will have to come down into the pit lane in this last 75 minutes, as you said. But as we continue to watch right now, it does look like here that Piffet trying to close in on the back a little bit more of Daire McCormack, a little bit better under braking, it has to be said.
Yeah, and like I said, different categories, same cars though, same class of car in a sense. It's not as if the silver categories detuned ever so slightly. I think they're all racing around in the same kind of machinery. GT3s battling on with GT3s, and so Fabien Piffet will try and find his way past Daire McCormack. Although I would say the pace differential between the two doesn't look crazy different at the moment. By the way, behind you could see the Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports team right on the rear end of one of the Mercedes. I think it might be, it's certainly about, I think it might be the Haupt Racing team, Mercedes. They're directly behind. Could be wrong on that one, but it does look like it might be Leonard Tocchi as they come through there. I can confirm it's not Leonard Tocchi. I think it might be it still might be. I don't know. Who knows? Either way, it's a bit of traffic that's in the way, and that's a problem.
Yeah, it is in the way there for them, and that's going to send up a little bit of a problem for them, most certainly. But certainly is one of the problems here as we get darker and darker into the night, not only for the commentators getting harder and harder to discern some of these cars, but also for these drivers. It always impresses me here, their ability to be able to keep all four tires under the black stuff.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's pretty impressive. Where you need to practice tonight, your references will change in a circuit day tonight, which I found the first ever 24-hour race that I ever did was back in 2015. Yes, I remember in practice I hadn't done any sort of endurance race before, none, not even an 8-hour race or whatever. I'd never done one, so I was like literally throwing right into the deep end. And I remember going into a corner on a practice server. Now I'd only practiced on the night server because that was the stints that I was going to be doing. But we moved on to a day server, and someone in my team, they were like, "Just watch out because your brake markers are going to be very different here." And I was like, "Well, I mean, surely it would just be the same stuff. You're just picking out the same stuff. It's just the lighting's different." Whoa, very wrong. Very, very wrong. Because there are things which your headlights reach which aren't specifically noticeable by the sun because everything else is lit around it. And there are things that your headlights don't reach that you would normally use as a brake marker that are maybe slightly more distant, which are kind of like as they pass your vision, you're like, right, now I brake, now I turn. Now, all those references. When your references change that aggressively, it does make things really, really difficult, and it's kind of one of those things you've got to make sure that you practice not only in daytime but also in night.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to be able to make sure you know how the car is going to respond at absolutely every inch, every go-around of the track. You cannot leave a single thing to chance when you're talking about being able to do that. And it's interesting there that you mentioned that transition from night to day, because so often we talk about the difficulties from going from day to night. They are losing some of the other senses around you, losing a lot of the periphery as it goes. And so very, very interesting insight to be able to have that, but it is very, very true. No matter how it is, your braking markers will change.
Over the last stint of the race, you can see how close Fabio Piffet is getting to Daire McCormack. Over the last stint, though, the fastest team was the number 66 McLaren, which isn't a shock to anyone. They were closing in. It was only by 15 thousandths of a second as an average per lap time than the number 1 BMW that was leading the race until that drive-through penalty. So a very taxing moment. That drive-through's moved them down as well on the total time in the pit lane, because obviously now they've spent an extra 33 seconds in the pit lane more. They were topping that. They would still be topping it by 3 seconds, but now the top of the teams that have spent the least time in pit lane is actually the team that's in 3rd position at the moment in that number 14 Unicorns of Love car that Tobias Gronewald is presently driving. They now reach the top, and they are the top of the list of teams that have spent the least time in pit lane by 10 seconds. That is an incredible margin to be in top. And obviously, if you're going to do well in an endurance race, one of the top rules is to spend as little time in pit lane as possible. They are following that to a T.
Yeah, they certainly are doing a fantastic job being able to keep themselves into that position as much as possible. So credit there to them for being able to do just that. Although as we continue to look here, riding on with Piffet as he tries to close down, this is one of the closer battles we have out on track, and it is a very intriguing one to say the least.
Yeah, and Daire McCormack feeling the pressure. Danilo Santoro, I think, is still behind I say still behind the Haupt Racing Team car that I was talking about earlier. The Haupt Racing Team car, I know obviously we can't see it on board here. You might see a little bit of things being lit up more than they should be around us, because the Haupt Racing Team car, I'm pretty sure, is right on the rear end of Fabio Piffet as they run through the 1st and 2nd Degner. There's the look back. That is the car Leonard Tocchi is driving at the moment, presently running in 6th position in this race. So whilst Danilo Santoro was not able to find his way past the driver that was a lap ahead of them, well, now Santoro has been dropped completely by Leonard Tocchi, who's looking at these two running around thinking, okay, get out of my way, thank you very much. I've got a lot to fight for. I want to get back inside that all-important top 5 at the moment. And as we go back on board with Piffet, don't care. Literally doesn't care. He's only got eyes for one Mercedes, and that is the one directly ahead, not the one behind.
And that's how you've got to drive here in these races here, Lewis. You cannot be focused on the driver behind you, because you will be driving with that sort of tunnel vision, thinking about what they're doing, thinking about how they're going to be. And the only thing that can do is really and truly be a detriment to you and the way you want to drive out on track. You've got to just keep your eyes focused ahead. Do not be driving in those rearview mirrors. You drive in the rearview mirrors, you're gonna make a mistake, and that is just a guarantee.
Yeah, it's normally one of those things, if you want to hold up a position, this is going to be a pretty easy move, because Piffet's going to lift off just a little bit to let Leonard Tocchi to come through. I'm pretty sure, again, blue flags here. It doesn't mean they have to jump out of the way. It does mean that basically don't fight that car. Don't be silly. And like I say, Piffet just using the straight to let them through, not wasting any extra time. But if you want to basically kind of hang on to a position in the race, sometimes you don't have to defend all the time. And there's no point in defending clean air. Defending clean air basically costs you time. You're defending from nothing. The best way to hold off the car behind is just to drive good lines, because for most corners, with like a couple of exceptions, if you just do the corner right, there's no way that you're going to be under attack. Like coming through here, we were talking about this earlier. Coming through the Degners and stuff, just do the 2nd Degner correctly, you're not going to be under attack into the hairpin. Do the hairpin correctly, you're not going to be under attack into Spoon. The only one way there's a slight exception to that is the Casio triangle, because if the car is right up your rear end there, the slipstream might drag them into contention to getting through into turn 1 and turn 2. So that really, if you want to be completely honest, that's almost the only time where you actually probably need to check the mirrors to see if you do need to defend, is coming out of the Casio triangle. Outside of that, eyes forward, don't care about what's happening behind me.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there completely and totally. Is that is one of the characteristics really of this Suzuka circuit. Is it is, however good of a driver's circuit it is a little bit difficult to get an overtake done around here. So that certainly changes things out for these drivers.
There's Lerner Toki getting past Andika Ramamolana, and this will become a three-way fight for 17th position because Danilo Santoro is closing in. Ferrari and Ferrari got Race Anywhere Sim Sports, and then the Scuderia Ferrari Velez esports team that's closing right in to the rear end, Fabio Pifet, and then of course you've got the Legion of Racers car that Andika Ramamolana is piloting right now. The three of them separated by 1.5 seconds as we cross the line once again. This fight is about to be turned up to 11. There are a couple of fights as well growing on circuit. You've got the one for 24th position between Simonini and Bonjour. You've got fights coming up inside the top 10. And not only that, but also the fight for the race lead in the silver category is closing in because Jan Willem van Oomen is closing up to Jan Marcel Dietrich for 7th position overall, but more importantly for the lead in silver.
Yeah, and that gap only at about 2.1 seconds right now as they run, so it's certainly starting to eke its way down here, getting closer and closer to that point where it's going to be within touching range. And not a lot of long straights around here to pick up the draft, but particularly coming down through the Casio, coming down through 130R into the Casio Triangle, as well as on the main straightaway, that draft will start to come into play, so you've got to keep your eyes open for that.
Yes, indeed. Those mistakes, those opportunities, they're all on the horizon. They're all there to be grabbed from any one of these drivers that wants to work their way through. There are a few gains for position in here. Again, Danilo Santoro is not too worried about the car directly ahead of it. It's more about the car ahead of that, being Andika Ramamolana. That's where the points are. But these are 4 points. If you're in the top 15 in your own category, then that is where you're gaining the points for the top 15 in that. And if you really look from Santoro's point of view, well, there is 7 cars directly ahead of him, was running in 19th position. That means he's running in 12th in class at the moment. If he gets past Andika Ramamolana, that's 11th in class. There's a few extra points, just a little bit extra to help them in a championship where they're struggling. Points being prizes.
Yes, they do, and great prizes on offer here from the SRO Esports, SRO Motorsports Esports Group. So very much you want to try to push yourself up ahead as much as possible. Get yourself into that position to be able to gain those prizes. A lot of good stuff being given away here by our sponsors, and it's one of the reasons why you have such an amazing turnout for this Intercontinental GT Esports Championship.
Yeah, indeed. So whilst we're continuing on here, we'll talk through some of the other gaps that we've got. 15.5 seconds is the gap for the race lead that Eamon Murphy has at the moment. Of course, after that 30-second draw through the pit lane, pace-wise, it's not changing at the moment. We're still expecting one final pit stop from our race leaders for all of them up there. They still need to make a splash and dash. But at the moment, the race lead is still being held onto by the McLaren Veloce GT car. You've got BS Competition directly behind, and then the Unicorns of Love Mercedes car that's running in 3rd position in the Pro category. In silver, it's Jan Marcel Dietrich, and of course the AJA Sim Racing team by Gardi that's currently hanging on to the race lead by 2.5 seconds in silver. You can see that battle for 7th spot. Then it'll be the battle for 3rd position. In the silver category, there's a big movement there from Fabien Pifet, though, coming through the first Degner. That was right into the pathway of Danilo Santoro. I think there might be some damage on the front of that Ferrari, not just the one that we're looking at, but also the Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports team.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. That was just an example of getting it a little bit wrong as they came down into the corner. I think they may have caught some of the exit curbing there, and that spun them around, and definitely some damage there to the the right front of that Race Anywhere SimSport Ferrari, as it definitely caught a little bit of heavy contact there from Santoro.
Yeah, substantial moment. I think that's the easiest way of saying it. Like I say, when you run wide, when you've got onto that curb, the car can just be spat around. You can see there are already a couple of kicks of oversteer from Fabien Pifet as well. Obviously dropping further down the order. Got the car directly ahead being the Mobileye car right now. That's not for position, running a bit further down, which is a bit of a shame for the Mobileye car that's been running quite well through the opening portion of the day, but Pifet, substantial moment. Is there going to be the requirement, though, for either himself or Santoro to come down pit lane? I'd say no, they should be okay, but when we're approaching the final pit stop anyway, Pifet decides, actually, I'm going to come in now, because this will be, both of them actually do, to sort out the damage, but also this will be their final stop of the day.
And it sounds like we've got a little bit of a replay here to be able to go back and check that out here, Lewis, and that's going to be good to see. Maybe get a little bit more insight on exactly what happened.
Yes, indeed. Let's take a look. So we'll see them coming up through Dunlop now and up towards the first of the deglers. You'll see this now, running in a little bit too much over the curb, running a little bit too much. It'd already gone, so it was the first bit of the curb right into the path. Substantial contact with Scuderia Ferrari, but as Esports and Danilo Santoro straight into the rear. Like I said, there's going to be quite a lot of damage on both of those cars. It won't be race ending. They'll be able to sort it out. Probably only an extra 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds in the pit lane, maybe certain times, maybe a little bit more, but somewhere in that vein. It's not race ending. It's not super disastrous. You can see them still in pit lane, just serving out the final parts of that, but also changing tyres, maximising the fuel, and getting ready for their final stint in this race. Again, 65 minutes being that limit, which means that they'll be able to go to the checkered flag from the stop.
Yes, they will be able to do just that, which will be good news there for them. We watched Marcel Dietrich working his way around in that number 121 AJA Sim Racing team by Gotti, trying to see if he's going to be able to close in a little bit. It's 14 seconds up the road to Otaki, so that may be a little bit out of touching distance. But as you mentioned earlier, with Van Elman coming on in, it may be a little bit of a close battle here for silver. Although we're going to take a look back at the 51. This was the view that they had.
Yeah, obviously nothing that Santoro could do. Coming through the first deck there, I mean, maybe could have got on the brakes. It's quite obvious that Ferrari was going for a bit of a spin straight up, but there was not really much you could do. Unsure as to where that Ferrari is going to go, the Race Anywhere Simsport car, and like you say, for Danilo Santoro, just the path was always tracking to make contact with the side of the car. Kind of one of those things, this sounds crazy, and if it goes wrong, it's not really the advice you want to give to someone to explain to race control as to why you made contact with the car directly ahead. But sometimes when a car is spinning, best bit of advice I ever got, it's more so from oval racing, but aim for the car that's spinning. Sounds crazy, but it's because by the time you get to where they are, they're probably not going to be there. Because if you try and avoid where they're going, we've seen this before where they're spinning off to the right and you try and get out of their way, and then suddenly the direction they're spinning switches and then they go back in front of your path and there's nothing you can do. Meanwhile, 9 times out of 10, if you try and drive basically into them or in the direction of where they are, they're not going to be there by the time you get there. It's kind of one of those things where those scenarios, obviously it's more just on reaction, but it's kind of one of those advice that you give to sometimes newer drivers to be like, try and do this, because it's a little bit of advice that might help, but don't take it as go flat out into them. But still there's a bit to work on there.
Exactly, and I've always actually heard that quote attributed to AJ Foyt when it comes to oval racing, that he used to give his drivers that advice of aim for the car where it is currently spinning. Obviously, with the higher speeds that we get on a lot of the oval circuits, that certainly comes into play more, and with the cammering around those banked corners, it certainly comes back into a big way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, all bits of advice work slightly differently, and you kind of take it with a pinch of salt and adjust accordingly. Nikodem Vishnevsky comes into the pit lane for their final stop. Came in for a few early ones over the last few stints, trying to go aggressive on the tyres, trying to work their way back up to some sort of decent position to kind of guarantee themselves as well for a top 5 after a drive-through in the opening stint of the race. The top 4 all separated by less than a minute, all of them separated by 15 seconds or less, really, a piece. Arthur Camera about 18 seconds clear of Tobias Gronewald, being the largest gap in the top 4 at the moment. I don't think Nikodem Vishnevsky is going to be working his way on the Williams Esports team, working their way back into the top 4 of the podium spots. But regardless, it has been an incredible recovery drive. I don't think Nikodem Vishnevsky will do this final stint. I think he might pass it off potentially to Daire McCormack.
Yeah, I think he might as well, but we will have to see how that does indeed play itself out, if that is going to be what they decide to do here. But we are down in the final hour of running here, watching Arthur Kammerer bringing that BS Competition 2021 Blue SRO car around and across the start-finish line right now. This is who is going to be in that car.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, taking it to the checkered flag. Most of the drivers that are in the car at the moment, they'll be taking it to that checkered flag. Nikitin Wisniewski drops down, obviously courtesy of the pit lane travel, means that Jan-Marcel Dietrich takes over 6th position overall. I'm not sure. See, Daire McCormack does jump in. I'm all right at that. That was a good prediction. Jan-Marcel Dietrich, Jan Willem van Oomen. I'm not sure how many times this season a silver category car has actually ended up finishing a race inside the top 10. I think there might have been a couple where they've even finished on the podium or whatever. The silver category is hilariously strong, by the way. We've certainly had a few qualify very, very well this season, so it's kind of like one of those things that we kind of pick up on. Again, for them, whether Jan-Marcel Dietrich wins overall, finishes 5th, 3rd, 7th, whatever, as long as they're ahead of the silver category, then they win the silver category. It actually doesn't matter to their overall point or whatever. There's no overall standings. It's just silver. It's just pro. So it kind of doesn't really matter to them. But still, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, I'm a silver category car. I want to finish sort of in the top 5, because that'd be pretty cool to at least show that you can kick it with, in air quotes, the big boys.
Yeah, exactly, and it's a little bit of that sort of bragging rights confidence that we talked about a little bit earlier. And those silver class drivers, they are absolutely no slouch. I think back to the Mobileye GT World Challenge Asia Esports Championship, where we've had Philippa Bokita absolutely dominant at the front of the silver field, but a little bit of side-by-side.
Yes, indeed. A touch between the two, similar to Pro Vides. This is Boga Raditsky keeping Mobileye, the Mobileye car, at bay. Not for position. Again, we've seen this a few times. We'll see this quite a lot at the moment. But either way, Boga Raditsky just trying to hold off and keep the track position, keep the clean air, keep whatever's going on. It is actually full position, by the way. I do apologise. That is the 127 Mobileye car. That is for 27th overall. Obviously not for position in class. But either way, the bit of a switch will go the way of Boga Raditsky before we head back up to the battle between Simonini and Bonjour. It's one of the ones that we were saying is going to be getting closer. It's going to be getting a bit tighter. And this one is certainly reaching boiling point at the moment. Virtual drivers by TX3, the 333. I don't want to be too harsh about it, but I'm pretty sure it's the most penalised car today. Currently runs in 26th. I think they might have had 3, maybe 4 penalties throughout the running here of the 10 hours of Suzuka.
Yeah, it's been quite a few here for this Virtual Drivers by TX3 machine. The 333 just really, really not able to find the best way around this circuit, unfortunately, and they have been in a world of trouble. But right now, they've only got Simonini up ahead of them, and they want to focus in on that as much as possible. They do not want to lose all that much time, and crucially there, the number 33 isn't that far up the road from them either. So if they're able to get this pass done, they may even have a little bit of chance on the West Competition racing car up ahead.
Oh, the look to the outside, the squeeze off though from Simonini. Repair comes into the pit lane as well from 23rd overall, and about 7th within the silver category. Bonjour was really trying to get past Simonini. They got to the outside, was almost committed all the way around the outside, but really wasn't fully alongside enough to demand any sort of track position, really. And so Simonini thinking, actually, you're not going to have the inside line for the second part of the Casio triangle. Thanks, but no thanks to that one. And Bonjour being forced to essentially back out a little bit in that Virtual Drivers by TX3 machine. So the Mobileye Lamborghini Esports car hanging on for now, but it has been a bad day for the 63. They've been struggling. They are by a very long way the highest placed Lamborghini. There aren't many Lamborghinis on the grid, and here comes the move straight back down the inside. Florian Bonjour properly sent that to the inside of Dunlop. That is not normally a corner you see ascend into.
No, not unless you want to end up in the outside retaining barriers around here, but my goodness gracious, not to be deterred, pushing his way on forward.
And Kamil Pawlowski we look at now on the rear end. Fadli Rakhmat at the moment. There's a little bit of a switch of position between them earlier. Of course, Andika Ramalana was originally behind the wheel of the 889. Kamil Pawlowski taking over from Danilo Santoro as this car is trying to march its way back up to points. They've already completed their final pit stops of the day, and that's kind of where we're talking about with some of these teams now. Some of the teams are going to be ending up battling with teams they're not going to be fighting for towards checkered flag, just because some teams have already made their final pit stop and other teams will be waiting probably another 40 or so minutes.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see what those teams are able to do there at the end. We've already talked a little bit about just how much that fresh set of tires can do. And if they wait about that 40 minutes to come in with about 15 or so minutes left to go in the race, you've got to think that they're going to be in full attack mode there at the end, not having to worry about tire preservation or anything like that. So it could set up for some very interesting running there in the last 15.
Right-hand side of your screen is the battle between, of course, the Scuderia Ferrari, but as Esports team of Kamil Pawlowski on the rear end of Legion of Racers and Fadli Rahmat on the left-hand side. You've got the battle between Florian Bonjour and Simonini, who's not exactly dropped off the rear end. A couple of cars leaving the pit lane after their final stops. You can see how close they were getting on the right-hand side going through the hairpin. Pawlowski, when it's not been your day and you're running lower down, you're almost more hungry to get through. If you were like 5th place battling for 4th, sometimes you're kind of like, do you know what? 5th place is still pretty good. Whereas when you're in 19th overall, you're thinking, no, I am having 18th, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, exactly, and that comes down to a little bit of the ego there coming into the sim racers. If you've been denied by some of those unfortunate incidents, having yourself put down in the order, you are going to be scrappy, you are going to be tenacious trying to push yourself up forward, and so that is really what you see here from a lot of these drivers as they get into the later stages of this race. They want to fight for everything, that's a big coming together!
Yes, indeed, and that's in a really bad spot. Someone driving straight into Kamil Pawlowski, and I'm not really sure why. He was totally stationary, but either way, some extra contact being delivered as trying to do an 18-point turn to get back going again. And Kamil Pawlowski has returned to the racetrack, but that was another big moment. It's a bit of a shame for Pawlowski, or rather the Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports team, because it's the second time they've had a car spin ahead of them and them not be able to avoid it. Such a big shame, as a bad day goes from even bad to even worse, as we've seen some of those from the silver category come into the pit lane, including the 110 AJA Sim Racing by Gardi, and you can see where they've come out directly behind Killian Ryan Meenan at the moment. So this, in a sense, is the battle for the silver lead. I will just check if Killian Ryan Meenan has pitted to be able to get to the checkered flag. Yes, he has. Obviously, Jan-Philipp van Oomen was behind the wheel of this car not too long ago. It's a shorter pit stop, which means that this is the genuine battle for the race lead in silver. But after 9 hours and 10 minutes of racing, separated by less than a second.
Absolutely remarkable to be able to see them this close to one another after all of this running along. And this is going to be a battle, I think, that is going to fight itself out to the very, very end of the race here, Lewis.
And the final position inside the top 10 overall, which is another little thing to fight for. I think the victory in silver will probably matter a little bit more, especially for FFS Racing, who've been on the podium twice this season, both of them being third place finishers, looking for their first victory. We'll take a look at replays to the FDA Esports. No, never mind. Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports team. FDA was last year. The incident between them and Legion of Racers. You can see as we ride on board with Kamil Pawlowski, the big moment. Just on the exit there, I mean, to be fair, that car properly let go. And to be fair, he did follow the advice. Unfortunately, it was the wrong time to follow that advice of trying to drive into the car. But how the Legion Racers car had locked it up, had basically slammed the brake pedal down. As we head back, Killian Ryan Meenan, see ya, son! Gone straight on over the Casio triangle. That will definitely relinquish the race lead back over. And G2 Esports into the pit lane in the background. They got some damage on the front end. I can only assume that G2, who are presently running in 4th place, Charlie Crosston might have been into the rear end of Killian Ryan Meenan, potentially, and sending him across the escape road. He had to slam on the anchors. It's cost him the race lead to Jakob Osterman.
And crucially here, if that was contact between the two, what kind of damage is on that number 23 of Killian Ryan Meenan and the FFS Racing Aston Martin? Is he going to be able to close back in here on this gap that now sits itself at about 2 seconds? Or is that car going to be a little bit damaged?
I don't know. I mean, like I say, I could see the damage on the front end of that G2 Esports car. Whether it was from that incident or something else, there was quite a substantial level of damage. Now, we'll see some of the other penalties. Car number 5, that one being one of the Williams Esports guys that had a really bad day so far. And sorry, lads, it's going to get worse. A stop-and-go 30 for contact between themselves and the 110, another one in the silver category, but that one being the AJA Sim Racing team powered by Gardi, your race leaders in the silver category, receiving a stop-and-go penalty. That must have been a pretty substantial incident, of course, quite a few laps ago, mind, about 10-15 laps ago. I don't think we caught that one, but either way, Race Control have felt the need to step in big time on that one.
Yeah, that is one of the most severe penalties they can give out, so they are not messing around at that at all with the number 5 machine, really laying down the law there on that car. So unfortunate there for the Williams Esports drivers.
Well, I said speaking of Williams Esports, but the other one being the number 55, I said they might not be able to get a top 10 or top 5 rather in this race. Well, that's really sent it over, because I think Charlie Crossland, with that incident, having dropped back now, having served the damage repair, I think that's really swung it in advantage for Daire McCormack to respond and to get himself back inside the top 5 where he's presently running now. And obviously the final stop, I think, has been completed from that car after they were running slightly shorter stints over the previous while. They should be able to get to the checkered flag now. Speaking of final stops, Tobias Gronewald has come into the pit lane for their final stop in the number 14 Unicorns of Love machine.
Yeah, and so we're going to see more and more of this firing off over the last 47 minutes of this race. These drivers coming down pit lane, and this is where a little bit of that strategy really starts to come to the fore. Who is going to be able to make the pit when? How is that all going to go? Breaking out and seeing exactly when everything will be coming down here. This is where that strategy that we've been talking about is going to be coming into play.
But we're going to take a look at a replay as to what happened between G2 Esports and, of course, FFS Sim Racing. Bear in mind, this was a lap between them again, but this is your drivers that were fighting for the race lead. So there'd already been an instant up ahead. That was a Sem 9 Flash Axle, I think. The 62 had made big contact with the Sem 9 Flash Axle car. And then watch this. This is the battle for the lead in the silver category as they come through. We're riding on board with that FFS race car. You can see how dark it is. The slight rejoin there into the path as he was trying to get back going again with Charlie Crossland. The slight rejoin into the path of the 23, sending the 23 off and over the gravel track. Now, whether you can classify that as a bad rejoin or whatever, but that was a sketchy moment nonetheless. I think the 23 obviously escaping damage from all of that and still being involved in the fight. Also, do you know who they're battling with now on track? The number 23, who they're battling with on track? It's the 62. Of course, not in the same category, but the 62 of Isaac Price has come out of the pit lane, taken over from Charlie Crossland, has got past Killian Ryan Meenan straight away, but is sandwiched between the silver race leaders.
Yeah, so that is going to be a kind of undesirable position to be in, I would have to think so. If you're running in that position, as you know, Killian Ryan Meenan is going to be in full attack mode here for the next 45 and a half minutes. And, there the 88, not taking no for an answer, going by on Josh Staffen. That is a lapped car there, but
Yeah, it was brave. We'll go with that. I was kind of wondering, by the way, with that final pit stop being done by the number 14, if Daire McCormack was actually going to get ahead of Dennis Schillinger, or rather the number 14 generally. Alas, no. It was Tobias Gronewald when they came into the pit lane. There is Daire McCormack, but ahead of them, it will be a tight battle for third position. Leonard Toki, though, does have to come into the pit lane once more. So I think Daire McCormack will actually be running in. There you go. Len Toki comes into the pit lane as if on request. Daire McCormack will take over fourth position in the race, which will still be, again, a great recovery drive. But it does mean I don't think we're going to get a podium there unless something else happens from those ahead. Never say never. I'm pretty sure everyone's pretty close to picking up drive-throughs.
Yeah, I think everybody's very close on that, so they're going to have to be careful. This is the time of the race where you and the rest of your team are going to be keeping an eye on those off tracks there, and you are going to be fighting tooth and nail to make sure that you do not pick up any more, as that can absolutely throw away every part of your race.
Wow, up through the S's, Daire McCormack goes. The car that started from pole position, the car that has the fastest lap, the car that led pretty much the entirety of the opening stint of this race. Fourth place. I mean, all of those other things, everything in a race is based on context. If you'd have said at the start of the race, hey, Daire McCormack and the Williams Esports team, would you take fourth from this race? It's like, what, we started from pole position? Categorically no, we wouldn't take fourth. If you asked them an hour into the race, when they just served a drive-through penalty, when they dropped back to not far being outside the top 20, if you'd asked them then, what about fourth position now? They go, yeah, all right. Yeah, I'll take that. It's been a great recovery drive, almost mistake-free after that opening issue.
Yeah, very much so, and it goes back to the point that we've made a couple of times about those moving goalposts over the course of the race. They are constantly changing, they are constantly evolving and constantly moving, and I think here for the number 55, yes, it's going to be a little bit of a disappointment on the day not to be able to be up into the top positions, but at the same time, a 4th place run for them here, I think this is something that they can certainly hang their hats on, although there's probably going to be a little bit of disappointment in that garage, considering the fact that they did start on pole and they were going to be hoping for a podium.
Well, let's see this battle for 9th position overall, but importantly, not a position that Jakob Osterman needs to waste any time with. If I am in that AJ Sim Racing by Gardi car, as soon as Isaac Price looks, I'm getting out of the way. Don't want to fight the number 62. Fresher tyres on that 62, an aggressive driver in that 62 that wants to just get on with things, that wants to try and charge down. It's a fast car as well, the G2 Esports team. i.e., it's not your problem. You're still hanging on to the race lead. If you waste time here, that could cost you time later on. Let the 62 go, keep up with the slipstream, keep up with that 62 car and just build that gap to Killian Ryan. That needs to be the focus right now.
Well, it's exactly like you talked about a little bit earlier with the touring car mentality. Let them on by and let the slipstream help you. You're pushing all of that air out of the way right now in that McLaren, and you may want to be able to build a little bit of the slipstream. The only thing that I can think that would potentially change that is because it is the very aerodynamic, aero-dependent McLaren, he may be a little bit worried about clean air and wanting to keep that on the front nose of the car, but I don't think that is going to be enough to prevent him from letting the 62 on by.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the move straight away from Isaac Price. You can see the 2-second gap from Isaac Price back to Killian Ryan, and that's kind of like where the likes of Jakob Osterman, they need to be focused on that. You can see keeping it right over to the right-hand side of the shot, left-hand side of the track, opens the door, and exactly as we've been saying, doesn't fight Isaac Price. Not their fight at all. Bit of a kick of oversteer from Isaac Price. And now, the big thing for Osterman is they're sat there looking at that car being like, please don't make any mistakes, just get on with it. Just set some really good lap times that I can follow. Thank you. Either way, switch position. Still hanging on, though, to the race lead in the silver category. For me, I kind of, obviously, from a spectator point of view, I kind of want Isaac Price to make a couple of mistakes here and drop Osterman back into the clutches of Killian Ryan, because I think we were robbed there of a pretty intense battle for the race lead in silver.
Yeah, I think we were as well, and obviously that incident there with Killian Ryan going off track, going down through the Casio Triangle, scuppered us of that, but the gap has come down here to about 1.9 seconds now as they run, so maybe we're still on for a little bit of a battle.
I think Osterman's pace is more than enough to keep, at least to pull out the gap on Killian Ryan. No disrespect to FFS Racing, no disrespect to Killian Ryan, but today, that McLaren of the AJ Sim Racing team by Gardi, whoever's been in the car, they've been super strong. They've been at the front of the silver category all day long. Had a couple of issues, but realistically speaking, they've put on a really fantastic performance today. I think they've got the pace. But Killian Ryan and the number 23, they're the championship leaders for a reason. Consistency is king. Third, looking for a second, maybe looking for a race victory. They're not a team I'd want to go toe-to-toe with in a race like this, purely based on the fact of their unbelievable, unwavering consistency.
Yes, as here we continue to follow that battle going down to the Casio Triangle. Osterman doing a good job to hold on to the back of that BMW, following that strategy that you laid out just a little bit ago there, Lewis. Waiting to see here what will fire off as they cross over the line. Let's see what the gap is between them and Killian Ryan, and it looks like it's going to stay steady at about 2 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think that gap's closing down so much at the moment. Like I said, I think the control is over with AJ Sim Racing by Gardi, with Jakob Osterman at the moment. I think Isaac Price as well, where with slightly fresher tyres, I get the feeling that the gap's probably going to grow over the next few laps. But FFS Racing are pretty fast.
Yeah, they are pretty quick here, but as you said, that McLaren with Osterman behind the wheel has been nearly unassailable all throughout the day here, and so that is certainly a good thing for them. Although they are losing a little bit of time there to Price up ahead, but the gap has grown by about 1/10 of a second here between Ryan Meenan and Osterman.
Yes, indeed. I think that's going to be the form book of this battle. I just think that the pace at the moment is going to be growing here. But I think Isaac Price is going to pull away from Osterman, by the way, but I think the Osterman's going to be pulling away from Killian Ryan. Either way, we'll refocus our attention a bit further up. We can see, of course, Daire McCormack here in 4th position, about 15 seconds off the rear end of Dennis Schoeninger, with a bit of lapped traffic as well to deal with in one of the GTWR cars. Abeladze had not even that had not crossed my mind until I just said it there. Number 41, great recovery drive from them after some issues. They got themselves comfortably inside the top 10 after not qualifying so well, then dropped back after some issues, now find themselves running in 5th position in this race. Do they owe us a pit stop though before the end of the race? Yes, they do. It'll be a very quick splash, but either way, 5th place at the moment. I'd say based on that, they should be finishing comfortably inside the top 10.
I think that calculation is about right as they run, but waiting to see here again what's exactly going to shake itself out as everything continues to be able to go here. Only about 37 minutes left to go in this race, so not all that much time here to be able to play forward.
Yes, indeed. Like I say, we're closing in on the checker flag at the moment, so there's not too long left to go in this race. Eamon Murphy well in control with 37 minutes left to go. As you can see, a bit of lap traffic ticked off there from Daire McCormack of that GTWR BMW that's certainly not had the best day. 15th position at the moment, though, running 4th in class. So I was going to say it's not the best day, but I mean, again, it's consistent, it's comfortable, it's picking off some more decent points as they really abuse the track limits coming through the Casio triangle. Again, about 0.8 of a second between Jakob Osterman and Isaac Price as we head back towards that little grouping, and you can see just lap by lap, bit by bit, this gaps are starting to grow, although the bit of lap traffic in directly ahead of Isaac Price is certainly going to be delaying him.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be slowing him down, though. There, that Ferrari looking like it's going to get out of the way, make things nice and easy there for him. Price going to be able to ease his way on by right now. Osterman holding in behind and crucially able to grow that gap. 2.2 seconds now as they run. So Killian Ryan Meenan trying to fight tooth and nail to be able to get himself up ahead, but it just doesn't look like it's playing out.
Yeah, I think the advantage, the pace swing for Price is way too much. What else is happening on the circuit as well? Nick Hoban, one of the drivers and teams that has been pretty quick all day, but they've been delivered a fairly late blow, drive through penalties fairly late, etc. They've kind of dropped back outside the top 10, but still closing in a better video at the moment. 12th and 13th overall. It's about the final position inside the top 10 in class. We've also got this battle between Red Welton Esports and Kamil Pawlowski, who I think is fairly damaged. I don't believe Pawlowski has returned to pit lane after that incident that we saw between themselves and Legion of Racers running through 130 yards. So I think they are pretty much limping around this circuit.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you there on that. Definitely in a little bit of limp home mode here at this point as we follow here behind that car, just not looking like it's performing as well as it could have been.
Yeah, I think they're struggling, which is a bit of a shame for the Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports team. Like I said, they've particularly over the last sort of 40 minutes, they've been dealt some pretty foul luck that really is totally undeserved. But you can see there's a lot of damage on the front of that car, and you can see there's the move from Rodriguez Cordes straight down the inside and Remwelton pick up another spot, and Pawlowski is booking his ticket to drop backwards quite a few. McClare will be the next one, and that Romanian team of West Competition Racing, I'd be surprised if it took them very long to close in. The fact that this far down the order, 20th and 24th, is where we find the likes of Pawlowski and the Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports team, and then of course the Mobileye Lamborghini Esports team. The fact we find them this far down the order, they are not having a good time of it at Suzuka.
No, they really are not. As this track, known for coming back, that was a little sketchy.
Isaac Price has just received a stop and go 30. Again, don't know if that's from race control. I think it must be, because if you exceed track limits, it's normally a drive-through, and the only way you get stop and go 30 from in-game is by traversing pit lane, which they've not done. and you can see confirmation there, a stop and go 30 for the 62 for causing a collision between themselves and the 23. The 23 being Killian Ryan Mean and of course the FFS racing car. That will be the rejoin that Charlie Crossland had. So it's not obviously apparently it's gone to Isaac Price, but it's more for Charlie Crossland, and the incident was reported back then. We kind of saw it and wondered where it was going to go. It was a dodgy rejoin. Race control always pretty harsh with dodgy rejoins. That one certainly top of the list.
Yeah, it certainly is top of the list there as Harry Spears able to get by the number 67 Ferrari there of Piffet going down into the corner. Spears not having the day that I think those Honda drivers would have wanted to have, but at the same time still carrying the flag as much as possible for the Japanese mark. There's the Race Anywhere Sim Sports machine, the number 67.
Yes, indeed. I mean, I've got to say, for Race Anywhere SimSport, between the two of them, for one, love the livery. Great to see them battling out as well on the circuit. They've been very impressive. I mean, they're the highest placed of both of the marks they've got. They're the highest placed Ferrari, they're the highest placed Honda. That shows quite well. Normally, with the Honda NSX, they're normally the fastest Honda NSX. Rocket Sim Sports can sometimes give them a bit of a run for their money. They certainly did the inaugural running of the Spa 24-hour that will be coming back as a season finale here, the 24 hours of Spa as a season finale. That sounds fantastic. But aside from that, I think Rocket Sim Sports were faster that day. Normally, though, it is that number 99. It's the fastest Honda NSX that doesn't particularly work well on quite a lot of circuits. I will just say that whilst it's a fun car, it's one of my favourites in the GT3. I think it looks brilliant. It works quite well around somewhere like Bathurst, and that's about it. It's not the easiest car to really get to grips with, and yet still they found something. They do go well. I will say one circuit it does go quite well at, normally from what I've seen, is Kyalami, which is the next round of the season. So maybe we'll see Race Anywhere Sim Sport actually do quite well in there.
Yeah, we may indeed. And Kyalami, a little bit of a bogey track for a lot of drivers. It is kind of a unique one in the way that it goes. A little bit of old school, a little bit of new school, and so a little bit surprising there to have the Ferrari do well. But we'll have to see if it's able to do anything there. Focusing in here on the Unicorns of Love team, just working their way through some traffic right now, having a big gap up in front and behind them.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, being a bit alone. Those are dangerous parts to be in, by the way, in the race. As you can see, Isaac Price has come into the pit lane. When you come to these points of the race, these are dangerous times. If you're Butterfield, right, with Nick Hoban directly behind, you're on the edge. You're still focused on the gap. You're still focused on the race. You're keeping your eyes on what's going on the prize, on the race, right? If you're in Eamon Murphy's boots, if you're in Arthur Cameron's boots, Dennis Schillinger, where they've got big gaps either way, it's so easy to take your eyes off the race, to kind of almost at this point, effectively, as drivers' terms, turn on the cruise control, and you're not really thinking about what's going on. Complacency in endurance racing is the enemy, and I think that's what we could see from one or two of these teams up the order.
Yeah, you're very, very right, and thankfully one of the things and one of the characteristics here of the Suzuka circuit is there's not a whole lot of time to rest. It's not necessarily like you're running at Spa or Bathurst where you have the Long Kemmel or Conrad straights to really take your mind off it, and because when you disengage a little bit from that, it will you'll have a tendency, it's harder to sort of get back your brain engaged, but you've got to just keep yourself focused here, keep running at 120%. You cannot back off at any point, because if you do start to back off a little bit, that's when those silly little mistakes will start to come in.
Yes, indeed. You can see as well, Dennis Schillinger has got the fastest lap in. Track temperatures lowering around Suzuka, and in the fairly recent past has set the fastest lap of the race, whilst Andre Frank has come in the pit lane in the FFS sim racing car. Whilst we've got half an hour left to go in this race, I'm sure we've got some highlights to take a look at for some of the things that have happened in the fairly recent past. Eamon Murphy continuing to lead in the McLaren Veloce GT car by 15 seconds after a dramatic last hour or two in this race. Race Anywhere SimSport going side by side with the Primary Racing car, and then trying to get themselves back up. They were a lap ahead by this point, coming through the 1-2-3 FFS Racing car, whilst the two they just put a lap on continued to battle. There was struggles for speed in that 1-2-3 car. Fresh air goes here, apparently. Wow. There's a car directly there waiting to suck on that one and try and get past. Bit of a moment for the Ballas Esports team. A second time they've been off into the barriers, just as rejoined about 3 hours left to go, but a sizable contact with the barrier. Thankfully they were okay after that one to continue. Veloce in the middle of a lot of drama, and this was a big moment. James Baldwin behind the wheel into the side of Prime E-Racing. That would net them a 5-second time penalty in the pit lane that we thought was going to be the deciding factor for the McLaren Veloce GT team. Alas, it was not. A switch for the race lead though in the silver category as the AJA Sim Racing team by Gardi took over from the Full Motorsports team in that 144 Audi R8 as a switch of strategy between them. And then a battle for 7th overall. Bastian Richter trying to get past the 123 FFS Sim Racing car. Bit of contact between the two would send them both high up the racetrack. The Ferrari directly behind, getting onto the brakes to allow them to continue on their little fight. But Bastian Richter would work his way through the 123 then. And then, of course, Race Anywhere Simsport were trying to find their way past, more so for track position, certainly not for race position. Virtual drivers by TX3, the 333, have been involved with a few penalties over the day. I don't know if this one netted them a 4th one. It certainly was a little bit of contact between themselves and the Haupt Racing team, or rather the Legion of Racers, going through the first corner. The 51, well, this was one of the first blows they received. Race Anywhere Simsport having a bit of a moment directly ahead of them getting into the side of them. This would force them to come down into pit lane for their final stop of the day, as there was certainly more drama going on. The switch to positions would happen again. We saw the 3 wide between this group earlier on, and we see it once again as the 123 would get back through on this group. They did it a couple of times, but alas, that was the replays over the last hour or so of the race. And whilst we've been away, Nick Hoban, we said there's a few drivers that might be quite close when it comes to driver penalties courtesy of track extensions. Well, the 88, things go from bad to worse. They were running a fairly aggressive strategy. They were running inside the top 10, dropped out of it down to 13th, and they might drop back a little bit more after receiving a drive-through penalty for further exceeding track limits.
Yeah, and that's a little bit of that lack of concentration that I talked about, just losing a little bit of that focus, and it can really send you out and around. You've got to be on your game constantly. Oh, and speaking of that, one of the Lamborghinis having a big off there in the back, coming out of the Casio Triangle.
Yeah, that'll be the VSR Esports, VSR by Ballas Esports team that's just had a sizable moment. We saw a little bit of contact. I mean, even on the replays there, we saw them having a bit of a moment into 130R, receiving a little bit more of an issue coming out of the Casio Triangle, but thankfully they're all right.
Yeah, and that's got to be a little bit scary there for Eamon Murphy to see that in his rear view mirror, knowing that he probably made that clearance at just the right time.
Triton Racing versus the Alp Racing team car, 6th position at the moment. Mateusz Tuszkiewicz trying to get past Leonard Toki. You see how close they were at the second sector, the final part of the second sector into the second-third split. That one obviously coming up towards 130R. Less than a 10th between the two of them. This is going to be a pretty tight fight until the checkered flag. 25 minutes away before we see that checkered here at the 10 Hours of Suzuka. And Mateusz Tuszkiewicz, he'll be hungry. This is for some pretty handy points.
Yes, it is. 6th overall and 6 up in that pro category, so definitely wanting to be trying to see if he's going to be able to get ahead here. Bentley versus Mercedes as they work their way up the hill, only about 0.8 of a second separating them. 2
of the biggest GT3s that you could possibly see on a racetrack. 2 of the loudest GT3s as well, from the Bentley to the Mercedes. Of course, both of them having a pretty low rumble, and you can see as we look at Mateusz Tuszkiewicz at the moment, a little bit of the curb use, still comfortable. Some cars use curbs slightly differently than others. Obviously, anyone who has raced a Porsche in endurance racing will know that you ain't going to use the curbs in a car like that. You've got to be a little bit more careful. Big Bentleys, things like that, bang, straight over him, eats them up lovely. It's why it's typically a car that I would use, something like a Bentley, a Merc, something like that. Oh my goodness, the 144 as well. We're talking about Full Sail Motorsport actually having a good run, maybe fighting themselves a podium, another drive-through, another track limits as well, considering that we just saw the 88 as well coming down to pit lane for it. Now it's in the 144. Who else is close? I don't think it's the last drive-through we're seeing today.
No, I don't think it is as well, but this could certainly be a little bit of a hurt being put down onto the field, and we're going to have to see drivers be very, very careful, I think, as they work their way around. Whoa, that wasn't good for Josh Staffen. That was a big old send.
Yeah, Malinovsky was kind of there. Staffin was squeezing it out towards the curb on the kick up towards the hairpin, and that is Malinovsky up a position, up into 29th. We were talking about the battle being quite close between Staffin, Malinovsky, or rather the 93, the 149, a bit earlier on in the race, along with a couple of others as well. But alas, that one has now swung pretty comfortably towards Malinovsky after a pretty brave move.
Yeah, that was a pretty brave move indeed, it has to be said, and I'm not sure exactly how stewards are going to feel about that, but it didn't look like there was a lot of bumping and banging as they ran, so maybe be able to get through that nice and easy.
Yeah, I think it'll be a major one for race control to deal with. Back up with Isaac Price, who of course had to serve that stop and go 30. Drops it back down to 15th position. Have to battle with a fellow BMW though in the GTWR car that Miato is driving. 4th in class at the moment. Will potentially, I don't know how far Nepals is down the road, but could potentially come to 3rd position in the silver category. You can see kind of lets Isaac Price get on with it. Off you go, sir. See you in a bit. As Nepals comes down into the pit lane in the 144. Bear in mind it's normally 33 seconds in the pit lane traversal time to deal with a drive-through penalty. This would mean that Miato will potentially take over 3rd position in class.
Yes, he would, and that would be a podium position there for him, so that would be a big, big boon to be able to take away with that. We'll have to see if Miato is going to be able to get that. The timing, yeah, he's going to be able to get it. He's going to get it.
Oh, but not by much. Look at that. The Audi R8 coming out of the pit lane there. You'll see them come through the bottom of shot just there. Boom. That is the battle for 3rd position in class. Nepals will be able to close up to Miato, and there will be a tight fight for the final spot on the podium within the silver category. Well, that'll be a thrilling fight. I'm all over that.
Yeah, that's going to be fantastic here with 22 minutes left to go in this race. That is exactly the kind of thing you really want to see play itself out, I have to admit.
I'm not sure as to which one of those has had a podium, if any. I know the 144 definitely has. I'm pretty sure the 999, they definitely haven't either. So they're looking for their first podiums of the season between the pair of them. It kind of adds the extra little gusto to the fight. Seeing, by the way, a couple of others coming into pit lane for their final stops. The number 41 has been into pit lane as expected. And remember how we said it wasn't going to be the final drive-through penalty for track limits? Next one, Fabien Pifet. That's another one picked up 6th at the moment in the silver category, 18th overall drive-through penalty. Goodbye to that. You are going to drop down, good sir, behind Rodriguez, Cordes, behind McClare as well. Painful to pick them up this late, behind even Florian Bonjour, because the battle for 21st in the overall standings at the moment is separated by less than 0.6 of a second.
Yeah, not a whole lot of standings there going around, and so Pifet going to have to serve that drive-through, and that's going to really change up the order. And I've got to think here that we may see a few more with just how hard some of these drivers are pushing. I think they're going to have to be very, very careful to make sure that they do keep on it. But here we've got a battle for that 6th place position, only 0.8 of a second between the Kerber's Engineering Simware Pro Machine and the number 10 for Triton Racing.
Yes, indeed, a tight fight between a couple of Bentleys here, and I get the feeling that Tushkovic is going to put up a pretty hard fight whilst he isn't able to keep up with Leonard Toki at the moment. I'm sure he'll be putting up as heavy fight. You know how we were saying that battle, by the way, between Miato and Nepal was going to get quite close? For some reason, I guess it might be for a splash and dash. I don't know how close the 144 was. Speaking of splashes, Arthur Camera comes in to serve his splash and dash, which we were expecting from the number 1. But yeah, it's all kicking off at the moment, just a touch. And I say that about the number 1 with complete lack of confidence, because I thought they had already dealt with their final stop of the day. But no, that does actually make sense. It was an hour and 4-minute stint. So yes, that is their final stop ticked off. Eamon Murphy as well will have to make a stop in about 3 laps time. Of course, it's following on the standard procedure from those two to set their final stints of the race.
Yeah, and final stints there of the race, but we don't anticipate those top 2 really changing positions around here as they come on in. We keep our eyes focused on this Bentley battle. It started to reel in a little bit more, down to 0.4 of a second here for Abazule as they go. Waiting to see what is going to fire off. That gap's going to come down.
Yeah, we'll keep our eye on it, of course, punching a pretty big hole in the air here to the Bentleys. There's Bonjour into the rear end a little bit of that West Competition racing car, into the braking zone, into the Casio triangle. Malanovsky, the 149. How bad can it get? Drive-through penalty for them for track limit excursions. I think they might be potentially close to being out of the race. But either way, Florian Bonjour trying to find his way past McClare at the moment. Side bit of contact on the straight. Oh, that won't be viewed upon nicely from race control, getting around the outside of the first corner though. Might get onto the curb just a touch, and it pulls the virtual drivers by TX3 machine wide just some more so, and allows McClare to hang on.
It allows him to hang on just for the moment, but I've got a sneaking suspicion that 333 Aston Martin virtual drivers by TX3 machine is not done with this scrap quite yet. We're seeing some feistiness here out of Bonjour.
Yeah, he is not waiting, not hanging on to 22nd, thinking, this is fine for me, I want more. I said this before, those that are lower down in the race, they get more hungry for these positions. They don't just accept where they're running. They don't just accept 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, whatever. But they're like, right, I'm in 7th position, I'm in 8th position, I'm in 9th position, I'm in 21st overall or whatever. I'm fighting for this. It might not be for that much extra, but it's because we've been in such a long day here and I've had such a bad one. You're going down. I am taking over that spot. Once Pipe comes down onto pit road as well to serve that drive penalty, it'll be an extra position for them, an extra few points. And speaking of close battles, the Pels and Arndt very close in the 144 and the 77, and the moment 15th and 16th position.
Yeah, we've got all these battles really starting to fire themselves off, and that's frankly going to put these drivers at risk of getting more afoul of the track limits, because you're going to be pushing if you are involved in one of these battles. So I'm going to be worried here in these final 17 minutes. I don't think we are done with all of these track limits. I think we're going to see some more here as drivers get more eager, get more agitated, and try to push themselves forward and make some of those little errors to try to gain that 1, maybe 2 positions.
Well, Buffet comes down the pit lane to serve his drive-through. Another one to chalk up to this, number 42, Brabham. Sensible car, that will be down onto pit lane to serve the drive-through penalty for, guess what? Yep, it's track limits. We're going to see a couple more. 16 minutes and 40 seconds left here in Suzuka. I mean, if I were in any of these teams right now as a race engineer, I'd be telling my driver, stay off the curves, stay away from the track limit, stay miles away from it, be super safe. Let's not get a drive through in the final moments, because whilst these over a 10-hour period, these races do spread out quite a bit, a drive through at this point, it's going to cost you a few positions, not just one.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to cost you several positions, and that is not the kind of thing that you want to see thrown away here in the dying moments of this race. That is the last thing you want to have happen. And so I think these team managers, the engineers, the strategists, all on the pipe doing exactly what you said, is here comes some time penalties being levied.
Yes, indeed. Not sure which cars it's for in each of that. You can see the 62 at the moment versus the 110. That 110 is obviously the leader in the silver class, and the 62 and the 23. 23 being the one that's second in the silver class. Believe it's for those ones that are in silver class, obviously in the battle between themselves and Isaac Price, that receive a 15-second time penalty for battling with Isaac Price and causing some issues for the number 62 G2 Esports car. Between the two of them, you can see them there, the 15-second time bonus. Between the two of them, it actually doesn't make a difference because they both receive the same penalty. They are far enough ahead of the important people for them, Miato, Nipels, etc., that they won't actually lose any positions in the race. More of a slap on the wrist from race control, but they should still be okay.
Yeah, and they've got to be very thankful that they've been able to build up that advantage already, and that can happen sometimes. You get a little bit of incident fixation. You're in a close battle like that we talked about with Osterman and Killian Ryan Meenan, and I think with that, they just didn't lift off enough for those yellow flags, and that's what sent them around.
Yeah, like I say, a few issues through that. But, you know, I say if I receive a 15-second time penalty, hey, they've received a 15-second time penalty. Let's call it even, and we'll see out the checkered flag. At the moment, Osterman leading by 7.1 seconds in the silver category. The AJ Sim Racing by Gardi car is not going to come under any major pressure late on in this race, you'd have to say, unless they exceed track limits one too many times, which could well be on the cards. Primary Racing we're riding on board with at the moment. You can see how tight the battle is. That Audi R8 is for position. It is for fourth in the class. They're running into the silver category, so it is a position that means a fair amount.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's going to be a good points haul, and as we talked about, that gets you closer and closer to those points where you're able to get in those championship positions and be able to maybe walk away with a prize or two. So this battle is certainly going to be on. Ooh, a little bit of a bad run there from Nipples in the Audi. This could be the chance.
Yeah, indeed. Only 7-8 laps left to go, depending on where the leader is at the moment. This could be the opportunity. You got a driver leaving the pit lane directly ahead of him. Felix Arndt looks to the inside, but then backs into the slipstream of the full motorsports car that's currently running ahead of them. Stays behind all over the rear end of that Audi R8, almost pushing him through the second corner. Super close between the two of these. And you've got to say, for Primary Racing, the pace differential between these two at the moment is surely in a swing massively towards Primary Racing, but not being the fastest on the start-finish straight has Primary Racing, so it's going to be a bit harder to make that move. It's got to be a pretty big send somewhere.
Yeah, it's got to be a pretty big chuck down into the corner. We've seen some unorthodox passing opportunities on the course of this track, up into Dunlop, as well as maybe down into the hairpin, but that's certainly not going to help, kicking up a big cloud of dirt there coming out of the first Degner.
Yeah, like I say, just going a little bit wide, getting tyres a little bit dirty. Also, got to be said again, that's risking it with the track limits when you're running wide. I've said before, there's a lot of places around here where you can pick up track limit excursions. Exit of, well, T1 you kind of can, but not really. Exit of the second Degner, you can pick one up there inside as well. You can do stuff through the Casio Triangle here at Spoon. You've got a couple of opportunities to do so as well. There's quite a few opportunities to pick up those violations, and it's why we've seen so many drivers. If it was a track where it's a bit hard, walls around, you wouldn't see it at Bathurst. You wouldn't see any really, maybe the odd one or two, but for the most part, no, not really. But it's because this circuit you can abuse a little bit. Here at 130i, you can kind of get away with one or two, as that from Felix Arndt is a touch too wide. You can see how much he lifted out there. He went out wide, lifted out massively, trying not to trigger the system. Because the way the warnings and stuff work in a set of competition, and if you don't gain time from going off, it will normally be like, yeah, okay, cool, don't worry about it. And so you can kind of, if you go wide and you know you're going wide, almost go a little bit wider and lift off the throttle to make sure that the game knows that you've not gained anything from it. That tells me they're pretty close.
Yeah, that would tell me as well, and that's obviously going to lose him some time. But as we check back in on that battle, 421st overall, McClea and Bonjour here coming in, and 5-second penalty there issued to the number 33 that just popped up on our screen.
Bit of a shame there for West Competition Racing. Like I say, this is going to cost them the position to Bonjour, and it kind of almost says, if you're McClea right now, do you fight Bonjour too much more, or do you kind of try and keep the gap to a charging Bogoroditsky? Whoa, that was a bit too wide on the turn-in, and that's how he's going to drop the position back to McClea. The penalty is because of an incident between these two, unsportsman-like conduct on the track from McClea, so that's going to switch the position. Bonjour gains the spot anyway after trying to turn in from the grass, and I can tell you for sure on ACC that don't work.
No, it certainly does not. The ice is grass around here. The grass is ice, rather. Let me get that right. I'm sorry, I've been on for 5 hours as they come their way through the corner. But this is your leader as we tick closer and closer to 10 minutes left to go in this race. Eamon Murphy just trying to keep focused ahead. He's got a 19-second gap between himself and Camera right now. That should be enough to be able to drive pretty easy, but as we've seen, anything can happen in these final 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's a gap that's been growing, to be perfectly honest. Eamon Murphy is super in control right now, and of course, his teammates in George Boothby and James Baldwin. Well, it's it's not quite bedtime. It's getting quite late in the UK for the pair of them that are both based here in England. It's getting fairly late. It's been a long day. They've been racing with this level of intensity. I don't care if it's for 6 hours, if it's for 8 hours, if it's for 10. This level of intensity is exhausting. And it gets to a point where even after a couple of hours race, you finish a race at this level and you think, right, I've got to go for a nap. I've got to go to bed. I'm done. It is relentless. I don't care. It's not that physical. No, it isn't. And even with direct drives, yes, there is a fair amount of weight coming from the wheel. but it's still not as physical as you would think. But it's mentally draining, and that mental drain doesn't go away when you're out of the car, because you're still focused on the strategy, you're still panicked about where your car's going to be, you're still focused on the victory, but it's out of your control. Those kind of things, it builds and builds and builds, and it's why it's such an exhausting exploit trying to do this level of sim racing.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about the ability to go off wide, to get those off tracks and to lift off of the throttle. That is some pretty heavy mental computing that you're doing when you're driving at speeds over 100 miles an hour, and that sensory overload that you're getting inside the car, it just wears your brain out. It really does take that tax on you, and so you've got to be very, very careful about doing that. That's why we have these driver swaps going on over the course of the race. It's not necessarily because of the physical exertion that you're putting out onto the wheel and the pedals, but it is because being that concentrated and that put together for that long, it just takes it out of you, and it's not a surprise that most of these drivers will collapse after this race and probably sleep the rest of the night away.
Yeah, especially when it's nighttime. Again, it's a bit more straining on the eye, even in sim racing terms, because obviously it's quite dark and you've got a bit more tunnel vision there. Obviously, there is the whole thing of the big question of whether you sim race at night time with lights on, lights off. I am very stringent that I am very much a lights on kind of guy, purely based on the fact that I think screens are quite straining at night time. So it's like, I'd rather have my light on so my eyes are kind of a bit more adjusted. But still, I know some people that only race, like they race in a completely blacked out room, even in the middle of the day, and it's all lights off, it's just the screens, keeps them laser focused on what's going on. That would give me a monster headache.
Yeah, it would do the same with me, as well as it would not be an easy thing. I've got to have some of the lights turned on to be able to get everything else and put itself on by I can't do with the blacked out room. I used to be able to do it. When I was younger, I could do it and I loved it, but I can't do it now.
Yeah, old age. We're getting on. We're too old, DJ. We're just getting on a little bit. At least in sim racing terms, I am ancient. To be honest, I've been in sim racing now for nearly 10 years. It's disgusting, but it's an ever-changing environment. But it's an environment where, as a driver, you have to learn what works for you. And we've said this before, whether it's single screens, triples, ultra wides, VR, whether it's a direct drive, whether it's load cell pedals, whatever it is, you've got to work out what works for you. And that's the joy with sim racing, is that it doesn't just have to be the same for everyone. Every little thing can be changed to work for you. And it's why people are very protective over their sim racing. It's why, if you go round, if you've got a mate, let's say, for example, you race on a wheel, and your mate has exactly the same wheel, and you'll go over and you'll race on their wheel, which is identical to the one that you have, it's different. And you can't put your finger on why. Force feedback's slightly different, the height, the angle, all those things, because you get so used to how your simming is. I absolutely love that.
Yeah, I do too, and it really does emulate what happens when you get into a real-life race car. I mean, you've got the driver inserts, the seat inserts for the drivers. They like their pedals to be just a certain way as they go around, and it's one of the incredible things. And I know I've had the ability to go sit in a couple of friends' Sims rigs, and you're right, it just feels foreign. It doesn't feel right, and so it is one of those kind of fun little peculiarities.
It's odd, but it's a bit of fun. Again, joy of sim racing and whatnot. You can see our race leader here in Eamon Murphy. This will be 3 laps left to go, with 5 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. We know the laps take around about 2 minutes around here, so really closing in on the checkered flag. And right now, the Irishman well in control, 20 seconds clear of Arthur Camara. Then it's going to go about 35 seconds off of the rear end of Arthur Camara. Your podium seems pretty set. The only thing that can change that is a cheeky drive-through penalty, where I'm sure they'll all be completely avoiding track limits. As he says, Eamon Murphy has a pretty sizable moment coming through the Tegna.
And you can see there on our picture-in-picture, even he letting out a little bit of a sigh of relief, a little bit of a laugh there, as that was very nearly a dangerous position for him to be in, but he's going to be able to focus back in, keep everything going, and it just goes to show you that even some of the best of these drivers still have those problems here later on in the race. You cannot have a momentary lapse in concentration.
those kind of things, those moments are almost kind of good in a sense of if he was complacent at all. You can see a bit of a laugh there from Eamon Murphy. You have a bit of a moment like that. It's not as big as it looks, but it's something which you catch and then like, right, I am awake. We are going to the checker flag. The problem is with some corners around a circuit like this is there are corners like the Degners where you kind of have to really commit. You can't afford to not fully send it, right? You can't like drive it at 90%. You've got to still drive it at 95, 96, 97, which means you still need to take a bit of risk going through it, because otherwise you're actually going too slow to the point of you're a proper hazard. Most other corners you can kind of afford to lift off 10 metres early, brake a little bit, but if you're going through somewhere like that, the weight transfer is not in the right spot and it causes massive problems to the car, and it can actually cause the rear end to just completely snap to the point where it's uncontrollable because you were trying to be too careful.
Yeah, exactly. And I've often heard that talked about, particularly at Bathurst in general, where you've got to be driving at 10 tenths across the mountain there, otherwise you'll lose it. And the same is true here really at Suzuka. A lot of similarities there in the way that the track is configured, a lot of tight and twisting corners here. Obviously the walls not nearly as close as they are on Bathurst, but the way you have to drive the circuit, very, very similar.
Yeah, like I say, you've got to properly attack some of these circuits because of the setup of the car that you've got is designed to work when you're pushing it at the limit. So the moment that you don't push it at the limit, the weight isn't in the right place at the right time for you. And like for some corners, for some circuits, you can afford to lift off a little bit earlier to relax a bit more. But for a lot of times, you've got to properly still attack. And like I say, for the Degners, it's exactly the scenario there. So I think that was a little bit of a wake-up call to Eamon Murphy. And I think two major still leads by that 22nd margin at the moment. And the fastest lap of the race going the way of Dennis Schillinger at the moment, because Daire McCormack's not been able to wrestle that one back off. I think he's finished with the idea of pushing at the moment. And again, fourth place for a recovery drive for Williams Esports. That is, as we said before, that's a super effort.
Yeah, that's a fantastic run there for them. You've got to really and truly be proud about that if you are behind the wheel of that car with all of the problems that they have had out on track. It is fantastic to be able to see them getting themselves up into fourth place in that number 55.
A couple of closer battles coming in with the final few moments of the race. We do have the battle for 8th overall. Of course, we know we've got the 15-second time penalty going the way of Killian Ryan Meenan, but Andre Franke, after some late issues and a later pit stop, is closing in at the moment for 8th position. As we can see, Eamon Murphy beginning the final lap of the 10 hours of Suzuka here. I mean, let's speak of their performance a little bit. The recovery, in a sense, would you classify this as maybe a bit of a lucky win? Obviously they had that 5-second time penalty from James Baldwin, then there was the drive-through for the number 1 Nils Naujoks behind the wheel. Does that almost classify it as a lucky win? Were they kind of given it because of a mistake from BS competition, or do you feel they properly earned it?
You know, I think looking at the tail of the tape, I would categorize it as a lucky win, but having been here through the second half of this race, the outright pace here from the McLaren Veloce GT team, they, I think, would have been able to catch down to the number 1. We saw them pulling that gap in. We saw that starting to come in. Obviously, the 5-second time penalty, that could have thrown a little bit of a wrench into the works, but I think this is a win on outright pace. I really do.
I think there is one major thing that I would almost be like, okay, maybe it is a bit of luck, but there is one major thing that I would back the McLaren Veloce team with, which is when Nils Naujoks made that drive-through, it's because he was pushing hard, because James Baldwin was applying the pressure, which it's like it's an unforced error, or rather a forced error in a sense, is that Baldwin has attacked, and has got inside Naujoks' mind, and that's where the drive-through kind of came. Obviously a little bit of a mistake, but it was a mistake courtesy of pushing. If that gap wasn't coming down, if those lap times weren't being set from James Baldwin, then maybe there wouldn't have been a problem. But ifs and buts, that's the joy of racing. It swings and roundabouts sometimes with the luck. And either way, the 66 comes through the final corner to come down toward the line to take victory here for the second consecutive round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports powered by Mobileye. It's once again Veloce on top. It's Eamon Murphy bringing them across the line by 20 seconds clear of the number 1 BS competition. Got to give them a round of applause regardless between the top 2, because what a fight they have put on all race long. This is the largest gap they've been between them. For the majority of the race, they were separated by less than a second. It's been an incredible fight. BS Competition coming up a position short, as we'll see Dennis Schoeniger up onto the podium for the Unicorns of Love team in the number 14. They've been marching their way forward, 5th, 4th, 3rd position. That's where they're going to finish across the line. A tight battle as well earlier on in the silver category. We'll see Jakob Osterman and the AJA Sim Racing by Gardi coming across the line as the victors, just ahead of FFS Sim Racing, who finished 3rd in the previous 2 races of the season. Well, they march 1 forward and finish in 2nd position within the silver category. But I will say they finished in 8th overall, obviously before the 15-second time penalty, by 0.008 of a second, because obviously it was the FFS racing car that was coming across over the line with them. Had a nice little photograph to be taken.
They did indeed have a nice little photograph being able to be taken as we watch Daire McCormack coming across the line right now as that 55, that Williams Esports machine, bringing home a very well-deserved 4th place. Looks like the next one is going to be Otuki that comes across the line, and that's going to wrap up our finishing order here from a full 10 hours at Suzuka, Lewis.
Yeah, fully wrapped up on a race day like this. Like I say, there's been a few penalties out there. There's been plenty of drama out there. But it is McLaren Veloce winning for the 2nd consecutive race. They won at the Brickyard. They've won here as well. They are looking very, very strong for the title race indeed. We'll see some of the stuff from earlier on in the race. The tight battle on the race down towards turn 1. McLaren Veloce dropping down to 4th position on that race start as they were under attack from the RHG Esports team. It's been a great race though. That's what I've loved about this. It's been a fantastic run all the way through.
Yeah, it certainly has. I mean, we have not been wanting for action really since the drop of the green flag, even in what you normally consider to be some of the doldrums of an endurance race. There was always something happening around this Japanese circuit. Absolutely incredible stuff.
Yeah, including seeing this moment from the helped racing team running a little bit wide. That is how the Veloce team managed to, James Baldwin behind the wheel at this point, managed to get themselves up. The drive-through penalty for Williams Esports for exceeding track limits for Daire McCormack, dropping back behind Simonini, who just managed to pick up the spot. The switch for the race lead early on after that first pit stop. Of course, a switch of drivers, but a switch of race leader. This was how BS Competition relinquished the lead to the Veloce team. Gregor Schill jumping in behind the wheel, George Boothby taking over the Veloce car. Absolute minuscule tenths between the two of these, and trust me when I say for the next 4 hours that was as big as that gap got. Bit of contact, we saw this at the hairpin quite a few times, didn't we, DJ, where one car would get into the next, would get into the next, and that was what opened the door for G2 Esports to get through.
Yeah, exactly, and we saw plenty of good overtaking opportunities going on across the circuit there. We saw some drivers trying to push it in, going down into Spoon, as you see right here, side by side. Not normally an area where you think overtaking is going to be taking place, but there indeed a good battle there. One of the traditional overtaking opportunities up in front there with the 51 and the 123, getting it a little bit sideways going down into turn 1.
Big moment there for Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports team. I say a little bit of contact with the 123 that finished 8,000th behind for 9th position later on in the race. But either way, tight margins. Tight battles here between the 88 and the 62 running through the Casio triangle, and the G2 Esports car picking up the position there. Again, whilst we say G2 Esports versus RHG, we also say BMW versus Mercedes, manufacturer-backed teams between the pair of them. Racing West Simsport into the rear end of the AJ Sim Racing by Guide. It was one of the first bits of drama that they had to deal with throughout the day before we saw some side-by-side battling for the race lead as tight as it gets on the exit of pit lane, whilst trying to get the undercut to make the difference. BS Competition were trying to rescue that race lead back off of McLaren Veloce. Wouldn't work on that occasion, but the attacks were coming thick and fast.
Yeah, they certainly were, and as we said, this battle between the top two just absolutely incredible from the drop of the green flag. There you can see able to get the move done down into turn 1 and not really holding out all that much as they go, and then down into 130R. BS Competition thinking a little bit about trying to make that move, holding in there behind, waiting to go down to the Casio triangle, thinking about it and going for it down around the long way around it, ultimately getting them just barely ahead of McLaren Veloce there. And that would be the continuation of the battle, really and truly, as McLaren Veloce tried to continue themselves out around.
Yeah, still looking for that way to get through. The number one, though, heading up into that first position. Of course, the fight wasn't over, and this would last for a while. Whilst this move would almost work, getting around the outside of the first corner, the grip just was not there, despite the McLaren being on fresher tyres in comparison to BS Competition. They take over the race lead and start to pull a bit of a gap, bit of contact between Prime E Racing and Race Anywhere SimSports, just ahead of the HPD Yaz Pro car. Prime E Racing being dealt a fair blow and dropping back a few positions courtesy of that contact before we were heading into the setting sun. Race Anywhere SimSports spun out going through the corner of 130R courtesy of a bit of contact between themselves and the 149. It wasn't the first bit of contact they've dealt with all day, and it certainly wouldn't be the last, as Veloce would receive a 5-second time penalty. James Baldwin into the rear end of Prime E Racing, spinning them out from a bit further down. Obviously that was a bit of lap traffic that James Baldwin was having to deal with, and then a switch of lead in silver as Full Motorsports would jump out of the way for AJ Sim Racing by Gardy, who would get over to the race lead in silver once again, taking control in that category. Meanwhile, seeing a bit of drama. Bastian Richter, this was a bit of an incident coming down into the first corner. Bastian Richter trying to get around the outside of the 123 FFS Sim Racing car, but a contact between the two would send them out wide at T1.
Yeah, and that was a little bit of a penalty being issued there as a result of that between the number 4 and the 123. There we see as they go bringing themselves around to the 52, then into the nighttime. This was the big incident that we saw, really setting things off with about an hour to go.
Yeah, that was a big bit of drama, and then the rejoin here from the 62. As we'll see the 23 come through, it was the rejoin from the 62. This will be a stop and go 30 for that 62. Charlie Crossan behind the wheel at this point, and straight on would go the 23, battling for the race lead, losing the race lead in the silver category. Of course, plenty of drama up until the checkered flag. None more so for our race leader, though. McLaren Veloce GT taking the victory. James Baldwin will join us here in the interview booth. I mean, what a race that was.
Can't believe it, guys. I mean, didn't expect it. Like, I was going into this thing, if we could sneak a podium, that would be great for the championship and stuff. And it just sort of went, it came to us like in the middle of the race. The pace was really good. Yeah, really happy. Like, to get 2 wins in a row in this series is, well, I don't think before the last one I'd not been in a team that had won a race, so to win 2 in a row, it's mental. Now,
talk to us about like taking a victory. We kind of discussed whether there might have been a little bit of luck involved. I don't necessarily believe so. You were applying a lot of pressure onto BS Competition shoulders, but it was because of the drive-through penalty that went the way of BS Competition. Do you think you would have closed that gap up anyway? Does that kind of take anything away from the victory itself?
It's hard to say. I think we were doing the calculation. I think if I didn't get, because I made a mistake where I got a penalty, a 5-second penalty for hitting a back marker. If I didn't have that, I think if they didn't get the drive-through, it would have been neck and neck. With the 5 seconds, I think it would have been close because we would have been closing them down. And obviously with the drive-through, we got a comfortable win. So they pushed us really hard. It was 10 hours of, it was a 10-hour sprint. It sounds weird, but it was. But yeah, really happy to get the win.
To have come into this, of course, after your results and such over in the European Sprinters, do you think that kind of gives you a little bit of extra push as well coming into this? A little bit of extra confidence buoyed by winning over there?
Yeah, same car, same game, so it all kind of interlinks. Yeah, I just didn't think Suzuka was the best track for the McLaren. In quali, it wasn't. I think that's definitely 100%. But in the race, where it was quite hot, I think it did suit us quite well. And like George and Murphy, my teammates did a really, really good job. And you know, I made a mistake in the third stint where I hit a back marker, but together we managed to kind of outweigh that and still get the win. So.
Well, cheers for coming for the interview. Go and have a bit of a breather. It's been a long 10 hours.
Indeed. Cheers, guys.
Super victory for McLaren Veloce GT. A super drive all the way through. Got to have massive respect when a team puts on a show like that, DJ.
Yeah, you certainly do. A very, very impressive run there for them. And you heard it there from James. Not sure that they were going to be able to hold out for the entirety of it, but certainly were able to.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, we do also have to have a little bit of a chat with our race winners from the silver category as well. We'll be joined in a moment by Jakob Osterman. the Rotters as well after a super drive. We'll have a little bit of a chat with them. We'll go to Osterman first. Jakob Osterman, of course, after taking that victory, bringing us over the checker flag. Bit of drama though late on in the race, getting a 15-second time penalty before coming up towards the checker flag. Bit of drama there late on.
Yeah, first of all, congrats to James for winning the Pro Class. Yeah, it was pretty tough. I mean, from the beginning we knew that we would have a great pace, but literally everything changed as we were stuck in traffic the whole race. And then at the end, when the Aston undercutted us, it was like a hope for a mistake of them. Then suddenly there is the BMW, which it was just no time for us to react as we didn't see it first because it was that dark, and then they went to the left, I went to the right. We both somehow managed to not hit him. Yeah, and then I got by and was able to create a gap to them. And then when I got the 15 seconds penalty, I first thought, why would I get a 15 seconds penalty now? I didn't touch anyone or did anything. But when they got the penalty then as well, my teammates told me, yeah, that was for yellow flag. I still don't really understand what the penalty was for, because when I saw the incident, I reacted, and I don't think that I could have done more. And I would say the same thing for the Aston. But it is what it is. Still very happy with the result. From our calculations, we should be first in silver class now again. So let's hope for some good last races.
Let's talk about the rest of the race, because over the 10-hour race, your team was at the front of the silver cars basically all of the time, maybe like relinquishing the lead through pit stop strategy and stuff like that, but it was pretty much always your team. Now, you had a little bit of drama coming through, the odd bit of contact here, the odd spin there, obviously being spun out by Racing Away Simsport and a couple of others. But talk us through the feeling that it is when you're kind of that dominant in a category, when you're that one with a car, that one with a circuit, as to how that control, that feeling is.
Yeah, it's pretty nice to always be able to fight for victories in the silver category. I mean, sometimes we also look at the pro category just to get some references on where we would be there. And I mean, the Aston team in the silver category, they are pretty competitive. Like today, they were a really hard enemy, especially after we got spun the first time by the Race Anywhere Honda. Yeah, it's like really fun driving in SRO. It's pretty high driving standards, always the best competition, just the best drivers in ACC. It's great driving in such a championship.
Well, we'll let you go off, celebrate with your team, celebrate the victory. Jakob Osterman, what a great drive.
Thank you.
And DJ, that's us done for the day. It's been a long 10 hours. I'm sure you want to have a little bit of breather away from a race like that, but the level of intensity out there, absolutely superb.
Absolutely incredible there from all of our drivers up and down the categories. It's exactly why we come to these races. It's exactly why I love calling these races, Lewis.
Yes, indeed. That is us wrapped up. You can see a short turnaround between races in just 2 weeks' time. We'll be coming back, obviously being an Intercontinental series. We're heading off to a different virtual continent. This time it is over to Africa, into South Africa, into Kyalami, one of the proper wildcard races of the season for a 9-hour test on the 10th of September. That is the penultimate round of the season. Of course, we wrap up the season at Spa as well for the 24 hours of Spa. It's been a great run. I've been Lewis McGlade. DJ Clark's been alongside, of course. Big thanks to all those that's been in the commentary booth, to Steve Proudley. He's been bringing you the broadcast as well. That is us done for round number 3 of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports, powered by Mobileye. And until next time, have a very warm goodbye.